The advent of the universal cloud cultivation software has arrived, allowing everyone to bind their characters from the realm of cultivation and gain significant enhancements. Shen Yun, who was betrayed by his girlfriend, finds himself reincarnated just before the game's launch. Unaware of the software's true potential, before the recharge channel closes, he invests a staggering 100 billion into the game, binding himself to a character with unparalleled potential, the Future Empress. Activating the sacred body Daokai for just 500,000, purchased. An imperial artifact for a mere million, acquired. The community exclaims, my character's favorability has reached 5 points. I've heard that hitting 100 allows one to do as they please. Huh, my character has rewarded me with a first-tier magical artifact. Alas, the recharge channel is closed, preventing me from purchasing anything for her. Woe is me. Shen Yun gazes at the 100 billion game coins on his phone and the future. Empress of Cloud Cultivation. Favorability maxed at 100. He receives feedback such as the Qilin Divine Ability, Sacred Sword, and Imperial Techniques. The VIP rewards that went unactivated in his past life are now successfully unlocked. V1 for Accelerated Cultivation, V2 for a 20-fold increase in combat prowess, V3 for an Invincible Physique, Supreme Celestial Artifacts, Infinite Respawns, the Time Dao, Ancestor and Chaotic Odd Eyes. With demonic entities rampaging and beastly creatures descending, he pushes through with unyielding force. His ex-girlfriend, in a state of panic, pleads desperately. I realize my mistakes, dear. I truly regret it. Please don't kill me. Realize your mistakes? You only know you're about to die. Asterisk Chapter 1. Awakening within the Emperor's banner. Preemptive recharge of 100 billion. Asterisk. I can't believe I've been reincarnated. In a villa in Haicheng, Shen Yun sits on his bed, his expression a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. He recalls being captured by a malevolent cultivator and lamenting with a group of others, only to find himself lying in his own bed at home. The game. He hastily checks his phone for the time. January 20, 2050, 8:00 a.m. 8 a.m. The Cloud Cultivation mobile game launches in just 1 hour. Shen Yun quickly opens the App Store and types in 4 characters. Seeking Immortals mobile game. Download. With the revival of spiritual energy for over 50 years, the arrival of this game offers hope to those without the talent for cultivation. Players simply need to nurture their characters within the game to have a chance at receiving treasures that can transcend into reality. Indeed, the game world is the authentic realm of cultivation. The unique items within can provide feedback to enhance real-world abilities. This is undeniably a treasure trove for a world recently reawakened with spiritual energy, plagued by malevolent forces. Crucially, prior to the game's launch, players can engage in preemptive recharging to rapidly elevate their cloud cultivation character strength, thereby increasing their chances of obtaining feedback treasures. Regrettably, in his previous life, when this app was exposed, the recharge channel had already been closed at the moment of launch. But I still have the opportunity to invest. Shen Yun gazes excitedly at the download progress bar. With his parents deceased, leaving behind a substantial inheritance and a company that cannot be managed in time, his personal stash boasts 100 billion. Just the thought sends waves of exhilaration through him. Yet gradually, his smile transforms into a chilling smirk. Reborn with an advantage and ready to invest, this time the advantage lies solely with me. Zhou Qiao, your days of indulgence are numbered. Zhou Qiao. The campus belle of Jian University, his girlfriend, comes from a well-off family, but is an expert in disguise, having been with him solely to exploit his resources. For the benefit of the Zhou family. After the game offered feedback on cultivation and various treasures, currency began to devalue. Zhou Qiao initially intended to break up, but upon hearing that his cloud cultivation character returned a bone-cleansing pill, she stole the pill and vanished without a trace. Most maliciously, after enhancing her potential with the pill, she joined a formidable player organization to thwart his retaliation. She dispatched individuals to target his cloud cultivation character, stalling his growth. She even sabotaged his company in reality. Had it not been for his secretary's timely warning, he might have been arrested. In the aftermath, although Shen Yun departed from Haicheng, his character in the game was slain by Zhou Qiao's associates. Even after binding a new character, everything had to start new. He had already fallen far behind, ultimately meeting a tragic end within the Emperor's banner. Humph! A glint of cold light flickers in Shen Yun's eyes. In this life, it shall be I who sends you to the heavens. Once the game finishes downloading, he opens it to find a traditional landscape painting illuminating the screen. Warm reminder, the game launches at 9 a.m. Players may view the game background introduction or preemptively recharge to receive mysterious rewards. Note, personal information will be strictly confidential by the platform. For substantial recharge amounts, a confidential recharge option is available to prevent exposure in reality. The game description, akin to other online games, does not offer particular clarification. However, once players invest, the qualities of the randomly bound characters will significantly enhance. This is the invisible opportunity awaiting those destined for it. I wonder what character I will bind with 100 billion. After linking his bank card to the recharge channel, Shen Yun inputs the full amount without hesitation. Ding! Are you certain you wish to recharge 10,2,635,007,252 yuan? Who would dare to imagine starting with 100 billion? His heartbeat quickens slightly as he raises his hand to confirm. Confirm. Choose confidential recharge. Ding. Congratulations, player. Recharge successful. This account is subject to real name authentication and may only be used by the player alone. In case of phone loss, the game can be accessed on a new device. Phew. Shen Yun takes a deep breath as he observes the prompts. Truly exhilarating. Based on the experiences of players who have previously invested, 100 billion will undoubtedly place him far ahead in both the game and reality. With some time remaining, he dresses and heads downstairs for breakfast. At that moment, his phone vibrates. It's a message from Zhou Xiao. Darling, are you awake? Let's go out for lunch. I've reserved a Western restaurant. If you're busy in the afternoon, I can accompany you to the company. Let's treat you well tonight. A brand new outfit awaits Image. Zhou Xiao is indeed attractive. The image showcases her pure beauty clad in enticing fabric, stirring a man's desires. However, all he feels now is revulsion. In his secretary's words, Zhou Xiao is merely a reincarnation of the infamous Lu Ruyan. He must have been cursed to encounter such a person. Let's break up? I'm simply tired of the game to block. If you're not ashamed, go ahead and make a scene at the company. It's not like I need to go there anymore. After blocking her, Shen Yun informs the company group that he will be taking an extended leave. Having only worked for 2.5 months post-graduation, there are executive proxies within the company, so his absence won't pose any issues. Why, darling? What have I done wrong? Can't I change? You have been blocked. Die, you foolish man. Upon seeing the block notification, Zhou Xiao, undeterred, calls him, but only the busy tone greets her. Humph. She hangs up, her expression darkening. Having money is worthless. True strength is the ultimate path. 50 years ago, spiritual energy revived, ushering everyone into the era of cultivation. However, the majority without talent continue their lives in tranquility. Though she lacks talent, many suitors at school have begun cultivating. Had it not been for the need to develop her family business, and Shen Yun's undeniable good looks, wealth, and the absence of parents, would she have ever lowered herself to this? She had also heard from those suitors that in the future, cultivators would reign supreme, rendering wealth as mere scrap paper in the eyes of a strong. Shen Yun, like most, possesses no cultivation talent, destined to remain an ordinary person. Originally, Zhou Xiao planned to secure a few major deals for her family before breaking up, yet now she finds herself cast aside by Shen Yun. Fuming with anger, she feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. Shen Yun, one day, I will make you regret this decision. Ding. Seeking Immortals mobile game update complete, officially launching. Single major region, Xintian continent. Game special note, feedback settings. Within the villa, Shen Yun eagerly clicks to enter the game. A miraculous scene unfolds. His phone emits radiant light, projecting a 30-inch screen. Just the premise of this feature would cause a sensation online, but is only after players acquire feedback items that the game will truly explode globally. At that moment, billions worldwide will flock to join. He had already seized the initiative, preloading an astonishing sum of 10 billion cash. Upon this realization, Shen Yun promptly clicked on the shimmering ingot icon situated in the lower right corner of the game interface. The game shop's recharge entry is now closed. Current player account balance, 10,026,357,200 yuan. Player currency is non-transferable and for personal use only. How satisfying to behold. At last, I can set my mind at ease. Shen Yun chuckled as he closed the account interface. Ding! Welcome, player, to the cloud nurturing game, Seeking Immortals Mobile. Please select the character you wish to nurture. The attributes will be randomly assigned. The more you recharge, the more exceptional the character's attributes. No sooner had the prompt appeared than a card displaying its reverse side emerged on the projection. Screen.note. After selection, the character's affinity with the player will be 0. Players can enhance the character's affinity through daily item check-in and daily character intelligence reports. Player actions will determine the increase or decrease in affinity. Explanation. If a nurtured character perishes, the player may draw another character. However, the attributes and cultivation of a new character will inevitably be inferior to the previous one, so players are advised to take good care of their first game character. Game hint. Due to your excessive cash recharge, hidden rewards have been activated. You may draw 2 additional character cards and select a favored character. Welfare Special. Guaranteed character attribute. Monstrous grade. Cultivation is random. A guaranteed monstrous grade. Shen Yun was immensely exhilarated. In his previous life, players fortunate enough to possess outstanding characters were rewarded with incredibly bountiful returns, each becoming a formidable figure in their own. Right, let alone a monstrous grade. The future is promising. With breath quickening, Shen Yun moistened his parched lips and clicked on the 3 cards displayed in the projection. In the screen, the 3 cards whirled rapidly. Then, under his eager gaze, they gradually came to a halt, revealing their faces. In the next instant, the radiant brilliance emanating from the card characters left Shen Yun wide-eyed and abruptly standing. Monstrous talent, Yi Wu Dao. Peerless prodigy, Zhang Tai Sui. Imperial presence, Ling Qingxue. What the hell? Chapter 2: The Emperor's Aura, Ling Qingxue. The sacred body of the 9 heavens. The Emperor's Aura. This extraordinary talent sent shivers down Shen Yun's spine. Among the trio, he had only heard of Zhang Tai Sui, the illustrious son of the sacred land in the eastern domain of the Xintian continent. However, the feats attributed to him were rather mundane and unremarkable. He never anticipated that this 6th individual harbored such formidable potential. As for the other 2, they left no impression on him, likely because they had yet to rise to prominence or had long since fallen from grace. Without hesitation, Shen Yun raised his hand and selected. Character selected. The Emperor's Aura, Ling Qingxue. Congratulations, player. You have selected the character, the Emperor's Aura, Ling Qingxue. Following the selection, the screen zoomed in on Ling Qingxue, showcasing her in a chibi form. The scene then transitioned to a mountainous region. As the camera traversed a cave shrouded in overgrown weeds, a bloodied young woman was seen slumped in a corner, her complexion pale. A massive wound marred her waist. Concealed beneath medicinal powder, yet blood seeped through, rendering the powder ineffective. Ling Qingxue has sustained severe injuries and will lose consciousness in approximately 20 minutes, at which point she will be taken by her enemies. Note: the current character has consumed a hemostatic powder, but due to a dishonest vendor, the powder is counterfeit, resulting in slow efficacy. How infuriating. The hemostatic powder has yet to take effect. Did I purchase a counterfeit? Cold sweat dripped from Ling Qingxue's brow as her chest heaved with fury. Humiliation, anxiety, and resentment flickered across her face, but such emotions would only exacerbate her injuries, causing her mind to spin. Why must I endure such a wretched fate? I refuse to accept this. Ling Qingxue clenched her cracked lips, steeling herself as she pressed her hand to her abdomen's wound and forced herself to rise, determined to escape this place swiftly. She had always relied solely on herself. This was her destiny. Yet, with her strength waning, how far could her sheer will carry her? After a few faltering steps, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. I must escape. Ling Qingxue's fingers dug deeply into the earth, but the searing pain in her abdomen, coupled with her dizzying head and overwhelming weakness, rendered her incapable of rising. Gradually, she trembled, crawling on the ground in desperation. Why? Why is this happening? Clenching her fists, her face contorted with defiance, her crimson eyes brimming with tears. This time, her formidable willpower failed her. Ling Qingxue stubbornly fought against the tears, fearful that her enemies might witness her vulnerability. She yearned for a passing cultivator to rescue her, yet such fantasies felt too illusory, merely as self-deception. With a tenacious spirit, it seems today is your lucky day. Shen Yun swiftly tapped the rising icon on the game interface. First recharge special offer. First recharge special offer. Recharge 6 yuan to receive a tier 5 healing pill. Original price 38.88, which will heal the current character's injuries, allowing for unimpeded movement. Players who recharge in advance can purchase items with existing game currency. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Rewards are being distributed. The first recharge icon transformed into radiant light, descending before Ling Qingxue. As the brilliance dissipated, a milky white pill, exuding a fragrant aroma, appeared before her. Ling Qingxue blinked in surprise, her eyes warily scanning her surroundings. Who is there? Players may choose to respond to system communication. He. I am your ring's grandfather. At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak. In a single glance, the primordial Tao becomes void. You may call me the captivating one. Fear not. Young friend, simply place your thoughts in my hands and refrain from overthinking, ignoring the familiar and lackluster responses. Shen Yun focused on the golden recharge prompt that had appeared. Limited time offer, Civilian Edition. Recharge 3 yuan, original price 50. To text the cloud-based character, Ling Qingxue. Current situation is urgent, not recommended. Limited time offer, Small Lux Edition. Recharge 50 yuan, original price 248, for 5 voice messages. Limited time offer. Lux Edition. Recharge 648 yuan, original price 5,000, for permanent voice communication with the character. Privacy mechanism. No one can eavesdrop on the conversation. A purchase is a gain. Let us go for the 648. I've had my fill of this System S responses. Shen Yun, seated on the sofa, quickly tapped to recharge. In the past, he lacked funds and could only rely on the system's phrases to communicate with characters, which was a heartbreaking saga best left unmentioned. Purchase successful. Players may now initiate voice communication at any time. After the notification, the previously disabled microphone in the game interface was unlocked. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Shen Yun pressed the voice button and spoke in a low, resonant tone. I have traversed this realm and see your remarkable potential. I bear no malice. This transmission surged directly into Ling Qingshue's mind. Thank you, senior. She hesitated only briefly before swiftly consuming the pill. She recognized the 5 lines on the pill, a mark of its Tier 5 status. With no retreat left, she could only accept her fate, even if deceived. At that moment, another recharge prompt appeared on Shen Yun's game interface. Information special offer. Spend 59 yuan to purchase Ling Qingshue's personal information, with permanent retention. With such a level of microtransactions, even a dedicated grind would lead to exhaustion. Shen Yun chuckled and purchased the information. Once the recharge channel closed, the only means for players to acquire currency would be through character feedback. The avenues for characters to generate income were unpredictable. Sometimes they would earn a few coins while meditating, or perhaps receive small rewards from battles. Methods varied widely. Accumulating enough to reach dozens or hundreds of coins was akin to watching short videos for cash, possible, but scarce. Recharge successful. As the notification faded, a chibi version of Ling Qingxue popped up at the bottom of the game interface. She appeared adorably crafted, yet at that moment, she was weeping profusely. Her face bruised and swollen. Glancing at Ling Qingxue, who was refining the medicinal pill, Shen Yun clicked on her personal information. Name, Ling Qingxue. Age, 20. Current realm, first layer of gathering rotation. Realm classification of the Xiantian continent. Spirit guiding, gathering rotation, pulse condensation, vast sea, soul forging, transcending the mundane, law manifestation, heavenly one. Imperial extreme, half-saint, saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, Tao emperor. Special qualification, sacred body of the 9 heavens, not yet activated. Personal status, chi and blood are weak. Character synopsis, abandoned by her parents at a young age, she grew up in Little Stone Village, raised by a village elder. Later, she was taken as a servant disciple by the Heavenly Fire Sect steward, but the sacred body of the 9 heavens possesses 8 additional sources beyond an ordinary sacred body. Despite consuming vast resources, her cultivation made no progress, leading to her expulsion from the sect. Hiss, the sacred body of the 9 heavens. Shen Yun's face was filled with astonishment. Is this the fusion of the sacred body and the Tao body? He was aware of these 2 physiques, yet had never heard of anyone combining them. A fusion is already beyond comprehension. To have 8 additional sources of the sacred body is truly outrageous. Coming back to his senses, Shen Yun felt exhilarated, truly deserving of the Emperor's aura. The stronger the character, the greater the subsequent feedback and rewards, naturally filling him with excitement. Regaining his composure, he continued perusing the character synopsis. After being expelled from her sect, Ling Qingxue embarked on solitary cultivation and inadvertently consumed a 6th-tier deadly poison herb, but survived, even enhancing her cultivation. Discovered by the passing cultivator Lu Fangya, she was taken as a disciple. Lu Fangya then specialized in providing Ling Qingxue with deadly poison materials, subjecting her to daily torment. However, owing to her genuine progress in cultivation, Ling Qingxue felt gratitude towards her. Yet, Lu Fangya merely intended to refine her into a deadly poison cauldron to nourish her own goo insects. Upon realizing Lu Fangya's sinister intentions, Ling Qingxue began her life on the run. Recently, she was discovered by members of Lu Fangya's Iron Wolf gang, leading her to flee to this location. What a pitiable individual. Shen Yun shook his head. Such an extraordinary talent, yet in his past life, he had never heard of her. She must have been envied by the heavens, likely leading to her downfall. Otherwise, the weight of the term, sacred body of the 9 heavens, could shake the entire Xiantian continent. Chapter 3. Place your bets. The Supreme Emperor's weapon. Affection at full capacity. At this moment, a joyous expression illuminated Ling Qingxue's face. The wounds and injuries on her body had vanished, and although her vitality still felt somewhat depleted, she was no longer hindered in her movements. Thank you, esteemed senior. I am profoundly grateful. Ling Qingxue hastily rose and bowed deeply to the void. To her astonishment, in her direst hour, someone had indeed come forth to rescue her. Ding. The affinity level of the character Ling Qingxue has risen to 35 points. Maximum value, 100 points. A life-saving grace that barely reaches the passing mark. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow as he turned off the microphone, yet upon reviewing her life synopsis, he could comprehend her caution. After being treated as a medicinal furnace by her revered master, how could she trust others easily? The personalities of the characters bound to players vary, and one must ponder their methods for enhancing affinity. However, that was of little concern. He possessed ample wealth, sufficient to shatter Ling Qingxue's wary heart. He hoped she could withstand his monetary onslaught henceforth. Shen Yun awaited the unfolding of events with a serene smile. The senior must have departed, for there was no response from the surroundings. Ling Qingxue swiftly approached the cave entrance. She was uncertain of the intentions of this previously unknown cultivator. Everything could be addressed later, but escaping was paramount at this moment. As she brushed aside the withered branches at the cave's mouth, she noticed birds circling above the distant forest, and her countenance shifted. They truly linger like a haunting specter. I must hasten my departure. She darted out of the cave, racing towards the dense woods ahead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a fleeting shadow surged towards her. You run quite well. Bang! A figure delivered a solid kick to Ling Qingshua's abdomen. Puffed, spitting blood. She was launched backward like a cannonball, shattering numerous branches in her wake. Restored so swiftly, the figure landed, revealing a man with a scarred face. He squinted at Ling Qingshua's healing wound and sneered. It seems you have pilfered quite a few high-quality elixirs from Elder Lu. Coughing, Ling Qingxue, sprawled on the ground, wiped the blood from her mouth and scanned her surroundings. However, her expression soon darkened. There were at least 7 elite members of the Iron Wolf gang, all formidable cultivators at the pulse condensation stage. Moreover, the scarred-faced Zhang Tao was the vice leader of the Iron Wolf gang, a great cultivator of the Han Hai. Don't even think about escaping. This time, you shall find it impossible to flee. Zhang Tao bellowed, waving his hand ominously. Capture her alive. Be cautious. Do not fall into her trap. Simultaneously, a series of prompts appeared before Shen Yun's screen. It is time to utilize your financial prowess. Character in peril. You may check in once daily for a chance to acquire useful items to assist the character in escaping. The sign-in items were worthless trash, which Shen Yun promptly ignored. Ding. Encounter recharge special. Spend 288 to receive a 5th-tier low-grade treasure, the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. This will allow the character to counterattack. Spend 648 for a 6th-tier mid-grade puppet self-detonation, enough to annihilate all strong enemies present. Spend 998 for a 7th-tier mid-grade divine movement talisman, a life-saving artifact for minor cultivators. Super bet special. Bet 3,500 to randomly obtain an item of 8th tier or above. Betting capped at 1 million. With a guaranteed top-tier sacred weapon to take home. Treasure quality ranges from tier 1 to 9, semi-sacred, sacred weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, to emperor weapons. Damn. A guaranteed top-tier sacred weapon. After rapidly purchasing the items, Shen Yun directly clicked on the super bet. This was a guaranteed sacred weapon. After the limited time recharge benefit concluded, he recalled that even a single item would cost no less than 100 million. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the next limited time recharge event to acquire it at a lower price. Now, with just 1 million, wasn't that practically free? The sound of coins clattering filled the air as 1 million vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet, Shen Yun felt no remorse. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Ding. Bet of 1 million successful. Commencing random draw. At that moment, all coins flooded the game screen, morphing into a card shrouded in ethereal mist. As the card turned over, Shen Yun squinted against the blinding light and raised his hand to shield his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the Supreme Emperor weapon, Yin Yang Cauldron. What? Shen Yun stared in disbelief at the projection. He had drawn a Supreme Emperor weapon. This was a treasure only possessed by factions that had birthed great emperors. To think he struck gold on the very first day of the server opening? Moreover, the Supreme Emperor weapon was the pinnacle among emperor weapons. With such a powerful treasure, it would be a disservice not to max out the affinity level. Shen Yun quickly locked in the item for use. Ding. Item deployment in progress. I was so close to escaping. Ling Qingxue gazed in despair at the approaching members of the Iron Wolf gang. If captured and brought before Lu Fangya, her fate would be sealed. Yet, a gentle whisper, like celestial music, surged into her mind. Do not panic. Buzz. An enormous cauldron materialized out of thin air, hovering protectively above Ling Qingxue's head. Humph. Rubbish. One of the swiftest members of the Iron Wolf gang, with a cold shout, raised his hand to strike. Furious dominance palm. Boom. With one strike, the cauldron remained unmoved. Yet, the palm seemed to activate the cauldron, instantly radiating a rich purple light mist. Upon seeing the divine patterns flickering within the violet haze, Zhang Tao, not far away, suddenly appeared to realize something, his eyes widening in shock as he screamed. Purple chi from the east. Emperor weapon divine patterns. What? The 7 members of the Iron Wolf gang were struck with terror, their hearts pounding. An emperor weapon? Only those with emperor-grade treasures manifest such purple phenomena. This is a consensus among the cultivators of the entire continent. This is bad. In the next instant, boom, the Yin Yang Cauldron trembled violently, unleashing an unparalleled wave of oppressive force. Puff, puff, puff. The members of Zhang Tao, swept by the ripples, had no chance to escape, instantly reduced to a mist of blood. This. Ling Qingxue stood dazed, staring at the massive cauldron above her. It felt as if she were in a dream. A senior possessing an emperor weapon had actually saved her. Shen Yun was quite pleased with her expression, pressing the microphone on the projection and speaking calmly. Considering your arduous journey, this emperor weapon shall safeguard you. If you do not accept it now, do not weep if it is taken from you when others arrive. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue felt a buzzing in her head, her hair standing on end. This emperor weapon was meant for her. She didn't believe herself to be of such great value. Undoubtedly, this kind-hearted senior had taken pity on her. As Ling Qingxue's lips quivered, her nose tingled, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes. At that moment, she felt an indescribable emotion surging within her, as if it were about to spill forth. Was it the thrill of surviving a calamity, or the exhilaration of obtaining an emperor weapon? It seemed to be neither. It was the realization that after enduring countless hardships, someone finally acknowledged her suffering and was willing to protect her, granting her heart a place to rely upon. Ding! The affinity level of the character Ling Qingxue has risen to 100 points. Warm reminder, the current character affinity has reached maximum value. As long as the player's actions remain reasonable, such as not refining Ling Qingxue to the point of death, the character's affinity will not diminish. Additionally, the chance of the character receiving feedback items has been enhanced. How delightful! Shen Yun was filled with elation. Now, we just need to wait for Ling Qingxue to receive her feedback treasures. Having wealth was truly exhilarating. It took mere moments to max out a character's affinity. Senior, what should I do? Ling Qingxue wiped away her tears, gazing blankly at the great cauldron above. Soon, the senior's warm voice resonated in her mind. Seize it. You can transform its size at will, or place it within your sea of consciousness. The senior's voice was melodious and comforting, though he remained unseen. She could already envision an ancient, ethereal figure, smiling as he stroked his beard. Yes. Ling Qingxue obediently nodded and grasped hold of one of the legs of the yin-yang cauldron. Indeed, the emperor weapon transformed into a small cauldron the size of a fist, settling into her palm. Just as she was about to place the emperor weapon into her sea of consciousness and make her escape, a yellow talisman materialized in the void. Use this to run faster. A 7th-tier divine movement talisman. Ling Qingxue gazed at the intricate patterns above, feeling an inexplicable reluctance. Yet, the imperial weapon in her grasp was of far greater value. As she clutched the talisman paper, a thought crossed her mind, and she vanished from her original location. Chapter 4. Journey to the Sacred Land. Special item, character binding card. Fortune smiled upon her, for she did not find herself at the jaws of a ferocious beast. Shen Yun observed as Ling Qingxue landed upon a road, handing her the 2 magical artifacts he had just purchased. Use these minor items for now. Your cultivation requires your own diligence, he remarked. He could hardly confess that his inventory contained so few items. Otherwise, his esteemed demeanor would be diminished. The recharge system in Seeking Immortality mobile game was rather peculiar, activating only when the character confronted danger, gained insights, or encountered fortuitous opportunities. Unlike other games with a shop brimming with various purchasable items, Shen Yun could only wait for the recharge prompt to appear before he could acquire anything. To the players, however, saving money in this game was a formidable challenge. Personal accounts lacked the ability to trade game currency, rendering the absence of a shop inconsequential. Thank you, Senior. Ling Qingxue expressed her gratitude, stowing the treasures into her storage bag. She understood the senior's intent. External possessions were merely aids, and true progress depended on her own efforts. Moreover, the fact that the senior bestowed upon her an imperial weapon was a cause for immense gratitude. Ling Qingxue gazed into the distance towards the city, speaking as she walked. Senior, you have gifted me such a precious artifact. If there is any way I can be of service, please do not hesitate to ask. This is the imperial weapon that cultivators dream of. Only those formidable forces with a long-standing legacy can possess such treasures. What merit do I, a mere novice cultivator, have to receive it? Meanwhile, Shen Yun, who was preparing goji berry tea, pressed the voice command button. I observe your exceptional aptitude and wish to recruit you as my confidant. Are you willing? This approach was commonly employed by players, utilizing the daily item check-in and character intelligence to cultivate a presence akin to the old ringmaster, thereby garnering the character's favor and recognition. To recruit me as a confidant. Ling Qingxue was overjoyed. To be noticed by such a powerful figure who casually gifted imperial weapons was an extraordinary opportunity. Being under such a senior's guidance would be a tremendous honor, she said, though her voice held a hint of hesitation. But I fear I may be somewhat lacking. After 3 years of cultivation, I am still at the first level of gathering rotation. She was bewildered as to why, despite consuming so many resources, her progress remained sluggish. Initially, when Lu Fangya had administered poison to enhance her cultivation, she believed it was due to her unique constitution. Yet, despair washed over her when she discovered that the other party was, in fact, an evil cultivator exploiting her. Are you not concerned about being used for your constitution? This heartfelt query left Ling Qingxue momentarily speechless. However, she soon lifted her head, squinting at the radiant sun overhead, and softly murmured, My grandmother always said that there will be those who shine like the sun for others, and I believe you are such a person. Of course, were it not for the imperial weapon, I would have my doubts. As she spoke those last words, she bashfully lowered her gaze. I apologize, Senior. You are quite candid. What harm is there in being cautious? Shen Yun chuckled as he observed the girl in the projection. Let me first disclose what your constitution is, and then you may decide. With ample goodwill established, it mattered little whether Ling Qingxue accepted his offer. Mentioning the need for a confidant was merely a pretext to draw closer to her. Once Shen Yun revealed that she possessed 9 sacred body origins and was the incarnation of the sacred body Tao, Ling Qingxue's face transformed into one of astonishment. As a cultivator, She was acutely aware of the significance of possessing a sacred body or Tao body. However, she never imagined that she harbored such a prodigious destiny within her. Simultaneously, she discerned the sincerity of this enigmatic senior. After all, he had no obligation to reveal this information, yet chose to do so candidly, showcasing his magnanimity. Realizing this, Ling Qingxue bowed to the void. I, Qingxue, am willing to serve you faithfully. The maximized goodwill certainly had its advantages. Shen Yun mused to himself, considering Ling Qingxue's past. It would not be easy to assuage her suspicions. Fortunately, he had wealth at his disposal. Otherwise, he would need to invest considerable time in building their relationship. From now on, you may call me young master. Rest assured, I will assist you in attaining enlightenment and becoming an emperor, Shen Yun intoned softly. But this is not your final destination. The celestial realm is where you truly belong. The celestial realm? Ling Qingxue swallowed hard. Sensing that she had encountered an extraordinary individual today, the notion of someone effortlessly promising to guide her towards enlightenment was astounding. What was more, he was not an ancient elder but appeared to be a youthful gentleman. This realization left her in awe. The young master must possess an incredibly formidable background. What an impressive effect. Shen Yun noted her astonishment, leisurely sipping his goji tea. However, your current cultivation level is insufficient. You might consider revealing your constitution to a powerful sacred land. Entering one should not be difficult. The resources required for the 9 heavens sacred body Tao are immense. And aligning with a sacred land to obtain resources would be most appropriate. After all, the recharge prompts are rather unpredictable, making it prudent for you to seek a strong faction to ensure your development. Moreover, Shen Yun recalled that on the 3rd day after the game's launch, a player had received a hidden reward for joining a sacred land, an exceptionally rare character binding card. Remarkably, players could bind not just one character, but several. This card would allow a player to designate an unbound character, which had indeed made waves online. Ultimately, it was said that a foreign user had boasted about it anonymously, only to be tracked down by hackers who emptied several magazines into him. Evidently, Shen Yun yearned to acquire this card. He hoped time would still be on his side. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was not yet noon. Otherwise, the opportunity to bind Xiao Hongdou might be lost to another. In his previous life, he had not logged into Seeking Immortality mobile game immediately. It was only after the company's personnel stirred up a commotion that he had taken note of the game. Logging in around noon, Xiao Hongdou was the first character he had bound, Luo Hongxi. This girl was a disciple of the Luo family from Blackstone City, and with Shen Yun's assistance, she gradually rose to prominence. In fact, she had even helped him obtain a 4th-tier essence cleansing pill that could revert reality. Alas, it was stolen by that wretched Zhou Qiaoqiao. Later, Shen Yun's company was shut down due to Zhou Qiaoqiao's connections, although he had fled to another region. She knew he had bound Luo Hongxi and sought to suppress her in-game, forcing her into a perilous fugitive existence. Yet, even amid such tribulations, she never held a grudge against Shen Yun. Instead, she often came to comfort him and bring him joy. To earn more currency, Luo Hongxi spent her days either cultivating or venturing forth to earn spirit stones, saving enough to scour the black market and cultivator stalls in hopes of stumbling upon treasures that could return reality to him. The dangers she faced were innumerable. Although her strength had improved because of these experiences, a single individual could only withstand so much. Shen Yun, unable to bear her plight, had once pleaded with Zhou Qiaoqiao to spare Luo Hongxi. However, that woman was exceedingly malicious, completely disregarding his plea and ultimately killing Luo Hongxi. Wretched woman. The moment I rise, I shall eradicate you. The mere thought of her ignited a fury within Shen Yun. As for using the character binding card to bind another cultivator with superior aptitude, he deemed it unnecessary. With his 100 billion game coins, he could easily enhance Luo Hongxi's capabilities. This girl had endured so much hardship alongside him in his previous life. Forgetting her sacrifices in this life would be utterly inhumane. As for joining a sacred land, Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. Indeed, doing so would grant her access to abundant cultivation resources. Compared to that old hag Lu Fangya, the young master genuinely had her best interests at heart. People compete to outdo one another. That malevolent cultivator only sought to exploit my constitution, while the young master genuinely considers my welfare. Ugh, how could I even compare to the young master? Reorganizing her emotions, Ling Qingxue hastened towards the distant city, intending to explore and find a suitable sacred land. In the past, she would never have dared entertain such aspirations. Yet after meeting the young master, it felt as though her entire life was poised to take a turn for the better. Grandma, can you see me? Qingxue's fortune has finally arrived. Ling Qingxue gazed skyward, a radiant smile illuminating her face as her steps grew lighter. In stark contrast to her cheerful demeanor, Shen Yun stared at the game projection with a peculiar expression. Clothing special offer for commoners. One must not appear too disheveled when visiting the sacred land. Recharge 30 yuan for a beautiful long robe set, devoid of any defensive capabilities, due to the player's friendship level with the character exceeding 90 points. A hidden benefit is triggered. No mosaic during clothing changes. Chapter 5, Bathing? A good means of nurturing. Trial resource ladder. Activate the sacred body Dao fetus. 90 points. No wonder Luo Hongshi's clothing appeared so blurred during her change, Shen Yun realized. In his previous life, he had never witnessed a player reach such heights. He and Luo Hongxi had only achieved 82 points. Noticing further recharge prompts, he continued to peruse. Clothing special offer for wealthy. Recharge 648 are for a 5-tier defensive long robe. Clothing special offer for the affluent. Recharge 8,800 yuan to receive a value package, including a 7-tier outfit, boots, pants, and inner lining. Clothing special offer for the super rich. Recharge 128,888 yuan to obtain a value package. Semi-holy long skirt, semi-holy belly wrap, semi-holy long pants, semi-holy inner lining. Semi-holy boots, semi-holy grade treasures have average defense, but are predominantly designed for exquisite appearance, extravagantly lavish. The super rich version seemed appealing. Shen Yun felt this was feasible. Ling Qingxue was headed to the sacred land, and her shabby attire could potentially attract unwanted trouble. So, he decided to purchase the 8,800 yuan set as a precaution. Such is the capriciousness of wealth. Ding. Congratulations, player, on your successful purchase. Would you like to allocate the item to your character? After allocating the semi-holy attire, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. Qingxue, you must change your outfit for the sacred land. I have placed the clothing in your storage bag. Thank you, young master. Ling Qingxue glanced at her disheveled appearance, realizing it was indeed time for a transformation. Upon retrieving the boots from her storage bag, her hands trembled slightly. This semi-holy attire? The boots bore faint golden crafting inscriptions, exuding an ethereal aura. Semi-holy treasures were easily distinguishable by their golden inscriptions. And there was not just one item, but a complete 5-piece set. Young master, you truly are affluent. Ling Qingxue hastily gathered the garments, warily surveying her surroundings. Young master. Should I perhaps buy a set for myself? This is too ostentatious. She was inherently low-key in her actions, and the thought of wearing such attire under scrutiny made her feel uneasy. Ostentatious? Shen Yun chuckled lightly. With your qualifications entering the sacred land, it will be difficult for you to avoid attracting attention in the future. Regardless, the decision lies with you. By the way, it's best to join the sacred land within an hour. I have matters to attend to. With over 2 hours remaining until noon, he was concerned about missing Luo Hongxi in case she was bound by someone else. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue dashed towards the city ahead. No other reason than the immense sense of security young master provided. She felt somewhat fearful venturing to the sacred land alone. Upon entering the city, Ling Qingxue first purchased information regarding surrounding factions at the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, then sought accommodation at an inn to cleanse the bloodstains from her body. Yet, just as she untied the ribbon at her waist, her heart inexplicably raced. Surely, young master would be watching me, right? What am I thinking? What kind of person would young master be to do such a thing? Besides, I am hardly an ethereal beauty. Ling Qingxue chuckled at herself, and after shedding her garments, she stepped into the bath, washing away the dust and blood from her face. In a mere moment, her cleansed visage surfaced from the water. Ling Qingxue was not the delicate type. Her features exuded a natural vigor, complemented by her striking beauty, lending her an air of elegance. Years of travel had endowed her physique with a sense of strength, with her abdominal muscles distinctly defined. As she washed her back, the outline of her muscles became subtly visible. However, just as Ling Qingxue stood up, a soft bite of her pink lips froze her body. No one knew that her sensitivity was exceptionally acute, allowing her to occasionally sense the scrutiny of cultivators. Otherwise, she wouldn't have evaded capture for so long. If young master had previously overlooked her, she could now distinctly feel the weight of his gaze upon her. Young master must be observing my unique physique. I mustn't misinterpret this. Ling Qingxue suppressed her shyness, nonchalantly wiping her body. This natural physique, even with my regular training, I cannot compare. Shen Yun was purely observing with admiration. He had seen women before, but a cultivator's body, especially one with a sacred body Dao fetus, was a rare sight. As Ling Qingxue fully stood, Shen Yun's eyes twitched, a fine specimen for nurturing. Her flawless back, slightly defined abdominal muscles, complemented by an alluring figure, made her a veritable figure of allure. Naturally, her beauty was striking as well, though she lacked the aura that high cultivation bestowed. Once her physique was activated, she would undoubtedly astound the world. Swiftly rinsing herself clean, Ling Qingxue dried her body and retrieved a clean outfit from her storage bag. After some thought, she ultimately heeded young master's advice, donning the silver-white, semi-holy ensemble. The sacred land was not an ordinary faction. Appearing too shabby could hinder her entry. Additionally, young master had only given her an hour. Should she be delayed by any inattentive individuals, it would be regrettable. With young master by her side, what did she have to fear? As Ling Qingxue descended the stairs clad in a flowing silver gown, the inn's attendants, the shopkeeper, and the resident cultivators all stared at her with expressions of astonishment. The semi-holy quality of her attire was simply too eye-catching. Which major power's daughter could she be? A gathering spiral realm cultivator, adorned in such luxurious garments. Surely, She was someone of considerable background within the sacred land, though her cultivation might be somewhat lacking. Indeed, the heavenly Tao is fair, at least my cultivation surpasses hers. Even core disciples from superpowers would hesitate to flaunt semi-holy attire in public, only within the sacred land. Belonging to the direct lineage of an ancient family, could one have such confidence? The shopkeeper reacted swiftly, hastening to greet her with a bow. Esteemed young lady, I failed to recognize your stature earlier. Ling Qingxue raised her hand to interrupt him, speaking with calm poise. My flying vessel was destroyed. Assist me in finding another. I need to visit the Yaoqi sacred land. Such demeanor, such tone, and she was headed to the Yaoqi sacred land. The shopkeeper dared not delay, bowing deeply as he escorted her out of the inn. Miss, the sacred land is not far. I shall personally escort you there. Much obliged. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly, gracefully stepping onto the flying vessel. Having mingled in the outside world for so long, with young master as her backing, she had mastered this level of composure. Within less than an hour, the flying vessel came to a halt before the grand entrance of Yaoqi. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qingxue stepped forward slowly, gazing at the magnificent architecture of the sect. Who goes there? Two female disciples guarding the mountain gate called out sharply. Unlike the cultivators within the inn, they merely cast a cursory glance at Ling Qingxue's attire, showing little reaction. I am Ling Qingxue, here to pay homage to the mountain. Ling Qingxue clasped her hands in greeting. Pay homage to the mountain. The older disciple scrutinized her before shaking her head. Your cultivation is too low. However, considering your sincerity, our Yaoqi will not deceive you. With that, she struck her palm against a nearby sect stone pillar. In an instant, radiant light illuminated the 1,000-meter-high white jade steps beside the Yaoqi mountain gate. Do you see that glowing staircase? The woman pointed with a gentle smile. That is our Yaoqi's trial resource ladder. As long as you ascend halfway, you will be able to join the sacred land. Clearly, she was offering this opportunity due to Ling Qingxue's semi-holy attire. A mere small cultivator dressed so strikingly likely had a formidable background, intending to dissuade her from proceeding. Clothes do make the man. Fortunate that she heeded young master's counsel. Ling Qingxue regarded the glowing staircase ahead, pondering, young master? Qingxue probably won't be able to ascend very far. Should I directly reveal my physique now? No response. At that moment, Shen Yun was furrowing his brow, examining character information. Daily intelligence on Ling Qingxue. She is preparing to join the sacred land of Yaoqi. As the nine heavens sacred body, Tao possesses the essence of nine sacred bodies, an unprecedented phenomenon throughout history. After a prolonged examination of her physique by the powerful beings of the sacred land, she is finally allowed to enter and observe the sacred land. How long is prolonged? Shen Yun felt a headache. He had no time to waste on this. Once it surpasses 12 o'clock, a multitude of players will flood into the immortal-seeking mobile game. Who can guarantee that Luo Hongxi won't be bound by others? Qingxue, go ahead and give it a try. Shen Yun fixed his gaze on Ling Qingxue, who was approaching the steps. I wonder if it will trigger the recharge prompt. The recharge prompt can appear actively, but can also be passively triggered through human intervention. However, such maneuvers hold little significance for players, primarily due to a lack of funds. And it might even put the character in peril, proving to be a fruitless endeavor. As she neared, Ling Qingxue arrived before the luminous steps and took a step forward. Boom! A formidable pressure swept in, bending Ling Qingxue's waist as if a mountain were pressing down on her. It's hopeless, she probably can't even ascend the first step. The two disciples guarding the mountain turned away, no longer interested in her flushed face and bulging veins on her forehead. The disciples of the sacred land traversing up and down also averted their gazes, initially thinking the girl might possess a special physique to test her luck, only to realize she was merely a spoiled little girl from a wealthy family. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Ling Qingxue's bent waist was gradually rising. This was because her benefactor, the young master, was silently supporting her from behind. Exceptional offer. Recharge 500. 000. Original price 980. 000. Unlock all the sacred body essences within Ling Qingxue's 9 heavens sacred body Tao, directly activating her physique. What is 500? 000. Recharge. Chapter 6. Unparalleled talent. All saints emerge from seclusion, shocking Yaoqi. At this moment, Ling Qingxue felt an overwhelming lightness coursing through her body, as if torrents of primordial power were boiling within her. The pressure from the so-called trial ladder vanished in an instant. At that moment, a soft voice echoed in her mind. Qingxue, this young master has activated your physique. The hardships of the past are but mere trials. From today onwards, all glory shall converge upon you. Go forth and splendidly demonstrate to the world what it means to embody the grandeur of an emperor. It was the young master assisting her. Ling Qingxue gazed into the void, envisioning a figure clad in pristine white, exuding an ethereal aura, silently watching over her. Though she could not see his face, she felt his gaze acutely at this moment. It was a more distinct sensation than any she had experienced in a tavern. He smiled, perhaps for the sake of her lips, and a gentle smile graced his features. I shall obey your command, young master. The next moment, whoosh! The full power of the gathering spiral realm erupted, and Ling Qingxue surged forward like an arrow, racing up the 1,000-meter-high steps. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept past the surrounding Yaoqi cultivators, causing many to frown. Who is this? The momentum is unabated. Hiss! My heavens! It's that girl challenging the trial ladder. The cultivators on the steps gaped in astonishment at the swiftly advancing figure. In the blink of an eye, she had surpassed 500 steps. Such speed for someone in the gathering spiral realm. What an impressive physique. 600. 600. She has reached 600 steps in the gathering spiral realm. That's the level of elite disciples. 650. How is she still maintaining her speed? Countless eyes were glued to the unyielding figure. The highest record in the gathering spiral realm is 695 steps. Those are prodigy-level disciples. 700 steps mark the threshold to semi-saint. Can she achieve it? The fervent discussions snapped the two guarding disciples back to reality. They abruptly turned to the steps, their pupils constricting. Hiss. 700. This. Boom. A faint golden light surged into the sky from the steps. This also signified that the cultivator ascending the ladder held the potential to reach semi-saint, though not absolute. It was the accumulated wisdom of the sacred land over countless millennia. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Upon reaching 700 steps, Ling Qingxue's physique erupted in full force, her speed soaring once more. Whoosh! Afterimages darted across the steps, igniting beams of radiant light. 800 steps. The golden radiance of a saint manifested. 900. Purple golden divine patterns. The presence of a great saint. My goodness. The disciples on the steps, witnessing the figure charging upward, were all exhilarated. Their faces flushed with excitement, screaming as they hurried up the mountain. I want to witness history. Go, junior sister. Charge, charge, charge. Meanwhile, within the sacred land, as the purple golden light soared skyward, boom, boom, boom. The vast Yaoqi sacred land reverberated with thunderous sounds, and the protective array was instantly activated. Simultaneously, all the peaks within the sacred land shot forth afterimages. Numerous elders transformed into streaks of light, slicing through the void. Their powerful auras fully unleashed, disregarding the guests within the sacred land, as if warning against something. No one shall compete with me for disciples. The grand elder roared with fervor. I am the holy master. You have the holy maiden as a disciple. Step aside. I am the holy master. I am also your senior sister. Yet, they were still a step too late. For ahead in the void stood 15 ethereal figures. The saints had been stirred. But then boom. A faint purple light illuminated from the trial ladder, solidifying the ethereal figures of the saints. All the cultivators within the Yaoqi sacred land wore expressions of shock. The potential of an emperor. How enviable. Yaoqi has stumbled upon a great fortune. While certain factions may have previously produced potential emperors, or even emperors, the Xiantian continent had not seen an emperor in tens of thousands of years. Who would not feel awe at witnessing such extraordinary potential? At this moment, the 15 saints of Yaoqi encircled the end of the steps, gazing at the now perspiring, heavily footed Ling Qingxue. In this realm, to leap across 920 steps in one go would be enough to inscribe her name in the annals of Yaoqi history. At this moment, no one dared to speak, fearful of disturbing Ling Qingxue's ascent. For every step beyond 900 would be akin to ascending to the heavens, radiating a despairing pressure. Upon witnessing Ling Qingxue step onto yet another step, the old saint at the center flickered with a glint in his eyes. Such a familiar aura of physique. Could it be the Tao body? The Tao body. But why does it still carry a hint of unfamiliarity? The elders exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with intrigue. It is known that the current Yaoqi holy maiden possesses the innate Tao body. However, when the holy maiden ascended the trial ladder, she had not reached the heights of the girl before them. Furthermore, while their physical auras may be similar, they are undoubtedly not identical. Exhausted, Ling Qingxue felt her waist once more bend under the pressure emanating from the steps. She dared not even breathe, fearing that a single breath would jettison her from the crushing weight. The fatigue washed over her like waves, suggesting that surrendering would allow her to indulge in a restful slumber. No, the young master is still watching. My time is running out. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth, laboriously moving her back foot onto the step. She recalled the young master's earlier words. If she did not enter the sacred land within an hour, he would depart. Perhaps thereafter, she would be unable to see him for a long time. Therefore, she must exert her utmost to present her finest self to the young master. However, as she secured her footing, her complexion began to pale. 925 steps. That should be her limit. Observing her condition, the old ancestors understood her state. Undoubtedly, her physique was astonishing. Yet, ultimately, her low cultivation level was her downfall. Achieving this number of steps at the gathering spiral first heaven was already unprecedented. But alas, Ling Qingxue's cultivation was too insufficient. Had she been at a higher realm, her temperament and willpower would have been incomparable to what they are now. Yet, it was already quite remarkable, an unparalleled jade. The visage of a prospective emperor, indeed, is a splendid notion. The venerable ancestors were filled with profound sentiments. eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the ascent to showcase their full prowess in a contest of allure and charisma to attract disciples. At that moment, the assembly observed that Ling Qingshue's form wavered, clearly struggling to sustain herself. The venerable leader of the Yaoqi, with a gentle demeanor, proclaimed, "My dear girl, you have proven yourself sufficiently exceptional. I, Yaoqi, hereby take you as my disciple." Upon hearing these words, Shen Yun gazed at the game screen with eager anticipation. At long last, she had entered the sacred grounds. With so many days to spare, one could only wonder whether the rewards would undergo any transformation. Ding! Congratulations, player, for achieving the hidden difficulty task, the first character to successfully enter the sacred grounds. Note: characters already bound to players who have entered the sacred grounds are invalid. Reward: rare item, character binding card. Designate any unbound character for binding, thus acquiring a second character slot. The item has been placed in the player's inventory. It was finally in his grasp. Shen Yun dismissed the notification, turning his attention to the still struggling Ling Qingxue. Enough, Qingxue, do not overexert yourself lest you jeopardize your foundation. Is it that the young master is disappointed in me? For I have yet to reach the summit in less than an hour? Ling Qingxue's lips pressed together in determination. She recalled that the young master wished for her to exhibit the stature of an emperor. However, she had not yet traversed even 1,000 steps, and he urged her to relinquish her efforts. It was not that her constitution was lacking, but rather that her performance had not yet met his expectations. The young master was correct. Surely, it was I who had not yet pushed my potential to its limits. With this thought, she bit her tongue, summoning a fierce resolve, her eyes burning with fervor as she ascended 2 steps in rapid succession. Buzz! At that moment, a pressure akin to the weight of the heavens bore down upon her, causing her very bones to resonate with a thunderous roar. Yet, almost immediately, a dazzling holy radiance erupted from within her. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a thunderous rumble akin to a landslide resonated within Ling Qingxue. Behind her, an ethereal figure, seated amidst the starry expanse and enveloped by the boundless Tao, materialized. This golden holy radiance. The elders of Yaoqi widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "It is the manifestation of a saintly body. I understand now. She embodies the innate saintly body Tao. The legendary saintly body Tao." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Break through! With a commanding shout, the onlookers finally realized that the figure beneath the extraordinary manifestation had reached the 990th step, stepping forth with a resounding crash. Boom! As Ling Qingxue ascended the 1,000 steps, a dense purple light surged from the staircase behind her, sending her dark hair aflame, coupled with the ethereal figure behind her. Bathed in this purple radiance, she appeared as if an invincible emperor emerging into the world amidst an aura of celestial energy. Hiss! This girl! She possesses the stature of an emperor. Chapter 7. Finding the previous life character, Luo Hongxi. The stature of an emperor. Wow! The ecstatic cries, now pitched with excitement, instantly enveloped the sacred grounds of Yaoqi. No way! She truly ascended the 1,000 steps. Innate saintly body Tao. This is simply inconceivable. This is the rumored supreme constitution. All the female disciples of Yaoqi watched in rapture as Ling Qingxue, with her flowing hair, stood defiant. In this lifetime, this sister shall undoubtedly attain enlightenment and ascend to imperial status. Haha, with such a sister, we can truly relax. The crowd instinctively altered their titles. Given Ling Qingxue's extraordinary talent, what did it matter if her cultivation was low? Did they not see how the elders were already smiling as they approached, enveloping her in their admiration? The status of elder disciples surged. With her presence, as long as she did not perish prematurely, the prospect of ascending to emperorhood seemed promising. Consequently, the entire Yaoqi would bask in her protection, and naturally, the happiness was palpable. My dear girl, I hear you are of the Ling surname? I recall that there does not seem to be a particularly powerful Ling clan in the eastern region. An elder remarked with a warm smile, only to be nudged aside by an elder crone beside him. What need is there for further deliberation? This disciple is already mine. Out of the way. Amidst the throng of saints surrounding her, Ling Qingxue merely looked upward, her face radiant with joy. Young master, I have succeeded. In her eyes, their praises paled in comparison to the recognition bestowed upon her by the young master. Haha, remarkable. Shen Yun expressed his heartfelt admiration. The strength of her constitution was one matter, but to wield it so effectively on her first attempt spoke volumes of Ling Qingxue's indomitable will. Well then, the time for your glory has arrived. I shall not intrude any longer. Are you leaving, young master? Ling Qingxue's smile faltered, her tone tinged with uncertainty. When will you come to see Qingxue? The notion of glory held little significance to her. She feared that the enigmatic young master, who provided her with immense comfort and security, might vanish without a trace. Focus on your cultivation. I shall appear when the time is right. With that, Shen Yun instructed. By the way, Qingxue, should you encounter any items within the sacred grounds that evoke a sense of familiarity and fondness, feel free to attempt to collect them. Regardless of their quality, they will be useful to me. After laboring for most of the day, he certainly could not overlook such an important matter regarding feedback items. Items that evoke familiarity essentially referred to objects capable of reflecting reality. Any item collected by a character could be extracted by the player. Familiar items? Ling Qingxue did not grasp the significance, but knowing it was a request from the young master, she replied earnestly, "Rest assured, young master, I shall search diligently." "Very well. Then, has the young master departed?" Ling Qingxue noted that the gaze that had been upon her had vanished. Composing herself, she turned her attention to the Yaoqi saints around her. Next, she would familiarize herself with this place before seeking out that old crone and the Iron Wolf gang for vengeance. At 11:30, using the item in advance should pose no issue. Shen Yun opened the character binding card in his inventory and clicked to use it. Ding! Item used successfully. The current player may input approximate character information for easy reference. Note: characters previously bound by players cannot be bound again by others. Shen Yun observed the form before him, entering a series of details. Name: Luo Hongxi. Family coordinates: Eastern Region, Haishi City, Luo family. Confirm. Information searching. Ding. Target detected at Haishi City, Luo family. Please confirm if the target is to be bound. As the prompt appeared, the image of Ling Qingxue diminished to the top right corner and muted automatically. The main area of the game projected into a small courtyard within the Luo family. A gentle rain fell like a flurry of petals. A young girl clad in a flowing green gown tended to a patch of low-tier spirit herbs in the courtyard. With skin as pure as snow and a refined visage, her eyes sparkled with vivacity, though her expression was somewhat distant, as if preoccupied with her thoughts. Unlike Ling Qingxue's proportionate figure, Luo Hongxi possessed a more voluptuous form, often unable to see her toes when looking down. However, Shen Yun had long since grown accustomed to such appearances, finding no particular astonishment in it. The feeling of reuniting with an old friend was truly delightful. Observing the familiar face of the girl within the screen, Shen Yun raised his hand to point. "Long time no see, little Hongdo. Character binding confirmed." Ding. "Congratulations, player, for binding the second character, Luo Hongxi." Ding. "You are the first player in the entire server to bind a second character, and as such, you have received a permanent half-price card. Effect: when purchasing recharge prompts for the second character, Luo Hongxi, the cost will be permanently halved." Oh, what a delightful benefit. Shen Yun was pleasantly surprised. This item would save him a significant sum. He then opened the character information floating above Luo Hongxi's head. Seeing her dazed expression, it seemed likely that her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, intended to call off their engagement. The character information refreshed daily, with event content being random. Should any danger arise, players could preemptively instruct their characters to avoid peril. Daily report on Luo Hongxi. Today, she received an invitation from the Zhang family, the young master, Zhang Fenghua, will come to discuss the marriage contract established in their childhood, as they have never met and lack any emotional foundation. Luo Hongxi appears somewhat bewildered about her future. However, the Luo family remained unaware that Zhang Fenghua, owing to his exceptional talents, had joined the formidable sect of Wentian. Resolutely abandoning the ancestral pact between their families to annul the engagement, lest Luo Hongxi hinder his promising future. The player, relying on daily intelligence, assumes the role of a wise elder, providing strategies to characters like the revered deity to enhance their favorability. As for the daily sign-in, it typically yields mere low-grade spirit stones and elixirs. When genuine trouble arises, one must resort to in-game purchases, which hold little value for Shen Yun at present. Setting aside the strategizing, his appetite for violence was indeed ignited. "You little beggar, it has been quite some time since the annulment of the engagement," Zhang Fenghua, emboldened by Luo Hongxi's subsequent rise, sought to rekindle their past. Yet by then, Luo Hongxi had already discerned his avaricious nature. His unfulfilled pursuit not only brought the Zhang family's oppression upon the Luo clan, but also allied with Zhou Qiaoqiao and her ilk to assassinate the fleeing Luo Hongxi. Regrettably, Luo Hongxi never had the chance to exact revenge on him. Chapter 8. An engagement annulment? I shall first rest you. At that moment, the game interface displayed a notification for in-game purchases. Intelligence special offer. Spend 59 yuan. Half-price card 295 yuan. To obtain Luo Hongxi's personal information, permanently saved. Upon purchase, Shen Yun acquired a chibi avatar of Luo Hongxi, which appeared alongside Ling Qingxue in the projection below. The avatar gazed vacantly at the sky, exuding an adorably naive demeanor. "You shall soon be incensed," Shen Yun mused as he opened the profile to review. Name: Luo Hongxi. Affiliation: Second Tier Force, Blackstone City's Luo family. Affiliation classification: Third Tier, Second Tier, First Tier. Top Tier, Super Tier, Sacred Lands, Ancient Families. Age: 19. Current realm: Gathering Spin, Third Layer. Cultivation inclination: Alchemy, Swordsmanship. Cultivation aptitude: Medium grade with Spiritual Root. Spiritual Root quality classification: Mortal, Low grade. Medium grade, High grade, Supreme, Perfect, Innate, King grade, Divine grade, Sacred grade, Honorable grade, Emperor grade. Self-taught profession: Alchemy apprentice. Personal status. In a daze. Character synopsis. The daughter of the Luo family patriarch. Her grandfather had deep ties with the elders of the Zhang family, hence the childhood engagement was established. Her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, displayed prodigious talent from a young age and joined Wentian early. He is proud and disdainful of marrying a weakling, and is about to annul the engagement. The Luo family welcomed them, only to be presented with a letter of divorce, leaving their dignity in tatters. This matter could have been resolved privately, but Zhang Fenghua's action was a performance for a female disciple of Wentian who had feelings for him, to prevent any grievances from affecting his ascension. The Zhang family arrived with great momentum, accompanied by a steward from Wentian, leaving the Luo family members enraged yet powerless. Only Luo Qinghe, Luo father, was concerned that this incident would tarnish his daughter's reputation, angrily questioning the Wentian steward, who subdued him with a mere glance. Subsequently, the Zhang family departed. A familiar plot, indeed. Shen Yun, observing the dazed Luo Hongxi, resolved to reveal the truth and pressed the microphone. Ding. Limited time discount on communication methods. Recharge 3 yuan for a half-price version at 15 yuan. Money, it seemed, was required at every turn. Shen Yun scrolled down, purchasing a 324 yuan deluxe voice communication package. Stop daydreaming. The Zhang family will annul the engagement shortly. You ought to contemplate your response. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind, leaving Luo Hongxi bewildered. Annul the engagement? This news unexpectedly brought her some joy. Yet her brows furrowed as she scanned her surroundings. Who are you? How do you know this? Perhaps it is fate. I foresaw that the Zhang family would annul the engagement, not through private negotiation, but rather as common knowledge. What? Luo Hongxi's eyes widened, fury rising within her. The Zhang family intended to make a grand spectacle of the annulment. How could the Luo family maintain their dignity in Blackstone City? The engagement was merely a verbal agreement from the previous generation. It could have been resolved privately, but this was too much. However, upon further reflection, she began to doubt the mysterious individual's claims, considering the long-standing relationship between the Zhang and Luo families. If the Zhang family pursued this course of action, the Luo family would undoubtedly suffer a tarnished reputation, and her own honor would also bear the stain. It would be a blatant affront, tearing apart their relationship. Yet soon, a Luo family disciple rushed in, shattering her illusions. Not good, Sister Hongxi. Zhang Fenghua has come with the Wentian steward to annul the engagement. He actually brought someone from Wentian. Even Luo Hongxi, despite her innocence, understood that he feared the Luo family might object. Hence he brought a powerhouse from Wentian to apply pressure. I wouldn't care less about you, Zhang Fenghua. Infuriated, she hastened toward the main hall, only to hear the mysterious voice once more. I suggest you take the initiative, otherwise, your father may act rashly in defense of you, potentially provoking the Wentian steward and suffering dire consequences. If word spreads that the Luo family patriarch acted recklessly against Wentian, consider whether the Luo family could maintain their standing in the city. This, Luo Hongxi's heart quaked. Her father was indeed protective. This scenario was entirely plausible. Upon realizing this, she slowed her pace, murmuring to herself, Please, esteemed elder, guide me on what to do, and I shall express my gratitude afterward. Since this mysterious individual was adept at predictions, their solutions would undoubtedly be more comprehensive than her own. Ding. Congratulations, player, for earning the trust of character Luo Hongxi, gaining 20 favorability points. Indeed, mentioning her father's matters secured her belief. Shen Yun chuckled, shaking his head. In his previous life, he could hardly afford character profiles and was unfamiliar with Luo Hongxi. He had to plead tirelessly to gain a mere 20 favorability points. Now reborn. It was all too effortless. Clearing his throat, Shen Yun lowered his voice to enhance his credibility. As the female party, you are the innocent victim. Proactively draft a divorce letter for the Zhang family. I believe the Wentian steward would hesitate to make things difficult for a young lady. Subsequently, no matter how the Zhang family chooses to disseminate the news, you can simply state it was your initiative to annul the engagement, preserving the Luo family's dignity. Naturally, as long as the Zhang family wasn't foolish, they would refrain from publicizing this matter, for it would only bring shame upon themselves. Thus, the matter would be resolved. Wouldn't it? Exactly. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled as she turned to dash toward her study, seeking to clarify her doubts. Esteemed elder, why is Zhang Fenghua doing this? Have we offended him? Sipping his goji berry tea, Shen Yun elaborated. Within Wentian, a phoenix has taken a liking to him, yet you, a mere sparrow, are engaged to him, which obstructs his ascent, does it not? He disregards the bonds between our families for such a trivial matter. Luo Hongxi privately rejoiced that she had not married this opportunist. Since you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being heartless. Upon reaching the study, she swiftly spread out the paper and began to write. Meanwhile, in the Luo family hall, annul the engagement. The patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Qinghe, glared coldly at the Zhang elders seated at the head of the table. Does your Zhang family truly disregard the ties between our families? Though phrased as a question, he was acutely aware of the elder's stance. Clearly, the Luo family had fallen from grace, unworthy of friendship with the Zhang family. Calm yourself, Uncle Luo. Zhang Fenghua said with a smile, sipping his tea. The Zhang family will provide compensation, a low-grade 5th-tier spirit-nourishing pill, which may assist a Luo family expert in breaking through to the soul refinement realm. For a 2nd-tier family with only a Sea Horizon realm expert, a 5th-tier spirit-nourishing pill was indeed a notable treasure. However, the expressions of the Luo family members darkened considerably, for the matter could not be settled so simply. Yet, with the Wentian steward seated beside Zhang Fenghua, who would dare to voice their dissent? After placing the elixir on the table, Zhang Fenghua disregarded the crowd's reactions and produced a divorce letter, placing it upon the table. Upon seeing the glaring words divorce letter, Luo Qinghe clenched his fists, ready to speak, only to meet the gaze of the Wentian steward, who had opened his eyes. The unintentional pressure and aura overwhelmed Luo Qinghe's heart. Yet, for the sake of his daughter's reputation and future happiness, he had to speak up. Suddenly, a spirited voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Annul the engagement? That suits me perfectly. The crowd turned to see Luo Hongxi boldly entering the hall, unafraid. Haha. It seems Sister Hongxi understands that a forcibly twisted fruit is not sweet. Zhang Fenghua chuckled, pleased that his intentions had been realized. Kolo Hongxi did not even glance at him, but instead first saluted the steward of the Weniangong. Junior pays respect to the elder of Weniangong. The elder, unaware of her intentions, was nonetheless taken aback by the formality, but since it was the junior who was bowing, he regained his composure and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Hongxi. Luo Qinghe was growing increasingly anxious, frowning as he fixed his gaze upon his daughter. While casually speaking of a marriage annulment, the repercussions could affect her entire life. However, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Luo Hongxi also produced a decree of divorce from her sleeve and, in front of the already scowling Zhang Fenghua, placed it directly atop his own decree. Today, this young lady also presents you with a decree of divorce. Our engagement is hereby nullified. Silence. In that moment, a pin drop could be heard in the hall. Who could have anticipated that Luo Hongxi would resort to such a tactic? Yet this undoubtedly relieved the members of the Luo family, who could hardly contain their admiration and wished to give her a thumbs up, proclaiming her brilliance. If the Zhang family could annul the engagement, so could the Luo family. Chapter 9. The Sword Sect Accepts Disciples. Continuing the narrative. The teacher shall see who dares to make a fuss. Upon witnessing this, the steward of Wentiangong closed his eyes. He truly found it inappropriate to intervene in this matter. The young lady had first offered him a salute, which could be interpreted as a gesture of courtesy before the conflict. Yet how could Zhang Fenghua allow Luo Hongxi to have her way? If he were to return to Weniangong after being divorced by a woman, what face would he have left? If his senior sister, who was fond of him, were to find out, it would be disastrous. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Fenghua picked up the decree from the table and smiled. Sister Hongxi truly enjoys jesting. This is merely a blank piece of paper. With that, the ink on the paper vanished. Zhang Fenghua, you are going too far. Luo Hongxi could no longer contain her fury, glaring at him as she shouted. She had initially intended to downplay the situation, thinking it would suffice for everyone to have their own decree of divorce for the sake of appearances. Yet Zhang Fenghua was clearly intent on humiliating the Luo family and her, especially since she was aware that this man was exploiting the Luo family for his own gain. Her anger surged. Excuse me for the disturbance. I shall take my leave. With his objective achieved, Zhang Fenghua stood to depart. Zhang Xiaoyu. Luo Qinghe spoke with a cold demeanor, but was interrupted by the steward of Weniangong. Master Luo, let the juniors resolve their own matters. This unreasonable stance infuriated Luo Qinghe. However, his daughter stopped him with a hand, shaking her head slightly. It's all right, father. The Luo family cannot afford to offend Weniangong. And with Zhang Fenghua now in a position of power and so shameless, if he were to truly turn hostile, it would only bring harm to the Luo family. But your reputation, what does it matter? After all, I am not married. Luo Hongxi smiled gently to reassure her father, though her eyes brimmed with indignation and helplessness. As a woman, how could she not care about her own honor? Yet what could she do? Ding. Character humiliated. Activating face-slapping recharge discount. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Shen Yun was also feeling agitated, unable to tolerate Zhang Fenghua as pretentiousness. Face-slapping special offer 1. The shame of today shall be repaid tomorrow. Recharge 388, half price. Character S spiritual root enhanced to perfection. Cultivation speed drastically increased. On-the-spot face-slapping gift pack. Recharge 28888, half price. Activate character's supreme sword cultivation talent. Sword heart clarity. Sword comprehension rapidly increases. After recharging, the character will unleash a formidable sword intent, attracting the strongest sword cultivator nearby to take her as a disciple, delivering a face slap to Zhang Fenghua on the spot. Who saves face for the new year? Shen Yun directly purchased the on-the-spot face-slapping gift pack and activated the microphone. That brat is genuinely annoying. I find it displeasing to watch. Today, I shall grant you a fortuitous turn of events. Huh. Luo Hongxi was bewildered. What did this senior intend to do? Suddenly, boom. An astonishing sword intent erupted from her body, soaring into the sky. Luo Qinghe, closest to her, was rendered speechless. His daughter merely enjoyed practicing swordplay and had never exhibited exceptional talent. What on earth was this remarkable sword intent? Luo Hongxi herself was also stunned. Only those with formidable sword cultivation talent could give rise to sword intent. This was an excellent foundation for swordsmanship, and in that moment, she realized that all the sword techniques she had previously learned had merged perfectly. Even her sword comprehension had surged to such heights. Luo Hongxi stared blankly at the void, her voice trembling. Senior? What on earth did you do? How did you suddenly enhance my swordsmanship talent? Sword intent. Ha ha. Splendid. The steward of Weniangong was overjoyed, swiftly appearing before Luo Hongxi. As a steward of the sect, he often ventured out to seek disciples with outstanding aptitude. This young woman, exuding sword intent that pierced the heavens, evidently possessed astonishing potential for sword cultivation. If he were to bring her back to Weniangong, it would be a significant achievement. Could it be that her grievances had activated her sword intent? The most displeased in the hall were undoubtedly the members of the Zhang family, especially Zhang Fenghua, whose expression fluctuated between green and red. If it turned out that Luo Hongxi's sword cultivation talent was merely average, it would be bearable. However, if her talent was extraordinary, he would regret it deeply. Damn it. The Luo family must have concealed this information. Otherwise, I would have had some leeway. Zhang Fenghua cast a cold glance at the Luo family, hoping that Luo Hongxi's potential was not remarkable. Luo Hongxi, is it? The steward of Weniangong stroked his beard and smiled. I am He Yuan. You may call me Steward He. Would you be interested in joining Weniangong? Aware of the earlier unpleasantness between the Zhang and Luo families, he continued, the matter of the divorce decree can be discussed privately between the two families. The Zhang family will not spread any rumors. How does that sound? Senior, are you present? Luo Hongxi bowed her head in contemplation. But internally, she was anxiously calling out, Senior, I do not wish to go to Weniangong. Could you please help me? I implore you, Senior. She had observed the steward of Weniangong's demeanor and felt no affinity towards him. Yet the Luo family was but a minor force, and she dared not offend him. She could only seek assistance from this mysterious senior. Ding. From character Luo Hongxi, admiration received. Favorability increased by 20. In mere moments, Luo Hongxi's favorability had risen to 70 points. This was the joy of spending money. Shen Yun reclined on the sofa, smiling. No need to panic. The sword intent you emit is sufficient to attract nearby sword cultivators. Someone will come to take you as a disciple. After all, having spent 28,000. Without discounts, it would be 56,000. Surely a formidable sword cultivator will come. Indeed, just as Shen Yun's words fell, a woman clad in a dark robe, with flowing white hair, appeared within the grand hall of the Luo family. This disciple, I shall take. Her cold voice resonated with an undeniable authority throughout the room. I shall see who dares oppose. He Yuan's eyes widened as he turned sharply. Upon seeing the woman's serene visage, he refrained from any excessive actions, instead bowing deeply. It is an honor to meet Elder Lin Sheng of the Tianyin Sword Sect. Elder Lin Sheng of the Tianyin Sword Sect. Luo Qinghe and the others were taken aback, hastily offering their respects. Junior pays respect to Elder Lin. The Tianyin Sword Sect, a venerable power among the super sects, with a long-standing legacy, was particularly noted for its sword cultivators, whose combat prowess was exceedingly formidable. Notably, among the super sects, few possessed saints overseeing them, as their foundations were not as deep as those of holy lands or ancient families. Yet the Tianyin Sword Sect very likely had saint-level sword cultivator ancestors. Thus, one could appreciate the formidable foundation of this sect. Elder Lin Sheng, one of the strongest elders of Tianyin Sword Sect, boasted cultivation at the Heavenly One realm, holding an exalted status and exceptional prowess. Naturally, lower-tier cultivators had to pay their respects upon encountering her. As a minor sword cultivator, Luo Hongxi had heard of Lin Sheng's achievements, and upon meeting her in person, she was akin to a starstruck fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Sheng, noticing her excitement, revealed a gentle smile. Clearly, this young girl with the talent of sword heart clarity was destined to become a disciple of Tianyin Sword Sect. Do you wish to take me as your master? What? The crowd was left dumbfounded. She was directly inviting Luo Hongxi to become her disciple. Was her talent truly that astonishing? Meanwhile, Zhang Fenghua, who was still bowing, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It is all the fault of the Luo family for concealing this matter. Otherwise, she would have been mine. He, too, is a disciple of a formidable power, albeit merely an ordinary disciple and not one favored by the elders. The senior sister who admired him is indeed a disciple of an elder, but her master cannot be compared to Lin Sheng in any way. This realization filled Zhang Fenghua with regret, wishing he could slap himself twice. Had he not been so hasty, the talented young woman before him would not only belong to him, but he could also have forged a connection with the Tianyin Sword Sect. At this moment, Luo Hongxi was beside herself with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. I must, cough cough, it seems that with a master, I've forgotten my own identity. Ah, well, so be it. Her words startled Luo Hongxi, prompting her to plead fervently, Senior, you jest. How could I dare forget your instructions? You are my benefactor. Rest assured, I shall deal with Zhang Fenghua immediately. Her swordsmanship talent was bestowed upon her by this mysterious senior. She had merely been overly thrilled just moments ago. With a swift gesture, she pointed at the embarrassed Zhang Fenghua before exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Today, I have divorced you." Goodness, first and foremost, one must pay homage to the master. The members of the Luo family were nearly driven to madness, wishing they could transform into Luo Hongxi and kneel at Lin Sheng's feet, banging their heads in reverence. Lin Sheng was quite taken aback. After learning the circumstances from Luo Qinghe, he waved his hand to summon paper and ink, presenting them to Luo Hongxi. "Write whatever you wish. I shall see who dares to utter a word of dissent." Chapter 10. Regret Beyond Measure. The incomparable fiancé E is lost. The quest for immortality explodes worldwide. "Hey, thank you, master," Luo Hongxi exclaimed joyfully, hastily taking the materials and quickly penning her thoughts. The way she addressed him as master filled Lin Sheng with immense delight. It is no wonder she holds such significance for him among sword cultivators. The highest tier of talent is the innate sword embryo. Such individuals are born for the sword, with the sword serving them. The second tier comprises those with a natural sword body and sword bones, excelling in both offensive capabilities and innate qualities. The third tier is characterized by a clear sword heart, marked by astonishing comprehension of swordsmanship. Though lacking the damage enhancement of the second tier, their insight is only marginally inferior to the sword body and sword bones. The fourth tier consists of those exceptionally gifted in sword cultivation. Lin Sheng himself possesses a clear sword heart, a rarity in itself, and naturally, he was overjoyed to accept a disciple with the same caliber of talent. Moments later, having completed the divorce papers, Luo Hongxi flung them towards Zhang Fenghua, declaring, "Behold, it is I, Luo Hongxi, who has divorced you. From this day forth, the Zhang family and the Luo family shall have no further entanglements." Since the other party was shameless, she decided to tear off the facade. Now that she was a disciple of the Tianyin sword sect, she had the confidence to utter such words. Zhang Fenghua's complexion alternated between red and pale. If he returned to the sect now, he would have lost all face. Yet, he dared not refuse, feigning a bitter smile as he caught the flying divorce papers. "Sister Hongxi, please do not be angry. I shall come to apologize in the future." No one knew why he had called off the engagement, and such words left room for speculation. Once he returned, he would devise a sincere excuse to visit, hoping that the Luo family and Luo Hongxi would change their attitude towards him. At that time, he would have plenty of ways to make this naive girl fall for him. "This is my fiancée. I cannot give up." How could Zhang Fenghua abandon a fiancée with such potential? Had he known this would happen, he would never have called off the engagement. But now that it was too late to regret, he could only find an excuse to make amends later. "There's no need for that. Please take your leave." Luo Hongxi dismissed him with indifference, turning her back. "Senior Lin, Uncle Luo, I bid you farewell." Zhang Fenghua and his entourage left in a dejected state. The steward of the Qiantian sect could not linger either. With a farewell, he departed. "Hongxi," Lin Sheng said softly as he regarded her, "if there is nothing else, shall we return to the sect?" Luo Qinghe, observing his daughter's reluctant expression, smiled and assured, "Senior Lin, please do not take offense. Hongxi rarely travels far. She likely does not know how wonderful it is to join the Tianyin sword sect." "Of course, I know," Luo Hongxi pouted defiantly, genuinely reluctant to part from her family. Lin Sheng, unhurried, smiled as he waited for her to bid farewell to her family before taking her hand and leaping away. Suddenly, she gasped, looking at Luo Hongxi in surprise. "Hongxi, you possess a perfect wood spirit root, yet your cultivation is so low? Could it be that it was activated upon awakening your sword cultivation talent?" Luo Hongxi stared blankly at her. "I do not know. That must be the case." "Senior, can you hear me?" Luo Hongxi called out eagerly. Surely, it was the senior who had silently aided her. Such powerful supernatural means were unheard of to her, and she was curious about why the senior was helping her. "What is the matter? Are you heading to the Tianyin sword sect?" Shen Yun had just gone to fetch takeout from a 5-star hotel. He had only eaten a piece of bread in the morning, and this villa was only occupied by him and his ex-girlfriend. With no one to cook, his stomach was growling. Upon returning, he noticed the young girl had achieved a favorability score of 85, and she had already left the Luo family. "Yes, thank you, senior." Luo Hongxi expressed her gratitude, then curiously inquired, "Senior, you mentioned we are fated. What does that mean? Or is there something you require of me?" She understood that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Fate is preordained, ineffable. Indeed, there is a need for your assistance. In the future, if you encounter any favorable items, please help me collect them. Shen Yun explained the item setting in detail. Luo Hongxi subtly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, senior, I shall diligently seek them out." After all, the senior had also stated that if the items were of too high a quality for her to obtain, it would be fine. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now." Luo Hongxi was taken aback. "When will you appear again?" Had it not been for this senioress appearance, the Luo family would have surely faced disgrace today, and her reputation would have been tarnished. The abrupt departure left her feeling quite forlorn. Unbeknownst to her, This senior, who had altered her fate, had already carved a deep impression in her heart. Do come by when you have the time. While you cultivate, do not forget to collect items for me. He chuckled at the sight of Luo Hongxi's tightly pursed lips and resolute expression. This girl is indeed quite charming in her early stages, though she may seem naive. Luo Hongxi is a genuinely innocent girl. She appears carefree but understands everything. She simply chooses not to dwell on worries. As she often says, a day spent in joy is as fleeting as a day spent in sorrow. Why not choose happiness? However, after enduring numerous hardships later on, her character would undergo a profound transformation, and it would no longer be as simple as choosing to be happy. Time to eat. Exiting the game, Shen Yun indulged in his takeout, while simultaneously browsing the internet for updates. At that moment, the online discourse had erupted. Upon opening the short video, he could already envision the upcoming trends mirroring those of his past life, all centered around the mobile game, Quest for Immortality. Moreover, it was set to explode in every corner of the globe. Indeed, the video homepage was filled with trending game content. Top headline: a groundbreaking mobile game, Quest for Immortality, has emerged. In a reality where cultivation resources are scarce, this mobile game, which provides feedback on cultivation items, will become humanity's second home. Players have already begun to receive feedback items. Latest hot topic: global internet users are praying to their respective deities, hoping for a game that belongs to their own culture rather than a Huaxia-style cultivation mobile game. Meanwhile, the popularity of books related to cultivation themes in major bookstores and novel websites is soaring. Mystics speculate the realistic game projection technology. This is undoubtedly a mobile game developed by the Heavenly Tao, aimed at accelerating the rise of cultivators in the real world. Xiantian News. Before the game's launch, it can be found in mobile app stores worldwide. Players in the Huaxia region have already preloaded 10,000 yuan online, showcasing their spending. They are expected to rank among the top 50 wealthy players worldwide. Top 100 enterprises from various countries jointly stated they request the game's officials to open recharge channels, willing to recharge game currency at a rate of 1,500 or even higher. Love expert. The current single rate is alarmingly high. Virtual electronic girlfriends and boyfriends are poised to become people's future emotional solace. Chapter 11. The True Touch of the Fairy. 3 feedback artifacts. Official cultivation report. Starting today, the classification of cultivators in the Huaxia region has been redefined, abolishing the ranks from warrior to grandmaster, now categorized according to the cultivation realms found within the game. Good news for workers. Major conglomerates have begun recruiting players with exceptional character qualifications. Registration hotline available. The trending content is densely packed, all related to Seeking Immortality mobile game. Moreover, the videos shared by netizens feature their respective game characters. Shen Yun casually scrolled through a character who had joined a top-tier faction, garnering over 500,000 likes and comments. Enthusiastic netizen, top-tier faction. I'm just a lowly branch disciple of a third-rate family, starting as a true young master returning, only to be humiliated. My initial recharge of 6 yuan unlocked my character's spiritual root cultivation, slapping my family in the face. But the recharge channel is closed. It's infuriating. Online dating king. I never expected a virtual girlfriend would make me lose all appetite for her. I am determined to transform into the king of devoted suitors. I'll summon all the characters from my fish pond to assist her. I want a rebirth. Who would have thought? I discovered this game just last week. It was still in pre-launch, allowing players to pay in advance, and I thought it was garbage and blocked it. If I had the chance again, I would sell my house just to recharge, crying my heart out. On the island next door, damn, some otaku spent 100,000. I heard he even married the daughter of a conglomerate, making headlines everywhere, almost deifying him. Are there any high-spending players? I want to show off. I'm a little fairy. CPDD, can you add me as a friend, big shot? I'm a beauty. And my character is a beauty too, you know? Chowing S Supreme Commander. Only 5 points of affinity? Pathetic, I'm already at 15 points. I've heard that at 100 points, one can do as they please. If you want to learn, message me privately. I'll only teach the beautiful ladies, thanks. The players' comments are a colorful array, filled with grievances about the closure of the recharge channel, yet they still appear to be in high spirits. However, after the game updates at midnight tomorrow, complaints will surely flood the internet. Shen Yun smiled faintly, for after the update, demonic beasts in the game will descend upon various mountains and even assault human cities. Furthermore, some shape-shifting demonic beasts will infiltrate human cities to hunt humans and grow stronger. Fortunately, the initial wave of demonic beasts is not exceedingly powerful, and the hot weapon lines established around the cities remain quite intimidating. As for within the cities, the official Demon Suppression Division will dispatch powerful individuals to eliminate the beasts. The spiritual energy of Blue Star has been revitalized for 50 years, and there are always exceptionally gifted individuals who have been recruited by the state to form the Demon Suppression Division. Initially, they were tasked with dealing with various evil entities that had absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as those self-proclaimed experts who had learned spells from their homeland. It was only after the demonic beasts emerged in reality that they surfaced to guard the cities, becoming known to the world. However, as the ensuing demonic beasts grow stronger, many with low cultivation may meet their end at their jaws once hot weapons become ineffective, especially since Blue Star will expand due to the game's spiritual energy feedback, leading to chaotic warfare among the major cities. The tranquility is on the verge of being shattered. Only with formidable strength can one ensure their safety. Yet, the impending arrival of the demonic beasts also represents an opportunity, for within them are many juvenile demonic beastlings. If one captures a well-endowed creature and binds a contract, it could grow into a powerful and loyal ally. Contemplating this, Shen Yun's gaze sharpened. I recall there is a nine-tailed fox near a May mountain, with ancestral bloodlines that hint at an imperial lineage. It was ranked first on the list of extraordinary beasts in Blue Star, compiled after the arrival of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. That fox, due to its illustrious ancestry, belongs to the Celestial Fox clan, and was placed at the top of the extraordinary beast ranking. Unfortunately, that Celestial Fox has since matured and transformed into human society, making it difficult to trace. Shen Yun was certain of the proximity to a May mountain, as numerous tourists had reported sightings of the multi-tailed fox that day. Moreover, it possesses a remarkable teleportation ability, widely propagated, later confirmed by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion as the Celestial Fox clan's innate divine ability, spatial flicker. But at present, I am merely an ordinary person. Shen Yun shook his head in regret. A teleporting fox cub, if it could be easily captured, would have long since been claimed by someone in my previous life. After finishing his meal, Shen Yun ascended to his room, lay on the bed, and opened the game, where the interface promptly revealed two chibi cartoon figures, Luo Hongxi, who was exploring a chibi sect, seemingly just having joined the Tianyin Sword sect, and Ling Qingxue, who held a glowing book, occasionally frowning and then appearing lost in thought. The game interface split in two. With a single click, one could project the other's true image. To Shen Yun's delight, Ling Qingxue's chibi character displayed a red number 3 on her waist storage pouch. Goodness, 3 feedback artifacts. His face lit up with excitement. Indeed, the more formidable the character, the more potent the feedback, a reward on the very first day. In contrast, it had taken over half a month for Luo Hongxi to find him the cleansing bone elixir in his previous life. Shen Yun swiftly clicked on Ling Qingxue's chibi character, and her cultivation cave appeared before him. Ling Qingxue had changed into a long skirt befitting a disciple of the Yaoqi sect. The gown, predominantly platinum in hue, exuded an air of nobility and elegance, enhanced by the Yaoqi sect's insignia on her chest, adding a sense of gravitas compared to her previous ostentatious semi-saint attire. Simultaneously, Ling Qingxue's 9 heavens holy body Dao had bestowed upon her a familiar gaze that fell upon her. "Young master, you're here?" she exclaimed joyfully, rising to look into the void. It seems your treatment is quite good. You've swiftly begun studying the imperial scripture." Shen Yun observed the cover of the imperial scripture in her hands, his eyelid twitching slightly. "The Yaoqi sect has quite the discernment. If you suffer any grievances here, feel free to inform this young master." Yaoqi imperial scripture, starting off at such a high level compared to others. It's a lie to say I'm not envious. Regrettably, even if I were to see it, the feedback artifact would be obscured in the game. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue is mine. The stronger she becomes, the greater my benefits. Your words are so imposing, young master. Ling Qingxue gazed at the void with shining eyes. If the Yaoqi sect lacked discernment, would the young master have had to take action? Her tone was bold, yet she believed it wholeheartedly. Touched, Ling Qingxue softly murmured. Qingxue owes her current fortunes greatly to the young master. Endless thanks for your profound grace. With that, she softened her knees, preparing to perform a grand bow. Ding. Players show off gift pack. Recharge 28. A wisp of divine thought prevents Ling Qingxue's character from kneeling, while also remaining undetectable by the ancestral figures of the Holy Land, astonishing the character with your prowess. Temporarily boosts low-level players' cultivation. This show-off was quite optional. Shen Yun smirked, raising his hand to click on the recharge button. Showing off was secondary. Exhibiting benevolence was simply a means to elevate one's prestige. However, his hand soon halted. Ding. Luxurious show-off gift. Recharge 288. The player can reach into the projection to assist Ling Qingxue to her feet. Indeed, the key aspect is the fairy's genuine touch. Temporarily boosts players' cultivation. Warm reminder. The luxurious show-off gift requires player affinity to be raised to 95 points or above. 95 points can do this. Shen Yun was somewhat surprised. No wonder it's so challenging to increase affinity. It secretly implies the ability to touch across 2 realms. Let us test its effects. He promptly purchased the luxurious gift, eager to experience this novel encounter. Ding. Gift pack being sent. Please reach your hand into the projection. Seeing that Ling Qingxue was about to kneel, Shen Yun tried extending his hand into the projection. A wondrous scene unfolded. The camera angle swiftly drew him closer to Ling Qingxue's side. His hand precisely grasped her arm, which was veiled in only a layer of white gauze. This grasp was astonishingly soft and warm. There is no need for such humility. After all, you possess the stature of an emperor and should not easily kneel, lest you diminish your fortune. Ling Qingsno, hearing her master's words, gently bit her rosy lip and slowly rose, her complexion becoming increasingly flushed. This was due to the fact that her master's hand was resting just beneath her armpit, in a rather intimate area. The sensation of his warmth made her feel exceedingly bashful. Once Shen Yun noticed her standing, he belatedly realized that his hand was gripping her side. I had remarked on her physical strength, yet her arms felt surprisingly soft. Aware of the awkwardness, Shen Yun shifted his hand slightly forward. Now it feels right. As the taut muscles exude a sense of strength. This game is truly remarkable. He withdrew his hand with a look of admiration. The feedback alone is astonishing. The ability for individuals from two different worlds to physically touch is nothing short of miraculous. Ling Qingsno, fearing that her embarrassment might be detected by her master, hurriedly produced 3 items. Master, I have found 3 items of interest. Do you think they will be of use? Chapter 12. Capturing the nine-tailed celestial fox in the mountains. In her hands, 3 items materialized along with prompts. Feedback item, mid-grade treasure, divine essence spring, 500 milliliters. A treasure born of heaven and earth, consumption by cultivators significantly enhances their cultivation aptitude, aiding in the enhancement of physique, spiritual roots, comprehension, and soul. Grade 8 mid-grade heart protection mirror, automatically protects the master upon being attacked, with a built-in reflection effect. All damage below the law manifestation realm is returned to the attacker. Grade 6 heart nourishing flower, one of the primary ingredients for the heart nourishing pill. Direct refinement by cultivators has a calming and centering effect. Treasures galore. Shen Yun's face lit up with surprise. The treasures of the world are classified as treasures, spirit treasures, supreme treasures, and miraculous spirits. While the undying ancient medicine is classified as a supreme treasure, the divine essence spring, despite its lower quality, possesses effects that far surpass even high-grade cleansing pills. The grade 8 heart protection mirror is also quite excellent, perfectly fulfilling his urgent need for a defensive artifact. One could say the first 2 items are among the finest treasures available. Coughing to suppress his excitement, Shen Yun cleared his throat. These are fine little trinkets. I shall accept them. With that, he promptly tapped the receive button on the 3 items, and they floated out from the game interface, suspended above his phone. One by one, Shen Yun placed the 3 items on his bed. The divine essence spring was contained within a white jade bottle. Upon opening it, a wave of refreshing spiritual mist enveloped him. The aroma was invigorating, leaving him feeling invigorated and his mind clearer, akin to having consumed mint. The heart protection mirror was palm-sized, strung on a silk cord. As for the heart-nourishing flower within the jade box, it appeared rather unremarkable and held little utility for him at this moment. As long as it is beneficial to my master, that is sufficient. Ling Qingsno smiled gently. I found these 3 items of interest at the Yaoqi, but I have yet to visit the Sutra Pavilion and the Pill Hall. I shall go look for you shortly. Given her master's capabilities, treasures must surely be in abundance. After all, he had even gifted her an imperial weapon. She believed it was the extraordinary aura of goodwill that her master required. This cultivation method is exceedingly profound. While she was curious, she refrained from asking too many questions. Everyone has their secrets. All she needed to do was focus on assisting her master in gathering items. Well, if you cannot find them, do not fret. Shen Yun reassured her. He understood that haste would yield little results. Even in his previous life, when Luo Hongxi scoured the bustling marketplace, she might not have found anything after 10 days to half a month of searching. The items capable of providing feedback are purely dependent on luck and opportunity. He was already quite satisfied to have acquired 3 in such a short time frame. Then it is settled. You may focus on your cultivation for now. Shen Yun could hardly wait to consume the divine essence spring. Very well. Ling Qingsno had intended to inquire about the doubts she had regarding the imperial scripture. But her master's matters took precedence, so she could only wait until next time to ask. After ending the voice call, Shen Yun exited his room in search of a bottle of mineral water. I shall dilute it a bit. It would be rather embarrassing if I were to burst from consuming it in my mortal body. As a drop of the divine essence spring was poured into the water, the clear liquid transformed into a milky white hue. Shen Yun tilted his head back and took a few sips, feeling warmth throughout his body, but no significant adverse effects. To be cautious, he stopped drinking once half of the spring remained. He noticed black stains appearing on his body, reminiscent of the cleansing pill's effects. It would be prudent to allow his body to adapt. Henceforth, he would consume a bit daily. After placing the water bottle down, Shen Yun proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. While he could not yet perceive any enhancement in aptitude, his skin had indeed become much smoother and more refined. He looked considerably more handsome. As he dried his hair, Shen Yun glanced in the mirror and was pleased to find that he appeared significantly more attractive. Feeling confident he could compete for the title of the world's most handsome man, after indulging in his vanity, he donned the grade 8 heart protection mirror around his neck. Just as he was about to store the remaining 2 treasures in the safe, a sudden thought struck him. Though I lack strength, I possess the heart protection mirror. I need not fear beast attacks when I venture to Ame. The initial level beasts were not particularly formidable. At worst, they would not surpass the second level, which his defenses could easily withstand. When he entered the mountains, he could bring forth the grade 6 heart-nourishing flower, which might very well attract the celestial fox. Indeed, it was a plausible endeavor. After careful consideration, Shen Yun found this plan feasible. After all, that was a beastling with the bloodline of an emperor. Should he succeed in recruiting it, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally, both in the early and later stages. Amei Mountain was not far. He could reach it by high-speed train by the afternoon. He quickly booked a ticket and began packing his belongings. The game update was scheduled for midnight tomorrow, so the sooner he prepared, the better. Dressed in climbing attire, he packed the heart-nourishing flower, 2 bottles of diluted divine essence, 2 power banks, some food, and a handy self-defense dagger into his backpack. This will suffice for now. Any additional needs can be addressed once he arrives at Amei Mountain. After ensuring everything was in order, Shen Yun descended the stairs and took a ride-hailing service to the high-speed train station. The parking lot had several vehicles, but he found it cumbersome to drive for such a distance. Convenience was his priority. Upon entering the station, Shen Yun noticed that all the passengers seated in the expansive waiting hall had their heads raised. Players could not see each other's game projections, and even the display on their phones only showed the words, "Seeking Immortals mobile game." Moreover, when conversing with characters, the system would automatically adjust to use mental transmission, ensuring a high level of confidentiality. However, very few could afford to use voice chat. Most relied on the system's automatic reply feature for conversation. Finding an empty seat, Shen Yun settled down to wait for his train when he overheard an elderly man excitedly patting his thigh. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a youthful pauper. Well spoken. It's a shame the recharge channel is closed. Otherwise, I would have ensured my pension went to you youngsters. The young man beside the elder appeared somewhat speechless. Old man, don't you realize you have a heart condition? You've been playing for so long. You should take a break. You know nothing. The elder adjusted his reading glasses. With goodwill rising, what need is there to worry about obtaining feedback items? Besides, this game is the wave of the future. As long as one stands firm and perseveres, there will surely be bountiful rewards. You, a young person, only know to practice martial arts. What prospects can that offer? Purely reckless behavior. The old man remains the old man. Shen Yun mused with a smile as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened the game. He saw the chibi version of Luo Hongxi lost in thought in a plaza, and he tapped the screen, gradually rendering the scene more lifelike. At that moment, she was seated in front of a massive stone tablet inscribed with the character sword, surrounded by over a dozen disciples of the Tianyin sword sect, seemingly engaged in a moment of enlightenment. Ding! Limited time discount on heartfelt whispers. Recharge 8 yuan, now halved. For a limited time, you can hear the character's inner voice, thereby accelerating goodwill enhancement. Could it be that she was not in a state of enlightenment? Observing the dazed Luo Hongxi, Shen Yun clicked to recharge with an unusual expression, and words appeared above her head. Master is truly something. Just arriving to let me sit here in contemplation is so boring. I still need to find treasures for my seniors. I wonder when this will end. Chapter 13, An Unprecedented Enlightenment. The Emperor's Sword Classic. The sword cultivators were left utterly astounded, with her mind occupied by trivial thoughts. How could she possibly calm herself to comprehend the Tao? Although she appeared to have neglected her innate talent, she couldn't help but feel that Shen Yun was rather considerate. Just as Shen Yun was about to press the voice button to remind her to focus on her cultivation, a notification popped up on the projection. Ding! Enlightenment Recharge Special. Recharge for 68, half price, for an enhancement in comprehension, enabling the acquisition of a set of 9th-tier sword techniques left by predecessors on the sword steel. Comprehension Surge Special. Recharge 2688, half price, for a limited time enhancement in comprehension, allowing one to grasp a supreme skill from the heavenly transformation sword saint inscribed on the sword steel. Let these sword cultivators witness what it means to be a genius in the sword path. Exclusive Luxury Special. Recharge 398, 888, half price, forcibly enhancing comprehension to an unprecedented level. Grasp the Imperial Sword Classic, the reincarnation sword classic hidden within the sword steel. After recharging, the character will receive a slight feedback on comprehension. The Imperial Classic? Forget that. As Shen Yun clicked to recharge, a thought crossed his mind. It might diminish the grandeur a tad. I should add some flair. ISNT, it said that you should diligently cultivate. Why are you dawdling? The sudden voice echoing in her mind jolted Luo Hongxi back to reality, her face alight with surprise. Is that a predecessor? However, hearing the predecessor's words seemed to carry a hint of reproach for her squandering opportunities by not focusing on cultivation, which made Luo Hongxi feel somewhat aggrieved as she lowered her head. I understand my mistake. She was acutely aware of the significance of the sword steel, a precious treasure brought back by the ancestors of the heavenly transformation sword sect at the cost of their lives. Each year, only 15 disciples qualify to perceive the sword steel. Yet, the predecessor had assisted her so much. She merely wished to expedite her efforts in helping the predecessor find those favorable items, not intending to neglect her cultivation. Feeling aggrieved, Shen Yun smiled gently. Is it because you wish to assist me in retrieving items that you cannot settle down? The previously disappointed Luo Hongxi's expression brightened at this remark. The predecessor understood her intentions. Luo Hongxi nodded shyly. Yes, I want to help the predecessor as soon as possible. Very well, considering your pure-heartedness. I shall bestow upon you another boon. Buzz. A resonant tremor emanated from Luo Hongxi's consciousness. She was astonished to discover that the stone tablet, marred with numerous sword scars, seemed etched with pulsating sword-shaped symbols. Each symbol radiated a violet mist, and a sharp sword aura emanated, causing ripples in the void. Some of the more potent sword-shaped symbols exuded an aura so formidable that it obliterated the surrounding space, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Focus on your comprehension. There is no rush regarding the items. The predecessor's warm voice echoed, but Luo Hongxi's eyes gradually reddened. Thank you, predecessor. Not only did the predecessor not chastise her, but he also granted her the opportunity to comprehend sword techniques, a level of care akin to that of her father. Yet, as a mere junior cultivator, how could she deserve such fortune? Even if the Luo family ancestral tomb erupted in flames, it would scarcely attract such a magnanimous, warm-hearted sage from beyond the realm. But at this moment, the boon bestowed by the predecessor was hers to embrace. And Luo Hongxi could only suppress her gratitude and concentrate on the agile sword-shaped symbols dancing upon the stone tablet. Unbeknownst to her, as the sword steel radiated a powerful sword intent, the surrounding disciples of the sword sect found their minds in disarray. They simultaneously opened their eyes, staring in shock at the stone tablet ahead. What astonishing sword intent! It's even causing my sword heart to tremble. Such captivating sword intent must surely indicate that the sword classic being comprehended has reached the saint tier. Who could it be? As the crowd surveyed their surroundings, they discovered a girl clad in a flowing azure dress at the rear, radiating an aura identical to that of the stone tablet. At this moment, the girl's eyes were unfocused, clearly in a meditative state. Is it her? She isn't wearing the sect's disciple garb, nor does she bear any insignia of other factions. Who is she? Only at the gathering rotation realm. This comprehension is beyond belief. Suddenly, an ancient yet subdued voice resonated in their ears. Calm your minds. If you can comprehend the sword intent from the sword steel, it would be your fortune. At the sound, the pupils of the crowd contracted as they turned sharply to see an elderly man clad in simple robes standing silently before the stone tablet. Hiss! The sword saint ancestor has emerged from seclusion. The faces of the disciples were filled with excitement, simultaneously realizing that the girl behind them might have comprehended an extraordinary sword classic. As they caught sight of radiant lights flying silently from various peaks of the sect, their conviction was further solidified. Even the elders from the peaks are coming. Perhaps I too might gain something. All disciples fixated on the stone tablet, infused with potent sword intent, eager to glean insights. Ancestor, including the sect leader, all the formidable beings of the sect stood behind Luo Hongxi, bowing respectfully to the elderly sword saint before them. The sword saint, Zongheng, is a living relic of the heavenly transformation sword sect, the mightiest of sword cultivators. Everyone, sit down and do not disturb her. Zongheng gazed at Luo Hongxi with a mix of admiration and astonishment. Even with merely a clear sword heart, she can comprehend a sword classic that renders even me astounded. Indeed, the profundities of the sword path cannot be confined by human effort. The sword steel exuded a strong sword intent, yet no one could discern what classic this young girl was comprehending. Even he felt unfamiliar with the aura emanating from the steel. This was clearly not a classic possessed by the heavenly transformation sword sect, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Choosing the sword, and the sword also chooses its wielder. Lin Sheng, you have indeed taken on an exceptional disciple. The old man glanced at the elder Lin Sheng amidst the crowd, who was seated cross-legged, attentively sensing the changes in the aura of the stone tablet. Lin Sheng bowed respectfully, and, as she settled down, her gaze toward Luo Hongxi brimmed with surprise and curiosity. To be honest, she had been quietly observing this new disciple. However, it amused her to see how this girl, rather than focusing on the Tao, seemed restless as if ants were crawling on her. Yet fearing to disturb her senior brothers and sisters around her, she could only twist and turn to alleviate her discomfort. Little did she expect that in the blink of an eye, this girl would enter a state of meditative enlightenment, and moreover, one that could stir the sword saint ancestor's attention. One could only say that destiny is indeed marvelous. At this moment, within the forbidden grounds of the sword sect, silence reigned. Though hundreds were seated, all had suppressed their breaths to the utmost, fearful of disturbing the young girl in the midst of her enlightenment. As time passed, the sword intent emanating from the sword steel grew increasingly astonishing, subtly surpassing the expectations of the sword saint and the other formidable beings. In all the history of the sword sect's 10 saint-tier sword classics, never has there been such an astonishing sword intent. Zongheng's eyes were filled with suspicion. Years ago, he had comprehended a top-tier saint-level sword classic from the ancient sword steel. Despite the passage of time, he still vividly remembered the sensation from that time. Yet compared to the aura radiating from the current stone tablet, it was of an entirely different caliber, even causing a heart-stirring reaction within him, a saint-tier cultivator. Could it be a grand saint-quality sword classic? Lin Sheng and the others watched the quivering figure of the young girl with excitement. A grand saint-level sword classic. If such fortune were to befall her, the future achievements of this girl would likely surpass even that of the venerable ancestor Zongheng. But suddenly, the sword cultivators looking at Luo Hongxi widened their eyes in shock. From her petite frame, a dense purple mist suddenly erupted. The purple mist from the east? Everyone present was taken aback, hastily glancing towards the stone tablet ahead. Could it be? In the next moment, boom! With a thunderous roar, the sword steel unleashed an overwhelming pressure that instantly enveloped the heavens and the earth. The rich purple mist surged from the sword steel, transforming into an ethereal ancient scripture. Everyone was left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling, fixated on the dreamlike sword classic. When their gazes met that of the ancestor Zongheng, the astonishment in their eyes reached an unparalleled height. The Emperor's Sword Classic. Chapter 14. The Phantom of the Sword Emperor. Becoming the sword master of a sect. To the treasure vault. As the ethereal sword cannon emerged slowly from the stone tablet, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. An overwhelming aura of sword intent emanated from the cannon, instantly sweeping across the heavens and the earth. A powerful gust of wind surged forth like a raging tide, engulfing the entire Tianyan sword sect. In that moment, all disciples felt the terrifying sword intent. Even their long swords trembled in sorrowful lamentation. A symphony of 1,000 swords? What a fearsome sword intent. It must be the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Could it be that the ancestor has emerged from seclusion? The crowd looked up towards the sacred site of the sword sect. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a surge of violet energy soared for 30,000 miles. Within the shimmering aura, a celestial figure stood tall, holding a sword and gazing upon the world with a watchful eye. With just a single glance, all the lamenting swords fell silent, as if bowing in reverence to the King of Swords. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed throughout the Tianyan sword sect. Sword cultivators, stand tall. Salute the reincarnation sword emperor. Hiss, is that the reincarnation sword emperor? The eyes of the sword cultivators widened in astonishment, their hairs standing on end. Then, all faces flushed with excitement as they roared. The emperor. We pay homage to the emperor. Some could hardly contain their elation, moved to tears. As sword cultivators, it was only natural to revere the sword emperor. However, when it comes to which sword emperor is most revered throughout history, it is undoubtedly the unparalleled reincarnation sword emperor. 300,000 years ago, at the tender age of 300, the reincarnation sword emperor ascended to the semi-emperor realm, overpowering a host of extraordinary prodigies and establishing himself as an invincible peer among his contemporaries. After 500 years of cultivation, he defied the heavens, forcibly breaking the Tao seal of the former emperor and successfully achieving the title of emperor. A century later, when the malevolent extraterrestrial tribes invaded, the reincarnation sword emperor led the powerful beings of the Xiantian continent to forge the ancient city of domain evil and rise in rebellion. This battle was remarkably brutal, with heavy casualties among the continent's champions, and the emperor himself suffered a severe injury from sacrificing his essence to slay the extraterrestrial emperor. Fortunately, the malevolent tribes were ultimately annihilated. However, just as he intended to recuperate, turmoil erupted in the forbidden zones. Various sovereigns sought to seize the blood of the powerful from the battlefield, desiring to unite and slay the reincarnation sword emperor to feast upon his lifeblood, thereby extending their own lives. In the end, the sword emperor burned his imperial blood in a desperate battle, slaying the 10 supreme beings of the forbidden zones. Yet, this battle drained his lifespan, leaving his blood desiccated and his essence exhausted, even his soul extinguished. Ultimately, his body transformed into the cosmos and fell, without even a chance for reincarnation. His life, much like his famed technique, the reincarnation sword, would not enter the cycle of rebirth. Yet, all sword cultivators knew that the reincarnation sword emperor did possess hope for survival. However, for the sake of the populace, he sacrificed himself to ensure that the sovereigns of the forbidden zones would pay a bloody price. The epithet unparalleled in the way of the sword stands as a supreme tribute from future generations. Now, witnessing such a monumental figure, how could the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect not feel exhilarated? However, the emperor's ethereal form existed only for a fleeting moment before vanishing alongside the endless violet energy, leaving the cultivators in stunned silence. In the forbidden grounds of the back mountain of the sword sect, as the ethereal scripture inscribed with reincarnation sword cannon flowed into Luo Hongxi's mind, she finally regained her senses. Looking up, she was taken aback to find a throng of men and women of all ages staring at her, causing her to awkwardly rise to perform a bow. I apologize for the disturbance, no worries. Zongheng chuckled, lifting a hand in a gesture of encouragement. He was thrilled that their sect had received such a prodigy. This was an imperial scripture, an invaluable resource on the path to enlightenment. Perhaps our sword sect could also produce a figure of imperial stature. After Master Lin Sheng explained the situation to Luo Hongxi, she realized she had stumbled upon an incredible fortune. The young girl immediately thought of her benefactor, filled with gratitude. Senior, your kindness towards me is beyond what I can repay. Ding. Congratulations, player has gained character Luo Hongxi's gratitude. Affinity increased to 100 points. The probability of obtaining feedback items from the character has increased. Indeed, the strategy of winning hearts is effective. At this moment, Shen Yun was comfortably seated on the high-speed train, his face beaming with delight upon seeing the notification. Having wealth truly feels splendid. He had managed to max out the affinity for 2 characters within just 2 days of the server opening. He pressed the microphone. Finding items for me would suffice as repayment, of course. Rest assured, Senior. Suddenly Luo Hongxi raised an eyebrow. Aren't you an elder? She had always envisioned this benefactor as a reclusive sage, only to discover he was a young man. Not at all, Shen Yun replied candidly, having previously claimed to be accustomed to it in front of Ling Qingxue. So the senior is actually a young man. Luo Hongxi lightly bit her pink lip, suddenly recalling something, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes as she lowered her gaze. You treat me with such kindness, could it be? Her status was humble. Yet this extraordinary being treated her with such favor. To say he had a special fondness for her felt like an overstatement, yet surely there was some affinity. She pondered when she might meet this young man again. What was she thinking? She hastily shook off her thoughts, only to see the Sword Saint ancestor across from her gently inquiring. Luo Hongxi, would you be willing to become the sword head of our Tianyin sword sect? The position of sword head holds more significance than that of an elder, and would greatly benefit your cultivation. What do you think, sword head? Luo Hongxi repeatedly shook her head. With her limited cultivation, how could she presume to take on the role of the foremost disciple? Ancestor, I am but a dullard, and fear I am unworthy of such a position. If you consider yourself dull, we might as well end it here. Zongheng interjected with a twitching mouth, quickly explaining. You have comprehended the imperial level sword canon. If you merely became an ordinary disciple, wouldn't that be a laughingstock for the sect? Do not worry, just treat it like any normal disciple. Master Lin Sheng, standing nearby, also transmitted reassurances. Rest easy, Hongxi. This will benefit your cultivation journey. Should you require anything for your practice in the future, simply head to the sect's treasury. Unlike ordinary disciples, even if they are personally taught by elders, they often have to venture out for resources. As sword head, you can simply request them, making it much more convenient. She also believed this disciple had the potential for imperial greatness. The benefits of being sword head were simply too significant to overlook. Access to treasures at will. While there were many aspects she could care less about, this particular one delighted Luo Hongxi, and a smile blossomed on her face. All right then, I want to head to the treasury right now. She was eager to find treasures for her benefactor. Ha ha ha. Her straightforward demeanor elicited knowing smiles from the crowd. After all, this girl was a practitioner from a small place, naturally curious about high-tier treasures. Upon confirming her position as sword head, everyone soon departed. The old sword saint and Lin Sheng then escorted Luo Hongxi to the sect's treasury. Chapter 15, Infinite Ammunition Feedback Artifact. The video of the White Fox. The entire treasury was divided into 9 levels, ranging from ordinary quality to sacred tier items. Luo Hongxi was dazzled, her selection process akin to shopping. She glanced at everything but didn't linger to play with any items. Zongheng and Lin Sheng did not inquire about her preferences. They simply allowed her to choose the artifact that caught her fancy. This treatment was indeed exceptional. Shen Yun felt a wave of emotion. In her previous life, Luo Hongxi had merely joined a small sect, where she had to strive for every bit of cultivation resource. Now, she could utilize the resources of a superpower, fully showcasing the advantages of her rebirth. The only uncertainty lay in what feedback items she might obtain. Shen Yun looked on with anticipation. Unfortunately, after exploring the first level, Luo Hongxi did not find a single artifact. Just as she was about to ascend to the second level, she suddenly turned around to see 3 disciples of the sword sect entering the treasury. One of them held a silver small cone, which struck her with a strong sense of affinity. Is this the good luck item? The 3 noticed her approach and first bowed to the ancestor and Elder Lin. Before greeting her, we have met the sword head. As Luo Hongxi stepped closer, feeling a bit shy, she pointed at the small cone. Sister, could I have that artifact you are holding? I can trade something for it. No need for a trade. The female disciple smiled as she handed over the cone to her. The sword tip is taken away, and this 3rd-tier mechanism cone is just what I do not need. I was about to come over to exchange it. Only a 3rd tier? Luo Hongxi took it over and confirmed her fondness for this artifact. But the quality is rather low. The thought that the young master either unlocked her sword talent or assisted her in comprehending the Emperor's sword classic weighed heavily on her mind. And here she was, intending to repay him with a piece of scrap metal? Luo Hongxi felt utterly useless. The joy of discovering a treasure dissipated entirely. Only a 3rd tier. How could the young master possibly find it useful? She had forgotten that Shen Yun had previously mentioned that any quality would suffice. Alas, Shen Yun's generosity had set her expectations so high that she believed only high-quality items could serve as repayment. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became. and tears began to well in her eyes. I'm sorry, young master, Hongxi is useless, and I could only find this. Didn't I say that low-tier items are also useful to me? Shen Yun chuckled wryly. This girl thought it was junk, but to him, it was a treasure. Alright, now that you've become the sword tip, crying is quite unbecoming. Just place it in your storage pouch. Young master, I understand, no need to comfort me. Luo Hongxi complied and stowed the artifact away, taking a deep breath, and upon lifting her gaze, her expression returned to normal. The young master's request struck her as exceptionally unique, surely harboring secrets unknown to others, and she would not allow anyone to notice her feelings. Shen Yun, meanwhile, perused the information on the item. Feedback item. Third-tier mid-grade soul-breaking mechanism cone. When pressed, the mechanism automatically launches a spiritual needle that inflicts significant damage to the soul. Note, the soul-breaking mechanism cone can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recharge or can be supplemented with spirit stones. Goodness. It could even serve as an infinite handgun. Shen Yun felt quite satisfied with this artifact that could proactively attack and automatically replenish its ammunition. This way, he wouldn't have to passively endure hits while waiting for the heart shield's rebound. Due to the dense crowd around him, he refrained from hastily retrieving it, knowing he could access it any time from his character's inventory. Warm prompt. Train 749 to Amei departs soon. It was time for ticket inspection. Shen Yun shouldered his backpack and exited the restroom. In the game, Luo Hongxi returned to the treasury to continue her search on the second floor. However, when he arrived at Amei and disembarked, Luo Hongxi had yet to find a second feedback item. Shen Yun was psychologically prepared for this. Having 4 feedback items at the start was already quite generous. First, he would take a taxi to a hotel near Amei Mountain to settle in. As he moved with the throng, he quietly devised his plans. He would purchase a map of the scenic area to familiarize himself. When night fell tomorrow, he would enter the mountain and await the game update at midnight to begin his search for the nine-tailed fox. The following morning, Shen Yun set out from the hotel towards Amei Mountain to scout the area. To conserve energy, he found a suitable path into the mountain and paused to wait for nightfall. Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi were engrossed in their cultivation, and seeing they had no immediate concerns, Shen Yun decided to browse the internet for information. Given the relatively low altitude of the location, many tourists lingered around, engaging in conversation. I heard a disciple from the Amei sect has bound himself to a Holy Land cultivator. Quite impressive. He was directly recruited by the officials. I wonder if Amei is still accepting disciples. I plan to take a chance and hitch a ride. So, your character must have decent qualifications? Amei is not a sect that just anyone can join. Wow, a disciple from the Holy Land. If you can raise your favorability, players could have their characters team up with the officials to level up, skyrocketing to success. I wonder if I'll encounter that invisible fox today. With the spiritual energy resurgence, all sorts of strange occurrences might happen. Indeed, previously in our town, there was a family totally possessed by monsters. In the end, all the monsters perished, leaving the family as mere skins. How bizarre. An invisible fox? Shen Yun's eyelids twitched. Could that fox not be a descended beast, but rather a local monster? He quickly approached the nearby man who had been speaking. Brother, what did you say about the invisible fox? I'm quite intrigued. The balding man, noticing Shen Yun's striking appearance and remarkable aura, smiled as he explained. I heard from a friend who visited last time that he encountered a fox that could suddenly turn invisible halfway up the mountain. He even recorded a segment of video, but the image was quite blurry. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened a video. Look, this white shadow. It seems to have 2 tails. Others didn't believe it, saying it was a white pheasant or some other bird. If it weren't for my close friendship with that guy, I wouldn't believe it either. Shen Yun squinted at the fuzzy image. Upon first glance, it indeed did not resemble a fox. The lighting, surrounding branches, and the multiple tails made it appear more like a bird with exceptionally long tail feathers. Yet, once it entered the forest, it vanished, seeming to disappear instantaneously. Shen Yun surmised that this so-called invisibility was actually due to the fox's sudden disappearance. The entity in the video was likely that very 9-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 16. Not following the usual script? But my trump card is quite strong. There were quite a few people around. After watching the video, Shen Yun surveyed the crowd and resolved to head up the mountain to find a secluded spot to enter the forest. The early appearance of the celestial fox indeed caught him off guard, but this was advantageous. If he waited until midnight for the beast to descend and then sought it out, taking out the heart-nurturing flower would surely attract many beasts. As it stood, this would help mitigate unnecessary trouble. After more than half an hour, Shen Yun found himself alone on the mountain path, swiftly stepping into a side trail lined with dense underbrush and overgrown branches. He needed to find a concealed spot to take out the heart-nurturing flower and attempt to attract the celestial fox. After some time, he located a suitable position and slowly opened the jade box containing the spiritual herb. Soon, a rich fragrance emanated and wafted through the gentle breeze. Animals that had attained sentience would surely have keen noses. All he needed to do was wait. Sitting on the ground, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a couple of sips from the spiritual spring, and instantly felt revitalized, his fatigue vanishing. Remarkably, this substance was effective for replenishing energy. Thinking of the fox's ability to blink away, he quickly tucked the jade box into his clothes, clutching it tightly. He also retrieved the mechanism cone from the game and secured it at his waist, ready for an attack at any moment. Having completed all this, he sat in quiet anticipation. Night had fallen. The mountains were enveloped in silence, not a whisper of wind to be heard. The cold, pale moonlight bathed the tranquil mountains in an air of mystery. It was past 8, and Shen Yun scanned the desolate forest. If it didn't appear soon, he would have to wait until midnight. After waiting since the afternoon, not a single beast had approached. A few mischievous monkeys had thrown stones at him, but they were swiftly educated by the rebounding effect of the heart shield. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Shen Yun walked to his usual spot to relieve himself. He had consumed quite a bit of water today, resulting in a sizable hole beneath the tree. Suddenly, he shivered, nearly stepping in his own shoes. As he noticed not far off, on a large tree, a pure white fox radiating a faint silver glow, tilting its head as it observed him. Its eyes were clear and devoid of malice, seemingly curious as to why he emitted the scent of herbs. What caught Shen Yun's attention was the slightly swaying tail beneath the drooping branches. There were 2 tails. Hey, finally, it has arrived. Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement and shook himself. I adore your adorably silly expression. He reached into his clothes to pluck a petal from the heart-nurturing flower and waved it towards the fox. Come here, this is for you. As the petal tore, a glistening sap oozed from the split, and the fragrance intensified. Coupled with the flower's remarkable quality, it emanated an otherworldly aura. Surely, this would captivate the little creature. Shen Yun noticed the fox's tail wagging ever faster, likely indicating its intrigue. But just then, he discovered a silent gray streak of light surging towards the silhouette of the white fox. Someone was pursuing it. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened. After waiting for a long time without encountering any formidable beasts, it could only be humans. Before he could utter a warning to secure a favorable impression, the white fox vanished in an instant. Damn it! With a low exclamation, 2 figures burst forth from the nearby woods. Upon seeing Shen Yun beneath the great tree, they momentarily froze. The leader, a bald man clad in camouflage, squinted at Shen Yun's glowing chest and spoke with a faint smile. I wondered how far this fox had run. It seems it was drawn by the alluring scent of treasures in the hands of this young brother. Big brother, it seems we've encountered fellow practitioners, remarked the woman beside him, her eyes vigilant. They had received orders from their employer to capture the white fox that had gained sentience. However, this young man opposite them was using a fragrant artifact to entice the fox, clearly indicating their objectives were aligned. The bald man, keen-eyed, noticed Shen Yun's hand creeping to his waist, where he grasped a specially crafted gray pistol aimed directly at him. Don't move. Hand over the treasure you hold. The power of this gun before he could finish, a sinister smile spread across his face as he pulled the trigger. I prefer not to follow the usual interrogation methods. Since we're both after the treasure, why waste breath? He relied on this unexpected tactic time and again with great success. Whoosh. A dark gray bullet shot forth from the gun's muzzle, soundless and swift as lightning, hurtling towards Shen Yun. Yet, to the bald man's astonishment, there was no trace of despair on the young man's face. Instead, a hint of mockery. This is bad. The next moment, buzz. A resonant hum emanated from Shen Yun. The protective mirror instinctively shielded its master, rebounding the eerie gray bullet back towards the bald man's fleeing back. Thud. The bullet pierced through his skull, instantly killing him. A protective artifact? This revelation left the woman beside him horrified. Someone capable of possessing a defensive treasure and successfully luring the white fox. They had encountered a formidable opponent. Not daring to linger, she propelled herself forward with the agility of a cheetah. You think you can escape? Shen Yun would not grant her that opportunity. With murderous intent, he pressed the button on his soul-shattering mechanism. Whoosh. 2 spirit energy silver needles sliced through the air, swiftly striking the woman in the back. In an instant, she felt as though her brain was being violently torn apart, screaming in agony. Ah! Her shrill cries echoed through the mountains. Within moments, blood streamed from her orifices as her body convulsed, ultimately falling silent. Not adhering to conventional methods? Unfortunately, my trump card is rather formidable. Shen Yun, with a cold expression, administered a final dose to the 2 corpses, relieved to see no reaction. This artifact proved quite effective, though its sound was somewhat unsettling. Spiritual attacks inflict a more profound pain than mere physical injuries. Shen Yun had first-hand experience of this, having been ensnared by the malevolent elder evil ghost in the Emperor's banner. Even now, he shuddered at the memory. Once you descend upon Blue Star, I shall procure an Emperor's banner for you to experience. He shook off the unpleasant recollections and glanced at the corpses before turning to retrieve his backpack. As for the man's specialized gun, he would forego it. He had no knowledge of its use, and if it were marked, it would pose trouble. Regrettably, having scared off the white fox, he surveyed the surroundings, his expression one of lament, as there was no trace of the creature. Animals possess a keen sense of vigilance, especially those with awakened intelligence. They would undoubtedly remember him upon encountering danger. Even with the allure of the heart-nourishing flower, it likely would not dare to return. Yet, As Shen Yun turned to leave, a glimpse of white in his peripheral vision filled him with delight. Still here? There stood the snow-white fox, cautiously peering from behind the tree where he had previously marked his territory, its expression wary as it sniffed the urine at the tree's base. Was it attracted by my, divine essence spiritual spring? Chapter 17. Contracting the Imperial Bloodline Baby. Game update. Don't lick. Seeing it about to take a taste, Shen Yun hurriedly retrieved a bottle of spiritual spring water from his bag, donning a warm smile. Here, I have this for you. Drink this. As the white fox cautiously approached, Shen Yun thought to himself, looks like it knows I helped it eliminate its pursuers. He poured a small capful of spiritual spring onto the ground. Do you like this? I have plenty more. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. The intelligent fox, noticing him placing the silver-white spike into his backpack and gesturing, cautiously moved closer to lick the cap. After quickly finishing it, Shen Yun sat on the ground and poured another cup. Take your time. I have more than enough. Today, you're in for a treat. No one else has treasures like mine. As he spoke, he placed a leaf from the heart-nourishing flower beside the cap. The fox, quick as a flash, snatched it up, glancing up with its adorable big eyes before lowering its head to nibble on the flower leaf, occasionally sipping from the spring, looking utterly content. Under the relentless onslaught of delicacies, the white fox gradually lowered its guard. Although it initially resisted Shen Yun's attempts to stroke its back, it soon grew accustomed to the affection. Clearly, the treasure-gathering strategy was not in vain. With a smile playing on his lips, Shen Yun gently caressed the fox's soft fur. In his previous life, he had never captured a beast companion, as during the initial arrivals of the beasts. He was merely an ordinary person who dared not venture into the mountains. Even if available on the black market, it was not something one could simply purchase with money. By the time he gained some strength, the beasts in the mountains had also grown stronger, who would dare to enter easily. While he had not captured a companion, he had certainly read many strategies online, noting that high-quality spiritual materials could most effectively assuage the wariness of beast companions. With the 6th-tier heart-nourishing flower and diluted divine essence spiritual spring in hand, he was certain he could win over this white fox. Indeed, as the fox finished its meal, Shen Yun slowly cradled it in his arms, and the little creature merely squirmed slightly without resistance. It was time to sign the contract. Taking a gentle breath, he prepared to initiate the contract. Signing was simple. He merely needed to imprint his blood on his phone while reciting an incantation, and the contract formation would automatically activate. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve a dagger, Shen Yun made a small cut to draw blood. Pressing his stained fingertip against the phone's interface, activate the beast contract formation. A miraculous scene unfolded. The locked phone illuminated, revealing the login interface of Sun Xian mobile game, which then transformed into a radiant star formation. Simultaneously, the white fox's body tensed, its gaze fixed upon the glowing formation. Don't be nervous. If you follow me, there will be plenty of food for you, Shen Yun coaxed gently. The young white fox, ultimately unable to resist the temptation of food, licked its lips and pressed its delicate paw onto the bloodied interface of the phone. Immediately, a projection notification appeared on the screen. Ding. Congratulations, player, on contracting the 9-tailed fox baby. Be sure to take good care of your little companion. As the notification faded, Shen Yun felt the white fox affectionately lick the wound on his finger. Its tongue was soft and warm, and at that moment, the pain in his fingertip vanished. Haha, you even possess healing talents? Impressive. Elated, Shen Yun ruffled the little fox's head. The white fox sensed his joy, comfortably squinting its eyes. Let us go. I'll take you home. With a leap, the white fox nimbly settled on Shen Yun's shoulder. After gathering his belongings, Shen Yun quickly departed from the area, leaving behind only 2 lifeless bodies that bore witness to the events that had transpired. The following morning, a black sedan halted at the foot of a May mountain. The once bustling scenic commercial street was now deserted, with all the shops closed. A litter of trash, left unattended, hinted at the chaotic scene before the area was sealed off. The driver of the car partially rolled down the window, gazing at the massive warning sign ahead. Last night at midnight, demonic beasts descended. The mountainous area is now forbidden. Any who enter do so at their own peril. Boss, the location where the bald man went missing isn't far from here. Should we venture in to search for that gun? In the back seat, a man with dyed blonde hair, chewing gum, rolled his eyes at the suggestion. Do you truly believe that gun holds any significance? The 3 in the car raised their eyebrows, casting puzzled glances at him. The blonde smirked. Although the game update mentioned the presence of demonic beast cubs in the mountains, it did not specify the tiers of these beasts. I only possess the cultivation of the 8th level of the spirit calling realm. If we encounter a beast of the 2nd tier or above, we are doomed. That powerful figure behind the boss intends to use our lives to test the strength of these beasts. Damn it, the 4 of them were close friends. And upon hearing this, their expressions darkened. However, failing to complete the mission would also bring trouble upon their return, especially considering the formidable strength of the boss's patron. As mere minions, they dared not defy orders. Let us go, the blonde waved dismissively. If this place doesn't welcome us, there are others that will. ISNT, the official demon taming division, recruiting cultivators? We could go there and seek their support. The group exchanged awkward glances, realizing they were indeed abandoning the shadows for the light. Yet, when compared to their lives, a little embarrassment was inconsequential. The car swiftly departed from the area, while the blonde gazed at the mountainous scenery in the rearview mirror. Preserving one's life was paramount, but the bald duo's strength was only slightly inferior to his own, making him wary of provoking forces beyond his reckoning. In a hotel room, Shen Yun stretched languidly after a good night's sleep, sensing warmth on his abdomen. He smiled and reached down to lift the drowsy white fox into his arms. Oh whoa, the white fox cooed softly, resting its head against his neck and closing its eyes once more. It seemed the sumptuous meal from the previous night still needed time for digestion. Shen Yun scrutinized the white fox carefully, exhausted from the previous night's return. He had merely wanted sleep and hadn't taken the time to properly admire this exquisite creature, a rare specimen with imperial bloodline ancestry. No wonder they say fox spirits are enchanting, Shen Yun mused. The white fox possessed striking beauty, with long eyelashes, a delicate pink nose, and pristine little paws that inspired an irresistible urge to squeeze. He reached out to rub the white fox's dainty paws, only for it to swiftly retract its legs in protest, giving him a gentle nudge with its head. All right, continue your slumber. Shen Yun affectionately stroked its fur, picking up his phone from the bedside charger. This update is bound to create a global sensation. Logging into the game, the update content flashed before him. Game update. In the early hours, demonic beasts have descended upon the mountains of the Xiantian continent. Among them are various demonic beast cubs of different qualities, which players can capture and contract. In addition to the arrival of demonic beasts, the game will continuously provide spiritual energy, improving the thin spiritual environment of Blue Star and enhancing the cultivation conditions for players. The update contained both advantages and disadvantages for players, yet in due time, many would realize that the so-called enhancement of the cultivation environment merely accelerated the cruel law of the jungle. Noting that the announcement bore little difference from his previous life, Shen Yun closed it only to be met with a recharge prompt. Ding. Detected that the player possesses a contracted demonic beast. Recharge 68 yuan to obtain detailed information. Indeed, this was a reality where gaming and life intertwined. Shen Yun readily clicked to recharge. A mere 68 yuan felt trivial. Upon completing the transaction, a chibi fox avatar appeared alongside Luo Hongxi's, looking adorably drowsy. Detailed information accompanied the avatar. Demonic beast cub, nine-tailed fox. Race, celestial fox clan. Gender, female. Bloodline quality, emperor bloodline celestial fox clan. Chapter 18. Bewildered by the recharge. Preparing to cultivate ancient techniques. Purchase permanent beast space. Current realm, late stage of the second tier. Gathering spiral, 8th heaven, freely adjustable. Racial divine ability, spatial flicker, spirit fox healing. Racial innate ability, alteration of size and shape. Note, when strength increases, the effects of divine abilities will enhance. For instance, with spatial flicker, at its peak, one can traverse the rivers of time in a single step, while spirit fox healing can revive the dead and restore bones. Traits, innate racial abilities awaken with each major breakthrough. Status, refining internal energy. Description, awakened spiritual wisdom 3 years ago in the Tian Mountain and has grown since. The introduction was straightforward, yet the white fox's abilities were indeed remarkable. The first 2 innate divine abilities were exceptionally practical, and it was likely that those that awaken later would not be inferior. With a late-stage second-tier strength, it could be considered a formidable being in the current environment, with the ability to escape and heal from the outset. It was no wonder no one could catch it early on. Just as Shen Yun closed the white fox's information, a prompt popped up on the interface. Friendly reminder. The fox cub will transform when it breaks through major realms. Players should prepare appropriate attire. Urban special offer. A set of Chanel's little black dress for $26.88. Exquisite enough for the fox spirit to avoid disgrace. Special made outfit. Only $6.86. A seductive fox made to cater to your every need. Special sexy ripped set. How vulgar. Shen Yun's lips twitched. Even if he were wealthy, he would never spend game currency on such garments. He could easily purchase a few outfits on the street. Next, he glanced at the 2 chibi avatars, Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi, who had been assisting him in searching for items, but regrettably, both characters' inventories were completely empty, with no feedback on items. Seeing that the characters had nothing to do, he set his phone down and headed to the bathroom for his morning routine. When can I begin my cultivation? Suddenly, Shen Yun's eyes widened. Damn, I've been so foolish. He was a reborn individual, and he hadn't forgotten the cultivation methods from his previous life. The excitement of recharging billions had clouded his thoughts. It only just occurred to him that he didn't need to wait for heart method feedback to cultivate. He recalled perfectly how to draw in spirit energy and refine his body. After hastily completing his routine, Shen Yun returned to his bed, assuming a meditative posture to activate the 4th tier heart method, the spirit transformation technique, which was one of the items Luo Hongxi had provided in his past life, along with a 3rd tier mid-grade technique, the mountain shattering fist. Before long, Shen Yun felt the spirit energy within him begin to flow in accordance with his guidance. It truly worked. He quickly immersed himself, entering a state of cultivation. Is the master cultivating? The white fox, nestled in the blanket, poked its head out to observe Shen Yun, though the spirit energy within it remained scarce. Given its intelligence, it had sensed Shen Yun's intentions to tame it from the previous night, had it not been for the gray light that shot towards it. And the change in the man's expression that made it want to warn him, the white fox would have fled. Of course, the main reason was that the treats given by the master were simply delicious. Time flowed differently in cultivation. When Shen Yun finally opened his eyes, he discovered it was already afternoon. Being not yet a cultivator, the spirit energy within him was inherently limited, and the ambient spiritual energy in the world was thin. To draw spirit energy into his body and break through to the spirit calling realm without the support of spirit stones would be exceedingly difficult. Could you help me look for spirit stones? Shen Yun opened the game and sent a voice message to the two. Spirit stones would also be useful to me. You can try to find some. Spirit stones too? The two were somewhat taken aback. Such small items had been automatically overlooked by them. However, with the master's request, they naturally pledged to assist wholeheartedly. It's time to return home. Closing the game, Shen Yun stood up to begin packing his belongings. In terms of cultivation, it was far more reassuring to be at home. The white fox was placed into his backpack as he planned to take a taxi home. Feeling uneasy about using high-speed rail for transport, seeing the little creature's forlorn expression, Shen Yun chuckled, tapping its nose. I'll take you home soon. Be good. Oh whoa. The little one blinked its big eyes, obediently lying in the bag. However, just then, a recharge prompt illuminated his phone screen, causing Shen Yun to abandon that plan. Ding. Beast Space Special Offer. Recharge $99.99 to unlock the Beast Space on your phone, allowing the demonic beast cub to temporarily reside for 30 days. The permanent Beast Space promotion. Recharge $288,888. Enjoy a permanent Beast Space, with no time limit for storing magical beasts. Goodness, what an incredible deal. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his hand to click. Purchase permanent beast space. With a flash of light from his phone, the white fox within his bag was instantly drawn into the beast space. The white fox, initially on the verge of a tantrum, found itself confronted by Shen Yun's projection in the void. Stay put for now. This will help us reach home more swiftly. Oh woo. After soothing the white fox, Shen Yun descended the stairs. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he noticed a notice announcing the establishment's closure, with numerous staff members urging guests to check out. Oh dear. I heard that a magical beast broke out of the mountains last night. Thankfully, the AwakenX cultivators were on hand. Otherwise, there would surely have been fatalities. The entire commercial district is shut down. And it's not just here, but across the nation. How many will lose their jobs now? My husband's lumber mill has closed its doors, claiming they need to focus on cultivation. Who knows? The areas around the mountains might soon open up for magical beast businesses, whatever that means. Magical beast businesses? The crowd glanced at the wealthy lady who spoke, sensing this could be a significant opportunity. Reacting quickly, Shen Yun smiled serenely and hailed a cab to the high-speed train station. In the near future, indeed, industries related to magical beasts would emerge around the mountains, such as bounty hunters and reclamation merchants. After all, magical beasts are treasure troves, especially their cores, which contain immense power applicable in forging, talisman creation, and array formations. Such professions would gradually develop a supply and demand chain. It can only be said that the old era has come to a close, and people will swiftly adapt to the new age. The journey back was particularly congested, filled with individuals evacuating from the nearby mountains. While magical beast offspring are delightful, most lack the courage to confront magical beasts head-on. By the time Shen Yun returned home, night had fallen. Home sweet home. He sank onto the sofa, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he opened the game. The white fox, released, began to frolic, likely comforted and invigorated by the familiar scent of Shen Yun throughout the room. Allowing the white fox to play, Shen Yun reflected on how tedious it must have been to stay in the beast space. Oh, over 50 red dots in feedback. Spotting a total of 53 red dots in the two characters' inventories, he quickly clicked to check. They must be spirit stones. Indeed, they were all low and mid-grade spirit stones. TSK, I've just received 53 spirit stones. Shen Yun beamed with delight. Initially, these items had skyrocketed in price, with low-grade stones fetching tens of thousands. Even as their numbers increased, demand remained insatiable, with prices never falling below 5,000 for a single stone. Aside from these 53 spirit stones, the two characters' coin pouches also contained one game coin each. Such exceptional characters might earn a mere coin every few days. He would hardly save any by the end. Shen Yun relished the thought. If earning game coins proved increasingly difficult for players, his advantage would only grow. The officials had also stated that the likelihood of acquiring game coins would never increase, and the only chance to recharge was prior to the server opening. To successfully recharge was to grasp an opportunity. Failure to do so was simply fate. Shen Yun didn't rush to withdraw the spirit stones. Without a spatial ring, he could wait until he was ready to cultivate. Opening Ling Qingshue's chibi avatar, the visual rippled, revealing her perched on a swing. Lost in thought, she soon snapped back to reality, her eyes crinkling into a soft smile. Has the young master arrived? Even I can sense your presence. Your sensitivity is quite remarkable. Shen Yun mused inwardly. What are you pondering? Gently swaying on the swing, Ling Qingxue whispered. Qingxue intends to eliminate Lu Fangya tomorrow. Chapter 19. A personal teaching promotion. The future empress faints. In truth, Ling Qingxue yearned to personally dispatch Lu Fangya. However, her cultivation progress was slow, and the wait for revenge could stretch indefinitely. Should Lu Fangya discover that she had entered the Holy Land and gone into hiding, it would pose a problem. For now, she could only seek assistance from a powerful figure within the Holy Land. Coincidentally, I too plan to handle personal matters tomorrow, Shen Yun said with a calm smile. Had he not received feedback items so swiftly, he would have needed time to develop. After all, having just parted ways with Zhou Qiao, the latter's demise would raise significant suspicions about him, leading to various investigative troubles that could hinder his gaming experience. However, with such a practical feedback item in hand, coupled with the White Fox's spatial teleportation abilities, he could completely disregard mundane forces. Therefore, Zhou Qiao's fate was sealed. Could anyone dare to betray the young master? Ling Qingxue expressed her astonishment. In her eyes, the young master was flawless. Such a person could also be betrayed. I'm not some coveted prize, it's only natural, Shen Yun replied nonchalantly. Surely the young master is quite desirable. For anyone to dare betray you is simply greedy. Ling Qingxue declared indignantly. Such a person is not worthy of life. Once you've dealt with them, please inform me, young master, for we must celebrate. With that, her eyes glinted with curiosity. By the way, what reason did they have to betray you? Qingxue is quite curious. Goodness, after all that chatter. It turns out she only wished to provide gossip fodder. Mind your own business. This is adult affairs. Shen Yun rolled his eyes. What is there to discuss about a treacherous green tea? It only diminishes my stature. I'm not small. Ling Qingxue puffed her chest defiantly. With a voice like yours. You can't be more than 1 or 2 years older than me. The young master is certainly older than that. She was merely trying to play coy. However, she soon noticed the young master's gaze fixated upon her chest. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she discreetly drew back, muttering to herself. To be fair, I am indeed a tad smaller than other women. To conceal her embarrassment, she brushed her hair aside and whispered, Young master, Qingxue has many doubts regarding cultivation. Could you enlighten me? Doubts about cultivation? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. With his talents, how could he elucidate the imperial scriptures? Becoming enlightened promotion. Recharge 228. Elders will assist Ling Qingxue in resolving her cultivation issues. Masterful enlightenment. Recharge 648, showcasing the player's extraordinary prowess. With a few words, unveil 5 different interpretations of the imperial scriptures, guiding her to the most suitable cultivation method. Personal teaching by the young master. Recharge 8888. Temporarily elevating the player's cultivation level, utilizing professional techniques to guide Ling Qingxue's internal energy throughout her body, discovering the optimal path for her imperial scripture cultivation. This is forcing me to show off. After reviewing, Shen Yun directly opted for the 8000 recharge promotion and calmly stated, Of course. You may detail your uncertainties one by one. His composed tone filled Ling Qingxue with elation. The young master himself would be teaching her. Her anticipation was palpable. Once back in his cave dwelling, Ling Qingxue retrieved the imperial scriptures and began articulating her cultivation confusions. Shen Yun couldn't comprehend her words, and the imperial scriptures displayed on the projection were obscured, rendering their discussion futile. But who cares? He had the means. After Ling Qingxue finished, he feigned understanding. The Yaoqi imperial scripture is indeed somewhat challenging for you. Thus, I shall personally guide you in channeling the spirit, helping you find the most suitable path for your sacred body. This was precisely why he recharged for the teaching promotion. Only that which is most fitting for oneself can unleash the full power of the Yaoqi imperial scripture. Yet, with just a few words, the young master managed to grasp the intricacies of the Yaoqi imperial scripture. Ling Qingxue was utterly astonished. The young master could pave a path tailored specifically for her cultivation. One could only imagine how extraordinary his talents were. To receive guidance from such a figure was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, allowing her future cultivation journey to avoid unnecessary detours. Thank you, young master, for your instruction. Ling Qingxue quickly bowed in gratitude, then eagerly settled onto her bed. Suddenly, she trembled as she felt a large hand resting on her abdomen. I will help you channel your spirit now. Remember the flow path. Okay. The silk garment could hardly contain the warmth radiating from the large hand, especially as Shen Yun temporarily elevated his cultivation to assist her in channeling the spirit. The energy was strikingly palpable. The warmth of the young master's hand enveloped her, and Ling Qingxue was overwhelmed with gratitude and affection for the man who had rescued her from peril. Even the slightest touch sent her heart racing. Calm down. What am I thinking at a time like this? As his large hand moved upwards, she noticed that the flow of spiritual energy through her meridians was now far more fluid and agile than during her previous attempts. There were no obstructions whatsoever. This was crucial for a cultivator, the faster the energy circulated, the more potent the martial arts. However, the thought of the young master soon covering her completely made her bite her lip and close her eyes tightly. My heart is racing. I can't take it. At that moment, Shen Yun found himself in a predicament. What on earth? This feels like Tai Chi. He realized that the area beneath his palm was filled with points of spiritual energy that required him to trace circles around them. Initially, he thought simply circulating the energy would suffice, but he soon discovered that his hand needed to follow the guiding light as well. With 100 points of affection to spare, he reassured her softly, Qingxue, focus on your inner peace and don't overthink it. He was no novice. Encountering such situations was unexpected, but not enough to rattle him. Ling Qingxue bit her rosy lip and murmured, just proceed, young master, it will be easier for me. Such matters surely weren't intentional on his part. With the foundation he exhibited, he could easily attract any stunning woman he desired. Why would he seek to tease a mere novice cultivator like her? Moments later, she tensed up, gripping the hem of her skirt so tightly that it wrinkled beneath her delicate hands. Her body trembled, and her exquisite cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Heavens! The young master's technique is astonishing. As her breaths grew hurried, she reminded herself, stay calm. I must remember the young master's movements. Yet, a blazing fire seemed to ignite within her, threatening to consume her entirely. How could she possibly remain composed? Suddenly, Ling Qingshue's body shook violently, and with a muffled groan and a roll of her eyes, she fainted. Shen Yun? Awkwardness washed over him. However, times had changed, and he could understand her reaction. Chapter 20. Activating VIP Level 1 Function. Accelerate cultivation for continuous breakthroughs. To Shen Yun's surprise, his affection points had not diminished. He had to admit that this setting was remarkably resilient. Years ago, he had aimed to raise Luo Hongxi's affection to a perfect score of 100. Curious to see if the rumors were true, that one could manipulate characters at will, without consequence. Observing the current situation, the results seemed quite similar. His mind was unstable. Seeing Ling Qingxue unconscious, Shen Yun continued to channel his spiritual energy. If he stopped now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Once she awakened, she could rely on the traces of energy movement to remember. In truth, Ling Qingxue had regained consciousness the moment Shen Yun began to guide the second wave of spiritual energy. However, she was too embarrassed to open her eyes. Having thought she had ascended to the heavens and fearing to make a sound, she had forced herself to faint. It was only after Shen Yun completed his cycle that he withdrew his hand from the projection. So, cultivators also utilized ethereal techniques, he mused, smiling as he rubbed his hands together. Delicate and exquisite, yet it possesses a unique charm. It seemed a reward for reaching full affection. This was one of the highlights of Xuanxin mobile game, a clever gimmick about nurturing girlfriends and boyfriends. Noticing the hour was late, Shen Yun opened Ling Qingshue's feedback inventory and retrieved 10 low-grade spirit stones, heading upstairs to prepare for cultivation. The young master has finally departed. Lying on her bed, Ling Qingxue dared to open her eyes, filled with shyness and embarrassment. The young master said, my mind is unstable. I truly am useless. While the young master had been guiding her spiritual energy, her thoughts wandered to romantic scenarios of him being by her side. Ling Qingxue, how could you entertain such lewd thoughts? This is a desecration of the young master. I must not allow this to happen again. Once she calmed down, Ling Qingxue felt a chill on her skirt, and overwhelmed with shame, she darted into the secret chamber of her cave dwelling. White Fox, do you need spirit stones? Inside the bedroom, as Shen Yun pulled out the spirit stones from his pocket, the white fox bounded into the room. So that is what they're called. The white fox curiously pawed at the spirit stones. However, these stones were not nearly as rich in spiritual energy as the nourishing flowers it consumed. With a playful yawn, it rolled onto the bed, scratching its belly to indicate it was full. This wise creature was undeniably charming. And Shen Yun chuckled as he scratched its belly. Don't worry, I have plenty. Just let me know when you need more. This was a demonic beast baby with the bloodline of a great emperor. Once it rose to power, it would surely become a formidable weapon. Master is so kind. The white fox narrowed its eyes, affectionately rubbing its cheek against his hand. Sensing that its master was about to commence cultivation, it entered the beast-raising space on his phone to digest the energy within. With spirit stones in hand, Shen Yun began to circulate the transformation of spirit technique for absorption. With ample spiritual energy within, he could fully execute his mental techniques. Once proficient, he would seek opportunities for breakthroughs. In his previous life, Luo Hongxi had provided him with a second-tier replenishing pill, alongside the absorption of 20 spirit stones, taking half a month to reach the spirit-gathering realm. This efficiency could only be deemed faster than the average person, considering he had a company to gather spirit stones. Now, only a few days after the game had launched, he was already in a cultivation state, a remarkable start. However, at that moment, his phone emitted a notification, projecting a message. Ding. Detected that the player is currently cultivating. Game currency consumption has exceeded 2 million. Activating VIP Level 1 privileges. Automatic Acceleration Cultivation Function. Automatic Acceleration Cultivation. the player's cultivation realm and techniques will enter an automatic acceleration mode. Privilege: rapid absorption of natural spiritual energy with no side effects. Note: the higher the VIP level, the faster the cultivation speed. For more details, click to view. Current cultivation technique recognized as the 4th tier, transformation of spirit. Automatic acceleration in progress. What is happening? Shen Yun quickly clicked on the VIP notification in the upper left corner. VIP privilege details. The game currency spent by the player will accumulate, automatically granting VIP levels. Each level unlocks corresponding privileges. Accumulating 2 million grants VIP level 1 privileges, and 5 million grants level 2. Due to the player activating VIP functions, all players in the server will see an updated interface displaying VIP consumption. Wow, there are actually VIP privileges. Shen Yun's face gleamed with excitement. It turned out that players earn VIP levels based on their spending. Yet in his previous life, no one had managed to accumulate 2 million to reach VIP level 1. At least, before his time, the game interface had never displayed a VIP consumption section. The effects of VIP level 1 were incredibly powerful, enabling automatic cultivation. Just think, while others struggled to play the game and cultivate, he could be in a constant state of training. Moreover, this automatic cultivation came with an acceleration effect. How valuable! Shen Yun felt immensely invigorated. The accelerated cultivation would save him so much time and enhance his rise to power. Unfortunately, he would have to wait for the recharge notification to appear before he could spend game currency. This game only offered the recharge notification as a means of currency expenditure. There was no in-game shop or anything else. At that moment, Shen Yun noticed the spirit stones in his hand were rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, he felt a tremor throughout his body. Inhaling sharply, hiss. Did I break through so quickly? Boom. A surge of energy erupted from within him, causing his clothes to ripple in the wind. Ding. Congratulations to the player for breaking through to the first level of the spirit gathering realm. Friendly reminder: as the player's strength increases, the automatic acceleration effect of lower level VIPs diminishes. Spending money is necessary to become even stronger. Then let me spend. He had plenty of money. Shen Yun, filled with fervor, wished he could tear apart that notification. However, he resolved that as long as the items were not utterly useless, he would indulge in a spree of purchasing, just like the previously torn lace, as long as it served a purpose. It could be considered a means of upgrading his VIP status. With merely 2 spirit stones, he achieved a breakthrough. He gazed at the unremarkable stone in his hand, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Not only was the breakthrough imminent, but the consumption of spirit stones was also far more economical than in his past life. The accelerated cultivation feature would automatically absorb substantial amounts of the world's spiritual energy, requiring only a little more energy during breakthroughs. As long as he had enough spirit stones, his rate of advancement would surely astonish. Even without spirit stones, for him, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Here it comes again. Feeling the spiritual energy within him surge once more, Shen Yun swiftly retrieved all the spirit stones from the bags of both characters. The abilities of this VIP were indeed extraordinary. He pondered what level of cultivation he could achieve overnight. After taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he attentively sensed the changes within him. Moments later, a game notification illuminated before Shen Yun. Ding. Congratulations. Player has broken through to the 2nd layer of Spirit Attraction Realm. Ding. Congratulations. Player has broken through to the 5th layer of Spirit Attraction Realm. Ding. Congratulations. Player has broken through to the 7th layer of Spirit Attraction Realm. The following morning, as Shen Yun opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, far more striking than the day before. His vitality had undergone a qualitative leap. In just one night, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Spirit Attraction Realm. Clenching his powerful fists, his eyes brimming with joy, the sensation of being able to spend money to play games is simply exhilarating. Chapter 21. Realization of mistakes? You only know you are destined to die. Slaying the ex-girlfriend. Of the 53 spirit stones, all the low-grade ones had been consumed, leaving only 9 mid-grade stones. Shen Yun placed the remaining spirit stones into a safe and took out some divine essence spiritual spring to dilute. This substance not only enhanced his cultivation aptitude, but also alleviated hunger, saving him the trouble of eating. It is time to send you on your way, Zhou Qiao Qiao. As he drank from the spiritual spring, a murderous intent surged in Shen Yun's eyes. With his current abilities, he was more than capable of dealing with this woman. Allowing her to live could lead to unpredictable complications later on. The white fox could teleport, allowing him to approach her quickly. He just wondered when the white fox would break through. Shen Yun opened the game to check the white fox's information. With the white fox's remarkable speed, he could resolve matters swiftly, thus avoiding any unwanted attention. However, if the fox broke through right in front of others, it would be rather awkward. 9-tailed fox current realm, 9th layer of energy convergence. Status: refining internal energy. Not yet at the peak of energy convergence. With a thought, the white fox appeared on the bed within his beast control space. The little creature yawned, and then abruptly looked up at Shen Yun with a bewildered expression. Master. Aren't you just a mere mortal? How have you become so powerful? Did such a monumental change occur in such a short time? However, recalling the quality spiritual spring and spiritual flowers, it soon understood. White Fox, when will you break through? After conversing with it, Shen Yun confirmed that this little fellow would not break through today. The White Fox's teleportation had a maximum distance of about a kilometer, and it could swiftly teleport over 10 times when it unleashed its full potential. This ability was already extraordinarily formidable. Learning that Shen Yun needed its teleportation ability for rapid movement, the White Fox enveloped itself in shimmering light, transforming into a large white fox. The larger the creature, the more majestic it appeared, exuding an entirely different aura. Seeing it tilt its head to signal him to mount, Shen Yun cautiously climbed aboard. I'm not light, you know. To his surprise, sitting atop was quite comfortable. Once assured that riding posed no issues, Shen Yun pulled out his phone's photo album. Let me show you her picture. I must eliminate this woman today. Make sure not to confuse her. To ensure accuracy, he even retrieved that woman's sexy, alluring outfit from the wardrobe for the White Fox to sniff. Achoo! The White Fox sneezed, blowing away a few scraps of fabric before it, and Shen Yun vanished from the room in a flash. In the office of the Zhou family's company, Zhou Qiao coldly addressed her phone while seated on the sofa. Qin Shitong, I advise you to leave Shen Yun's company and join me instead. I could use a capable secretary. To be frank, the team you've recruited from outside your company consists of my people. Shen Yun has abandoned his company to indulge in gaming. Why are you still clinging to it? Upon the launch of Seeking Immortality mobile game, various companies offered generous packages. As long as an employee's character possessed decent qualifications or could assist the management, their salaries multiplied several times. Yet, Shen Yun's company had not released any benefits, leading numerous employees to covet the enticing offers elsewhere and clamoring to resign. Meanwhile, the Zhou family concentrated on game development, with Zhou Qiao brazenly recruiting outside Shen Yun's Tenlong company, having already gathered dozens of people. Since they were all volunteers, she was unperturbed by the prospect of Shen Yun retaliating. Miss Zhou, your wealthy breakup drama has nothing to do with me. But there is no need to make Tenlong company a chaotic mess, is there? The voice on the other end was far from amicable. We're not playing games. This time, it's a genuine breakup. Zhou Qiao replied with a cold smile. Good intentions are wasted on the damned. You won't come? Fine. After hanging up, Zhou Qiao turned to her older brother, Zhou Hao, who was engrossed in his game at the boss's chair, her tone pleading. Brother, you hold the position of team leader in the Tianjiao Club. Can you help me gain entry? The Tianjiao Club is a player organization, where only characters achieving the Tianjiao level or players possessing exceptional cultivation aptitude can join. Members share resources, both in reality and within the game. The creators are influential second-generation individuals from the capital, and given the game's significance, it quickly spread online, even establishing branches in Haiqing. Zhou Hao, with his character's outstanding qualifications, served as a team leader in the Haiqing branch. This was one of the reasons she dared to provoke Shen Yun. Though her father had gained considerable influence over the years and befriended many cultivators, he was not intimidated by Shen Yun, a mere fledgling in society. However, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. The Tenlong Group's foundation must be respected. With her brother's assistance, Shen Yun was no longer regarded as a threat. The Zhou family had evolved from needing her to seduce Shen Yun to thrive in obscurity. Zhou Hao looked at her with a doting expression. Work a little harder. Once my contribution points accumulate, I'll have the team leader give you a backdoor entry. Yay, you're the best, brother. Zhou Qiao beamed with joy, placing her hands on his shoulders. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted this warm scene. I arrived at an inopportune moment. Both of them abruptly looked up, their pupils constricting in shock. Shen Yun had appeared in the office without them noticing. Beneath him sat a massive two-tailed white fox, its eyes glinting with a chilling light as it regarded them. Is this the beast companion he captured? It's enormous. Zhou Hao felt a surge of astonishment. The beasts posted in the Tianjiao Club group were barely half a meter long at most. Even as mounts, no one in the club had ever obtained one. What right did this kid have to possess such a creature? Gazing at the majestic white fox, Zhou Hao's eyes were filled with envy. No wonder he had abandoned the company to play games every day. Zhou Qiao suddenly realized. This guy must have stumbled upon some opportunity. Otherwise, why would he neglect the chaos in the company? He was likely on the verge of rising to prominence. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Zhou Qiao's eyes reddened, and she glared at Shen Yun, exclaiming tearfully, Shen Yun, on what grounds do you break up with me? Do you know how much I love you? How heartbroken I am. Her acting skills were still impeccable. Shen Yun coldly smirked, raising the broken soul mechanism spike in his hand. Zhou Qiao's acting was quite remarkable, and she had a penchant for role-playing. She would hire high-priced makeup artists to transform her into various celebrities, allowing the former Shen Yun to experience different charms each night. This was precisely why he often exercised and drank goji berry tea. Beneath the captivating exterior of this woman lies a heart as venomous as it is treacherous. How could he possibly discern that his sister was merely acting? Zhou Hao's peripheral vision caught sight of the surveillance camera in the corner, emitting wisps of white smoke. And he knew that Shen Yun harbored ill intentions. He spoke with a grave tone. I advise you against acting impulsively. I am now a member of the Tianjiao Club, and should you inflict harm upon us, your meager background will be utterly insufficient to contend with us. The Tianjiao Club? Shen Yun's expression turned icy as he aimed the mechanism spear at him. You should stick to your underground gatherings. In his previous life, Zhou Qiaoqiao had leveraged the connections of this organization to suppress him. This time, he would ensure that the score was settled. Whoosh! A beam of ethereal silver energy shot forth from the soul-breaking mechanism spear, striking Zhou Hao's head with the swiftness of lightning. Ah! The chilling scream startled Zhou Qiaoqiao, causing her to tremble. What happened, brother? She hurried to support the collapsing Zhou Hao, only to find him bleeding from his eyes, lifeless upon the ground. My God! Zhou Qiaoqiao's hands fell away as if electrified, and she stumbled backward, screaming in terror. As Shen Yun approached with the white fox and raised the spear in his hand, her heart raced with fear, and her voice quivered as she pleaded, Husband, I am your Qiaoqiao. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll be good. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare my life. Realize your mistakes? You only comprehend that you are about to die. Shen Yun remained unperturbed and promptly pressed the button on the mechanism spear. Whoosh! Struck by the silver energy, Zhou Qiaoqiao felt as though her brain were about to explode, and as she screamed, blood gushed from all 7 orifices. In mere moments, she shuddered violently, her eyes wide open in death's grasp. The tears of blood flowed as she stared unblinkingly at Shen Yun, unable to fathom why this man had suddenly harbored such murderous intent. Chapter 22. The alchemist maiden from years past has arrived. Finally, a lingering concern was resolved. Gazing upon the 2 lifeless bodies, Shen Yun felt an overwhelming sense of delight. In his previous life, he had yearned to eliminate this woman, and now, with his vendetta avenged, he felt utterly liberated. It was time to depart. Hearing a commotion at the door, he clasped the white fox at his waist, and both vanished from the office. Why are they screaming so dreadfully? The cleaning lady outside sensed something amiss and hurried to the general manager's office, flinging the door open. The sight before her caused her to stagger back, her face drained of color. There lay the Zhou siblings, blood streaming from their orifices, utterly motionless. Oh no! The cleaning lady shrieked like a startled cat, her screams echoing throughout the building. There has been a murder. Manager Zhou is dead. Outside the headquarters of the Tunglong Group, in a CAF, a woman clad in a form-fitting black skirt burst through the door, surveying her surroundings before hastening toward Shen Yun, who was seated with a cup of coffee. Boss, are you abandoning your company? Qin Shitong was a flurry of anxiety and anger. As the executive secretary, Shen Yun had granted her considerable authority. While this reflected his trust in her abilities, now that the Xuanxin mobile game had arrived, ushering in a new era, she and her team dared not unilaterally decide the company's future direction. The board had yet to provide any definitive opinions. Meanwhile, the major shareholder, Shen Yun, had seemingly turned into a hands-off manager, blocking their calls at this crucial moment. She had personally visited his residence the day prior only to find him mysteriously absent. Now, this young master expected her to accompany him on a shopping spree. Long time no see, Secretary Qin. Shen Yun smiled as he regarded the woman before him. Qin Shitong, a top student from Haicheng University, had proven herself exceptionally capable during her 2.5 years as his secretary. In his previous life, it was she who had alerted Shen Yun in advance about the company being investigated, enabling him to escape Haicheng before Zhou Qiaoqiao's people could seize him. However, in the aftermath, Qin Shitong had suffered. Zhou Qiaoqiao discovered her involvement and not only shattered her teeth, but also broke her arm, leaving her hospitalized. Ultimately, following Shen Yun's advice, she fled Haicheng to save her life. B-boss, how can you still smile at a time like this? Qin Shitong exclaimed, plopping down in a chair. What is going on between you and Zhou Qiaoqiao? Breaking up Shuden T dragged the company down with you. Many employees have resigned to join her gaming studio. Don't tell me this is some kind of act to eliminate disloyalty. Upon hearing her grievances, Shen Yun realized that Zhou Qiaoqiao had not employed the Zhou family's influence in recruiting workers. Clearly, she feared that the employees would associate her name with their supposed charade. This was a calculated attempt to dismantle his enterprise. Shen Yun rose with a smile. From now on, you shall be the acting president of Tunglong Group. Your salary will be commensurate with the market rate, and I will grant you a share of the company. You and your team will handle all affairs. I shall only concern myself with collecting profits. Now, let us go shopping for a few outfits. In his previous life, he had busied himself with the company and the game, aiming to accumulate resources for his growth. Now that he was financially secure, he had little interest in managing these matters. Bestowing such generous benefits upon Qin Shitong was also a nod to her assistance in his past life. Acting president, Qin Shitong felt a bit dazed. As she saw Shen Yun nearly exit the CAF, she hurried after him. Boss, I'm afraid I might not be up to the task. Given Tunglong Group's scale, an acting president's salary would easily exceed $1 million annually, and coupled with the shares, it was akin to a windfall. Yet how could she, merely a secretary, possess such capabilities? Do you know why I appointed you as the executive secretary and entrusted you with power? Shen Yun feigned a serious tone. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Qin Shitong realized he was not jesting, and she felt a mix of helplessness. At the time, I thought you wanted to court me. Now it seems you genuinely wish to avoid managing the company. Delegate tasks to the secretary when their S work, and let the secretary handle matters when their S none. This was the most common criticism she had faced after attaining her position. Now, it appeared her execution capabilities had earned her the trust of this hands-off manager. Understanding is key. Do your best. There is no need to be at odds with money. Shen Yun replied with a gentle smile. Let us go. Drive me to the commercial street. In the past few days, the white fox had successfully transformed, and he needed to prepare several suitable outfits for it. I'll do my utmost. Qin Shitong, seeing his resolve, ceased her attempts to dissuade him. After all, no one would willingly turn their back on money. In the Xiantian continent, Ling Qingxue stood aboard a colossal flying vessel, gazing towards the distant city. Regrettably, I cannot personally slay you, old hag. Her expression reflected a sense of helplessness. Despite her formidable constitution, the resources she required were astronomical, hindering her cultivation progress. It remained uncertain when she would be able to personally exact vengeance upon Lu Fangya. If the news of her departure were to leak, it would undoubtedly haunt her for a lifetime. Beside her stood an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Qingxue, once this matter is settled, you will be able to focus on your cultivation. The old woman, named Su Yi, was the ancestral guardian of the Yaoqi sacred realm, appointed to accompany her during her travels. The fact that a saint personally safeguarded her from the outset illustrated the high regard Yaoqi held for her. Yaoqi was already aware of Ling Qingshue's situation. The old woman assumed that Qingxue was too eager for revenge to concentrate on her cultivation. Calm your thoughts and cultivate. Qingxue. Ling Qingxue shook her head. In comparison, there are more pressing matters at hand that may delay my cultivation progress. With that, she bowed respectfully to the old woman. I hope you, Granny Su, and the sacred realm will understand. Everything she possessed was bestowed by her young master. Seeking items that would garner his favor was her utmost priority. As for her delayed cultivation, it could wait, for she was sheltered beneath a great tree. Yet, this would inevitably disappoint Yaoqi. More pressing matters? Su Yi, noticing her reticence to elaborate, refrained from pressing further and instead smiled, helping her rise and patting her hand. In truth, for us cultivators, whether it be to grow stronger, seek longevity, or exact revenge, it ultimately boils down to achieving clarity of thought. Do not worry. Yaoqi will not hold this against you. Simply pursue your true heart. Thank you, Granny. Gratitude welled within Ling Qingxue. Whenever I find the time, I will dedicate myself to my cultivation. Haha, that is sufficient. Moments later, Su Yi whisked Ling Qingxue to a residence within the city. The modest courtyard was adorned with exotic flowers and herbs. In the center of the courtyard, a middle-aged woman clad in a black robe meticulously sorted through the herbs laid upon the table. Concealed in the bustling city, this place was one of Lu Fangya's several residences. Upon sensing a presence silently materializing within the courtyard, a flicker of unease crossed Lu Fangya's countenance as she hastily turned to look. When she beheld the visitor adorned in the attire of the Yaoqi, her initial shock swiftly morphed into profound astonishment and trepidation. Her gaze fixated on Ling Qingxue as she stammered, "Why you have entered the Yaoqi sacred land?" How could she have fathomed that the girl she once regarded as a mere medicinal cauldron had achieved such extraordinary fortune? Lu Fangya, it has been a long time, Ling Qingxue said, advancing slowly to take a seat opposite her, idly toying with the herbs on the table. I have come to resolve our past grievances. Though Ling Qingxue wore a smile, Lu Fangya discerned the crimson threads of fury and sorrow woven into her gaze. The other woman did not display the condescending demeanor of a triumphant victor after joining the sacred land. Rather, she revealed an unsettling emotional depth. With her extensive experience, Lu Fangya grasped the source of Ling Qingshue's ire. She sighed heavily, murmuring as she regarded the emerging aura of the young woman. Killing many can harden the heart. I never expected you to have always regarded me as your mentor. It was evident that Ling Qingshue's heart still bore gratitude for the refuge Lu Fangya had provided in her youth. Yet, having taken countless lives, she had long since neglected such human sentiments, forgetting the gratitude this girl once held. Now, with her demise looming, Lu Fangya felt an inexplicable pang of regret. Had she treated Ling Qingxue kindly from the outset, not seeing her as a mere medicinal vessel, but rather guiding her into a prestigious sect, perhaps in the future. As her mentor, she would bask in unbounded glory thanks to Ling Qingshue's gratitude. Alas, the world offers no what-ifs. No need for you to intervene, esteemed elder, Lu Fangya said, performing a slight bow towards Su Yi, only to stiffen as deep brown blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Watching Lu Fangya collapse lifelessly to the ground, Ling Qingxue inhaled deeply and rose to depart. Let us go, Granny Su. While she appreciated Lu Fangya's past kindness, the latter's numerous misdeeds rendered her demise unworthy of lament. However, the ancient sage Su Yi did not leave. Instead, she continued to gaze at Lu Fangya's corpse. Qingxue, in the future, when faced with such sorrowful scenes, you must not let your guard down, she admonished, raising her staff to shake the ground. Boom! The powerful wave of spiritual energy surged toward Lu Fangya's lifeless body, prompting the once dead woman to plead in a hoarse voice. Qingxue, Grant me another chance to amend my ways. Smack. Lu Fangya's form was instantly torn apart by the spiritual energy, obliterating her completely. Feigning death. Ling Qingxue felt both shame and anger, looking helplessly at the elder. I apologize, Granny Su. Su Yi waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing. Your cultivation is still shallow, and you cannot perceive her soul's fluctuations. Do not dwell on it. In time, as your cultivation improves, you will learn to be more cautious. Ling Qingxue was a rare gem, and at this stage, she required proper guidance. Moreover, her distress stemmed from disappointment in Lu Fangya's actions, showcasing her good nature. The elder was more than pleased. A raw gem, when carefully polished, would eventually radiate boundless brilliance. During this period of trials and tribulations, the expansive Yaoqi sacred land would safeguard her. Granny, I understand, Ling Qingxue replied, her tone laced with self-reproach. Had the elder not been present today, the outcome could have been dire. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, and her voice turned somewhat awkward. Is the young master here? After having embarrassed herself the previous day, she felt truly uncomfortable facing him again after this incident. Yes, Shen Yun had just returned home and had witnessed the previous scene upon logging into the game. Lu Fangya was indeed cunning, playing her part until the very end. Fortunately, a sage was present to intervene. It seemed this woman, much like Zhou Qiaoqiao, was a master of theatrics. Noticing Ling Qingxue pick up a storage ring, Shen Yun's eyes instantly sparkled, for within the ring lay a red character mark. This indicated that it contained a feedback item. I sense it, young master. Ling Qingxue exclaimed joyfully. She had scoured the entire sacred land, even examining the Yaoqi imperial treasures, but had found nothing of interest apart from some spiritual stones. Discovering something today had considerably lifted her spirits. Indeed, Shen Yun opened the red dot to examine the item details. Feedback item, grade 5 upper quality secret technique, blood refining claw, fierce in offense, inherently carries a chilling attribute, capable of refining the opponent's vitality and enhancing one's own physique. Cultivating to a profound level allows for instantaneous refining of the target. An evil cultivation method? Shen Yun was speechless, although at least it was a grade 5 upper quality secret, superior to his crumbling mountain fist. Regardless, with his VIP automatic acceleration cultivation feature, he decided to use it. He directly extracted the ancient black tome, and a game prompt appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining the feedback item, grade 5 upper quality secret technique, blood refining claw. Would you like to activate the VIP level 1 automatic cultivation feature? Activating automatic acceleration cultivation mode. Ding! Grade 5 upper quality secret technique, blood refining claw is now undergoing automatic cultivation. Haha, no need for cultivation. This is delightful. Shen Yun reclined comfortably on his bed. Young master, I plan to wander the city to help you search for favorable items. Ling Qingxue felt fortunate today and aimed to seize the moment. No worries. You haven't had the chance to cultivate in peace these past few days. It's fine to look for items when you have the time, Shen Yun gently advised. Such feedback items are subject to fate and cannot be forced. Currently, the items he possessed were sufficient. Wasting Ling Qingxue's exceptional potential for the sake of such items would be counterproductive. His caring words warmed Ling Qingxue's heart, and with a soft smile, she replied, It's all right, young master. My physique differs from others, requiring significant time and resources to make progress. There's no rush in cultivation. It would be better to help you find favorable items. This indeed posed a dilemma. Shen Yun frowned. The 9 Heavens sacred body was formidable, yet it inherently possessed 9 sacred body origins. To fully cultivate them would require tremendous resources and time. Ling Qingxue had evidently realized this, likely believing that cultivation was somewhat of a waste of time, hence her willingness to invest her time in seeking items to assist him. Her intentions were noble, yet it appeared she was somewhat resigned. It seemed that residing within the sacred land had made her feel secure, focusing solely on his well-being. Shen Yun mused thoughtfully. I need to devise a way to change this. At that moment, a recharge prompt materialized before Shen Yun. Limited time qualification offer. Recharge 58. 888 to elevate Ling Qingxue's spiritual root to royal quality. Significantly boost cultivation efficiency. Limited time cultivation offer. Recharge 228. 888 to acquire a supreme spirit gathering array. Enhancing Ling Qingxue's cultivation abode with spiritual energy 35 times denser than the outside world. Limited time acceleration item offer. Recharge 500. 000 to obtain a time-shrinking space tower. 1 day outside equals 5 days inside. For every additional 100, 000, increase the internal days by 5. Maximum cap at 1, 000. Days reach 55. Bonus welfare offer. Upon reaching the maximum recharge of 1, 000, activate the bonus. Grant the character an additional 5 days of cultivation time. 2 months of cultivation within the time-shrinking space tower equals 1 day outside. An artifact to propel the character's ascendance. What are you waiting for? Wow, truly. There is nothing money cannot solve. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled as he eagerly tapped. I'll purchase them all. Just a little over $1 million. What a bargain. Chapter 24. Luo Hongshi's Character Talent. Refining Feedback Elixirs. Ding. Successfully purchased Royal Quality Spiritual Root for 58,888. Character Ling Qingxue directly inherits. Ding. Successfully purchased Supreme Spirit Gathering Array for 228,888. Item has been placed into Ling Qingxue's storage ring. Ding. Successfully purchased a time-shrinking space tower for 500,000. Player recharges 1,000,000, granting an additional 5 days of cultivation effects. Current item cultivation effect. Ling Qingxue's cultivation for 60 days inside equals 1 day outside. In the blink of an eye, 1.78 million was deducted from Shen Yun's account, as if it were mere water flowing away. Yet, he felt that the value he received was far beyond what he had spent. Not only would this enhance Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed, but with the previous deposit of over 2 million, he was now only about 1 million short of reaching VIP level 2. However, he pondered what extraordinary abilities VIP level 2 might possess as he gazed at the projection and pressed the voice button. In that case, allow me to assist you in enhancing your cultivation aptitude. What? Buzz. Ling Qingxue trembled all over, a radiant red glow enveloping her, creating a spectacle. Within this crimson light, waves of pure spiritual energy radiated outward, prompting the elder saint in white to clap in admiration. You have activated the royal grade spiritual root. It seems that Qingxue has achieved a breakthrough in her state of mind. The manifestation of the royal grade spiritual root was a dazzling red glow. And given that the girl had been in a state of distress earlier, it was likely she had broken through some shackles, receiving blessings in return. The emergence of the royal grade spiritual root would significantly enhance Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed, marking a momentous occasion. Yet, Ling Qingxue was acutely aware that all of this was bestowed upon her by the young master. Grandma Su, I shall retreat to the flying boat to meditate, she said eagerly as she returned to the cabin. Young master, it is only right for Qingxue to assist you in gathering resources. You need not be so gracious. She had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to elevate a cultivator's spiritual root to the royal grade. Such an extraordinary feat could only be achieved through the young master's immense powers, and she feared it might come at a considerable cost. The more she contemplated this, the more anxious she became, her delicate nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Young master, what shall I do? Do not fret, Shen Yun replied nonchalantly. In addition to this, your spatial ring contains a gathering array, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 35 times that of the outside world. Furthermore, there is a treasure that can accelerate your cultivation speed. Spending 60 days inside is equivalent to just 1 day outside. This way, you can cultivate while simultaneously seeking resources. Once you return and familiarize yourself with the operations, it should not be difficult. Ling Qingxue was utterly astonished. A gathering array with 35 times the energy? A cultivation space with a ratio of 1 to 60? What merit could she possess to receive such favor from the young master? Even with the 9 heavens sacred body, anyone could cultivate into an emperor with such advantages. Young master, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. For Qingxue is deeply unsettled. Ling Qingxue gazed nervously into the void. The young master had given her far too much. She feared this was merely a dream, and upon awakening, it would all shatter. Why are you afraid? Shen Yun chuckled lightly. You, who are so devoted to cultivating, also seek resources for me. Why then do you tremble when I think of you? Accept it calmly. It is not a precious item. His words flowed like a warm spring breeze, soothing Ling Qingxue's heart. The young master remembered her kindness, and thus treated her with such benevolence. This made her heart swell with sweetness, and as she sensed the benevolent gaze upon her, her wavering spirit finally settled, blossoming into a radiant smile. Thank you, young master. Now that is more like it. I previously advised you to forget about past unpleasant experiences. Your heart is far too timid. In the path of cultivation, an unstable heart is a grave taboo. The phrase unstable heart sent a shiver down Ling Qingxue's spine, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Those 4 words felt like a tremendous force, causing her heart to race. At that moment, Shen Yun discovered that the spiritual energy within him began to boil once more, and he could not help but rejoice. Am I about to break through to the gathering spiral realm? He hastily took out a spirit stone and sat cross-legged in preparation. All right, Qingxue, I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing that Shen Yun was about to leave, Ling Qingxue inquired eagerly, Young master, when will I see you again? Perhaps it was the thoughts of the day that lingered into her dreams, but the visage of the young master always appeared elusive in her mind, stirring within her a longing to behold his countenance. Meeting? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Given the distance between their realms, such encounters were not easily arranged. Yet he could not voice this directly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a calm demeanor. I am currently in a world of great terror, surrounded by powerful beasts and dangers, and I am unable to extricate myself for the time being. Even if players and characters have exposed the existence of the Blue Star world, it does not affect me. With so many treasures invested, neither Ling Qingxue nor Luo Hongxi would consider me a denizen of a lower dimensional world. My status remains untarnished. However, no player would be foolish enough to claim they belong to a lower dimensional realm, as all characters are cultivators, should they discover that these so-called elders are mere mortals. Their lofty pride would hinder their ability to cultivate relationships. So the young master was in such a perilous world, yet still concerned for her. She felt truly unworthy. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ling Qingxue promptly bowed respectfully to the void. I shall not disturb the young master any longer. Only after the gaze upon her dissipated did she return to her seat. Perhaps the young master required the special aura of those favorable tools for his cultivation to confront the beasts and dangers. Viewing it this way, she resolved to search for resources with even greater diligence. Moreover, she ought to strive to cultivate herself. Perhaps one day she could assist the young master. A determined expression gradually set upon Ling Qingxue's face. Young master, please await my return. Huff. The gathering spiral first heaven, capable of rendering ordinary firearms ineffective. Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes. In his previous life, he had experienced considerable hardship, merely a minor cultivator in the pulse condensation realm. Yet he was well acquainted with the gathering spiral realm. Cultivators at this level naturally emanate spirals of energy from their bodies, rendering mundane weapons and cold arms ineffective. Only powerful firearms and explosives could cause harm. However, he possessed the heart-guarding mirror for protection, which would allow him to disregard even a nuclear bomb. Regrettably, his supply of spirit stones was dwindling. Shen Yun discarded the useless stones on his bed. He was left with only 2 medium-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy within these stones was denser than the thin spiritual energy of the blue star. Fortunately, even without spirit stones, he could still break through. It would simply take a bit longer to absorb the ambient energy. He wondered what Luo Hongxi was up to. After taking a sip of spiritual spring, he opened the game and was astonished to discover that a red item had appeared in Luo Hongxi's Q-version avatar's backpack. What a stroke of luck today. He eagerly clicked to check. Feedback item. Blood replenishing pill. A pill concocted by the character Luo Hongxi, capable of replenishing expended vitality, may cause gastrointestinal discomfort. Goodness, she has already concocted a feedback pill at such an early stage. Shen Yun smiled. In his previous life, Luo Hongxi had crafted feedback pills while on the run. Indeed, certain characters could create feedback items themselves, a fact that was not a secret online. Crafting tools, talismans, formations, and medicines could yield feedback items. Not every character possesses such abilities. Luo Hongxi, however, had a chance in alchemy, qualifying as a hidden talent of her character. Yet, the yield was not high. It could take dozens or even hundreds of attempts to produce a single feedback pill. In his past life, he had relied on this girl's pills to rise. Though the outcome had been less than satisfactory, Shen Yun closed the character's backpack and clicked on Luo Hongxi's avatar. As the Q-version imagery rippled outward, he saw her in a pill refining room, sweating profusely as she diligently crafted pills. Beside her stood an arrogant elder clad in fine robes, his expression already tinged with impatience. Is it really so difficult to concoct a first-grade pill? Were it not for the personal letter from the sect master of the Tianyin Sword sect, I truly would not wish to waste my time here. Jiang Ming, an 8th-grade alchemist and one of the leaders of the Dan Hall in the Eastern Domain, possessed extremely valuable time. He had heard from sect master Li Mingdao that this young girl claimed to have a talent for alchemy. Yet the elders of the sword sect could not discern any such ability, which was why she had come to the Dan Hall seeking his validation. If she truly possessed exceptional talent, he might consider taking her as a disciple. However, after observing her for a long time, Jiang Ming concluded that she lacked any genuine talent for alchemy. She was merely a novice. How could a girl of such tender age dare to utter such boastful claims? With the clumsiness of his alchemical techniques, he felt as though he were being made a fool of, given his esteemed position, which rendered the situation truly hard to bear. Chapter 25. The Abilities of the Pill Realm Pyramid. Charge it. 100% success rate in pill creation. Jiang Ming, inherently proud, spoke with a weight that undeniably struck deep, leaving Luo Hongxi feeling profoundly wounded and unjustly treated. I clearly concocted a pill that evokes fondness. Such rare items are exceedingly difficult to procure, yet I managed to refine one. How can that not indicate my innate talent for alchemy? However, the expertise of the Pill King was beyond reproach, and she could not divulge her secret concerning the young master. Left without a retort, Luo Hongxi could only endure. Yet, Jiang Ming's cutting words evidently affected her mindset, consequently impacting her alchemical technique. Before long, with a resounding bang, the cauldron trembled, releasing a waft of charred scent. Jiang Ming rose to leave. My eyes must be failing. Let Taoist Lin escort you home. I bid you farewell, esteemed senior. Luo Hongxi promptly stood, bowing respectfully. An 8th-rank Pill King is a distinguished guest even within the sacred land, let alone among superpowers. She could not afford to show her grievances. It was not until the stone door of the alchemy chamber closed that Luo Hongxi trembled her lips, sniffled, and murmured through misty eyes. I clearly. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Throughout her life, apart from the occasion when Zhang Fenghua came to call off their engagement, she had never endured such humiliation. Do not cry, Hongxi. I know your talent for alchemy is exceptional. Tinjiang old men cannot compare to you. The familiar and warm voice of comfort only made Luo Hongshi's tears flow even more profusely. Nevertheless, she quickly wiped her tears. Young master, I am fine. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. Before departing, her father, Luo Qinghe, had advised her that there would inevitably be various grievances from the outside world, and she must promptly adjust her mindset. By striving to improve herself, she would no longer suffer indignities. Moreover, the young master was watching. She must not allow him to perceive her as ineffectual. That old man actually made Hongxi cry. Rest assured, I will settle the score with him. Uffed. Luo Hongxi laughed, blowing a snot bubble. Young master, I truly am fine. By the way, I have refined a pill that evokes fondness. With that, she produced it from a beautifully crafted small box, clearly a product of her meticulous preparation. Shen Yun was aware of this, which was why he had not directly taken the pill earlier, though its quality is somewhat lacking. Luo Hongxi intended to showcase it further but felt embarrassed and quickly withdrew. Once my alchemical skills improve, I will surely concoct higher-grade pills for you. Hehe. Observing her adorable demeanor, Shen Yun smiled gently. Hongxi is truly remarkable. Then it's settled. I shall eagerly await. Receiving the young master's praise, Luo Hongxi felt her gloomy mood dissipate, and she exited the alchemy chamber brimming with vitality. Hongxi remained the same Hongxi, forever showcasing her joyful side to those around her. Meanwhile, a series of recharge notifications appeared in the projection, causing Shen Yun's smile to grow ever brighter. Just in time. Alchemy Qualification Special. Recharge 648, now at a discount. Character Luo Hongxi unlocks the Soul Talent. 4th rank Soul Lotus, enhancing her control over alchemy. Soul Talent. Shen Yun clicked to purchase without hesitation. Besides strengthening the physical body, the soul is equally vital. The Soul Lotus comprises 12 ranks. The greater the number, the stronger the soul talent. Cultivating the secret arts of the soul yields markedly superior effects in both offense and defense compared to ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, with soul talent, alchemists can achieve great efficiency in alchemy, array crafting, and talisman creation. Among the powerful practitioners of soul cultivation, some can even exist in the world solely as souls. An impressive feat. Next, Shen Yun glanced at the following recharge notification. Alchemy Technique Special. Recharge 8888, now at a discount. Acquire the 70-second technique of the top 100 alchemy techniques, the Earth Flame Ascending Fire Technique. When refining pills, using this technique to gather spiritual energy will enhance the pill's quality. Limited time value special. Recharge 499, 999, now at a discount. Obtain the top-ranking alchemist's unique eye. The Purple Gold Heavy Eye. By utilizing the purple gold essence, it can forcibly compensate for deficiencies in the cauldron, ensuring a 100% success rate in pill creation. Low-level alchemists cannot refine imperial pills, but with the heavy eye, as long as there is sufficient essence, they can refine directly. Note, apart from alchemy, the Purple Gold Heavy Eye can also heal hidden injuries on cultivators. When encountering enemies, using the heavy eye to detect hidden injuries within the opponent can cause them to explode, providing a significant advantage in combat. The Purple Gold Heavy Eye can even repair imperial pills. Shen Yun's eyelid twitched. This item is akin to a universal repair bomb, ensuring a 100% success rate in pill refinement. Such a capability is undoubtedly a pinnacle existence within the alchemical realm throughout history. Its offensive capabilities are also formidable, with the ability to detonate hidden injuries within enemies, making it an exceptional skill for subterfuge. Without hesitation, Shen Yun clicked to purchase. Purchased Earth Flame Ascending Fire Technique. Purchased Purple Gold Heavy Eye. Ding. Congratulations to the player for a successful purchase. Abilities are being implanted into the character Luo Hongxi. Just 50,000 more. And he would reach VIP level 2. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together in excitement. Meanwhile, as Luo Hongxi exited the alchemy chamber, she felt a remarkably exquisite alchemical technique emerge in her mind. Her eyes became even more extraordinary, able to perceive the conditions of numerous alchemists within the pill hall, most of whom harbored toxicities from various medicinal materials. There was even a marking indicating explosive toxicity. How frightening. Upon realizing the function of the Purple Gold Heavy Eye, Luo Hongxi shrank her neck in shock. Young master, this heavy eye is far too precious. As a cultivator, she naturally understood the significance of an alchemist's unique eye. She certainly did not possess such a talent and could easily deduce that it was a gift from the young master. Make the most of it. These will assist you in alchemy, and from now on, no one will claim you lack talent. Thank you, young master. With the young master's protection, Luo Hongxi felt a sweet warmth in her heart. I feel so happy. Ever since encountering the young master, her days had been filled with joy. The earlier unpleasantness was trivial in comparison. Hongxi, have you been crying? Lin Sheng, who had been waiting outside, approached and, noticing her slightly moist eyes, softly consoled her. The Pill King Jiang is inherently proud. Do not take his words to heart. Although both were of the same cultivation level, the Pill King's status made it difficult for Lin Sheng to say much. Moreover, as the pill hall was his domain, she could only comfort her disciple through telepathy. "It's all right, master. Let us go?" Luo Hongxi smiled, taking her hand. The status of the Pill King was of no concern to her. The reason she had cried earlier was Jiang Ming's claim that she lacked alchemical talent, worrying that she would not be able to produce pills of fondness to aid the young master. Now, with the young master's support, she was filled with confidence. As they walked, Luo Hongxi used her unique eye to examine herself and was relieved to find no hidden injuries. However, she noticed a persistent injury on Master Lin Sheng's left waist, a remnant from years of sword training. This heavy eye is truly miraculous. It can even heal others. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low to expend too much of the heavy eye's essence. She would have to wait until later to treat her master's injury. Gathering her emotions, Luo Hongxi joyfully swung Lin Sheng's arm as they exited the hall. Hongxi's ability to self-regulate was indeed remarkable. Seeing her in good spirits, Lin Sheng smiled. Feeling relieved, when the master and disciple arrived at the entrance of the pill hall, they discovered an elderly man in plain clothing, his white hair contrasting sharply with his puzzled expression as he scrutinized Luo Hongxi. Noticing that the man was not clad in an alchemist's uniform and was unable to discern his cultivation level, Lin Sheng suspected he might be a reclusive master and approached with a respectful bow. "I am Lin Sheng of the Tianyan Sword Sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior." Luo Hongxi also bowed in turn, then shyly hid behind her master. Earlier, she had seen the old gentleman from a distance, and his body radiated various toxicities from medicinal materials, with many pill toxins that were even more potent than those of other alchemists, exuding a dark glow. This made him exceedingly conspicuous among the alchemists in the pill hall. Chapter 26. The Arrival of the Alchemy Saint. The Ashamed Alchemist King. Luo Hongxi surmised that this venerable elder was undoubtedly a master of alchemy, likely an alchemist king. However, with an abundance of toxins within his body, he appeared to be on the brink of death, eliciting both curiosity and sympathy from her. Witnessing the impending demise of an alchemist king would undoubtedly be disheartening for any alchemist. The Tiantian Sword Sect? Such concern was unnecessary. After smiling and nodding at Lin Sheng, the elder observed the expression in Luo Hongxi's eyes and spoke tenderly. "Little girl, would you be willing to take me as your master and study the art of alchemy?" "Take you as my master?" Lin Sheng regarded the unfamiliar elder with curiosity. If he were a renowned alchemist from the eastern region, she surely would have encountered him before. Furthermore, the surrounding alchemists displayed minimal reaction upon seeing the elder. "Elder, I already have a master," Luo Hongxi replied, shaking her head. Although she had only recently become Lin Sheng's disciple, her master cared for her deeply, and the atmosphere within the sword sect was quite harmonious. "Not a problem," the elder replied nonchalantly. "One can have mentors in both swordsmanship and alchemy. It is not mutually exclusive." He had sensed the unique quality of the girl's heterochromatic eyes, indicating that she possessed exceptional potential for alchemy, thus inspiring his desire to take her as a disciple. However, this intent made Lin Sheng uneasy, observing her wariness. The elder chuckled softly, stroking his beard. "Haha, it seems my eagerness to take on a disciple has made me somewhat muddled. Do not be alarmed. I am Zhao Xinqing, an alchemist of the central imperial region." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng's pupils contracted, and goosebumps prickled her skin. The alchemists around them instinctively turned their heads, astonished. Could it be? Wasn't it said that the elder had already retired from the alchemy hall to live in seclusion? The Xiantian continent is divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Region, Southern Wilderness, Central Imperial Region, Northern Border, and Western Realm. The crux of the matter was the elder's name. He was none other than the alchemy saint of the present age. In the next moment, a brilliant golden radiance emanated from the elder's form, the overwhelming pressure of a saint instantly enveloping the entire alchemy hall, though devoid of any tangible harm. The golden markings swirling around the elder's body sent shivers down the spines of all present. These golden markings were a unique symbol of the laws of the saint realm. The alchemists gathered were not inexperienced. What shocked them was the presence of dozens of shimmering golden silhouettes of elixirs amidst these markings. This meant that the elder had once concocted these legendary elixirs, and there was no doubt about his identity. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept in, and a figure respectfully stood before the elder. Excitement evident in his demeanor as he bowed. "Jiang Ming, the master of the Eastern Region branch, pays his respects to Alchemy Saint Zhao." The hall erupted into a frenzy, all alchemists fervently exclaiming, "We, the younger generation, pay our respects to Alchemy Saint Zhao. We honor Elder Zhao, Alchemy Saint Zhao Xinqing, one of the 3 great alchemy saints of the alchemy hall in the Xiantian continent. He was also the only one capable of concocting the Grand Saint Elixir. It is well known that anyone able to produce a Saint Elixir could be termed a Saint of Alchemy. Yet, Zhao Xinqing's mastery of alchemy was nothing short of extraordinary. He could concoct Grand Saint Elixirs merely relying on his Saint Realm prowess. However, he later chose to withdraw from the alchemy hall to live in seclusion. Some claimed he suffered backlash from the heavens after concocting Grand Saint Elixirs. Others suggested that powerful beings sought him out for elixirs, risking damage to his foundation and lifespan, prompting his retreat. The opinions varied. Yet it was undeniable that this elder was the most formidable alchemist in the entirety of the Xiantian continent. To meet such an alchemist was akin to a pilgrimage, an exhilarating experience that no one could take lightly. Hongxi wishes to take Elder Zhao as her master, Lin Sheng declared passionately, making a decision for her disciple. This was the alchemy saint in person. Should Luo Hongxi successfully become his disciple, the entire Tiantian sword sect would host a grand celebration. If the ancestors caught wind of this, they would surely be overjoyed. The reasoning was simple. Luo Hongxi was a disciple of the Tiantian sword sect. If she became the disciple of alchemy saint Zhao, then Zhao Xinqing would be considered half a member of the sword sect. However, Lin Xing noticed that the girl appeared somewhat reluctant, prompting her to make a decisive call. Hongxi, do not let the actions of alchemist Jiang cloud your judgment about the alchemy hall. Alchemy saint Zhao is a highly respected elder. Be obedient and do not act petulantly. Lin Sheng implored, fearing she might be discontented. Having two masters is not an issue. You love alchemy. Do take this opportunity. Luo Hongxi indeed felt a tinge of reluctance. As she sensed the elder's time was limited, she feared that taking him as a master would lead to a heart-wrenching farewell. Young master, do you think I should take him as my master? She sought his opinion. Shen Yun, observing Luo Hongxi's daily character insights, noted. The elder at the entrance is alchemy saint Zhao Xinqing, who has come to the alchemy hall to inquire about high-grade medicinal materials from the eastern region, and fortuitously encountered Luo Hongxi, who possesses the rare talent for alchemy with her heterochromatic eyes, and wishes to take her as his disciple. Having discerned the significance of her heterochromatic eyes, the seasoned Shen Yun remarked, of course, you should take him as your master. Having a renowned mentor will surely enhance your alchemical prowess. Very well, Luo Hongxi replied, bowing respectfully to the elder. Disciple Luo Hongxi pays her respects to master. Haha, excellent. Excellent. Zhao Xinqing beamed with delight as he assisted Luo Hongxi to her feet, clearly pleased with his new disciple. This left Jiang Ming, who stood by, utterly astonished. Taking her as a disciple. How can that be? Shouldn't it be me? The surrounding alchemists gazed at Luo Hongxi with envious looks. What a fortunate girl. I recall she came here to practice alchemy, did she not? Could it be that her exceptional talent caught the eye of the alchemy saint? Isn't she a practitioner from outside the alchemy hall? They wondered, casting peculiar glances at alchemist Jiang Ming. In such circumstances, it was customary for individuals to come to the alchemy hall to verify their alchemical talents. Yet, it was evident that the alchemist responsible for this aspect had failed to recognize the girl's remarkable aptitude. As the overseer, Jiang Ming bore an irrefutable responsibility. At this moment, Jiang Ming regained his composure, feeling flushed and sweating profusely as he stood before the alchemy saint. After all, it was he who had personally overseen Luo Hongxi's alchemical qualifications. Yet he had overlooked the very talent that had captivated the alchemy saint. The thought of his previous haughty demeanor made him break into a cold sweat. Zhao Xinqing, having pieced together the situation, surveyed the vast hall before fixing his gaze upon Jiang Ming. Do you know why I withdrew from the alchemy hall? The weight of this statement caused Jiang Ming to break out in a cold sweat. The surrounding alchemists were equally startled, holding their breath in anticipation. The departure of the grand alchemy saint Zhao Xinqing from the alchemy hall was undeniably a monumental loss. Yet, the public remained unaware of the reasons behind it. Jiang Ming dared not ignore the question and could only bow deeply. I am unaware, esteemed elder. The alchemy hall was established to provide a space for alchemists from around the world to communicate and coexist equally, Zhao Xinqing remarked, shaking his head. Yet nowadays, alchemists are increasingly prone to comparison, driven by the conveniences afforded by status and ability, their hearts no longer devoted to the art of alchemy. How can one hope to create the elixirs they desire? Have they forgotten the original intention of becoming an alchemist? With that, the three had departed from the alchemy hall, leaving behind a throng of contemplative alchemists. Is it true that the old alchemy saint withdrew from the hall due to his disappointment in the current environment of superficiality? Some, like Jiang Ming, hung their heads in shame, offering a respectful bow to the retreating form of the alchemy saint. Chapter 27. Are you using force against me? Slaying members of the Jinxiu division. Aboard the flying vessel, Luo Hongxi glanced back at the alchemists who were bidding farewell to the three. Her curiosity piqued as she softly inquired, Master Zhao, is the alchemy hall truly so unfavorable? I had intended to authenticate my status as an alchemist at the earliest opportunity. The alchemy hall is a colossal power that spans the 5 regions of Xiantian. It stands alongside the Tianji Tower, the refining pavilion, and the Array City as one of the 4 great titans of Xiantian. The 4 major forces boast a long-standing heritage. Although they may lack the imperial weapons that rival the ancient aristocratic families and sacred lands, they are not to be underestimated. One can only imagine the immense honor and benefits that come with becoming an alchemist in the Alchemist Palace. Yet, when it comes to the esteemed Dan sage Zhao Xinqing, joining this esteemed institution may not necessarily be a blessing. Beside her, Lin Sheng gently patted her head and smiled, saying, joining the Alchemist Palace undoubtedly brings advantages. Senior Zhao is merely cautioning them. As the Dan sage, Zhao Xinqing's growth has certainly been supported by the Alchemist Palace. How could he possibly withdraw due to its so-called elitist environment? As long as the elder is willing, a single word from him could transform the atmosphere of the palace. Moreover, becoming an alchemist inherently confers honor and various conveniences, such as human connections and social dealings. This is human nature. And it is also the driving force behind cultivators aspiring to become alchemists. If one were to suppress this ambition altogether, the alchemist palace could not have stood for so long. Existence itself is rational. Joining the alchemist palace is naturally advantageous. Zhao Xinqing, hands clasped behind his back, smiled faintly. The reason I withdrew from the alchemist palace is not due to a poor environment. At my level, I am no longer concerned with such trivial gains. Then why? Luo Hongxi asked, her curiosity piqued. Even Shen Yun, watching the screen, was intrigued as to why the elder had made such a choice. It is naturally to concoct quasi-emperor level elixirs, Zhao Xinqing mused softly. However, the alchemist palace feels like a shackle to me. Without a tranquil mind, alchemy becomes arduous. Fortunately, the two palace masters support me, allowing me the leisure to traverse mountains and rivers and encounter a young talent like you. Hehe, Master Zhao is truly impressive, Luo Hongxi exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. To refine quasi-emperor elixirs as a dance sage. What an astonishing pursuit. Lin Sheng too was in awe of the elder's ambition. Cupping his fists and softly declaring, I wish you success in your endeavors, senior. Zhao Xinqing chuckled and shook his head. Then turned his gaze to the golden sword insignia on Luo Hongxi's collar, stroking his beard as he inquired, young friend Lin. I remember this to be the mark of the sword sect swordmaster, is it not? Yet, Hongxi is merely at the gathering spiral realm. The East region's Tianyin sword sect is quite renowned, and Zhao Xinqing had some understanding of the sword sect swordmaster. He truly wished to ask whether Luo Hongxi had been designated as swordmaster due to her possessing powerful, but asking directly might make him seem suspicious. It would be awkward if he scared away his newly accepted disciple. However, Lin Sheng's response left him utterly astonished. In response to Senior, Hongxi was appointed as the swordmaster due to her comprehension of the reincarnation sword classic inscribed on the sword monument. Hiss! Zhao Xinqing gasped, pulling at his beard in disbelief as he stared wide-eyed at the proudly lifted chin of Luo Hongxi. The legacy of the reincarnation sword emperor. Indeed. Lin Sheng straightened his posture, equally proud as his disciple. Such an astonishing revelation could hardly be overlooked. What profound fortune indeed, Zhao Xinqing mused, surprised by the remarkable fate of this disciple. The young master is my greatest opportunity. Luo Hongxi grinned, her eyes gleaming with gratitude for the young master. Only to realize he had already vanished. Noticing Luo Hongxi had nothing else to do, Shen Yun exited the game. Let's try my blood refinement claw. He made his way to the gym on the second floor of the villa, beginning to practice the blood refinement claw. With the automatic cultivation enhancement, he was well acquainted with the technique, yet he was still curious about its execution. Practicing the blood refinement claw was eerily intense. The howling wind it generated within the room reminiscent of 100 ghosts wailing, quite unsettling. The Nining Whitebone Claw? Shen Yun observed the 5 elongated talons that had sprouted from his fingers, feeling somewhat vexed. It was clear he did not resemble a conventional cultivator. He could already envision the expressions of others when he unleashed this technique in the future. Nonetheless, the power of this secret technique was indeed formidable, far surpassing the third-tier intermediate mountain-splitting fist. Suddenly, a piercing honk of a car horn echoed from outside the villa, accompanied by a loudspeaker announcement. Town Repair Bureau is conducting an investigation. Shen Yun of Villa 24, please come out. We suspect you are related to the deaths of Zhou Qiaoqiao and her brother. Please cooperate with our investigation. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. They had arrived rather quickly. He leisurely stepped onto the balcony and spotted a black sedan emblazoned with Town Repair Bureau parked outside the villa. 5 individuals clad in black emerged from the vehicle and entered the villa. The Town Repair Bureau was an organization targeting criminal cultivators, composed of practitioners selected from the populace. However, their strength and foundation paled in comparison to the formidable Demon Suppression Bureau, as they were specifically tasked with handling lower-level incidents. Upon seeing Shen Yun leap down from the balcony, the strikingly beautiful woman leading the group narrowed her eyes. I am Wang Li, captain of the Town Repair Bureau. Shen Yun, the records indicate you are merely a mortal. How do you explain this? Just a stroke of fortune, Shen Yun shrugged. Should I be parading such matters around? Fortune? Wang Li scoffed coldly. Given your demeanor, you seem indifferent to Zhou Qiaoqiao's death. Could it be she discovered your fortune and you silenced her? You are being excessively presumptive, Shen Yun frowned, fixing his gaze on her. When I received the news of her incident, I was shopping with my colleagues. As for my feelings? Do I need to weep profusely for a woman who drained my company? Enough, Wang Li waved her hand. Any matters can be discussed back at the bureau. They had already visited the Tunglong company prior, thus they were aware Shen Yun had an alibi. The reason she intended to take Shen Yun with her was due to Zhou Qiaoqiao's father, Zhou Hong, commissioning her. They had met at a business banquet years ago, and she had received many benefits since. This time, she had been properly arranged, by bringing back the prime suspect, Shen Yun, and coercing him with secret drugs. She anticipated valuable information. Even without her, they could fabricate a confession. especially with Zhou Heng standing behind them with the backing of the elite club. It could be said that this young man had offended someone he should not have. Upon seeing her produce the spirit-binding handcuffs from her waist, Shen Yun's expression grew cold. So after all this talk, you only seek to find an excuse to detain me? The spirit-binding handcuffs were an invention of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Once a low-level cultivator was restrained, they would lose all their spiritual energy, rendering them akin to a mortal. Given the current situation, if he were to go to the Town Repair Bureau, how could he expect to fare well? I do not understand what you are saying. For now, you are the prime suspect. Please come with us. Wang Li, noticing his resistance, gestured with her hand. The 4 individuals behind her, armed with spirit suppression guns, aimed directly at Shen Yun. Shen Yun, you should be aware of the consequences of resisting the Town Repair Bureau. Please cooperate. You may contact your lawyer. But you must wait 24 hours for your release. The 4 exchanged sly smiles. They had already secured Zhou Heng's promise. If they could force Shen Yun to confess to killing Zhou Hao, Zhou Heng would leverage the club's influence to attack Tinglong Company, and they would receive a hefty reward. Are you planning to disregard the rules and resort to force? Shen Yun cast a glance at the 4 glinting spirit suppression guns and the grim-faced Wang Li, whispering ominously. Then you've come to the right person. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of white-clawed shadows, akin to steel blades, swept past the gunman. Wang Li abruptly turned. PFF, PFF, PFF. The piercing screams shattered the night sky, blood splattering Wang Li's face. Gazing at the 4 dismembered subordinates, she staggered backward in terror. Her expression one of fear as she shouted at Shen Yun. You dare to kill people from the Town Repair Bureau? Chapter 28. Compensation? You shall compensate with your lives. Yet the young man before her showed no sign of concern, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he approached leisurely. Wang Li, stumbling backward, tripped over the stairs, and despite her strength being at the 6th layer of the spirit summoning realm, she could hardly maintain her balance. The figure before her, tall and imposing in the moonlight, with bloodied claws, resembled a demon fixated on her. With each step he took, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her, wrapping her in an infinite dread, rendering her legs weak and devoid of the strength to rise. I advise you to remain calm. A chill coursed through Wang Li's body as she paled, her voice rising in a desperate cry, hoping to attract the attention of those around her. We are merely adhering to the regulations. Do not bring ruin upon yourself. Shen Yun approached her, crouching down, one hand gripping her delicate neck, while the other traced the contours of her fair face with his sharp nails. Why are you targeting me so vehemently? Is it at Zhou Heng's behest? We're following the rules. Wang Li protested, her skin breaking under the pressure of his nails, a vivid line of blood trailing down her face. My patience is limited, Shen Yun warned, his voice frigid as he pressed his fingers against her forehead. I hope you choose wisely. The sharpness of his nails pierced her scalp, instilling both pain and fear within Wang Li as she gasped. Don't kill me. I'll talk. It was Zhou Heng. He suspects you are the murderer and is trying to coerce you into confessing. Then, leveraging his connections within the Haiqing Tianjiao Club, he intends to swallow your company whole. Perhaps emboldened by her ties to the Tianjiao Club, her tone softened. I swear, let me go. I will confess to the organization and accept my punishment, helping to mitigate your troubles. But if you kill me, not only will the Town Repair Division and the Town Demon Division come after you, but the Tianjiao Club will also consider you an enemy. The young man before her exuded formidable power, undoubtedly a practitioner of the 8th or 9th celestial layer, though she felt powerless. The might of the 2 divisions had their means to deal with Shen Yun, coupled with the formidable background and influence of the Tianjiao Club. They would be more than capable of intimidating him. Once I survive this ordeal, I will ensure you pay dearly. Wang Li gazed submissively at Shen Yun. Rest assured, I will keep my word. If you doubt me. As she spoke, a hint of shyness danced in her eyes as she tore apart her black blazer, revealing an astonishing cleavage encased in a red wireless bra. You can record a video for proof, whatever you desire, just don't act impulsively. Wang Li was confident in her allure. For now, her priority was to appease him and preserve her life. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp crack echoed as Shen Yun's 5 razor-like nails pierced her skull, shattering her cranium in an instant. Wang Li's face contorted in terror as she stared at him. Fear not. Zhou Heng will soon join you, Shen Yun remarked, rising and dispersing the remnants of her bloodied remains. As for refining blood and enhancing his physique, he had little interest. Drinking from the divine sap spring was far more reliable. At that moment, a man's deep voice emanated from Wang Li's phone. Shen Yun? Oh, you seem remarkably composed. Shen Yun retrieved the device, noting the call had already surpassed 1 minute. He was aware of Wang Li's subtle movements. She had intended to call for help. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo Chengfeng, the head of the Haiqing Town Repair Division. I've just conducted an investigation, and it appears you were indeed not present when Zhou Qiaoqiao was murdered. Additionally, Wang Li's previous statements were evidently aimed at targeting you. This matter has no connection to you, and you shall not be disturbed further. However, the actions of Wang Li's team in accepting private jobs do not reflect the official stance. As you are aware, the current climate is tumultuous, and the members recruited by the town repair division are quite varied. I hope you can understand. I can understand, Shen Yun replied, his tone measured. As long as I am not troubled, I shall be accommodating. A company with individuals of divided loyalties is one thing. A vast organization like the town repair division is another. Yet, this was of no concern to him. He simply wished to be left alone. I will send someone to warn Zhou Hong, along with the head of the Haiqing Tianjiao branch, Yi Xingchen. You may be aware of the Tianjiao Club. To be frank, our town repair division has no desire to provoke them. Shall we consider this matter closed? It seems you hold a favorable view of me, Shen Yun remarked, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. There is no goodwill without ulterior motives. Such overtures must conceal a deeper scheme. Though I was not present at the scene, your swift arrival must indicate you possess the strength of the gathering rotation realm. Mo Changfeng pondered for a moment before articulating his conclusion. I suspect you must have acquired a noteworthy feedback item within the game. Otherwise, a company of this magnitude would not simply disregard such a situation. It defies logic and is uncharacteristic of a recent graduate. Shen Yun indeed possessed wealth, but he had been solely engrossed in gaming since its launch, likely gaining benefits far more significant than mere money. As for the particulars of the treasure, Mo Changfeng was unaware. However, based on the power Shen Yun had exhibited, it was undeniably impressive. Should he continue to develop, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable talent. This was precisely why Mo Changfeng was willing to confront the Haiqing Tianjiao branch head-on. Should you wish to investigate, it is quite simple. Fortunately, the funds Shen Yun invested will not be traced through data flow. They have been kept confidential by Seeking Immortals mobile game. Otherwise, we might have encountered complications. As for you, Shen Yun, we shall resolve this matter, and we will also demand some form of compensation for you. That is unnecessary. That old man brought this misfortune upon himself, Shen Yun replied. Shen Yun, if you kill him, it would be tantamount to slapping the Tianjiao Club in the face. Mo Changfeng exclaimed, his brow furrowing. The young man is being reckless. Should Zhou Hong be slain, even if Shen Yun did not kill Zhou Hao, the Tianjiao Club would not simply let it go. This is akin to dancing before a tiger. Even I would be unable to dissuade Yi Xingchen. He turned to his assistant, instructing, immediately notify Zhou Hong to keep his distance. Dispatch 2 teams to the Zhou family and Zhou Corporation. If they encounter Shen Yun, stop him, and I will come to negotiate at the earliest. Yes. Once the aide departed, the red-haired woman, who had been reclining on the sofa, spoke up. Shen Yun is unafraid of the Tianjiao Club. He must truly be the one who committed the murder. Mo Changfeng nodded. The Zhou family is a thankless lot. This matter cannot end amicably. Having reviewed the Zhou family's history, coupled with Wang Li's words and Shen Yun's current actions, it was apparent that he had surmised the Zhou family's intentions to absorb his company, prompting him to take drastic measures. Yet, Shen Yun's audacity to disregard the Tianjiao Club astonished him. Inform Yi Xingchen that I shall protect Shen Yun. Zhou Hong brought this upon himself. Should he die, so be it. The red-haired woman rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nightscape of Haiqing. Currently, a third-order vampire king has emerged in Haiqing, and the town demon division is in dire need of manpower. Should Yi Xingchen dare to move against him, I will ensure the Tianjiao Club vacates the entire city. The town demon division operates independently, with the director, the elder celestial master, and the deputy director, the elder Confucius, representing the pinnacle of martial strength in China, backed by an exceptionally formidable foundation. While the Tianjiao Club has excelled within the game, the feedback items are not easily obtained. Members of the club in reality require time to develop their prowess. As the captain of the Haiqing Town Demon Division, she harbored no fear of Yi Xingchen. Indeed, Captain Jiang, Mo Changfeng swiftly retrieved his phone to contact Yi Xingchen. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, riding his white fox, surveyed the room filled with astonished faces. Fixing his gaze on Zhou Hong and Yi Xingchen, it is fortuitous that you are all present, as it saves me the effort of searching individually. After dispatching Wang Li, he had come to prevent the town demon division from leaking information. To his surprise, he arrived just in time to find the two in a meeting. Such a remarkable mount would be a valuable addition to the club. Yi Xingchen, suppressing his envy as he gazed at the white fox, addressed Shen Yun. I am Yi Xingchen, the branch minister of the Tianjiao Club. Mo Changfeng has informed me of your situation. It appears to be a misunderstanding. Please, state your desired compensation. I can also recommend you for membership in the Tianjiao Club. Yi Xingchen spoke in a calm tone, seemingly unconcerned that Shen Yun might decline. The Tianjiao Club is the most coveted organization among players in China today. Entry into it would provide immense advantages for one's game character. Shen Yun was undoubtedly a talent, and any wise individual would not refuse the olive branch he extended. To oppose the Tianjiao Club would only lead to self-destruction. As for Zhou Hong's orphan state, a dead man holds no value. Damn it, how quickly they turn against you. Zhou Hong felt a surge of indignation. The situation is more formidable than the individual. Thus, he can only swallow his grievances and clasp his fists toward Shen Yun, saying, I cannot fathom how those two children have offended anyone. Joining the Tianjiao Club should suffice. Shen Yun abruptly interrupted him, a mysterious smile fixed upon his face as he gazed at Yi Xingchen. I wish to personally dismantle this power. You are audacious. Yi Xingqian, filled with fury, abruptly rose. Until now, no one had dared to speak to a member of the Tianjiao Club in such a manner. However, the expressions of those present swiftly changed. Shen Yun had already vanished from sight. Let your lives serve as compensation. In an instant, a chilling claw-like shadow swept across Zhou Heng's neck, severing his head from his body. Chapter 29. The Annihilation of the Club's Core. Ling Qingxue demonstrated a terrifying speed in her cultivation. Strike. The cultivators within the room, witnessing Shen Yun reveal his true form, swiftly retrieved their Junling guns to unleash a barrage of fire, while others wielded magical artifacts to launch their attacks. All assaults transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Shen Yun, who stood behind Zhou Hong. Yet the white fox beneath him moved with such swiftness, darting past the gathered cultivators like a flash of white light. Thud, thud, thud. The razor-sharp, blood-red claws sent heads flying. Moreover, an elder from the first level of the gathering rotation realm, who had been on friendly terms with Zhou Hong, was caught unawares, his head rolling to the ground before he could react. Not a single bullet found its mark on the white fox, as its formidable sense allowed it to evade all gunfire in advance. I possess a third-tier thunderbolt. Yi Xingqian shouted in alarm, sensing the dire situation. If you kill me, you will undoubtedly perish in the ensuing explosion. He had miscalculated. He had not anticipated Shen Yun's ruthless nature, which left no room for negotiation. Fortunately, he possessed a third-tier superior thunderbolt, a weapon even the condensation pulse realm cultivators dared not withstand. However, Shen Yun showed no intention of relenting. He squeezed the white fox's waist and lunged toward the fear-stricken Yi Xingqian. In his previous life, this very individual had exploited his connections to aid the Zhou family in seizing his company and capturing him. Killing him today would merely be collecting a debt. The account still rested upon the Tianjiao Club. During his flight, Shen Yun had initially sought refuge within the Demon Suppression Division, but was unable to join due to insufficient strength. He had to settle for seeking entrance into the Repair Division. Unfortunately, the Tianjiao Club's influence was overwhelming, branding him a wanted criminal online, thereby preventing even his entry into the Repair Division. In this life, he would undoubtedly dismantle this organization. Then let us perish together. Yi Xingqian, seeing the white figure approaching, pressed the button on his thunderbolt with a ferocious expression. As a core member of the Tianjiao Club, he did not wish to die, but in this desperate situation, begging for mercy was futile. He intended to drag his opponent down with him. Foolishness. In a whisper that resonated with an eerie calm, Shen Yun's claw swept across his neck, while the white fox vanished into the void. Boom. The thunderclap reverberated through the surroundings. The tremendous shockwave sent dust swirling throughout the building, debris flying in all directions. Not far away, atop a towering edifice, Shen Yun gazed at the multitude of lights ignited by the explosion, bending down to stroke the white fox's head. You truly are remarkable. Of course. The white fox squinted its eyes, reveling in the moment as it rubbed its cheek against his. Haha, let us depart. Not long after the duo vanished, a convoy of black sedans arrived at the Zhou Corporation's premises. MO2. We have reached the Zhou Corporation. However, a massive explosion has occurred here. Yi Xingqian is also at the Zhou Corporation. Go investigate. Understood. The young man who hung up the phone was filled with trepidation. If Yi Xingqian perishes as well, this matter will escalate. They understood that Mo Qingfeng was a member of the Demon Suppression Division, and with Captain Zhang's directive, safeguarding Shen Yun would not be difficult. However, the prerequisite was that Zhou Hong must die, while Yi Xingqian must not come to harm. If a branch minister of the club were to die, the Tianjiao Club would never let it go lightly. This organization possessed immense capabilities within the game, with the characters bound to Yun Yang being of the Tianjiao level. Once they rose in the later stages, their energy would be fearsome. Even in its developmental phase, there were powerful figures behind the scenes providing support. If a crisis were to arise, it would be challenging for Captain Jiang to protect Shen Yun. Impulsiveness is a devil. The young man shook his head. Search thoroughly. Investigate the surveillance of the entire building. Yes. The crowd surged into the building, commencing their investigation. Not far away, upon a telephone pole, a cloaked figure observed the lights illuminating the Zhou Corporation, narrowing its pupils slightly. The spiritual energy fluctuations of a third-tier artifact. Is this the foundation of the Tianjiao Club? It seems the Demon Suppression Division may find it troublesome to contend with. As a member of the beast kin residing within the Blue Star Mountain Range, he possessed remarkable intelligence, having infiltrated human society to prey upon numerous low-level cultivators, achieving strength at the third tier. However, tonight's thunderclap had delivered him a warning. He had assumed the surrounding area was filled with feeble prey, given that the spiritual energy of Blue Star had only recently revived, resulting in its scarcity. To his surprise, there was still something of value. It seems I must bide my time and develop cautiously. Suddenly, he detected a unique scent wafting through the air, causing his eyes to glimmer with excitement. The scent of a spiritual beast. He leapt into the night sky like a bat, arriving at the rooftop where the white fox had previously stood. The enticing aroma intensified, and upon confirming his position, He crouched down and transformed his nose into a bat-like snout, greedily inhaling the scent from the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. How delightful. Spiritual beasts are of a higher caliber than demon beasts, as they inherently possess ancestral bloodlines. Should a demon beast consume and refine the bloodline of a spiritual beast, not only would it enhance its cultivation, but it might also cleanse its qualifications and comprehend the bloodline's divine abilities. In the Xiantian continent, spiritual beasts are regarded as prodigies of the demon race. Yet here, there are no constraints from the demon race. Even if he consumes it, no one would know. This must be it, on the verge of a breakthrough, struggling to control its energy, which led to its scent being released. The bat demon glanced around, his brow furrowing. There is no trace of it in the air. It seems its speed is remarkable. Even he was unsure if he could vanish without leaving a trace, indicating that this spiritual beast is indeed formidable. Defeating it would not be an easy task. Could the explosion be connected to it? The bat demon raised an eyebrow, gazing at the smoke-emitting building ahead. Perhaps there are clues left by the surveillance. In a flash, he vanished into the night. Upon returning home, Shen Yun found that the bodies and vehicles outside had been cleared away, presumably by Mo Chengfeng notifying the property management. As he stepped into his room, the spiritual energy within him surged with fervor. I'm about to break through again. The efficiency of this breakthrough was truly exhilarating. Shen Yun swiftly retrieved 2 mid-grade spiritual stones from his safe. Once these 2 stones are exhausted, I will have to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth for my breakthrough, which will inevitably slow the pace. With this thought, he opened the game. Leave a message for Qingxue to help me look for something. Hongxi's cultivation speed isn't as swift as hers, so I will let this young lady focus on alchemy for now. The cost for player messages was remarkably low. It merely required a 1 yuan expenditure to record a voice message. After experiencing the thrill of rapid breakthroughs, Shen Yun had no desire to revisit the torturous pace of his previous life's slow, turtle-like cultivation. By the way, aside from the game providing spiritual stones, news had also surfaced in his past life regarding the discovery of spiritual stone veins on Blue Star. After sending the message, he discreetly noted, I should search for information online when I have the chance. The resurgence of spiritual energy had occurred for several decades, and various countries had, to varying extents, formed spiritual stone veins. However, prior to seeking Immortal's mobile game, no one was aware of this. Returning to the present, Shen Yun spoke to the white fox. I shall break through first. You may entertain yourself. Oh, the white fox chirped in a sweet voice before burrowing into the blankets, revealing only its delicate pink nose. Inhaling the comforting scent of its master, and closing its eyes to enter a meditative state. In the Xiantian continent, within the grand hall of the Yaoqi's sacred land, the Yaoqi's sacred master regarded Ling Qingxue with astonishment. In just 2 short days, you have reached the 5th level of the vast sea. The surrounding elders marveled, encircling her. Even as a saintess with a divine body, no one can achieve such a rapid advancement in a single day. Her breath was steady, exuding an aura that suggested years of diligent cultivation. Was it not said that the holy body was exceedingly difficult to cultivate? Could it be that with the enhancement of the Tao body, her cultivation efficiency had indeed improved? Moreover, there was an unspoken truth. Despite Ling Qingxue's remarkable breakthrough, her consumption of spirit stones was astronomical, exceeding that of ordinary cultivators by several hundreds or even thousands of times. Chapter 30. The Transformation of the White Fox. My sister remarked that purple possesses a certain charm. In truth, I have been cultivating for nearly half a year, Ling Qingxue murmured to herself. The time-shrinking space tower is truly miraculous. A single day within equates to 2 months outside. Although the holy body is notoriously hard to cultivate, her physique had been fully activated, augmented by the innate gifts of the Tao embryo and the assistance of a royal-grade spirit root, allowing her to thrive in her cultivation. It was time to venture forth and assist the young master in procuring the necessary items. She bowed respectfully to the Holy Master. Holy Master, though Qingxue's realm has stabilized, I lack true combat experience and intend to venture out for some practical training to enhance my abilities. Upon exiting her seclusion, she received a message from the young master, informing her that she could take the time to gather spirit stones and items. This was the first time the young master had left her a message, likely indicating his engagement with significant matters, hence his thoughtful reminder. It is evident that the aura of goodwill attached to these items is something the young master urgently requires. Now that she had emerged from her retreat, it was only fitting that she seek them out. Very well, the Yaoqi Holy Master nodded, gently advising her, when cultivating outside, should you encounter danger, do not hesitate to use the life-preserving treasures bestowed upon you by the sect. Do not think of it as wasteful. The protector, dressed in simple white, would covertly accompany her, but would not reveal their presence to Ling Qingxue. The protector would only intervene in life-threatening situations or when matters became insurmountable, preventing her from developing a sense of reliance. After all, one cannot cultivate a formidable warrior within the confines of a greenhouse. Understood, Qingxue takes her leave. After bidding farewell to the Holy Master, Ling Qingxue made her way to the Yaoqi Steward Peak to inquire with the steward elder about suitable training locations. Once she identified a fitting site for her training, she would venture to the nearby prosperous city to seek out items of goodwill. A significant advantage of large sects is that even the most obscure training locations are documented, and soon enough, Ling Qingxue discovered an appropriate site for cultivators at the Hanhai realm, the Qilan Mountain Underground Palace. Upon descending the mountain, she was greeted by the radiant Yaoqi Saintess, Su Wan, who approached with a smile. "Junior sister Ling, are you off to train? May I accompany you?" Not one to refuse the Saintess's goodwill, Ling Qingxue clasped her hands in greeting. "I would be most grateful, senior sister." Su Wan beamed as she took her hand. "No need for such formalities. Who knows? I may one day call you senior sister." Though Ling Qingxue was not the Yaoqi Saintess, her status was no less significant, and her talent was indeed extraordinary, with a breakthrough efficiency that was astonishingly swift. Nevertheless, even if the other wished to claim the title of Saintess, she would willingly concede, provided it served the greater good of Yaoqi. Senior sister will always be senior sister. Ling Qingxue had no desire to compete within Yaoqi. Her only concern was the young master and the opportunity to assist him through diligent cultivation. "You are truly devoted to your training," Su Wan observed, noting her sincerity. As she led her onto the flying vessel, "Where does junior sister plan to train?" "The Qilan Mountain Underground Palace," Ling Qingxue replied. "However, I would like to make a brief stop at the nearby Jinqiu city first." She wished to explore the trading guilds in search of spirit stones and items of goodwill. Very well. The flying vessel ascended, departing from Yaoqi. At last, she had broken through to the second layer of the gathering spiral. Shen Yun opened his eyes, glancing at the time on his phone. Only 2 days have passed, far quicker than in my previous life. He reminisced about the days when he had to cultivate in seclusion, fearing that enemies might disrupt his progress. Now, he felt much more at ease. Noticing the absence of the white fox on the bed, Shen Yun assumed the little creature had entered the Beastmaster space. He logged into Seeking Immortality mobile game, only to find that the white fox was not in the game, but the Q version avatar displayed 3 large characters. Transforming. Transforming? Into a human? I wonder what she looks like. Shen Yun's curiosity piqued as he called out, "White fox, come here." He heard a voice from outside the door. "Huh?" A fleeting figure appeared beside him. The figure was a tall, white-haired woman, her delicate features exquisitely refined, exuding an air of pure innocence. Yet her slightly upturned eyes held a hint of allure. 2 contrasting styles harmoniously blended on her visage, creating an enchanting effect. Pure and alluring? Perhaps it was a kind of pure desire taken to the extreme, evoking an immediate sense of longing. This was undoubtedly the transformed white fox, as evidenced by the pair of fluffy ears atop her head, which twitched ever so slightly. Though Shen Yun had weathered many storms, he was not so easily swayed by the sight of the transformed white fox, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. It was because the girl was wearing the midnight outfit of Zhou Qiqiao from his wardrobe. The purple ensemble appeared brand new, likely untouched since it had been stored away, but it was far too provocative. Her icy white skin paired with the soul-stealing purple attire was an overwhelming impact. And she wore matching stockings? "Your taste is indeed remarkable." Even Shen Yun felt his breath quicken as he hastily exclaimed, "You cannot dress like this. Do you see any part of me that is suitable for such attire?" The white fox shrank her neck, her ears drooping as if she had committed a misdeed. And she murmured softly, "The last time you asked me to smell your clothes, this was the style. I thought you would like it." Coughing, Shen Yun felt his face grow warm. He had numerous outfits, only leaving a few of Zhou Qiqiao's evening changes behind, and he never intended for the white fox to misunderstand. However, she indeed exuded an irresistible allure in that outfit. He felt compelled to sing the praises of purple being so charming, but the girl appeared rather innocent, clearly unaware of the implications of her attire. Shen Yun quickly opened the wardrobe, grabbing a loose sweatshirt and draping it over her. "From now on, this type of clothing is only for those I cherish. You must not show it to outsiders." "But I like master." The white fox pouted, looking up at Shen Yun with a sense of grievance. Standing at 1.75 meters, she towered over Shen Yun, who was half a head taller, casting a delicate and pitiful figure. "Do you understand what it means to like someone?" Shen Yun chuckled. "Come, let me show you some videos and information online." The white fox followed him to the bedside, curiously observing as Shen Yun took out his tablet. The white fox possessed remarkable intelligence, and within half an hour, she had learned how to navigate the internet. Upon discovering the meaning behind her outfit, a blush gradually crept across her innocent face, and she vanished from the room, holding the tablet. Coughing, Shen Yun remarked, "The bags in the living room are filled with new clothes I purchased for you." "Oh my goodness." Hiding in another room, the white fox pressed her back against the wall, her face flushed with embarrassment. "This is far too mortifying. Master 1T think I wore this to seduce him. Will he? After all, I am a fox spirit. It's quite possible." She lifted the wide collar, and moments later, her delicate earlobes and neck turned crimson. "Oh no. This is far too revealing." As she spoke, the white fox's delicate, fair feet gripped the floor tightly, not to mention covering up. Even the style of her outfit was utterly ineffective at concealing anything. "Now, She felt utterly ashamed to face her master. Chapter 31. Naming the White Fairy. Seeking assistance from the sacred land to procure goodwill items. At last, she had calmed down. Shen Yun took a sip of the divine essence spirit spring to steady his nerves. Truly, the allure of a fox spirit is undeniable, and fortunately, it was not intentional. Otherwise, after a few encounters, even the most discerning of soldiers would likely be unable to resist, let alone him. He remembered that after the white fox broke through a major realm, she would automatically unlock her racial divine abilities. Shen Yun picked up his phone and clicked on the white fox's Q version avatar to check her profile. Beast baby, nine-tailed fox. Gender, female. Bloodline quality, emperor bloodline. Celestial fox clan. Current realm, early stage of the condensing veins realm, third stage. Racial divine abilities, spatial flicker, spirit fox healing, void strangulation. Void strangulation, a unique divine ability of the celestial fox clan, activated by harnessing innate primordial energy, allowing the wielder to ensnare foes in a lethal embrace of void energy. Its power is formidable. Status, gradually mastering transformation, the higher the realm, the longer the duration of maintaining human form. Void strangulation? What an impressive ability. Shen Yun was quite delighted. The previous two skills were for self-preservation. But now an unexpected offensive tactic had emerged, significantly enhancing the lethality of the white fox. Ding. Please bestow a name upon the transformed white fox. Naming? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. White fox, come here. It's time to name you. No worries, master. I adore all the names you give me, the white fox replied. Peeking from the doorway, her delicate lips pursed, ears perked up in eager anticipation. At that moment, she was clad in the elegant white ancient-style robe Shen Yun had specially purchased for her, fitting her exquisitely. However, he wondered if she had changed underneath. Cough, cough. Shen Yun hastily quelled the intrusive thoughts and stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Let us go with the surname Bai, with such beauty. You resemble a celestial fairy emerging from a painting. After a brief pause, he confidently input 3 characters. Bai Siener. Ding. Congratulations, player, on successfully naming. How lovely, master. Bai Siener exclaimed joyfully as she approached Shen Yun. Though her expression was somewhat bashful, it was predominantly one of delight, clearly enamored with her new name. Haha. As long as you're satisfied. Shen Yun chuckled, patting the nearby bed. You should explore this world online while I indulge in some gaming. Of course, master. Bai Siener nodded, sitting down and noticing him gazing into the void. I wonder what master is always doing, she thought, glancing at him before carefully shifting closer. Finally feeling his warmth. Content, she leaned against the headboard and began browsing the internet on her tablet. Shen Yun was engrossed in the chibi version of Luo Hongxi, observing as the little girl triumphantly stomped her foot, a proud grin on her face. Indeed, she had every reason to boast. Her alchemy success rate was a staggering 100%, resulting in an additional elixir, a second-tier spirit gathering pill. As Luo Hongxi's alchemical skills and efficiency improved, the quantity of feedback elixirs would only increase. Shen Yun felt a thrill of satisfaction. In due time, should he find himself short on spirit stones, he could easily sell 1 or 2 in the black market. The future looked promising. Lacking a storage ring, Shen Yun refrained from retrieving the elixirs. Next, he turned his attention to the chibi version of Ling Qingxue, who was in a private room within the treasure pavilion, examining her storage ring. Upon checking her profile, he was astonished to see she had reached the 5th level of the Han Hai realm. TSK, the efficiency of spending money is indeed remarkable. In just 2 days, such astonishing progress had been made. It wouldn't be long before she garnered fame across the 2 realms. The key was that the higher her cultivation, the more advanced items she would encounter. As a player, Shen Yun would also reap increasingly exquisite rewards. Within the treasure pavilion, Ling Qingxue, with her brows slightly furrowed, placed her storage ring on the table and addressed the shopkeeper. Zhou, may I inquire about other spirit stones? Oh, Zhou raised an eyebrow. The woman before him was personally sent by the saintess of the Yaoqi, and while she appeared somewhat lacking in cultivation, her background was undoubtedly impressive. Notably, just days prior, another cultivator had made a similar request under the pretense of selling magical artifacts, which alerted him to something unusual. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Wen's tone turned curious. Ling Daoist, another cultivator recently made a similar request. Might I ask what you were seeking? Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue's heart raced. Could it be aligned with my master's intentions? She had thought only her master would seek such items, yet there were others as well. But quickly, a glance from her master steadied her emotions. Remain calm. Shen Yun was aware that such matters could not be concealed, especially for a cultivator of Ling Qingxue's stature and connections, who would naturally be well informed, as evidenced by the current scenario. However, he had already prepared a response. And given the character's unwavering loyalty, he could simply regurgitate the most popular phrase from his previous life online. My esteemed self, and they belong to the same plane. Yet those are all trivial matters unworthy of mention. You may search for your items at ease, even if the other party has seen these spirit stones. Perhaps you will still find some to your liking. After a thorough explanation, Ling Qingxue finally understood. In simpler terms, her master occupied a position of great power, akin to surveying the world from the clouds, capable of providing her with imperial-grade treasures, while others lacked such capabilities. Moreover, affinity items were often personalized. If she sensed a connection to an item, it might not resonate with others. Thus, even if the other party had perused the spirit stones here, she could continue her search. How to explain this to the shopkeeper? A simple intimidation would suffice. It was my ancestor who sent me to find it. I know nothing. Ling Qingxue smiled apologetically. The saintess of Yaoqi's intent. Zhou Wen's eyes twitched, and he dared not inquire further, rising to invite her. If that is the case, Taoist, please follow me. Should Yaoqi have any business, I hope you will consider my treasure pavilion. This was indeed an opportunity. Ling Qingxue's eyes brightened. It's better to let the sacred grounds assist me. With the sacred grounds' extensive connections, a mere mention would attract numerous merchant associations. At that point, she could simply sit back and select affinity spirit stones and items. Contemplating this, Ling Qingxue feigned deep thought and spoke. I shall return to discuss with my ancestor. If a collaboration can be established, please ensure the spirit stones are sent to Yaoqi for my review. The more, the better. This matter could be relayed with a simple mention. The sacred grounds would undoubtedly be curious about her intentions in selecting spirit stones, and she could simply say it was necessary for her cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, everyone had their secrets. Who would probe further? Zhou Wen was merely being courteous, and he did not expect such a windfall, elatedly clasping his hands in gratitude. Haha, then I shall trouble you, Taoist. Though the treasure pavilion was not insignificant, it had yet to earn the right to collaborate with such a powerful entity. The fact that this young woman could converse directly with the saintess of Yaoqi genuinely astonished him. This background far surpassed that of the prior cultivator who had examined the spirit stones. Soon, Ling Qingxue arrived at the warehouse where the spirit stones were stored within the pavilion. Inside, a wooden shelf held over 100 spatial rings. After sending out her divine sense to inspect them, she discovered only 5 affinity spirit stones, 2 low-grade and 3 mid-grade. A commendable harvest. She was quite satisfied to have acquired them for Shen Yun. Once Ling Qingxue exited the treasure pavilion, she whispered to herself, Master, after my training in the Qilin Underground Palace, I will assist you in seeking items. No worries, finding items is essential, but cultivation and training are equally important. Simply arrange your time wisely, Shen Yun gently advised. The task of locating feedback items was crucial, and he could not neglect the matters that would enhance his recharge records. He wondered if this trial would enable him to elevate his VIP status to level 2. He subtly anticipated what powers level 2 might bestow. Noting that the Qilin Underground Palace would still require time to open, Shen Yun redirected his gaze to Baixianer, who had tucked her white hair behind her ear and was earnestly focused on her tablet. Perhaps sensing Shen Yun's gaze, Baixianer felt her heart race, suppressing the warmth rising in her cheeks with her cultivation. After all, the previous moment had been rather awkward. Unfortunately, you cannot play the game, otherwise. You wouldn't feel bored, Shen Yun lamented, aware that the game was exclusively for human players, rendering both the descended beasts and future celestial cultivators unable to log in. It's all right, Master, Baixianer gently shook her head. I must cultivate daily, and I won't be able to play for long anyway. Besides, being with you isn't boring at all. Baixianer spoke in a melodious, delicate tone. Her bashful expression as she lowered her head made her seem less like a vixen and more like a sweet, obedient neighbor girl. Indeed, Shen Yun smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair, knowing not everyone possessed the same innate ability for automatic cultivation as he did. Baixianer greatly cherished the gentle caresses of Shen Yun, yet she felt a twinge of shyness that hindered her from expressing such affections openly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Shen Yun and said, Master, when you broke through, I encountered some cultivators approaching this place, whom I promptly drove away. Could they possibly be acquaintances of yours? Chapter 32, The Indomitable Stance. A single punch to annihilate the elite. How did you manage to send them away? Shen Yun inquired, his tone somewhat peculiar. Baixianer understood his concern, realizing he was worried about her being unclothed when she confronted them. This thought caused her to blush intensely. No, Master. I simply used my imposing aura to frighten them off. They were a man and a woman, claiming to be from the Demon Suppression Division. They mentioned that once you awaken, you should check on the latest news regarding the Zhou Corporation, as someone seems to be deliberately causing you trouble. The Zhou Corporation? Causing me trouble? Shen Yun's expression turned perplexed as he opened a search engine. He recalled that the moment he entered the company, he had destroyed the surveillance cameras within, employing methods akin to those used to eliminate the Zhou siblings. Even if the Demon Suppression Division was aware of his act of slaying Yi Xingchen, Baixianer's tone suggested that they were not there to provoke him. As Shen Yun typed an explosion at Zhou Corporation in Haiqing, his brows knitted together in concern. The search results immediately revealed a trending topic. Upon confirming, the tablet screen was filled with reports about the incident, each accompanied by a grainy surveillance video. Strikingly, the footage did not depict the interior of the Zhou Corporation, but rather captured the explosion from a rooftop not far from where he had been standing. A nearby camera had recorded his figure. Explosion. A colossal mount player spotted in Haiching. The mount is suspected to be a fox, possessing an inherent teleportation ability. Due to the obscurity of the surveillance footage, the identity of this individual remains unconfirmed. The explosion at Zhou Corporation may be linked to him. From the information gathered regarding the demon beast offspring, the teleportation ability of the white fox from Haiching is deemed highly practical. Rumors suggest this was a premeditated attack. The contents were diverse, with some even digging up his affair with Zhou Qiaoqiao, labeling him as a murderer. However, at his level of cultivation, personal vendettas were no longer within the purview of mere police officers to handle. Moreover, Mo Chengfeng had already stated that he would not intervene. Thus, no matter how rampant the discussions online grew, they would not affect him. The angle of the footage is quite cunning, Shen Yun mused, noting that the earliest report surfaced merely minutes after the explosion. Such swift and precise identification of his location suggested that the mastermind possessed notable resources. Could it be that the Demon Suppression Division was not the only faction involved, but perhaps the Celestial Club as well? After perusing the news for a while, he decided to close the articles. Regardless of the force at play, he harbored no fear, since the shadowy figure was so eager to expose him. It was only a matter of time before they revealed their true intentions. Is everything all right, Master? Siener inquired. Do not worry, it is but a trivial matter. Shen Yun gently pinched her delicate nose, only to see her radiate a soft white glow. Master, I wish to revert. In an instant, her form swiftly diminished, her garments cascading onto the bed, revealing a stunning little fox emerging from within. Once my cultivation reaches greater heights, I shall be able to maintain my transformed state for longer periods. Shen Yun cradled the white fox in his arms, affectionately stroking its fur. It appears, my dear, that you take pleasure in your transformed appearance, he remarked. Siener squinted her eyes in delight, having previously worried that her form might not be pleasing. Now, she felt reassured. Meanwhile, within the game, Ling Qingxue had entered the Qilin Mountains underground palace alongside numerous cultivators. This ancient site was rumored to be a palace forged by a fire Qilin. However, entry to this underground palace was strictly limited to cultivators within the Hanhai realm. Others would face the wrath of its protective barriers, potent enough to extinguish even the mightiest of saints, rendering it exceedingly perilous. The last opening of this palace was centuries ago, when it was said that someone had uncovered the fire Qilin's divine ability, the blazing flame of heaven. Regrettably, that incident resulted in numerous fatalities, a truly tragic affair. At the entrance of the underground palace, thousands of onlookers debated at the forked pathways ahead. This is the divine fire capable of incinerating all. It could even consume the heavens. We are not in a position to covet it. Finding a few treasures would suffice. Be wary of the fire wraiths within the underground palace. Many cultivators who ventured here previously had their souls scorched by the blazing flame of heaven, turning them into puppets of the palace, formidable in strength. Listening intently, Ling Qingxue followed the throng into a passageway of the underground palace, hoping to discover desirable artifacts. As she delved deeper, she encountered fire wraiths and tested their strength, finding them genuinely weak. Thus, she activated her mode of relentless advancement. Her physique was indeed formidable. Shen Yun observed Ling Qingxue's unstoppable advance into the underground palace, secretly astonished. Among the charred fire wraiths, many possessed Han high-level cultivation, yet under Ling Qingxue's prowess, they could not withstand a single exchange. The finger techniques she had learned from the Yaoqi were executed with precision, akin to a laser gun, sending one adversary after another to the ground. Furthermore, she showed no sign of fatigue, appearing to have an abundance of spiritual energy within her. The Nine Heavens' sacred body was indeed a remarkable asset. As she progressed deeper, the various passages of the underground palace began to merge. However, only a handful of elite cultivators had managed to arrive here, barely a dozen, all engaged in clearing the path of powerful fire wraiths. Suddenly, a massive plume of crimson flame erupted from the depths of the pitch-black underground palace. Wherever the flame passed, the corpses and treasures of those who had come before were reduced to ashes. The suffocating aura of destruction caused the cultivators present to change countenance, retreating hastily. Not good. It is the blazing flame of the fire Qilin. To their astonishment, the fire wraiths were unaffected by the scorching flames. Rather, their strength surged dramatically as they ignited, charging towards the cultivators with fervor. This place is no longer safe. The crowd dared not linger, but their peripheral vision caught sight of two figures transforming into fleeting shadows, dashing into the inferno ahead. Those are disciples from the Yaoqi sacred land, and the prodigy Chu Feng from the Lian Yin mountain manor. They are unafraid of the blazing flame of heaven. As the two disregarded the flames and plunged deeper into the underground palace, the onlookers were left in shock. Although the blazing flame of heaven may not be at its peak, its power remains terrifying. What formidable protective measures they possess. In a mere moment, the disparity in strength and foundation between the two parties became evident. The duo moved with such speed that within a few breaths, they traversed the lengthy corridor engulfed in flames, arriving at a vast underground plaza. As Ling Qingxue landed, She found that the source of the flames was a fiery seed transformed into the image of a fire qilin. Indeed, this was the source of the blazing flame of heaven. Seeing the fire qilin's phantom turn to flee, Chu Feng hastened forward. If the fire qilin were still alive, no one would dare covet its treasures. Yet this source of the blazing flame had long since lost its potency to the ravages of time, presenting an opportunity for the two. He glanced at the unwaveringly fast Ling Qingxue nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Friend, should you choose to withdraw today, when my companion attains enlightenment, I could speak favorably of you to the Yaoqi. Ling Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone growing considerably colder. This treasure is mine to obtain. I advise you not to interfere. While the other party may indeed have ties to those poised to achieve enlightenment, the ancestors of Yaoqi had declared that she too had the potential for enlightenment. Who was afraid of whom? The flickering flame emitted a wave of goodwill toward her, and its quality seemed quite exceptional. She had to secure it to present to her master. Anyone who dared to obstruct her acquisition would become her adversary. How fortuitous, for I too require it. Chu Feng shrugged, realizing that since she would not heed his counsel, they would rely on their own abilities. This woman was undeniably swift. Yet her cultivation was only at the 5th level of Han Hai, with his own pinnacle mastery of Han Hai. Taking action against her would merely be a matter of time. Then, there was no room for negotiation. In a flash, Ling Qingxue abandoned her pursuit of the flickering flame, charging directly toward Chu Feng. Very well. Then, Chu Feng's expression darkened as he observed the incoming Ling Qingxue, his voice laced with hostility. I shall deal with you first. How dare she be so headstrong despite her inferior cultivation? Did she truly consider his sect's prodigies to be mere decorations? However, swish. Ling Qingxue erupted into full speed, instantly appearing before him, delivering a punch with unwavering resolve. The speed erupted like a sudden burst, causing Chu Feng's pupils to constrict in astonishment. Such terrifying velocity. He barely had time to summon a defensive shield with his divine sense. Just as the opponent's pristine white fist, accompanied by a piercing howl that split the air, struck the shield with tremendous force. Naive, this is my 8th-tier defensive shield. Chu Feng anticipated the recoil to send his opponent flying before he counterattacked. However, in the next instant, a thunderous boom reverberated. An unparalleled force surged from the shield, instantly severing the connection between Chu Feng and the shield, leaving his face pale and filled with horror. How is this possible? Why is she so powerful? With a whoosh, the shield was sent flying as if it were a cannonball, crashing into Chu Feng's body. PFF. He spat blood, resembling a lifeless fish as he collided with a nearby wall and crumpled to the ground. At that moment, disbelief was etched across Chu Feng's face. Though he too was a prodigy, he had been utterly crushed by a single punch. This was sheer bullying. Shen Yun savored a sip of the divine essence spring water, reminiscing about how this girl had once struggled, now revealing her remarkable prowess. Truly a heartwarming sight akin to a father watching his child grow up. Suddenly, Shen Yun's hand paused. He noticed that the man spewing blood bore an embroidered character of Tian on his sleeve. This was the emblem of the Prodigy Club. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. Members of the Prodigy Club indeed had numerous outstanding characters bound to them, some of which were of legendary status. Yet now, in his eyes, those individuals were merely stepping stones for Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, since you're taking action, eliminate him directly. Young master, I share the same intention. Ling Qingxue unleashed a powerful punch toward the despairing Chu Feng. Having been on the run for many years, she understood that individuals with such complex backgrounds, once offended, should be eliminated outright. Otherwise, they could pose endless troubles. No, Chu Feng cried out in desperation. I am willing to withdraw from the competition. Please, spare me. His prophet had clearly informed him that today would hold no dangers. How had he stumbled into a life-or-death situation? Smack! The punch imprint did not pause for an instant, obliterating Chu Feng's body and sending flesh and blood flying. Chapter 33. The Divine Beast Qilin's Divine Ability. Fiery Heaven-S Flames. How infuriating. This female cultivator is also bound to a player. A sharp voice echoed within an office. The 7 individuals present turned to her immediately. What is wrong, Xiao and I? Why are you crying? Indeed, Xiao and I. What grievance have you suffered? I shall take charge. As members of the Prodigy Club, they functioned as a cohesive unit, sharing resources while also standing together in times of adversity. Moreover, Xiao and I was exceptionally beautiful, and her character as qualifications ranked among the highest in their group. However, her next words plunged the room into silence. My character has been killed. Upon saying this, she burst into tears, having clearly utilized the daily intelligence for her character, which indicated no possibility of her demise within the secret realm. The only explanation was that this Ling Qingxue, a disciple of the Yaoqi, was also bound to a player. Only under such circumstances could players fail to glean information about one another's characters. Numerous online posts discussed such occurrences, with many players having encountered similar situations. Mystics speculated that this was a form of special protection by the heavenly Tao for game characters, preventing others from deducing information about them. Yet should they cross paths, the consequences would be uncertain. If a character perished, wouldn't that spell ruin for you? The gazes of many in the room shifted towards Xiao and I, some revealing lecherous smiles. Unless Xiao Ni's newly bound character was of prodigy caliber, the club would not support idlers. However, the likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. In some cities, there wasn't even a single member of a club. The vastness of the game's Xiantian continent and its burgeoning population made it so that the 100 billion players from Blue Star could only bind characters akin to drops in the ocean. Utterly insignificant, were it not for the special care from the heavenly Tao towards players, according to Xiantian cultivators. It was said that only a few prodigious cultivators would emerge from among the 100 billion. Disciples of Yaoqi? The onlookers scrutinized Xiao Ni's screenshot, silently noting the character for future reference. They resolved to decide whether to send game characters after this woman when the club convened. In ordinary matters, they could resolve them internally. However, a character capable of slaying prodigies was not one they could provoke lightly. With no favorable items in hand, Ling Qingxue inspected Chu Feng's storage ring before swiftly moving toward the hiding place of the fiery heaven's source. Her physique was extraordinarily sensitive. How could a flame, an entity as scorching as the sun, evade her detection? This was also the confidence that allowed her to initially release the fiery heaven's source to deal with Chu Feng. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Ling Qingxue located the fiery heaven's source concealed atop an altar in the underground palace. Her arrival startled the source, causing its flames to flicker nervously. You cannot evade my perception. Ling Qingxue approached with a smile, but her brows furrowed in surprise. The fiery heaven's source flowed like quicksand into a translucent jade bone upon the altar, an imposing relic radiating an ancient aura, roughly half her height. Once the fiery heaven's source fully merged with it, a tremor coursed through the jade bone, and its ancient, vigorous presence enveloped the entire underground palace. Due to their proximity, Ling Qingxue could even feel a terrifying pressure emanating from the jade bone. In just a brief moment, she was blasted away by this overwhelming force. Though the Yaoqi's trial steps bore no aggression, the pressure here was as if a mighty being had descended, utterly unyielding. So powerful. Upon landing, Ling Qingxue gazed in disbelief at the jade bone rising before her. There, upon the altar, appeared a colossal fire qilin, its entire form ablaze. However, this was merely a phantom, with the jade bone serving as its thigh bone. The fire qilin's eyes, resembling abyssal cold pools, fixated silently on Ling Qingxue. Even without uttering a word, its aura exuded an overwhelming dominance that instilled awe. Could it truly be the bone of a qilin? Although she had speculated, witnessing this scene left Ling Qingxue astounded. The qilin was one of the 7 ancient emperor beasts, capable of contending against emperors in its maturity, its might utterly fearsome. Yet that was knowledge from millions of years ago. Subsequently, the bloodlines of the 7 emperor beasts seemed cursed, rendering them merely quasi-emperors even in adulthood. This fire qilin had perished before reaching maturity, as indicated by the purple-golden radiance emanating from its thigh bone, signifying its attainment of the great sage level. Ling Qingxue sensed that this fire qilin's phantom did not wish for her to take the leg bone and fiery heaven's source. Predecessor. She clasped her fists in respect. I must take the fiery heaven's source. The fire qilin on the altar fixed its gaze intently. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding void ignited with a fierce inferno of fiery heaven's flames, exponentially more potent than those encountered earlier. The underground palace transformed into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. What was even more alarming was the sound of the void cracking, as if it could not withstand the searing heat. Nevertheless, Ling Qingxue remained undaunted, her resolute visage shining with determination. I have declared that I must take it today, regardless of the cost. A thunderous roar echoed, like a landslide, reverberating within her body. The boiling blood caused her garments to flutter fiercely, and an enigmatic, formless figure, seated amidst the starry river, materialized behind her. The 9 heavens' sacred body's Tao was fully activated, bathed in a radiant holy light. She was enveloped by the sounds of the great Tao, as if a celestial being had descended, stepping into the fiery heaven's flames. Sizzle. Thick smoke billowed from the manifestation above Ling Qingxue. Though she appeared unscathed, the connection between her manifestation and her mind meant that even a single contact with the flames caused her to break out in a cold sweat. Upon the altar, the fire qilin's lifeless eyes regarded the phantasm in the void, and faintly, a spark of life seemed to flicker within them. The sacred body's Tao, is it? The resonant voice, imbued with the essence of time, reverberated endlessly within the grand hall. The fire qilin gazed intently at the ethereal manifestation behind Ling Qingxue for a considerable duration before speaking softly. Young one, you are not the fated individual I have chosen. Depart now. Ling Qingxue remained silent, stepping forward once more, her determination unmistakable. The flames receded like a tide, encircling only the crystalline white bones at a distance of 1 zhang. The extraordinary phenomenon of the holy body Tao was indeed formidable, yet it remained in its developmental phase, and the fire qilin had no desire to undermine its foundation. Although its strength was not at its zenith, the inferno it could summon was far beyond what this young girl could withstand. Prolonged exposure would surely lead to injury. Ling Qingxue understood the fire Qilin's goodwill, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief before clasping her hands in respect. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your protection. Her strength, after all, was somewhat lacking. Yet, as she raised her head, a vibrant purple divine radiance erupted from her brow, the aura of an imperial weapon. Ling Qingxue fixed her gaze upon the astonished fire Qilin, declaring with conviction, I apologize, esteemed elder. There are compelling reasons for me to acquire this treasure. Even if it means opposing the world, today I shall take this supreme artifact. Chapter 34. A mere corner of the imperial array, sealed by my will. Your fortune is indeed profound. Such actions may prove excessive. The old Qilin shook its head, perceiving the young girl's insatiable heart. Moments later, the altar beneath the fire Qilin blazed with brilliant light. The powerful fluctuations of the array caused the entire underground palace to tremble. Particularly, the dense purple mist radiating from the array made Ling Qingshue's complexion shift dramatically. An imperial-level teleportation array. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Realizing that the teleportation array on the altar was severely damaged, it must be merely a corner of the imperial array. Young master, what shall we do? Shen Yun was equally bewildered. This old fellow actually had a backup plan. This was the fire Qilin's divine ability, lost just like that. He felt an unbearable sense of loss. A fully grown fire Qilin could contend with emperors. This blazing inferno was undeniably formidable, and its disappearance would surely rob him of sleep. Fortunately, the notification for a recharge on the game interface jolted him from his thoughts. Ding. Limited time recharge special price. Recharge 28,888. Temporarily seal the corner of the imperial array beneath the Qilin's feet. Note. Detection indicates the fire Qilin's opinion is firm. Sealing the grand array may risk damaging the source of the blazing fire. Other recharge specials can be combined for a decisive strike to seize the treasure. Combo Strike 1. Recharge 52,888. Edit character Ling Qingshue's identity. Elder Qilin, I am indeed the fated one you await. Special offer Super Invincible Overbearing Strike. This punch, even the fire Qilin cannot withstand. Recharge 288,888. Character Ling Qingxue temporarily gains the authority to command. I declare this treasure is mine, and it shall be mine. It was evident that only the Super Invincible Overbearing Strike could guarantee the acquisition of the item. Purely a marketing ploy. A money-grabbing scheme. Thankfully, I have the means. Click, click, click. Shen Yun tapped 3 times to select full recharge. The first 2 were merely to increase the spending limit and boost his VIP status. Then he spoke nonchalantly. Fear not, a mere corner of the imperial array shall be sealed by my will. A single thought to seal it. Ling Qingxue was electrified by his words, her hair standing on end. Could he truly halt the imperial teleportation array? Her young master was indeed astonishing. In the next moment, a colossal character for seal abruptly appeared beneath the teleportation array, freezing both the array and the raging flames enveloping the fire Qilin. How could a corner of the imperial array be sealed? It stared in shock at the young girl before it. The imperial array was nothing. My young master possessed even more formidable powers. In that instant, Ling Qingxue brimmed with confidence, her face radiant with pride. For within her mind lingered a law imprint bestowed upon her by her young master. Command becomes law. With but a word, she could directly acquire the fire Qilin's divine source of blazing fire. Without hesitation, Ling Qingxue gazed at the fire Qilin and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed elder, I have declared that I want this source of blazing fire, and thus it is mine. As her words fell, a radiant divine light erupted from the Qilin's great bone, swiftly transforming into a fiery stream that obediently landed in Ling Qingshue's outstretched hand. At that moment, the flames exuded no hint of the terrifying aura that could incinerate all. Rather, they felt as gentle as a tender sprout, quietly hovering in the air. At last, it was hers. Ling Qingxue gazed at the source of blazing fire in her hand, her face aglow with delight. Truly, my young master is terrifying. A single, effortless utterance had severed the bond between the fire Qilin and the source of blazing fire. Such power was indeed formidable. With such astonishing abilities, her young master must be a true immortal among mortals. Ling Qingxue felt an immense pressure, realizing that even before the emperors, she would merely be a shadow behind her young master. Yet she was confident, for her young master had always silently supported her from behind. Is this fate? The fire Qilin gazed despondently at the source of blazing fire, drifting away from it. At that moment, it had severed all ties with its companion flame, leaving its tone tinged with melancholy. Such divine powers extinguished all its long-held desires. It no longer awaited the fated individual. Very well. Perhaps you possess the ability to seek out the manifestation of the celestial demon emperor. The silhouette of the fire Qilin gradually faded from the altar, leaving the crystalline, translucent Qilin leg bone resting quietly upon it. Young master, please take a look. What is the quality of this flaming artifact? Ling Qingxue cradled the flame in her hands, her expression filled with anticipation as she gazed into the void. Feedback on the artifact. Source of blazing fire. a divine object born of one of the 7 imperial beasts. The fire qilin. Description: a transcendent divine object capable of incinerating all things. At its peak, it can even change the color of an emperor's face. Note: the source has significantly diminished. Nurturing it within a living being may restore its strength. Special effect: exceptional at countering malevolent forces. Control method: thought. What a delightful little treasure. It is reassuring if my young master finds it satisfactory. Ling Qingxue beamed brightly, feeling content. Finally acquiring an item worthy of her young master's praise. Shen Yun maintained a calm demeanor, yet his inner joy was nearly uncontrollable. This was a treasure capable of altering an emperor's countenance. Were it not for the desire to display an air of superiority before Ling Qingxue, he would have laughed uproariously. Extracting feedback artifact, source of blazing fire. Moments later, the game projection shimmered, revealing the flame in Ling Qingxue's hand gradually rising before Shen Yun's eyes. This expedition had proven to be a resounding success. With a mere thought, the source of blazing fire entered his body. Regaining his composure, Shen Yun observed the trembling walls of the underground palace, now riddled with cracks, and cautioned, "Qingxue, be careful, and hasten your exit." Understood. Ling Qingxue glanced around before summoning the qilin leg bone from the altar. The leg bone was enormous. The slenderest end was too large for her to grasp with a single hand, and the thicker end was larger than her head. Nevertheless, it was a formidable sacred weapon, likely quite effective for combat. Noticing the remnants of the imperial array still present on the altar, she decided to take that as well. Perhaps it could be insightful upon her return. In her past, she would collect any resources she could for her own use. While this altar appeared useless, she could not bear to see it destroyed. Once she confirmed there was nothing else worth taking, Ling Qingxue swiftly departed, racing towards the entrance of the underground palace. As a throng of cultivators emerged from the underground palace, the Qilin Mountain erupted with a deafening roar. This signified that the ancient Qilin Mountain underground palace secret realm had now become part of history. Chapter 35. In the outside world, one must possess acting skills. Master must not be touched. Chu Feng fretted. Why hasn't he emerged yet? The cultivators of the Lianyan Mountain Manor, upon witnessing the collapse of the Qilin Mountain range, were in a state of turmoil. Those who have emerged say he encountered the blazing fire of the heavens alongside the Yaoqi cultivators. We are unaware of what fortune or misfortune may await. Look, it's that Yaoqi cultivator. The crowd turned their attention to the exit of the underground palace, where a woman clad in Yaoqi's platinum garments shot forth. However, this girl appeared disheveled and in quite a predicament. Young friend, an elder from the Flame Yin Villa appeared in a flash, his tone fraught with urgency. Do you know what has become of Chu Feng, who pursued the blazing sun of the heavens? Ling Qingxue, still haunted by the memory, clasped her fists and replied, Esteemed elder, that fellow Taoist was consumed by the flames. I barely managed to escape. Surviving in the outside world requires a certain finesse. Otherwise, she would not have lived to this day. Even joining the Yaoqi sect was a prudent decision. Consumed by flames, the elder's vision darkened, and the disciples who had hurried to his side were equally taken aback. Despite their forewarnings, the revelation was still too much to bear. Chu Feng was one of the 2 exceptional disciples of the Flame Yin Villa, who had recently befriended many prodigies from powerful factions. He was on the verge of a transformation, and now his life was abruptly cut short. Another genius has fallen. The gathered cultivators shook their heads. What does it matter how talented one is? The cultivation world is merciless. Shen Yun observed the elder's perplexed expression and secretly hoped. You old man better take action, so I can spend more money. He had just invested over 370,000 and was only a little over 100,000 away from reaching VIP level 2. Unfortunately, the elder dared not act. This woman before him was a disciple of Yaoqi. Sighing, the elder lamented. Perhaps this was a calamity destined for Chu Feng before departing with his disciples. As Ling Qingxue boarded the flying vessel and departed, a disciple of the Flame Yin Villa communicated through sound transmission. Elder, are we just going to let her go? What else can we do? Would you dare to strike a Yaoqi disciple in public? The elder's tone turned cold. If it were an unknown low-ranking cultivator, he would act without hesitation. But this was a disciple of a sacred land. To strike publicly would be a foolish act. The Flame Yin Villa could not withstand the wrath of Yaoqi. This woman exuded a profound aura. She might have acquired the flame of heaven's source. The elder's eyes gleamed with determination. Return and consult the sect master on how to proceed. Yes, bored. Shen Yun remained silent. Forget it. I'll go enjoy my flame of heaven's source. At present, Ling Qingxue faced no immediate danger. Even if he logged off, he would receive game prompts should his character encounter peril. After exiting the game, Shen Yun raised his right index finger, and a flicker of crimson flame ignited at his fingertip. The flame danced in the wind, its vibrant red radiating a divine glow. The subdued flame of heaven was remarkably gentle, lacking any violent fervor. In the past, such a treasure would have been unimaginable. Shen Yun smiled as he waved his finger, the flame swirling in a dazzling display. Ow! The slumbering Baixianer in his arms seemed startled, her snowy fur bristling as she swiftly hid behind his neck to observe the flame. Such a dangerous aura. Is this a feedback item obtained by my master from the game? Familiar with the Shen Yun mobile game, she immediately associated the perilous flame with game feedback. Don't worry, it won't harm me. With a thought, Shen Yun directed the flame of heaven's source to transform into a streak of light that entered his body. Only then did Baixianer dare to slide down from him, her expression tense as she gazed at him. Is it truly safe, master? It emanates an aura of destruction, as if it could incinerate anything. Of course, Shen Yun chuckled, cradling her and wiggling his index finger before her eyes. See? Baixianer leaned in, sniffing with her delicate nose, and indeed found no wounds. Haha. Seeing her concerned expression, Shen Yun affectionately rubbed her cheek. Today had been remarkably fruitful. And with the little fox being so considerate, it was a delight to be in such high spirits. Baixianer felt a bit shy, yet she could sense Shen Yun's joy, and her eyes narrowed in happiness. By the way, it's time to feed you. Shen Yun suddenly remembered his role as her caretaker and rose to approach the safe. Baixianer had broken through, so surely her energy was depleted. It's all right, master. I can venture into the mountains to find spirit materials. That would be too dangerous. Shen Yun opened the safe, retrieving a 6th grade nourishing heart flower and a bottle of divine essence spring. You saw the password just now. Feel free to take what you want in the future. This is undiluted divine essence spring, with an extremely rich spiritual aura, so be cautious when consuming it. With the contract spirit beast's loyalty maxed out, there was no worry of betrayal. Baixianer noticed the limited quantity of the spirit spring and shook her head. Save the spirit spring for you, master. I'll just have this flower. You need to grow stronger, and this must be a feedback item, which I imagine is quite difficult to obtain. Don't worry. 1 drop diluted is equivalent to a whole bottle. We have enough for now. Shen Yun took out a jade bottle and diluted a portion for Baixianer. Although the item was precious, he was confident in acquiring even better treasures in the future. After all, the divine essence spring was meant for foundational growth, and its efficacy would diminish over time. Consuming it all was no great loss. Once Shen Yun handed the diluted spring water to her, Baixianer cheerfully wagged her 3 tails. Thank you, master. No need for formality, Shen Yun remarked, admiring her beautiful tails, and curiously reached out to touch the newly grown one. By the way, did this tail sprout during your breakthrough? Master, don't. Baixianer gasped, abandoning the water bottle and swiftly retreating into the Beastmaster space. Observing the darkened patch on the luxurious carpet, Shen Yun awkwardly picked up the bottle and pretended to tighten the cap. Ahem, from now on, feel free to pour your own. Goodness. So this was the Achilles heel of the 9-tailed fox. Baixianer, curled up in the space, dared not lift her head, her little paws covering her face as she wrapped herself with 3 tails, timidly responding, Woo-woo. This is embarrassing. I've shown myself up again. She had let her guard down around her master, not anticipating such a turn of events. The previous awkwardness of wearing clothes had faded, but now, with this new embarrassment layered upon it, she felt utterly mortified to face the world. After Shen Yun tidied up, he took out his phone to check messages. A member from the Demon Suppression Division who had come looking for him was likely Mo Changfeng, who would not have found it difficult to acquire his number. Since his phone was set to silent mode, he had many missed calls and messages. After browsing through a few, Shen Yun's finger paused. Mr. Shen, I am Mo Changfeng. We have currently identified the suspicious individual who posted your video online. This person is likely the 3rd-grade blood-sucking demon king recently seen in Haiching. A family camera across from the Zhou Corporation was tampered with, and we detected residual demonic energy using magical tools. Currently, we have arranged personnel near your villa. It would not dare to approach. The mention of the blood-sucking demon king ignited a spark in Shen Yun's eyes. In his previous life, this bat demon was notorious in Haiching. Many cultivators had been drained of their essence, and even the Demon Suppression Division had failed to capture it multiple times, suffering numerous casualties as it grew increasingly powerful. Who would have thought this creature had such a keen sense, able to detect Baixianer's position that day? Moreover, exposing him online clearly indicated an intention to gather information on him. However, with the Demon Suppression Division personnel stationed nearby, the bat demon likely refrained from acting out of caution, as it was still in its developmental stage. It was time to have them withdraw. The second game update was approaching. Glancing at the time, Shen Yun noted, 6:47 p.m. At 7 p.m., the entire world would once again descend into chaos due to the game update. His gaze lingered on the encroaching night outside the window. The reason was simple. The main content of this update was related to feedback items. Once players kill those demonic beasts that have preyed upon humans in reality, they would receive feedback cards equivalent to the beast's level. Moreover, these feedback cards could be exchanged for items of the same quality directly from the characters. It was evident that this update expanded the avenues for players to acquire cultivation items, thereby enhancing their strength and survival capabilities. However, hunting demonic beasts that had previously hunted humans was no easy feat. Take the bat demon in Haiching as an example. It possessed both intelligence and formidable strength, so players would need to assess their capabilities before attempting to hunt it. Yet, for Shen Yun, it posed no challenge. If the bat demon dared to approach, the newly acquired flame of heaven would surely send it soaring into the skies. Let us not forget the presence of Baisener and the mid-tier rebounding heart-guarding mirror of the 8th rank. Its arrival is perfectly timed for the transaction. As Shen Yun contemplated sending a message to Mo Changfeng to withdraw his personnel, he furrowed his brow. Sending a message now, just before the game updates, might arouse suspicion about my prophetic abilities. It would be wiser to wait a while before reaching out. A cautious approach is seldom a mistake, especially with a few minutes still at my disposal. Before long, the clock struck 7 in the evening. As Shen Yun fixated on the game projection, he observed a game update notification appear punctually. Server announcement. The game is commencing an update, scheduled for 2.5 hours. All players are requested to log off within 10 minutes. Update overview. This update will further enhance the density of spiritual energy in the real world, along with the introduction of feedback cards and other features. Feedback cards in the real world. Feedback cards will automatically generate on the bodies of demon beasts that have killed humans. Players can obtain feedback cards of the same rank as the demon beasts upon defeating them. These cards can be directly exchanged for items of equivalent quality through the game character. Methods such as deliberately breeding demon beasts to hunt humans for item cards will be rendered ineffective by the game. Note: feedback cards are for personal use only and cannot be traded among players. Although they can be synthesized, items obtained from exchanged cards can be freely traded. Chapter 36. The emergence of feedback cards. Local evil spirits. 4th rank zombie king. Demon beast babies. In 2 days, the release of demon beast babies will cease. The stronger the bloodline of a demon beast baby, the easier it is to contract them when they are at the initial 1st rank. Players must act swiftly to capture them. A gentle reminder: among them are super babies destined for sainthood, as well as exceedingly rare babies with imperial bloodlines. While Shen Yun could not recall every detail of the updates from his previous life, he retained a general understanding. The focal point, without a doubt, is the feedback cards. Especially the words can be synthesized. To synthesize a 2nd rank card from 1st rank cards, one merely needs 2 inferior 1st rank cards, 2 mid-tier cards, and 1 superior card to create a 2nd rank inferior card. To enhance the quality of synthesized cards, the number remains unchanged. Only the quality of mid and superior cards needs to be increased. This was precisely the system in place before his demise in the previous life. As for subsequent changes, he was unaware. Evidently, this update serves as a boon for players on Blue Star. Otherwise, in the Xiantian continent, such low-quality magical artifacts, even at the 3rd rank, could not be exchanged for anything of the 4th rank. With this announcement, those who regard themselves as capable would undoubtedly be unable to sleep from excitement. Even those lacking strength would be contemplating forming teams for farming. Shen Yun smiled faintly. The advantages of feedback cards are self-evident. Furthermore, this update has disclosed the quality of demon beast babies, who would not desire bloodline babies destined for sainthood or emperorship. If one could capture even a single one, it would provide immense assistance to players, even in the early stages. This is because such demon beast babies, as indicated in the update, possess innate talents and abilities. This is akin to having a promising future assistant. It is precisely due to this update that various merchants and bounty hunters have emerged around the major mountain ranges. Naturally, all destinations chosen are relatively safe locations where demon beasts do not venture forth. No one wishes to venture into the frenzied mountain ranges to meet their demise. Closing the update notification, Shen Yun sent a message to Mo Changfeng. Withdraw the members of the demon suppression office lurking near my villa. If the blood-sucking demon king dares to come, I shall handle it myself. No sooner had the message been dispatched than Mo Changfeng's call came through. Upon answering, Shen Yun was greeted by a woman's voice. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Jiang Yu, the captain of the demon suppression office in Haicheng. I am quite astonished by your confidence in dealing with a 3rd-rank demon king. How about it? Are you interested in joining the demon suppression office? Once you join, even the talented club would think twice before targeting you. I'm sorry, but I am accustomed to my freedom and have no interest, Shen Yun replied without hesitation. He had no ties to the demon suppression office and was not afraid of the talented club causing trouble. There was no need to bind himself by joining. Jiang Yu, undeterred, proceeded to outline a series of benefits and perks. Mr. Shen, please consider. Joining the demon suppression office offers numerous advantages and conveniences. Regardless of the powerful, or have them withdraw. That will be all, Shen Yun interrupted, promptly ending the call. With a wealth of 1 billion game coins at his disposal, the so-called benefits of the demon suppression office seemed lackluster. He was not inclined to work for others merely for these trivial gains. At that moment, Shen Yun felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him surging once more, hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. The efficiency of this breakthrough is truly remarkable. Shen Yun smiled as he opened the game and retrieved 5 spirit stones from Ling Qingshue's pouch to expedite his advancement. At a roadside barbecue stall, a young man, excitedly flaunting his phone, exclaimed, "This game update is incredible. They actually introduced feedback cards. As long as we slay demons, we can obtain them. This adds another avenue for acquiring feedback items. Just remember, these cards can only be obtained from demon beasts that have preyed on humans. Don't get it twisted," cautioned a companion with a tone of regret. "It's a pity they can't be purchased. One can only acquire them through personal combat, lamented another. Fortunately, the items returned via feedback cards can be purchased, which is a boon for those of us lacking the capability to hunt demon beasts. However, upgrading feedback cards can only be achieved through player effort, as the cards themselves are non-transferable. Thankfully, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, I've discovered my talent for cultivation. The martial arts manual from the community has been quite engaging. After we eat, how about we gather some friends and head into the mountains? Sounds good. The companions were filled with enthusiasm. Speaking of which, the demon creatures in the city are handled by the Demon Suppression Office, so we can only venture into the mountains. The chances of encountering a demon beast that has killed humans may be slim, but if we come across a demon beast baby, capturing it and selling it could lead to a fortune. Haha, we'll discuss our plans thoroughly later. Although the demon beasts in the mountains may not yield feedback cards, they do possess demon cores. Feeding them to the babies can accelerate their growth. Various factions, including the Demon Suppression Office, Buddhist sects, and wealthy clans, are all collecting materials for refining magical artifacts. The entire barbecue stall, along with the throngs of people on the street who had ventured out to procure supplies due to the game's downtime, buzzed with discussions about the latest game update, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. The prospect of relying solely on character feedback items hinges on luck. So the introduction of an additional method for obtaining feedback is a tremendous boon for the entire community. Still hoping to slay demons and obtain cards? Scoffed a bat demon seated at the stall, his voice dripping with disdain. He cast a glance towards the villa district in the distance and whispered to the man beside him, clad in a tracksuit, Zombie King. All the members of the Demon Suppression Office have retreated. Do you think that Brad is underestimating us? From the information gleaned from the surrounding humans regarding the game update, it was evident that the one who had contracted the White Fox and driven out the Demon Suppression Office was undoubtedly scheming to farm his cards. Unfortunately for him, he was playing a dangerous game. This demon has secured a powerful ally. A fierce glint flickered in the bat demon's eyes. The man beside him was his chosen ally against the White Fox, the Zombie King, a formidable fourth-rank entity. Unlike him, the Zombie King was a native evil spirit from Blue Star, having awakened following the resurgence of spiritual energy, possessing unfathomably potent abilities. The bat demon felt that even upon reaching the fourth rank, prevailing against this individual would be a daunting task. Such evil spirits boast an extraordinarily rich and ancient lineage, far surpassing his own ordinary bloodline as a demon beast. Their meeting was fortuitous, as the Bat Demon-S video had caught the attention of the Zombie King, who resided in another city. Initially, the Zombie King had dispatched a team of 2 bald men to Amay in search of the White Fox, only to discover that they had vanished. Thankfully, he had recently learned from his subordinates of the White Fox's reappearance in Haiching, prompting his swift arrival. You are mistaken. It is not us, the man remarked, elegantly folding a napkin beside him to wipe his mouth, his tone nonchalant. It is you who has been disregarded. The Bat Demon, stung by the mockery, did not dare to retort, offering a sheepish smile. Yes, you are absolutely right. Since the individuals have departed, let us proceed directly to deal with him. The man discarded the napkin and rose. He was not intimidated by the presence of the Demon Suppression Office. A swarm of ants posed no threat to him. Rather, he was concerned that excessive killings would attract the attention of the formidable beings from Huaxia. In this era of the rise of myriad demons, his only objective was to develop quietly, avoiding the fate of the proverbial first bird that sticks its head out, and to seek victory through steadiness. As for that human lad, he was merely a fool who believed himself invincible after binding with the White Fox, a mere madman, whom he could eliminate in an instant. The 2 figures rose and veered into a dim alley, approaching the villa where the White Fox resided. Unbeknownst to them, as they passed certain areas, strands of silvery fox fur vanished into thin air. Chapter 37. Instant Kill of the Zombie King. Skill Card Unleashed. Invincible Golden Body. Within the Beastmaster space, the White Fox abruptly opened her eyes. What a formidable sinister aura. She swiftly emerged, casting her gaze towards the meditating Shen Yun. Master, the information left by my fox fur nearby has yielded a response. 2 powerful beings are approaching, one of whom emanates a particularly malevolent presence, causing me great unease. He may have reached the 4th tier. 4th tier? It seems the blood-sucking bat demon has found an ally. Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes, his expression cold and resolute. A malevolent aura? Just in time to test my celestial flame. The innate divine ability of the fire Qilin counters all malevolence. Should this unknown 4th tier demon dare to approach, let it come and not return. The villa district was brightly lit, yet the streets were devoid of pedestrians. The news of Shen Yun's slaughter of the members of the Demon Suppression Bureau had already circulated among the villa owners, with some eager individuals having captured footage of the event. Although the members of the Demon Suppression Bureau had come forth to delete the evidence, the uproar it caused was significant. Many residents had fled the area, fearing they might fall victim to this formidable individual. Beneath the streetlight, 2 figures gradually approached the villa's entrance, gazing upward at Shen Yun, who stood on the 2nd floor, alongside the half-human, half-fox creature of considerable height. I am surprised you did not flee, the Zombie King remarked, raising his hand as strands of white fur ignited spontaneously. Hand over that white fox to me. You are unworthy to be her master. When did he discover this? The bat demon's pupils contracted sharply. He had failed to notice any lingering fox fur along the path. Even Shen was taken aback by the opponent's insight. The fact that they could perceive her methods suggested a formidable origin. Enough of your prattle. Shen Yun's fingers curled slightly, and 10 sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips. After all, they were enemies. It was best to eliminate them directly. At that moment, Shen vanished from beneath him. However, to Shen Yun's astonishment, Shen did not charge at the enemy but instead trembled slightly, retreating cautiously toward the entrance of the first floor. Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings and noticed that a layer of gray mist had inexplicably enveloped the area. Master, be careful. This malevolent domain can sense my position when I teleport. Shen spoke gravely. Just moments ago, she had intended to rush forward, but her beast instincts warned her that all her movements were being detected by the zombie king with those pitch-black eyes. Should she attack recklessly, she would likely suffer severe repercussions. The opponent clearly possessed a profound understanding of her abilities. This preparatory stance, coupled with their immense strength, made her exceedingly anxious. Remain calm. I have my means. Shen Yun squeezed her fox waist, signaling her to advance, only to see the bat demon beside the zombie king transform into a phantom, launching an assault. Cackle. Without speed as an advantage, where will you hide? The flesh of this white fox was out of reach for him, given the zombie king's overwhelming power. Fortunately, this human lad was merely a gathering spiral realm cultivator. His efforts were not entirely in vain. But suddenly, he perceived a tremor in the surrounding void, and noticed an unusual light flickering in the white fox's eyes. Not good. The bat demon's heart raced as he frantically flapped his wings to escape the void. However, he was too late. With a scream, one of the bat demon's wings and thigh bizarrely transformed into blood mist within the void. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have been ground to pieces. Zombie King, save me. The bat demon, now on the ground, crawled toward the villa in a state of panic. Didn't you say this fox only had teleportation skills? How does it possess such formidable power? Yet a single remark from the zombie king ignited an endless fury within him. Damn it. You dare use me as cannon fodder? If my guess is correct, this must be your third divine ability, Void Strangulation. The zombie king advanced slowly, his expression brimming with excitement. You truly are one of the 7 ancient imperial beasts, the celestial fox tribe. To capture this fox, he had specially cultivated the corpse mist domain to counter its rapid teleportation. Now, seeing the ancient text describing the celestial fox's innate ability, Void Strangulation, he was utterly convinced. This was indeed the cursed ancient imperial beast, the celestial fox tribe. As the white fox bared her teeth and glared fiercely, the zombie king spoke nonchalantly, do not struggle in vain. I comprehend all your trajectories. The corpse mist domain possessed a maze-like effect, and with him anchoring the situation, even if the white fox were swift, she would eventually exhaust her energy and be captured. However, before he could finish speaking, the zombie king's pupils constricted sharply. He beheld the human lad, whom he had dismissed, engulfed in blazing crimson flames. Sizzle. As the flames made contact with the mist within the corpse mist domain, the fog dissipated entirely in an instant. And at that moment, the zombie king lost all perception of the white fox's movements. How is this possible? His expression changed drastically as he saw the white fox vanish from sight, retreating rapidly. The corpse mist domain had been shattered. He could no longer impede the white fox's escape. Moreover, a troubling premonition stirred within him. This human lad's flames are causing my heart to race. This was utterly inconceivable to him. How could a low-tier insect wield such divine fire? Suddenly, a sharp sense of danger surged from behind, causing the zombie king's spine to tingle as he bellowed in fury. Corpse descending golden body. Boom! A blinding golden radiance erupted from his form. This was a divine ability of the zombie clan, capable of significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. This lad's flames were undoubtedly extraordinary. Fortunately, given the opponent's weaker cultivation, he likely could not maintain such divine fire for long. If he could endure this moment, he would surely find another way to escape. Yet, despair washed over the zombie king as Shen Yun's claw, ablaze with celestial flames, pierced effortlessly through his skull. Huff! The zombie king trembled violently, his eyes filled with reluctance and rage. A proud member of the undying golden zombie clan had been instantaneously slain by a mere lowly cultivator. Weren't you quite arrogant just now, planning to flee? Shen Yun gazed at the blood-spewing zombie king, his 5 claws tightening slightly. Come, let me see you act tough one more time. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the celestial flames enveloped the zombie king entirely. The so-called golden body was instantly riddled with cracks, emitting a cacophony of sounds. The annihilating aura that obliterated everything engulfed the entirety of the zombie king's being. As the golden body was scorched and split, the zombie king seemed to realize something, staring incredulously at Shen Yun. You are human. How do you possess the... But before he could finish his sentence, thick smoke poured from his throat. He collapsed to the ground like a charred lump, reduced to ashes. Is that all? Shen Yun smirked, noticing 2 cards materializing from the ashes. He bent down to collect them. The Zombie King, quite a prominent name. Thought there was something to him. Turns out he has a few interesting trinkets. One card bore a 4th-tier, mid-grade water system demon core, while the other was not labeled as a 4th-tier mid-grade feedback card, but rather a special ability card, Corpse Descending Golden Body. This was one of the updates in the current game. Upon slaying a demon, in addition to item feedback cards and demon beast crystal cores, there was a chance to acquire the abilities of the defeated creatures. Corpse Descending Golden Body, a zombie clan divine ability that boasts astonishing physical defense. When cultivated to perfection, it can enter an invincible golden body state, rendering it impervious to enemy attacks. Physical defense? It seems I have countered him decisively. Shen Yun understood. This zombie king had a method to restrict by Siener's teleportation talent. His heritage was indeed impressive. Being instantaneously eliminated by his celestial flames could only be attributed to the perfect counter. Meanwhile, Shen Yun's phone illuminated with a notification. Detected that the player has acquired the talent skill Corpse Descending Golden Body. Would you like to activate VIP Level 1 Auto Cultivation Mode? Chapter 38. An absurdly quick battle. Are we cheating? Feedback yields over 1,000 spirit stones. After Shen Yun clicked to learn Corpse Descending Golden Body, he turned his gaze towards the Bat Demon. Please, Great One, do not kill me. The Bat Demon pleaded, clinging desperately to its bleeding thigh, drenched in sweat. As long as you spare my life, I shall be your servant. I am willing to enter into a soul contract. I will gladly handle any menial or arduous tasks from now on. The Bat Demon was utterly terrified. This human had effortlessly dispatched a 4th-tier zombie king. Now, he profoundly regretted his greed for that spirit fox, wishing he had simply laid low and developed his strength quietly. Shen Yun, uninterested in further dialogue, flicked his fingers at the kneeling, begging Bat Demon, unleashing a searing flame of destruction. How naive to think he could stir up trouble and expect leniency. No. Boom. The inferno ignited instantly, swiftly reducing the Bat Demon to ash, along with the blood on the ground, which was incinerated clean. Moments later, 2 cards emerged from the ashes, which Shen Yun beckoned over. One was a 3rd-tier low-grade feedback card, corresponding to the initial stage of demon beasts, while the medium-grade card represented the mid-stage, and the high-grade card indicated the late stage. This card could only exchange for 3rd-tier low-grade items, of little significance to Shen Yun at present, but could be stored for synthesis. The other card was a 3rd-tier low-grade blood essence demon core. This core, inherent to demon beasts, could be activated directly to obtain the essence. The demon core has extensive applications, such as in weapon forging, talisman crafting, and array formations. It is essential for these types of materials. Moreover, under the law of survival of the fittest in the forest, it is also one of the energies vital for the growth of demon beasts. Feeding it to a demon beast cub would accelerate its growth. Observing the feedback card, Shen Yun murmured, the emergence of this item will undoubtedly lead various countries to launch an app for marking monsters. Following the game update, the populace will be fervently engaged in hunting demon beasts and capturing their young. Furthermore, Huaxiao will introduce a demon app, which will catalog information on malevolent entities and demon beasts appearing in various cities, allowing anyone with sufficient strength to undertake demon extermination missions. For him, this is undoubtedly an exceptional information hub. Slaying demons could yield skill cards, and the feedback card would enhance his own capabilities, while the core card could be used to nourish by Siener, enabling her rapid advancement, truly a twofold benefit. Additionally, the feedback card is synthesizable. According to the game prompt, stacking it to imperial grade is possible. However, hoping to reach an imperial grade treasure remains a distant dream. By Siener, continue your breakthrough, and shortly, you shall absorb these 2 demon cores. Thank you, Master. By Siener affectionately nudged his hand with her large head. By the way, Master, your flames were incredible. When they ignited, I thought I was going to be roasted. Earlier, she had been somewhat anxious, but it turned out that the zombie king was utterly weak, incinerated in a single encounter. Noting that her fur remained unscathed, Shen Yun reached out to stroke her. Indeed, from now on, you may act boldly. Rest assured, this fire shares a bond with me and would never reduce you to a bald little fox. Bald. Wouldn't that mean I'd be completely naked? She whimpered. With that, Siener swiftly dashed into the beast-controlling space. Wait, you're far too easily embarrassed. Shen Yun sighed, bemused. This was not the demeanor of a seductress, but rather a paragon of innocence. In the office of the demon administration in Haiqing Town, Imo Chengfeng, having just hung up the phone, looked oddly at the 5 individuals present. According to informants from the villa area, the battle concluded remarkably swiftly. Mist billowed, golden light flickered, and then flames dispersed the mist before Shen Yun closed the door. The entire combat process was estimated to take no more than 3 minutes. That is absurd, exclaimed a burly man with a buzz cut, his eyes wide in disbelief. A 3rd-tier vampire demon and a seemingly formidable beast dispatched in 3 minutes. Our entire team would need to go all out, and he did it with just himself and 1 fox. The efficiency was utterly preposterous, akin to cheating. It seems we have underestimated him, especially that fox with the teleportation ability. Captain Jiang Yu remarked softly. He can disregard the Genius Club, and it's evident he possesses considerable confidence. We need not concern ourselves with this matter. Our focus should now shift to the feedback cards. These items can aid us in acquiring cultivation resources, rapidly enhancing our strength. Yes, Captain. The following noon, having gradually emerged from his breakthrough into the third tier, Shen Yun reflected. While this speed may seem rapid to others, I find it somewhat sluggish. I hope VIP Level 2 will yield a more significant enhancement. Compared to his previous continuous breakthroughs, achieving just one tier in half a day felt decidedly slow. If outsiders were to hear of his thoughts, they would likely exclaim, "Let me take a turn." I would gladly settle for a daily breakthrough. He still needed to spend over 100,000. So he checked if the two of them had any areas needing recharge. Shen Yun opened the game to glance at yesterday's update, confirming there was nothing particularly noteworthy. He closed the update prompt, eyes widening in astonishment. In the Q version of Ling Qingshue's pocket, there were, astonishingly, 1262 red-marked stones. He hurriedly clicked to inspect. And they were all spirit stones. What the heck? So many. At that moment, Ling Qingxue had just finished listening to discussions regarding cooperation between the Holy Master and various forces in the main hall. Noticing Shen Yun's gaze upon her, her expression brightened. "Young Master, Qingxue has found you over 1,000 spirit stones." This was her selection from the vast reserves of spirit stones belonging to major financial conglomerates. Truly, having a sturdy backing makes for a comfortable position. Well done. Thank you for your efforts. Shen Yun's smile was almost crooked. He endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he softly advised, "This should suffice for a while, but do not neglect your cultivation. Make good use of the time compression space tower." With an ample supply of spirit stones, he would no longer worry about slow energy absorption during breakthroughs, enabling him to advance in no time. Ling Qingxue responded cheerfully, "Thank you for your care, young master, I understand." Besides spirit stones, various treasures and resources would also be transported by the major forces, and when that time comes, I will help you select them one by one. After returning from Qilin Mountain to Yaotai, she had utilized the time compression space tower for an entire night, achieving a breakthrough to the 8th layer of the vast sea realm, a leap from the 5th to the 8th layer in a single night. What further heights could she reach? Several ancestors of Yaotai were alarmed, dispatched to oversee and investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Qingxue claimed this was her extraordinary fortune, spinning a lengthy tale about needing to select various resources, prioritizing spirit stones. The elders of Yaotai, believing her, swiftly decided to have all partners send spirit stones over. Ling Qingxue spent the entire morning selecting, ultimately choosing over 1,000 spirit stones. She had replenished the gap of over 1,000 spirit stones to prevent outsiders from thinking she had obtained numerous favored items. Ever since discovering that others were also seeking such special items at the treasure pavilion, she felt the matter was far from simple. Although the young master was a celestial being perched high above, there were inevitably envious onlookers. She deemed it prudent to collect items discreetly and cautiously. Chapter 39. Always Daydreaming, Young Master. VIP Level 2 Abilities Unlocked. Indeed, being cautious seldom leads to major errors. You have done well. Shen Yun generously praised her. What could be more delightful than waking from slumber to find over 1,000 spirit stones in one's possession? Thank you, young master. Ling Qingxue felt a bit bashful, considering these efforts merely trifling. By the way, young master, aside from spirit stones, favored items are exceedingly rare. Among the resources delivered this morning, I managed to find 2 second-tier magical artifacts. Ling Qingxue lamented that compared to the vast reserves of spirit stones worth hundreds of billions, thousands of billions, or even trillions possessed by various forces, items such as pills, manuals, and magical artifacts were far less likely to include favored items. First, it required luck. She had discovered 3 favored items in the treasury of Yaotai's sacred ground. Second, the sheer quantity. The items sold by various forces did not compare to the abundance of spirit stones. A single magical artifact could be worth several 100,000 spirit stones, creating a significant disparity in numbers. No worries, we'll find them gradually. Shen Yun felt that acquiring these spirit stones was already a significant harvest. Do not let anxious thoughts regarding this matter burden you. I have high expectations for you, he reassured her. Ling Qingshue's current aptitude and cultivation progress are truly astonishing. Time is on our side, and we can gradually seek out the necessary tools. It would be unfortunate if her mentality were to be affected by this issue. Each word of concern filled Ling Qingshue's heart with warmth. She cherished the tender care from the young master. His expectations for her made her realize that with diligent cultivation, perhaps one day she might indeed meet him. Surely, when they finally meet, he would be the kind of person who could overshadow the sun and moon. Someone she could always lean beside and listen to for guidance in her cultivation. A ripple of emotion flickered in her eyes. What is wrong with me? Lately, I find myself lost in fantasies about the young master. She hastily dismissed the alluring scenes in her mind of the young master personally aiding her in her cultivation. Her head lowered in a bashful whisper. Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint your hopes. Indeed, I am quite reassured by you. Shen Yun replied with a gentle smile. This girl was far more mature than Luo Hongxi, which brought him great peace of mind. After some light conversation, Shen Yun shifted his focus to Luo Hongxi. He saw her seated in the alchemy room of the Tianyin sword sect, one hand engrossed in a tome on needle techniques, with a furnace of elixirs burning before her. The room was cluttered with herbs, jade boxes, and scattered pill vials, presenting quite a chaotic scene. Perhaps due to her intense focus on alchemy, traces of ash remained on her face, lending her a slightly haggard appearance. Noticing her pallor, Shen Yun frowned and checked her personal status. Character Luo Hongxi status. Exhausted, significant consumption of the purple gold heavy eyes essence, accumulation of pill toxins, minor. This foolish girl, unaware of how to take care of herself. Shen Yun felt a mix of concern and helplessness as he pressed the voice button. Hongxi, how long has it been since you last rested? I have no time to rest. Luo Hongxi instinctively replied, her hand momentarily pausing as she flipped through the pages. Her expression transforming into one of surprise as she looked up at the sky. The young master has returned. Are you all right? Since the young master had left her a message, there had been no further communication. Like Ling Qingxue, she understood that Shen Yun was amidst a perilous world. The past few days had been busy for him, leading her to believe something grave had occurred. Now, upon hearing his voice, her heart found solace. What could possibly happen to me? Speaking of which, shouldn't you take a break? Rest easy, young master. Luo Hongxi smiled lightly, shaking her head. I wish to concoct high-level elixirs to aid you. Recently, she had been delving into the art of alchemy, along with the techniques left to her by her master, Zhao Xinqing. Upon realizing her capability to refine quality elixirs, she yearned to become a master alchemist, eager to provide more assistance to the young master. Enough of alchemy for now. Take a few days to recuperate, Shen Yun advised. I've been occupied with other matters, but I've been keeping an eye on you, such as your refinement of the second-tier spirit-gathering pill. Do not worry about me. Minor beasts are inconsequential, so the young master has always been watching over me. Hearing this lifted Luo Hongxi's fatigue, and she raised her head, her chest swelling with pride. I know, young master. When I'm tired, I will meditate and rest. Meditate? Shen Yun frowned. Do not think I am unaware. The essence of your purple gold heavy eye has been greatly depleted, and there is also a buildup of pill toxins. If this continues, your health will inevitably suffer, and then you may not only be unable to refine elixirs, but your heavy eye will also be ruined. His serious tone made Luo Hongxi shrink back, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand, young master. Once this batch of elixirs is complete, I will rest. She knew the young master cared for her. Yet, her pursuit of alchemy was also for his benefit, though she felt capable of persisting. She could not argue against his words. Feeling reprimanded by him, her spirits dimmed considerably as she rested her chin on her hands, gazing forlornly at the alchemy furnace. Such a sentimental little girl. Shen Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. She was evidently quite sensitive. At that moment, a prompt appeared on the game interface. Ding. Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge $328. Original price $888. Purchase a special detox pill to eliminate the toxins in character Luo Hongxi, preventing bodily harm from toxin accumulation. Just in time, Shen Yun clicked to purchase. Thanks to Luo Hongxi's built-in discount, he only spent 164 yuan. Every little bit counts, and these elixirs would certainly prove useful. He then turned his attention to the next prompt that appeared. Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge $648. Original price $2288. Purchase a complete vitality pill. One consumed restores the character's vitality to peak condition. Super Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge for $68888. Original price $1668888. Obtain a set of permanent needle techniques. All essences are replenished within my needles. After application, the character Luo Hongxi's depleted heavy eye essence can be swiftly restored, and the toxins can be effortlessly eliminated. This is a risk-free purchase. Not buying will lead to lifelong regret. Note: this set of needle techniques is a permanent player item, featuring built-in application indicators for depth of penetration, requiring no complex cultivation. It can be used on other characters and is not a feedback item. Wow, I am finally about to upgrade my VIP level. Shen Yun was overjoyed and quickly clicked to recharge. Ding. Player spent 324 yuan to purchase a complete vitality pill. Spent 234,444 yuan to acquire the essence replenishing needle. Items have been placed in the account backpack. After the recharge of 234,444, the VIP level 1 in the upper left corner of his game interface flickered and transformed into VIP level 2. Warm reminder. Congratulations to the player for total game currency consumption reaching 5 million, upgrading VIP level to 2. Unlocking abilities. VIP level 2 basic ability. Auto cultivation acceleration effect enhanced. VIP level 2 special ability. Personal combat power increased by 20 times. Chapter 40. At will. Not to be compared in the slightest. Boom. In an instant, Shen Yun's blood and energy surged, akin to an ocean wave crashing against the shore, stirring up colossal tides. The echoes reverberated like thunder, producing a terrifying roar. At this moment, his bones and flesh received tremendous enhancement. The explosive power ignited an overwhelming sensation within him. Even if there were 100,000 bulls before me, I could effortlessly turn them into a mist of blood. His fists clenched tightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This expenditure was truly worthwhile. A 20-fold increase in personal combat power. In his previous life, he recalled players who received physical feedback with combat power enhancements of nearly 2 to 3 times, astonishing the entire network. Even within the Xiantian continent, a 2 to 3 times increase in combat power was a rare phenomenon. Now, a single record of a VIP level 2 recharge directly rewarded him with a 20-fold combat power increase. When it comes to combat power enhancement, this surpassed even some special physiques. Shen Yun beamed with joy. As for comparing it to Ling Qingshue's 9 Heavens Sacred Body, even if the Sacred Body enhances combat power 10-fold, that girl possesses 9 sources of the Sacred Body. That would equate to a staggering 90-fold combat power. Should she ascend to the throne, her power would undoubtedly sweep through history. Forget it. That girl is simply extraordinary. There is no need for competition among ourselves. Shen Yun shook his head. I should rather compare myself to other players. With that thought, he felt much more at ease. After all, among players, he was the one who had spent the most money, and there would be even more VIP effects to unlock in the future. Recalling his thoughts, Shen Yun turned his gaze toward the game, where Luo Hongxi appeared despondent. I truly have no way with you. All right. This young master shall personally administer the needle to eliminate the toxins and replenish your heavy eye essence. His slightly indulgent tone brought a smile to Luo Hongxi's lips, dispelling her earlier gloom. It's all right, young master. I will rest afterward. She murmured, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. The technique to replenish her heavy eye essence would surely demand much of the young master's focus. She did not wish to trouble him over such trivial matters. Be obedient. Lie down on the stone bed beside you. Well, since you insist, my lord, she replied, not wishing to defy him. After extinguishing the alchemical furnace, Luo Hongxi rose and reclined upon the stone bed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed into the void. My lord, what happens next? Just lie back. Shen Yun instructed, activating the source restoration needle from his inventory. Instantly, countless red dots illuminated Luo Hongxi's body. Friendly reminder. When players utilize the source restoration needle, their hands can enter the game projection to assist the character in acupuncture, with indications for acupoints and pressure levels, so you can proceed with confidence. As Shen Yun attempted to reach into the projection, his hands appeared to vanish halfway into the void, while the image displayed his hands. Experiencing this feature once more, he found it utterly fascinating. With a mere thought, his hands reached the side of Luo Hongxi. Are these your hands, my lord? Luo Hongxi exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld his fair, elongated fingers. The nails were impeccably trimmed, the fingers pale and elegantly defined, exuding an undeniable allure. Yet they lacked the softness typically associated with femininity, as the faintly bulging veins on the back of his hands conveyed a sense of strength. Do not be afraid. He reassured her. Such beautiful hands. Perhaps it was the first time she had seen her lord's hands, or perhaps her fondness for him had blossomed. But Luo Hongxi felt that these hands were remarkably exquisite. The hands reflect the person. I can only imagine that my lord's true visage must be that of a strikingly handsome man. Rexy, you may remove your garments, Shen Yun commanded. Luo Hongxi's eyes widened, the shock of his words sending her mind reeling. Gradually, a rosy hue crept across her delicate features. Shen Yun felt equally embarrassed. As he followed the acupuncture instructions to pierce the glowing red mark on her waist, the game interface promptly displayed a large red cross. Acupuncture error. Obstruction preventing application. Yet, having already spoken, if he refrained from proceeding, wouldn't his character's integrity be compromised? Fortunately, observing Luo Hongxi's flushed visage, shy yet enchanting, he seized the opportunity to backtrack. If you find it inappropriate, we need not utilize the needle. However, you must take care to rest and refrain from reckless alchemy for the next few days. Yet, Luo Hongxi's next words caused Shen Yun's hand, holding the needle, to tremble. It's fine, my lord, you may proceed. Her unwavering trust in him was evident, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the suddenness of the situation. Her murmured reassurances were faint, akin to a whisper, and had it not been for the text translation, Shen Yun might not have caught them. After she spoke, she tightly closed her eyes and waved her hand, causing her clothing to vanish into her spatial ring. Her skin, as pale as fresh snow, flushed with a gentle pink due to her nervousness. She wore a vibrant red koi-patterned apron, exuding a festive charm, though the koi design seemed subtly embedded within the fabric. This talent was indeed remarkable. Shen Yun knew that this apron had been stitched by her late mother, symbolizing the hope that she would enjoy good fortune like the koi fish. In my past life, luck was scarce, but in this life, the goddess of fortune seems to favor us. Noticing Shen Yun's prolonged silence, Luo Hongxi assumed he was concerned about her feelings. She bit her lip and softly spoke. My lord, I regard you as family. It is quite all right. In her heart, he was a radiant light illuminating her world. This was merely a process of restoring her original vision. There was nothing inappropriate about it. Luo Hongxi was puzzled as to why her lord treated her with such kindness. The items she had found to enhance her feelings for him were worth far less than what he had given her. Even if it meant becoming a servant, she would do so willingly, for what was that in comparison? Relax, it will soon be over, Shen Yun encouraged, taking the silver needle and focusing on the red where the toxic residue gathered at her waist. By applying the needle to the acupoint of the toxin, the silver needle would absorb and dissolve it. To ensure precision, he pressed one hand against her skin while consulting the acupuncture instructions, occasionally rotating and gently trembling. Exuding the demeanor of a seasoned physician, the toxin within Luo Hongxi was not excessive, and it was swiftly eradicated. The needle technique for restoring her original vision became increasingly dense, with points for application scattered across her entire body. Since this was a relic, it must not be damaged. Shen Yun carefully folded the lucky koi and placed it by her ear, noting her labored breathing, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He took a sip of the divine essence spring to quench his thirst. Fortunately, I have had a partner before. Otherwise, I might have had to retrieve the Vita first before applying the source restoration needle. Rexy, if your mind is not at ease, you may mentally recite the alchemical methods, he suggested. Luo Hongxi began to mentally review the alchemical techniques left by the alchemy sage, and indeed, it brought her considerable calm. Yet, the next moment, she was so astonished that she held her breath. Stay calm, stay calm. It's just my lord's hands, not those of another man. In comparison to Zhou Qiao, she felt like a world apart. As the acupuncture marker was obscured, Shen Yun had to support her with one hand while using the silver needle with the other to apply the source restoration needle. There's no comparison at all. At that moment, he scolded himself for thinking of the dead. What a misfortune. Casting a glance at Luo Hongxi, he found her gently biting her lip, her delicate brows furrowing in nervousness, yet she did not resist. Shen Yun couldn't help but marvel at the immense level of affection she harbored. In his past life, he and Luo Hongxi had relied on each other, spending lonely nights together, yet any further advances would leave her blushing. Now, this felt like a world of unrestrained possibilities. With determination, Shen Yun focused on the task at hand, diligently needling every point. The prompt indicated that the source of her purple gold eyes was rapidly recovering. Chapter 41. The Swordmaster finally has time to practice swordplay. At long last, it was over. As Shen Yun withdrew his hands from the game screen, he quickly wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Even with his composure, his blood surged from the intensity of the source restoration needle's application, particularly in some more private areas that tested one's fortitude. When he saw Luo Hongxi cover her face with the lucky koi, adopting a seemingly carefree demeanor, he cleared his throat, rising to head to the bathroom for a shower. All right, Rexy, we shall conclude for today. Should you neglect your health in the future, I shall return. My lord, how mischievous you are, she retorted, her cheeks trembling with embarrassment at his playful threat. Once confirming that the alchemical chamber was quiet, she cautiously removed the lucky koi, revealing her misty, glistening eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. My lord has truly departed. With a sigh of relief, she fanned herself, eager to dispel the heat. After donning her garments, Luo Hongxi patted her flushed cheeks, feeling a rush of shyness. Mother said that only on the day of marriage may a husband unveil the koi. How mortifying it would be if my lord were to. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. Her lord had been healing her. How could she equate such matters with vows? Her thoughts had been delightfully fanciful, yet far too impractical. As for alchemy, she could only apologize to her lord, for she must hasten to concoct advanced elixirs. Luo Hongxi paid no heed to his playful threat. Aiding her lord was the true priority. After all, her lord was not a stranger. Having reached this point, what could be inappropriate? As she opened the heavy stone door, she discovered Lin Sheng meditating alone in the grand hall. This peak had been specifically designated for the alchemy sage Zhao Xinxing, with her being the sole disciple. You. If you do not emerge, I shall have to force the door open, Lin Sheng said with a look of exasperation. The alchemy sage had left the sword sect to seek herbs for alchemy, teaching Luo Hongxi unique techniques before departing. Yet, he had advised her that her obsession with alchemy required a balance of work and rest. Master, I am perfectly well. Luo Hongxi approached with a bright smile. Lin Sheng noticed that the girl exuded an unusually vibrant spirit. What elixir have you consumed to be in such fine condition? How could I not be well? At that moment, I felt as if I were soaring through the skies, believing I had encountered my great-grandmother and mother. Yet, she couldn't allow her master to catch on. Suppressing her embarrassment, Luo Hongxi took her master's hand to divert the conversation. Master, I wish to practice the sword. Would you teach me? This phrase, akin to a celestial melody, stirred Lin Sheng's heart with excitement. Very well. Come, Master shall take you to practice the sword. The heavens, in their mercy, had granted her a prodigious disciple in the art of swordsmanship, only to have a Dan sage emerge mid-journey to accept a disciple of their own. Such fortuitous opportunities were not to be trifled with. She merely observed her apprentice's fervent dedication to alchemy, her heart aching with a bittersweet pang. Ever since Luo Hongxi comprehended the reincarnation sword canon, she had not wielded the sword even once. Thus, when the girl proactively expressed her desire to practice, Lin Sheng was overjoyed. Without further ado, she seized Luo Hongshi's hand and whisked her away to the sect's plaza. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon, numerous disciples were engaged in swordplay. To Lin Sheng's surprise, all the techniques they practiced were derived from the reincarnation sword cannon. Clearly, Luo Hongxi had submitted the sword cannon to the sect, and those honing the emperor's ultimate techniques were the sect's elite core members. Amusingly, Lin Sheng observed the scene of her disciples diligently practicing and chuckled. The one who comprehended at first does not practice, yet these individuals work tirelessly. Luo Hongxi, slightly embarrassed, hugged herself and protested, "Master, I have not." "Haha, you have not," Lin Sheng replied with a playful pinch to her cheek. "The reincarnation sword cannon is your own realization. In truth, I have little to teach you. You may observe their practice, compare it to your own insights, and I shall assist in supplementing your understanding." A disciple like Luo Hongxi was destined to carve out her own path in the realm of swordsmanship. Her role was rather simple: to serve as a reference for her experiences without excessively intervening in her development. After all, this girl's aptitude for swordsmanship was unparalleled, with no one in the sect daring to claim superiority over her. "Let me observe." Luo Hongxi nodded and stepped forward to earnestly study her peers' training. To be candid, her innate talent for swordsmanship was merely clear-sightedness. She did not possess extraordinary perceptiveness. Her understanding of the reincarnation sword cannon was largely thanks to the assistance of her benefactor. But fortunately, she had committed the sword cannon to memory. If she were to practice other sword cannons, she might not measure up to some of the more formidable disciples of the sword sect. As the practitioners immersed themselves in their training, they noticed Luo Hongxi descending the mountain after several days' absence, and they greeted her with smiles and respectful salutes. "Swordmaster, Swordmaster, at last, we see you descending to practice the sword." While the crowd maintained a semblance of decorum, all pretenses were abandoned when a fleeting shadow darted through. The sword master retains her grace. A newcomer introduced himself as Pang Wu, bowing after delivering a compliment. "I implore you, sword master, to assess my sword techniques. Should there be any shortcomings, kindly offer your guidance." Luo Hongxi, possessing some insights into the reincarnation sword cannon, nodded in acknowledgement, only to be inundated by a throng of eager disciples. "Pang Shidi, step aside. Sword master, look at me. I feel I am on the verge of grasping the essence." "Make way. I am Chun Haoyan, the fifth senior brother of the sword sect. Do you not understand the hierarchy?" boomed a man, only to be unceremoniously kicked out of the crowd by a few hefty feet. "How dare you strike a senior brother? Where are the disciples of the law enforcement hall?" Chun Haoyan howled for a considerable time, only to realize the chief disciple of the law enforcement hall was shamelessly squeezing his way into the throng. "Swordmaster, please help me with my technique." His swordsmanship talent was even acknowledged by the ancestor. The typically stern and unyielding chief of the law enforcement hall, at this moment, displayed a sycophantic demeanor. "Very well. It is simply shameful to be in your company." Chun Haoyan approached a disciple, demanding, "Was it you who kicked me?" "No, senior brother. I was unaware. As long as it is not you." Seizing the opportunity, Chun Haoyan pressed closer to the disciple, dragging along another peer. "It must have been you who kicked me." It seems I have misunderstood my junior brother." Chun Haoyan released his grip and advanced with determination. "I shall push through. I shall push through." Outside the crowd, Lin Sheng cast a glance at the distant figures of the ancestor and the sect master, secretly amused. They are all eagerly awaiting Hongxi's interpretation of the reincarnation sword cannon. The strong of the sword sect had all learned the reincarnation sword cannon. Yet individual insights varied. Everyone had long anticipated hearing how Luo Hongxi, who had comprehended the sword cannon, would elucidate its mysteries. How fortunate for the Tianyin sword sect to have her as a disciple. Lin Sheng gazed tenderly at the blushing girl amidst the crowd. The sect would not interfere with personal insights. Yet, Luo Hongxi was wise enough to recognize the immense allure of the reincarnation sword cannon for the sect's sword cultivators, which is why she voluntarily submitted it. Moreover, she had brought the Dan sage back to the sect, truly a fortunate star filled with blessings. Finally composed, Shen Yun emerged from the bathing chamber, stretching languidly. "I presume Hongxi has learned her lesson. Next time, she will not deplete her dual pupil's essence so recklessly." This girl was genuinely remarkable. If there were another occurrence, he feared he might need to seek solace in a brothel to alleviate his worries. At that moment, Shen Yun sensed a sudden, vigorous surge of spiritual energy within him, and he could not help but rejoice. Another breakthrough is imminent. I wonder how the cultivation speed at VIP level 2 will manifest. Chapter 42, Rapid Breakthrough. How formidable is his power? Shen Yun hastily opened the game and retrieved a pile of spirit stones from Ling Qingshua's inventory, placing them on the bed as he entered a state of cultivation for his breakthrough. In the beast-taming space, by Siener, digesting the demon core, noticed the commotion and gracefully flew out, quietly settling beside him. "Master, you exude such potent yang energy." By Siener caught sight of Shen Yun's festive red undergarments and quickly covered her eyes with her little paws, her heart brimming with shyness. "You ought to be more mindful of your health." Earlier, she had sensed Shen Yun's fluctuating vitality, likely due to his interactions with the game character. However, she could understand. After all, that wicked girlfriend had been slain by his own hand, leaving him undoubtedly troubled. Surely, with time, he would recover. Suddenly, the room was stirred by an invisible wind. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a torrent into Shen Yun's body. Master S breakthrough efficiency is astonishing. Baixianer marveled as she sensed Shen Yun's aura rising steadily. They had only known each other for a few days, yet he was breaking through daily, far surpassing her pace. However, what followed startled her. Baixianer had anticipated Shen Yun would awaken after his breakthrough, only to find the spiritual energy within him surging once again. Having just advanced to the 4th level of Gathering Spiral, Shen Yun's bottleneck shattered entirely. His cultivation ascending at a remarkable speed. Gathering Spiral 5th level, Gathering Spiral 6th level, Gathering Spiral 8th level, and he still showed no signs of halting. Baixianer's eyes widened in disbelief. Is cultivation truly capable of such rapid progression? This uninterrupted breakthrough mode of cultivation left her utterly astounded. Could it be that my master possesses the bearing of an emperor? Baixianer's eyes sparkled like stars. Recently, her time spent online had not gone to waste, as she had learned the trendy terminology from the exalted realms of cultivation. It seems my foresight is indeed remarkable. Baixianer cheerfully remained vigilant of her surroundings, safeguarding her master. Time ceased to exist during cultivation. When Shen Yun finally emerged from his breakthrough, it was already the following morning. I have reached the 2nd level of pulsing veins. He exhaled a breath of impure air, his face adorned with a smile. As one ascends in cultivation, the difficulty of breakthroughs increases, especially for someone with his modest aptitude. However, VIP level 2 had alleviated the issues pertaining to his qualifications. All that remained was to cultivate automatically, ensuring an ample supply of spiritual energy when the time for a breakthrough arrived. Having advanced from Gathering Spiral 3rd level to Pulsing Veins 2nd level in a single night was tantamount to surmounting a significant realm. With such breakthrough efficiency, even individuals of exceptional talent would be left speechless. However, the number of spirit stones consumed during the night was considerable, totaling over 600 low-grade spirit stones. Upon entering the Pulsing Veins realm, the speed of cultivation at VIP level 2 began to wane, necessitating further investment to reach VIP level 3. Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, "Where have the discarded spirit stones gone?" Only then did he realize the room was filled with empty stones. "Master, they are all in my beast-taming space." Baixianer darted into his embrace, her elongated fox eyes crinkling with delight. "Congratulations on your significant power increase." You even know that phrase." Shen Yun chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her head. "I didn't realize your space could store items. This is quite convenient." He rose to retrieve the treasures from the safe, along with the feedback items contained within the packages of Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi, and placed them into the Beastmaster space. "Leave some spirit stones for me. You can indulge for now, and when I acquire better provisions in the future, I shall enhance your rations." The white fox, having absorbed 2 high-quality demon beast cores, had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, boasting impressive growth potential. "Master, you should use them yourself. I will find spirit materials to consume," Baixianer said, shaking her head repeatedly. Having witnessed her master's extraordinary talent, she could only wish for him to achieve greatness. How thoughtful. Shen Yun, holding Baixianer, leaned down to rub his cheek against her head. "That won't do. You must also grow stronger. I am counting on you to become powerful enough to carry me aloft." Baixianer looked utterly bewildered. Was that not her own desire? Her adorable expression amused Shen Yun, and he inhaled her scent deeply. "You must not squander your innate talent. I have yet to possess such a gift. By the way, Baixianer, you smell delightful." The fragrance emanating from Baixianer was refreshingly pleasant, not overpowering, bringing comfort to those who inhaled it. Even the mere act of touching her left a lingering fragrance on his hands. Coupled with her incredibly soft, fluffy texture, he found great joy in petting her. With her straightforward affection for her master, Baixianer felt a mix of shyness and happiness. "Then I shall strive to cultivate diligently and protect you well, master." Let us both work hard, Baixianer." After some playful banter, Shen Yun opened the app store on his phone, searching for the monster app. I remember it should have been released by now. Sure enough, upon searching, the app appeared. After downloading it and completing the real name verification, he established his personal account. This software was accessible to the entire populace. Any items dropped by slain demon beasts would belong to the individual who hunted them, and the platform would assign star ratings to personal accounts, unlocking more privileges. The account levels ranged from 1 to 9 stars, with higher levels granting greater permissions, including access to information about advanced monsters. This was a testament to the account holder's strength. However, should one encounter life-threatening situations or injuries, the consequences would be theirs to bear unless they joined the official organization, the Demon Suppression Division, which offered protection. After activating his account, Shen Yun locked the coordinates to his city and searched for information on related demon beasts. Only 2 pieces of information appeared. 1. A demon beast has invaded nearby towns in Changshan, estimated strength, 1st to 2nd tier, claimed by someone, incomplete. 2. A demon beast is devouring people at Lishanswang. Estimated strength, first to second tier. Claimed by someone, incomplete. The rewards for slaying demons were first come, first served, with strength being the ultimate authority. However, such low-tier demon beasts were beneath his notice. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yun decided to submit the information on the demon beasts he had slain the previous night, the Zombie King and the Bat Demon, on the Haicheng customer service platform. In a factory on the outskirts of Haicheng, Jiang Yu, disguised as a worker, felt her phone vibrating incessantly in her pocket. A call during a mission likely indicated an urgent matter. Glancing around and noting the sparse crowd, she drove a forklift to a secluded corner to answer the call. Speak. Boss. Shen Yun has created a personal account on the Monster app. Besides slaying a third-tier Bat Demon yesterday, he also killed a fourth-tier Zombie King. Gasping in disbelief, Jiang Yu inhaled sharply. Are you certain it was the Zombie King? The one that vanished from Hangqing? The Hangqing Zombie King, only revealed to be a zombie just before its exposure, was a malevolent entity that had risen after the resurgence of spiritual energy, exhibiting exceedingly bizarre behavior. In the battle 6 months prior in Hangqing, the entire Demon Suppression Division team had been annihilated, propelling the Zombie King to notoriety. At that time, the Zombie King had only been at the third tier, comparable in strength to the team leader. With the assistance of 4 members from the Demon Suppression Division, they had been completely overwhelmed by the Zombie King and had to retreat. Since then, that creature had seemed to vanish without a trace. Now, receiving news of Shen Yun's victory over it left her utterly astounded. Boss, it can't be wrong. Shen Yun provided a detailed description and even took a photo of the fourth-tier core. Although the card has been used, it cannot be faked. Just how powerful was he? Jiang Yu swallowed hard, recalling what Mo Changfeng had said about the battle, lasting no more than 3 minutes. Killing a fourth-tier mid-stage Zombie King in under 3 minutes. It was simply unfathomable. Chapter 43. Privileges elevate to 4-star Demon Suppression King. The white fox was a sight to behold on the streets, undeniably eye-catching. Perhaps Shen Yun's fox possessed extraordinary abilities, especially with its innate capacity for teleportation. To tame such a formidable demon beast as a mount, Shen Yun was undoubtedly exceptional. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu spoke in a low, serious tone. Utilize my name to maximize his privileges, promoting him directly to the 4-star Demon Suppression King level. A 4-star Demon Suppression King required the hunt of at least 3 4th-tier demon beasts. However, the team leader of each city's Demon Suppression Division held special recommendation authority. Upon verification, the platform would grant certification. On the Monster app, each tier from 1 to 9 had its exclusive titles. 1-star Demon Suppression Apprentice, 2-star Demon Suppressor, 3-star Demon Suppression Envoy, 4-star Demon Suppression King, followed by titles like Sect, Monarch, Sovereign, Deity, and Emperor. As the team leader of a city's Demon Suppression Division, Jiang Yu, a 3-star Demon Suppression Envoy, wielded significant authority, capable of mobilizing most departments in Haicheng. However, at the Demon Suppression King level, she could command the entire city's military resources, a position of immense power. Unfortunately, as Shen Yun was unwilling to join the Demon Suppression Division, non-official personnel did not receive such benefits. However, since he reported the information, he likely did not wish to start with low-star tasks, prompting Jiang Yu to grant him a convenience. With such a powerful individual and fox joining, Haicheng would undoubtedly be much safer. A tremendous boon. Given that he could effortlessly slay a Zombie King, it was no wonder he hesitated to join the Demon Suppression Division. Jiang Yu realized that Shen Yun was a businessman, affluent and free-spirited, and with such formidable strength, who would wish to be under someone else's control. They had even suspected Shen Yun of using real money in the game. But upon investigation, they found that his vast wealth remained untouched, with no records of any recharge activity, his only recent online activity being an order for takeout. With wealth aside, he had also gained opportunities within the game. What an enviable life. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, activating the forklift to discreetly patrol the factory, searching for any hidden monsters. 4-star Demon Suppression King? Shen Yun gazed at the updated personal profile. This would indeed facilitate the hunt for monsters. This was evidently the special treatment granted to him by Mo Changfeng's group, constituting a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, with such formidable strength, clearing out high-tier demon beasts from the city would help reduce casualties among Demon Suppression Division members. Shen Yun searched for information on 3rd and 4th-tier demon beasts within the city, only to find no relevant entries. The latest Bat Demon had already fallen to his blade. However, there was an abundance of information regarding 2nd-tier demon beasts. Yet, the feedback cards for 2nd-tier items were far too elementary for him. Even combining 5 of them to form a 3rd-tier feedback card would hold little significance for him at present. Moreover, the energy from 2nd-tier cores was incompatible with by Siener, who was currently at the 3rd tier, rendering the pursuit of such creatures a mere waste of time. Expanding his search to surrounding cities, he finally unearthed new information. At the nearest city, Gangqing, an evil creature known as the Skinning Demon has appeared. Estimated strength, 4th tier. Abilities, devours humans and skins them, using the hides to disguise itself as a human. Possesses high intelligence. For detailed area information, please click here. already taken over by the Demon Suppression Division, incomplete status. Only 4th-tier hunts could ignite his motivation. Shen Yun quickly selected the option. Let us go, Siener, to Gangxing. Upon landing, Siener transformed into a magnificent 3-tailed snow fox, her 3 luxurious tails brushing against the ceiling. It was said that with 9 tails, she could assume an imperial beast form, casting a shadow over the skies, an awe-inspiring sight. Sensing Shen Yun's gaze upon her, Siener shyly murmured, "If you wish to touch, feel free. Last time was merely an accident." Clearing his throat, Shen Yun responded, "Ahem, let's go," and mounted her. "Just run straight there." The celestial fox possesses an inherent advantage in speed. Even without the use of teleportation, its ordinary sprint is unparalleled among 3rd-tier demon beasts. Whoosh! Siener leaped gracefully from the windowsill, her figure already darting out of the villa district and onto the bustling street. Since the entire internet was already aware of her white fox steed, Shen Yun had no need to conceal it. The street in the morning was alive with pedestrians, all hurrying to work, engrossed in games, or toiling away. As a magnificent white fox sprang through the throngs of people, startled onlookers gasped, "What just flew by? A white demon beast. Run for your lives." Yet, as the white figure landed and leaped again, the crowd finally beheld its true form. Its bright, enchanting eyes seemed to reflect the galaxy, shining brilliantly. Though a fox, its beauty transcended its species, leaving even humans awestruck by its allure. With merely a slight leap, it exhibited an elegance and composure that was truly remarkable. The collective sentiment upon witnessing the white fox was one of admiration. What a stunning creature. ISNT that the famed teleporting white fox mount from the internet. As realization dawned, people began to chase after the white fox, shouting excitedly, "Hey, wait up. How did you catch that mount? Please share your secrets. I'm willing to pay handsomely for tips. Can we be friends? I heard you just had a breakup. I'd love to chat and ensure you never feel lonely again." For those who had previously missed the details due to the blurry video, seeing the fox in its full glory ignited envy in everyone. Its dazzling appearance and speed, faster than a car, commanded attention on the street, making it the epitome of coolness. Moreover, it was rumored that this fox could teleport. Who wouldn't wish to possess such an eye-catching steed? Perhaps the overwhelming commotion startled the white fox, as it suddenly vanished before the astonished crowd. This spectacle sent ripples of excitement through the entire street. Is that what teleportation looks like? Incredible. Why is it only him who has it? I want a mount too. Could it be obtained through feedback? I need to hurry to the mountains and capture my own. In Port City, within the coroner's office, 3 more bodies had arrived today. The staff exchanged anxious glances with the members of the Demon Subjugation Division. "Brotherly, that's 20 bodies now. Are you certain we can extract the aura of the skin-shifting demon? If it finds out about our activities here, it may come to destroy the remains." The skin-shifting demon had been particularly rampant lately, claiming so many lives in just a week. However, its ability to conceal its aura while hiding within human hosts made it exceedingly difficult for the division to locate it with their artifacts. Thus, the division devised a plan to gather all the bodies together in hopes of extracting the demon's essence from them. Once they collected a sufficient amount of demon aura, the task of locating it would become significantly easier. Should the skin-shifting demon become aware of this, it would undoubtedly attempt to destroy the bodies, causing the staff to be understandably nervous. Fortunately, the coroner's office was guarded by many powerful members of the division. Otherwise, they would have long since abandoned their posts. "Rest assured, old Zhang," Li Mingda replied, accepting the cigarette offered to him and patting his shoulder with a reassuring smile. "In just a week, our artifacts will detect the aura of the skin-shifting demon. We'll report to the provincial team and request the assistance of 2 4-star demon kings. Once this is over, you all will receive a generous reward. Indeed, serving the Demon Subjugation Division is a duty." Old Zhang sighed in relief. "A week isn't too long. We can hold out." However, once Li Mingda departed, no one noticed the urgency in old Zhang's gaze. 2 demon kings will arrive within a week. But the coroner's office is filled with the division's elites. I can't destroy the bodies. In truth, the skin-shifting demon had already kidnapped old Zhang's daughter, compelling him to act as a spy. Miraculously, however, old Zhang's daughter, Zhang Min, had managed to devour the spirit of the skin-shifting demon that had possessed her. Not only did she retain her own consciousness, but she also inherited the demon's abilities and strength. The recent surge in killings was due to her exhilarating experience of upgrading. Now, old Zhang desperately sought an opportunity to destroy the bodies and escape Port City with his wife and daughter. Otherwise, if the Demon Subjugation Division discovered the aura of the demon within his daughter, they could come knocking at any time, leading to endless repercussions. Outside, Li Mingda discarded his cigarette and climbed into a black SUV parked by the roadside, glancing back at the young man playing on his phone in the rear seat. Mr. Shen, we've started spreading the word that will gather the aura of the skin-shifting demon within a week. Once the demon catches wind of this, it will undoubtedly try to sabotage the bodies. We simply need to wait. Clearly, the claim of collecting demon aura was a ruse. The Port City Demon Subjugation Division's Gossip Compass was effective only against mid-tier, third-tier demons. Capturing the aura of higher-tier beasts was exceedingly difficult. Their true intention was to report to headquarters, requesting the dispatch of 2 formidable demon kings, while disseminating false information to lure the skin-shifting demon into revealing itself. Little did they anticipate that Shen Yun would arrive in Port City, preemptively setting the stage. After all, this man and his fox had previously vanquished a 4th-tier zombie king. Chapter 44. The Feedback Sacred Weapon, Flying Sword. The Nuances of Humanity. Inside the vehicle, 3 members of the Demon Subjugation Division cast curious glances at the young, handsome man who had just reached the rank of 4-star Demon King, as well as the adorably captivating white fox nestled in his arms. To Shen Yun's left and right sat 2 female team members, their eyes fixated on the white fox, torn between the desire to pet it and their bashfulness. Moments ago, they had attempted to entice by Sien with various snacks, only to be met with her haughty refusal. This reaction only intensified their fondness for her, igniting a longing to hold her and stroke her fur. Yet, even as elite members of the Demon Subjugation Division, with some having attained the rank of 3-star demon slayers, they adhered to decorum in the presence of a 4-star demon king. Though Shen Yun was not an official demon king, his record of slaying a mid-tier 4th-tier zombie king commanded their utmost respect. Before Shen Yun could speak, Bai Xian'er piped up, "The scent on your right hand is the same as the aura emitted from the clothing of the previous corpses." This unexpected utterance left the 4 occupants of the car momentarily stunned. Wait, she's already 3rd-tier? Under normal circumstances, 3rd-tier intelligent demon beasts would be capable of speech. Who could have imagined that such a cute and charming little white fox would possess a comparable level of intelligence? In just a few days, the little one had leveled up so swiftly. She must possess an exceptional bloodline. Speaking of which, her voice is delightful. Once she transforms, she will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Li Mingdao and the others were curious about what she would look like, given her already breathtaking appearance. However, ordinary demon beasts typically required a minimum of 7th tier to achieve perfect transformation, while those with superior qualities could transform earlier. As for those who consumed humans, they could barely maintain a human form. Bai Xian'er, overwhelmed by the astonished gazes, became anxious and burrowed into Shen Yun's collar, peeking out with her little paws tugging at his clothing, her eyes darting nervously among the crowd. Wait, Li Mingdao was the first to react, raising his right hand to look at Bai Xian'er. Are you implying that old Zhang is suspicious? Just moments ago, that hand had only brushed against old Zhang's shoulder. When Shen Yun arrived and inquired about the aura of the skin-shifting demon, the team had presented the clothing of the deceased for Bai Xian'er to sniff. Little did they expect that her sense of smell would prove even more effective than the division's 3rd-tier gossip compass. It seemed infallible. Shen Yun had unwavering confidence in Bai Xian'er's judgment. He turned to the others and declared, "Let us go guard old Zhang's house. We'll know the truth soon enough." For him, if there were leads, he could charge right in without hesitation. Understood. Li Mingda and the others exchanged glances before driving straight to old Zhang's residence. The strength of the man and fox duo was beyond question. Handling the skin-shifting demon promptly would bring them peace of mind. Meanwhile, Shen Yun continued to focus on the projection from his phone. As today various merchant associations had arrived at the Yaoqi Holy Land, with Ling Qingxue assisting him in finding suitable items to enhance his rapport. Ever since this young lady acquired the time-dilating space tower, her progress had been nothing short of remarkable. Another day has passed, and her cultivation has ascended to the 1st level of the soul refinement realm. Indeed, there is a distinct difference when one possesses an advantage. It must be noted that this young lady has undergone remarkable changes lately. Shen Yun observed that Ling Qingxue, as her strength grew, radiated an increasingly extraordinary aura. Her already striking features, combined with a burgeoning inner strength, exuded confidence that was unmistakable. She shone brightly, possessing a unique charm. Has the young master been gazing at my face? A wave of bashfulness and annoyance inexplicably surged within Ling Qingxue. She had been engrossed in her cultivation last night, and had she known, she would have taken the time to adorn herself before emerging. Due to her recent focus on training, every spare moment was spent searching for affection-enhancing items, leaving her no time to meticulously prepare her appearance. Today, the young master had observed her visage for quite some time, yet she had not made an effort to beautify herself. Her hair fell untidily across her forehead, presenting an unkempt look. I must appear quite disheveled. I shall need to tidy myself upon my next emergence. Ling Qingxue discreetly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and picked up a storage ring to delve deeper with her spiritual consciousness. Within were various cultivation resources destined for the Yao Pool, including magical artifacts, secret manuals, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and various materials. Anything she deemed valuable could be acquired with Yao Pool's funding. However, in comparison to the vast quantities of spirit stones, she had only found 3 items of affection: a 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual herb, the dragon blood flower, an 8th-tier top-grade celestial vine, and a 7th-tier forging material, the star stone. The spiritual materials were quite commendable, perfect for the consumption of the fairy, Bai Xian'er. Shen Yun felt reasonably satisfied with this haul. These spiritual materials were generally used for alchemy and were unsuitable for direct consumption by humans. However, as a beast, Sienna was different. And the 6th-tier nourishing heart flower was nearly depleted. Recently, she had been reluctant to finish it, and coupled with her refusal to use spirit stones, she was sparingly sipping from the spiritual spring. She had been nibbling away at the roots of the nourishing heart flower. Now, with these 2 spiritual materials, she could enjoy sustenance for a while longer. After reviewing a batch of storage rings, they would be taken away by the respective merchants' cultivators for inspection, and any damaged items would incur compensation at market value. Although the Yao pool was vast, it did not engage in deceitful transactions, and these merchants were long-standing acquaintances of the Yao pool. At that moment, when a merchant placed a ring on the table, Ling Qingshue's heart leaped with joy as she picked it up. "I've got it." She directly extracted the affection-enhancing item, revealing a long sword of pale blue hue. Shimmering in the air, with a hum, the sword emitted a resonant sound, and golden inscriptions exclusive to Saint-tier quality danced around its blade, exuding an aura of power and a striking brilliance. A Saint-tier magical artifact. Shen Yun rejoiced. In his previous life, those who wielded top-tier magical artifacts were revered as paragons, envied by all. Especially after the land expansion, those possessing Saint-tier artifacts were often seen as kings, regarded as invincible in their realms. To acquire one so soon after the game's launch was indeed a delightful surprise. It seemed that Miss Ling was interested in this sword. The merchant smiled and said, "This is one of the treasures from my treasure pavilion, a mid-grade Saint-tier flying sword. Named Jinghong." A flying sword? Ling Qingshue's heart skipped a beat. Even the elder accompanying her from the Yao pool gazed at the flying sword Jinghong with astonishment. A flying sword is a cultivator's innate magical artifact nurtured within their being. What sets this treasure apart from ordinary artifacts is its capacity for growth. Furthermore, the flying sword is attuned to the cultivator's mind, making it easier to control. Should a novice cultivator attempt to wield a Saint-tier artifact with insufficient spiritual energy, they risk becoming a mere husk, leading to their demise. Yet, a Saint-tier flying sword consumes minimal energy, effortlessly slaying foes of higher tiers. Such quality flying swords are rare in circulation, making it no wonder that the Treasure Pavilion, one of the 4 great merchants of the Eastern Domain, treasures it so dearly. Truly, it is a remarkable treasure. Holding the long sword, Ling Qingxue remarked, "Young master, this artifact is of commendable quality and should serve you well." "Serve me well?" "It is nothing short of exceptional," Shen Yun thought, eager to bind it with his blood immediately. He had not anticipated it would be a flying sword. This item could vary in size at will, and it was said to be incredibly user-friendly. After composing his emotions, he responded nonchalantly, "It is acceptable." Ling Qingxue secretly mused, "To us, this treasure is invaluable, yet in the young master's eyes, it must seem as inconsequential as roadside weeds." After securing the flying sword within her spatial ring, she turned to the manager of the treasure pavilion, stating, "I shall take this artifact. Please negotiate the price with the elder." "Haha, treasures are bestowed upon those fated." The manager of the treasure pavilion smiled and bowed. "Our esteemed pavilion master has declared that any artifact desired by Miss Ling is to be gifted, as a gesture of goodwill." "Oh." The elder from the Yao pool smiled knowingly. It seems the pavilion master is quite well informed. No wonder the quality of the treasures brought this time is exceedingly high. It appears they intend to foster good relations. Clearly, Ling Qingshue's recent achievement in surpassing the 1,000-tier trial had prompted the pavilion master to invest in her. Chapter 45. The master must not misinterpret. Astonishment, single-handedly slaying the skin-changing demon. Not at all. The smile on the manager's face grew brighter. They were all old friends. And with a few exchanged words, the intent was clear. The Yao pool accepted the gift from the treasure pavilion. Ling Qingxue paid no mind to this and continued to inspect the storage rings delivered by the merchant cultivators. "Mr. Shun, we have arrived." Shen Yun looked up at Li Mingda, who, after stepping out of the vehicle, handed him a microphone. "Let us first conduct a search of the vicinity. Please wait here. If the old Zhang family is concealing the skin-changing demon, we must cut off its escape route." It was the perfect time to bind the flying sword. Shen Yun nodded slightly, rolled up the car window, and pointed to the game projection. Extracting feedback item. Mid-grade Saint-tier flying sword Jinghong. Special effect. A ritual-type artifact capable of growth. Upon blood binding, its size can be adjusted at will, and it can be nurtured within the body. The projection flickered, and a 7-foot-long sword materialized before Shen Yun's eyes. "Wow, what a beautiful sword." Sienna leaned forward, her eyes sparkling. Young girls find it hard to resist such visually stunning, luminous treasures. "I will find you a treasure too, if the opportunity arises." Shen Yun traced his finger along the long sword's surface, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the flying sword Jinghong, which quickly absorbed it. "Ding! Congratulations, player, on binding the flying sword Jinghong." With a mere thought, the flying sword shrank to the size of his fingertip. As he turned his gaze, Jinghong flickered within the vehicle like a stream of light, and he found it extraordinarily easy to control. It indeed felt remarkably smooth. After a moment of reflection, Shen Yun stored the flying sword in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a warm, soft sensation enveloping his fingertip. Looking down, he saw Sienna extending her delicate tongue, licking the wound on his finger. Her earnest demeanor was utterly adorable, prompting Shen Yun to gently poke her tongue with his finger. It's just a minor injury. There's no need to worry. Unexpectedly, Sienna reacted intensely, quickly burrowing into his embrace, and exclaimed, Master, you must not think of anything inappropriate. Stop. Huh? Shen Yun looked bewildered. He was a serious person. How could he entertain such thoughts? But then he suddenly remembered. Damn. He had forgotten the tablet contained dozens of gigabytes of content downloaded by Zhou Qiao. That girl had gone to great lengths for him, indulging in all sorts of role-playing. From cat girls to ship girls. Sienna's reaction was undoubtedly due to her having seen the contents, leading her to believe he harbored peculiar interests. Damn it. He would delete all that content upon returning. Feeling awkward, Shen Yun patted the little fox beneath his clothing, redirecting the conversation. Let us go, Sienna, and see if the old Zhang family is hiding any monsters. Sienna, nestled in Shen Yun's arms, was met with the sight of broad, muscular chests. This made her cheeks flush. She recalled the scene from the tablet titled Fox Girls Serving, where the woman disguised as a fox seductively nestled beside her master, licking him like a cat, causing her to question whether she had become a vixen. The ones on television were the true foxes, after all. Surely, her master wouldn't expect her to serve him in that way. In a world where humans and monsters diverge, she tightly sealed her lips, her eyes brimming with shyness. She was utterly amazed by the audacity of the people in this world, playing with such flamboyance, completely disregarding the distinctions of race. Unbeknownst to Shen Yun, she was lost in her thoughts. After alighting from the vehicle, he pressed the microphone in his ear, signaling Li Mingda. Directly inform me of old Zhang's residence. I shall see if there are any monsters lurking. Understood. Mr. Shen, this monster employs peculiar tactics. You must not allow it to get close. I will have my teammate, Xiaoli, escort you there. Following Li Mingda's guidance, Shen Yun hastened towards old Zhang's home. Only a week left. Inside the room, Zhang Min hung up the phone. Her expression dark. Mother, we must devise a plan to dispose of those corpses. Otherwise, once my demonic aura is detected by the Monster Suppression Bureau, it will spell trouble. She had not anticipated the existence of a Monster Suppression Bureau in Huaxia, as such departments were previously known only to practitioners, remaining unknown to ordinary people. Had it not been for the emergence of the Seeking Immortality mobile game, Zhang Min, an ordinary person, would have remained blissfully ignorant. Yet, within that realm, formidable beings thrived. The anxious woman, Yang Hui, paced within the confines of their home. Ordinary people cannot enter. Your presence there poses danger. What shall we do? Initially shocked by the revelation that their daughter had become a monster, the couple soon realized Zhang Min's rapid growth brought immense benefits to the family, such as monster core cards and monster offspring. Moreover, once she ascended, controlling a cadre of players with strong potential would enable the couple to grow stronger through the feedback. The future seemed promising. After all, it was to be a world of the strong. Those who fell victim to their daughter were merely weaklings in the couple's eyes, killed without remorse. However, upon hearing of the Bureau's methods to deal with their daughter, Yang Hui felt a pang of anxiety. Zhang Min's thoughts raced. Why not have Dad approach the Bureau personnel at the morgue and extract one's family information? Then I could directly kidnap their family member and force them to destroy the corpses. She deemed a personal visit to the morgue a last resort. Employing the Bureau to dispose of the bodies would yield a higher success rate, sparing her from unnecessary risk. Since gaining power, Zhang Min had experienced a life previously unfathomable. Once merely an office worker, a faceless entity in the crowd, she had now captured the hearts of 2 male celebrities. Moreover, over a dozen handsome men were tethered to her underground harem, striving nightly to please her and keep her entertained. In the past, such fantasies were mere dreams or the subject of novels. Now, they had materialized. She had no desire to jeopardize her newfound life. This plan is excellent, Yang Hui exclaimed, slapping her thigh. We shall proceed. Once old Zhang returns, we will devise a thorough strategy. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, their family's safety was paramount. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling the mother and daughter into silence. Is anyone there? We are the official character registrars, here to document your characters for statistical purposes. Character registrars? Zhang Min cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole. Why have we not received any notification? What credentials do you possess? Outside stood a man and a woman. But upon catching sight of the handsome man leading the duo, Zhang Min's heart raced, her breath quickening. She stared in astonishment through the peephole, captivated by the strikingly handsome young man, such a dashing figure. In that moment, she understood the sensation of fateful encounters. He must become my male pet. Zhang Min, filled with excitement, suppressed her exhilaration and opened the door. As she beheld the man before her, she instinctively squeezed her legs together, her cheeks flushing. The man towered nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his tousled hair framing captivatingly defined eyebrows. His bright, deep-set eyes, coupled with sharp facial features, exuded a cold yet mysterious allure that left an indelible impression. Tonight, I shall eliminate the men in the basement. Zhang Min resolved silently. One such exquisite specimen sufficed. She would train him to love her utterly. Should he discover her harem of male lovers, her decadent lifestyle would surely be unappealing. Master, I have sensed her presence. It must be her. Hearing the transmission, Shen Yun wasted no time, flicking his fingers to unleash a fiery blast aimed at Zhang Min. By chance, her peripheral vision caught the strange glow emanating from his hand. Acting out of caution, she swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the onslaught. Damn it, I've been exposed. Zhang Min shouted. Mother, attack. The flame instilled a sense of dread within her. A mere touch could be fatal. With an unknown assailant and a fierce flame, even she, a fourth-tier being, dared not confront him. She leaped toward the window, attempting to escape. As for her mother, Yang Hui, she felt uncertain about their escape. After all, mortals were subject to the cycle of life and death. She could avenge her parents when the time came. However, prior to Shen Yun's arrival, he had already laid an ambush outside with his flying sword, ready to strike. Let us see how my little treasure performs. Whoosh! In a cacophony of slicing wind, the flying sword, trailing a pale blue light, pierced through Zhang Min's head, spilling forth a torrent of foul blood. With wide, astonished eyes, she soared backward, crashing to the ground, her body splattering like a ruptured bag of refuse, releasing a putrid spray of blood. In the blink of an eye, her form shriveled into a mere human skin. At the door, Monster Suppression Bureau member Yao Xiaoli gaped in shock at the feedback card rising from the pool of blood. Did he just kill her? They were aware that Shen Yun and the White Fox had slain a fourth-tier zombie king. Yet, they had not anticipated that he could effortlessly obliterate a skinwalker in a single encounter. The critical point was that he had not relied on the fox, but had single-handedly vanquished a fourth-tier malevolence. It was known that beings capable of attaining 4-star monster-suppressing status were typically strong practitioners. Although this realm could contend with fourth-tier monsters, humans were still in the early stages of cultivation and lacked the foundation to defeat fourth-tier monstrosities in one-on-one confrontations. This was precisely why they had planned to report for 2 monster-suppressing kings. Yet, before them stood a man who had effortlessly eliminated a fourth-tier skinwalker. This realization only deepened Yao Xiaoli's incredulity. His strength was astonishing, akin to a cheat. Chapter 46, Handcuffing and Following Procedures. Since he had made his move, it was a matter of life and death. He had undoubtedly reached the 5-star monster-suppressing sect level. As an elite of the Monster Suppression Bureau, Yao Xiaoli had witnessed the process of 3 monster-suppressing kings hunting down 4th-tier malevolences. The clashes had been intense, yet they had involved 3 against 1 monster. But here, Shen Yun's casual demeanor made it appear as effortless as crushing an ant, especially that flying sword, which struck before she even had time to react and eliminated the skinwalker. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted within the room. Yang Hui, wielding a spirit-restraining gun, was stunned to discover her daughter had perished. The rapidity of the previous scene was astounding. Yet, despair engulfed her as her bullets, aimed at the sword-wielding man, were thwarted by the spatial barriers unleashed by the White Fox. Witnessing Shen Yun remain unscathed, his expression indifferent as he gazed at her, Yang Hui was so frightened that she dropped her gun. Why yes, I'm sorry. We were forced by the skinwalker. She collapsed to the ground, wailing. If only you had compelled the monster to reveal itself sooner, she wouldn't have died. My poor daughter. Yao Xiaoli shook her head, producing a set of spirit-restraining cuffs. We did not wish for such an outcome. Battles transpire in an instant. You must accompany us for an investigation. She had encountered family members possessed by monsters before, most of whom were powerless to resist. Some were even unaware that their loved ones had been taken over by monsters. And it could only be said that it was a fateful calamity. Only by growing stronger could they protect themselves. Wiping away her tears, Yang Hui noticed she had been cuffed and secretly sighed in relief. As long as I can coordinate the testimony with old Zhang, we will be fine. The couple had anticipated the possibility of being captured. As long as they could sell their daughter to survive, no one wished for death. Given Zhang Min's ambiguous nature, they would call her daughter when she was useful, but when she was not, she was merely a monster. A soft whisper gradually eased Yang Hui's tense emotions. Who said they were going to take her away? Shen Yun waved his hand, summoning 2 cards from the ground, and glanced at Yao Xiaoli. Yao Xiaoli, thinking she had made a mistake, hurriedly unlocked Yang Hui's handcuffs. Oh, it's fine. Just take me away. Yang Hui sighed softly, tears in her eyes. I know this gentleman is reasonable, but you must adhere to the rules. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, whoosh, a pale blue sword light surged upward, slicing through Yang Hui's shoulder and cleaving her in 2. Gush! A torrent of blood erupted from her wound. Yang Hui screamed like a vengeful spirit, collapsing to the ground, gazing at her spilled innards. Terror etched on her face as she clawed at herself. Why are you killing me? I am innocent, please save me. Shen Yun cast a glance at the pale-faced Yao Xiaoli, then, tossing his sword, turned to leave. The world has changed, rookie. Once you strike, you must be prepared for life and death. To act against me and expect to follow the rules? Naive. The 2 cards he had obtained this time included a low-tier feedback card and a low-tier monster crystal core. while their value was mediocre compared to skill cards. The consumption rate of the flying sword was rather low, which was a pleasant surprise. After all, this was a sacred tier treasure. With Shen Yun's innate 20-fold combat enhancement and a greater reserve of spiritual energy than most cultivators, controlling the flying sword was not an issue. Though he lamented the absence of any sword techniques. How impressive he could be with a sword technique. However, such manuals could only be acquired once his character reported back. Upon descending the stairs, Shen Yun spotted Li Mingdao rushing toward him with a group. Mr. Shen, you are truly formidable. They had already learned of the battle from Yao Xiaoli, gazing at Shen Yun with admiration. The troublesome painted-skinned demon had been effortlessly dispatched by him, leaving them in utter chaos. As for the deceased Yang Hui, if Shen Yun had been unable to withstand the bullets, would he not have perished? Besides, that woman drew her gun so swiftly, she hardly appeared coerced. She was killed without hesitation. A strong figure like Shen Yun had his own way of navigating the world. They, as novices, could only observe and learn. I'll take my leave first, Shen Yun announced, as the white fox in his arms leapt to the ground, expanding in size. How striking. Li Mingdao retracted his envious gaze and addressed Shen Yun. Mr. Shen, if we encounter trouble, could we ask for your assistance? Rest assured, we will compensate you with the monster crystal cores. The world was evolving too rapidly. No one could guarantee whether even stronger monsters would soon emerge. Shen Yun undoubtedly required the crystal cores to nourish the white fox beneath him, and forging an alliance with such a powerful individual would be advantageous for their team. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members' eyes sparkled with hope. Yao Xiaoli, who had just arrived, chimed in with a smile. Boss, could you look out for us novices? It seemed she had regained her composure from earlier, playfully winking at Shen Yun. My appearance fee is not trivial, Shen Yun replied with a faint smile. With a leap, the white fox, Shen, bounded out of the community's entrance, vanishing into the alleyways. Captain, did Mr. Shen just agree? Yao Xiaoli asked curiously. Perhaps, provided the monster cores are sufficient or the monsters are of a high enough grade, Li Mingdao shrugged. Let's go deal with old John. Once this matter is settled, we should seek out second and third tier monsters for some easy victories. It's exhausting dealing with such formidable fiends. It appeared the captain had been inspired by Mr. Shen, prompting shared smiles among the group as they began to clean up the aftermath. On his return home, Shen Yun veered off the path, entering a nearby forest to carve out a cave dwelling. There was no helping it. The extraordinary man was on the verge of a breakthrough. Among the remaining resources, the high-quality spirit stones should suffice for me to advance to the Hanhai realm. Inside the cave, as he opened his eyes, Shen Yun waved his hand, storing the heaps of rubble into his beast-controlling space. This time, he absorbed over 100 low-tier spirit stones, reaching the third level of meridian condensation. He still had 273 medium-quality spirit stones and 12 high-quality ones left. In the Xiantian continent, the conversion ratio of spirit stones was 1 to 100, meaning one high-quality stone equated to 10,000 low-tier stones, which would be sufficient for a while. Noticing that Shen was absent from the beast-controlling space, Shen Yun speculated she might be searching for spirit materials in the nearby mountains. This girl was quite considerate. She had left plenty of fox fur around the cave, enabling her to appear promptly if needed. I should give those 2 spirit materials to Shen. It wouldn't be good if something happened, Shen Yun muttered to himself, only to be interrupted by a prompt that popped up. Monster Baby Special. Recharge 122 to obtain a small-range movement map of the Monster Baby. Master's Love Special. Recharge 648 to receive a Monster Baby gift pack. Small-range movement map, long-distance text communication feature. Love Brush, a toy for the Monster Baby that increases dependence and happiness. Wealthy Special. Recharge 12,888 to obtain a long-distance movement map, voice transmission feature. Third-tier Love Brush, third-tier Monster Baby nail clippers, and a third-tier teething stick. No attack effect. Items purchased will be stored in the account backpack. The movement map feature was quite useful. After purchasing the Wealthy Special, a small map appeared in Shen Yun's beast-controlling space on his phone, along with a pink paw-shaped voice button. At that moment, the white fox was less than a kilometer away, marked with treasure hunting above her head. Shen Yun sent her a voice message. Shen, come back quickly. I have spirit materials for you. Soon, a message popped up on his phone. Coming, master. Whoosh. Shen materialized in the cave, leaping into Shen Yun's embrace. Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough. Chapter 47. The young master is truly extraordinary. Ancient inheritance. The secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Haha, Shen Yun ruffled her head, retrieving the 4th-tier medium-quality spirit grass, dragon blood flower, and the 8th-tier high-quality heaven and earth vine from his phone. Wow, such rich spiritual energy. The character bound to the master must be remarkable, Shen exclaimed, her eyes shimmering. Especially the thick, spirit vine emitting such robust energy, she was nearly drooling. Noticing her reaction, Shen Yun grandly placed it into the beast-controlling space. Don't be modest. How could you lack benefits while following me? Thank you, master. Snuggle. Shen embraced Shen Yun's neck, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Shen Yun teased with a smile. Now that you're so lively, will you turn into a quiet maiden once you transform? There was no denying Shen. But thinking about the scene of her leaping into her master's arms after her transformation made her feel incredibly shy, rendering her speechless. Let's go, it's time to head home. Shen Yun observed that the sky outside the cave had darkened and stood up to prepare to leave. Tomorrow, I will visit the company and align the business with monster crystal cores and spirit materials. In his past life, his company's model mirrored others, recruiting players to assist one another in the game. Now, he could pivot to acquiring a substantial amount of monster crystal cores and spirit materials in reality, aiding Xiener in her rapid growth. As he mounted Xiener, Shen Yun checked the status of the two characters on his phone. Luo Hongxi's alchemy master, Zhao Xinqing, had returned to the Tianyin sword sect and was teaching the young girl alchemy techniques. Ever since acquiring purple gold heavy eyes, her alchemy had reached new heights, and she could now barely manage to concoct fourth-tier pills. With her cultivation improving and strengthening the source of her heavy eyes, reaching fifth tier was merely a matter of time. From now on, I'll have an alchemy vault. Shen Yun felt delighted. Seeing Luo Hongxi studying earnestly, he refrained from interrupting and turned his attention to Ling Qingxue. At this moment, her Q-version character was accompanied by another figure, Sister Yaoqi, Su Wan. The two were examining the damaged Imperial Formation altar they had brought back from the Qilin tomb. Junior sister, this altar is too severely damaged. Su Wan frowned and shook her head. My innate physique cannot detect any aura of the formation. It must be beyond repair. Her innate Dao body was highly sensitive to myriad laws and origins, and she understood why Ling Qingxue had invited her over to grasp the formation on the altar. After all, she had been cultivating her Dao body longer than Ling Qingxue. However, one corner of the Imperial Formation on this altar had already lost its divine essence, now reduced to a few fragmented lines that would surely baffle even the most skilled formation masters. Ling Qingxue caressed the shattered stone tablet, her expression filled with regret. This was a segment of the Imperial Formation. Once comprehended, it would yield immeasurable benefits. Unfortunately, even Su Wan had expressed similar sentiments, making it even less likely for her to gain any insight. At that moment, a glimmer of hope sparked in Ling Qingxue's eyes. Has my lord arrived? She whispered earnestly. My lord, could you kindly assist Qingxue in examining this altar? In her heart, her lord was omnipotent. Perhaps he could decipher the great Imperial Formation from these damaged lines. Only in the presence of Shen Yun did she reveal her girlish demeanor. Outside, even the most formidable of Holy Realm experts would find her calm and composed demeanor unshakable. After all, with such an extraordinary lord, what was so remarkable about the Holy Realm? Shen Yun, however, was pondering how to politely decline when a prompt for recharge materialized before him, bringing a smile to his face. All right, let me take a look. Limited time revival special. Recharge 1,999 yuan to restore traces of the Imperial Formation, valid for 10 days. Formation restoration special. Recharge 28,888 yuan to fully restore a corner of the Imperial Formation, enhancing the scene encountered by Ling Qingxue when the Imperial Formation activates, facilitating comprehension. Super special. Recharge 188,888 yuan to directly implant a corner of the Imperial Formation into Ling Qingxue's mind, showcasing the player's prestige. This was indeed a fortuitous moment. After purchasing the super special offer, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. Focus your mind and deeply comprehend the corner of the Imperial Formation. I told you, my lord can accomplish anything. Ling Qingxue believed wholeheartedly in him, and, under the astonished gaze of Su Wan, she sat cross-legged. Moments later, she began to perceive profound insights of formation information flooding into her mind. My lord is truly extraordinary. He has comprehended the Imperial Formation at a glance. Ling Qingxue was awestruck. The corner of the Imperial Formation in her mind was analyzed with remarkable clarity, every detail meticulously articulated. She felt that with time, she could grasp it. This was evidently an intentional analysis by her lord to facilitate her understanding. Such skill, her admiration for him, soared to unprecedented heights. My lord is so considerate, so attentive, she thought gleefully, beginning to calm her mind to absorb the knowledge. In just a short while, a faint aura of Imperial essence began to emanate from her. At the center of her brow, traces of Imperial patterns flickered in and out of visibility, appearing remarkably mystical. This left Su Wan utterly incredulous. Is she already beginning to comprehend? Just moments ago, we were still pondering, and now she has made progress. This is too outrageous. The Imperial aura emanating from the cave soon attracted the attention of the sages in seclusion at the Yaoqi. Hiss. Yet another disturbance caused by that girl. Wasn't he that altar deemed useless? How can Ling Qingxue comprehend anything from it? Truly, she embodies the essence of an emperor. It defies common understanding. It seems I want to find peace in my meditations after all. Haha, if I must be awakened daily, I would gladly accept. Ever since Ling Qingxue arrived at the sacred land, smiles had never left their faces. As for her apprenticeship, everyone unanimously agreed that allowing Ling Qingxue to develop freely, with the guardian Su Yi ensuring her safety, was sufficient. Throughout history, every emperor has had their own path. Interference from others is rather ungraceful. 1-1. Haven't you gained any insight? The voice of the Yaoqi sage made Su Wan's eyelids twitch. Master, I would like to think I have. What did it mean that she hadn't comprehended anything? It was something to be aspired to. After a long while, when Ling Qingxue opened her eyes, Su Wan stepped forward to inquire. Junior sister, have you gained anything? Seeing Ling Qingxue nod, Su Wan was genuinely disheartened, slumping her shoulders as she sighed. Perhaps the Yaoqi saintess should appoint you instead. I feel I am undeserving of my title. She was often referred to as a prodigy of the younger generation in the eastern region. Yet, the true prodigy was right before her. And she finally understood the helplessness others felt when faced with her. One cannot compare people. Senior sister, you overrate me. I simply have been fortunate and fortunate. Ling Qingxue replied modestly with a smile. The great responsibilities of the saintess should remain with you. She had no extraordinary talent. Merely the unwavering support of her lord behind her. Without him, her fate would still be uncertain. My lord, thank you. Though she had expressed her gratitude numerous times, it still slipped from her lips. It's just a small matter. Focus on your cultivation, Shen Yun advised. The treasure hunt at the trading company has come to a close. Now you can devote yourself to cultivation and experience. Who knows, you might discover some valuable items. To reach VIP level 3, one must spend 5 million, accumulating a total of 10 million. Considering his previous expenditure of 180,000 and earlier records, he was still about 4.6 million short of VIP level 3. That was a substantial sum. Yes, Qingxue will heed my lord's words. Ling Qingxue noticed when her lord's gaze shifted away, and seeing Su Wan staring at her, she smiled. Senior sister, I truly do not wish to be a saintess. My focus is on cultivating. I understand. Su Wan leaned closer, whispering earnestly. I get it, let me teach you. Ling Qingxue blinked, causing Su Wan's face to light up with joy. The two began to discuss the imperial formation, while Shen Yun, having exited the game, murmured to himself amidst the vast night. Tomorrow, the Inheritance Secret Realm will nearly open. The Inheritance Secret Realm, as the name suggests, is a place rich with opportunities for ancient legacies. These realms open to the world one by one after absorbing sufficient spirit energy. The beings within are exceptionally ancient and possess mysterious origins, potentially even linked to entities from ancient myths, such as the vampire progenitor, the sea god, the war god from foreign lands, or the four divine beasts and the ghostly generals of the underworld from Huaxia. These realms are referred to by people as places where deities slumber and are also the highest grade of divine inheritance secret realms. Securing their legacies would greatly benefit one's future cultivation path. Unfortunately, the divine entities in the Huaxia region may have slumbered for too long, and the residual divine consciousness energy in the world is feeble, making it arduous for individuals to awaken them and obtain their secret techniques. Coupled with the treacherous nature of the secret realms, it deters many from attempting to gain their legacies. Shen Yun recalled that in his previous life, the most renowned legacy obtained in Huaxia was the divine beast Xuanwu and the black and white impermanents. When these were secured, there would be celestial phenomena manifesting over the secret realm. A truly grand spectacle. As for whether the legacy was genuine, that remained to be verified. Besides these three, other legacies were relatively minor. Thus, the legacies of Huaxia were comparatively weaker, leading many foreigners, bearing powerful divine legacies, to invade in search of secret realm resources. Especially the impoverished islanders who obtained the Yada no Kagami legacy, flaunting an insufferable attitude as if they were the best in the world. Just thinking about it was infuriating. However, the so-called Xuanwu legacy was not particularly impressive. Otherwise, if it were connected to the true legacy of the Jinwu Emperor, none would dare to overstep. Of course, it was also possible that it had no relation to the Jinwu legacy and merely bore a striking name. As for the black and white impermanence, it was rumored that it was only similar in appearance. With my current foundation, perhaps I might procure a divine legacy, Shen Yun mused. Once the secret realm opens, the divine secret realm will soon appear. Having been reborn, he vividly remembered those legendary divine secret realms from his previous life. Perhaps, with the might of the burning sky flames, he could acquire some formidable secret techniques. With this thought, Shen Yun felt a tinge of anticipation. I wonder if the Huagua Mountain secret realm holds the legacy of the great sage. This was one of the most popular secret realms in Huaxia during his previous life. Yet, until his demise, no one had managed to activate the phenomena of the Huagua Mountain secret realm. However, he felt that even if there were a legacy, it might not necessarily pertain to the son Wukong from the books. Chapter 48, Future Planning of the Company. A barking dog does not bite. Early the next morning, Shen Yun drove to the company. As he entered the lobby during the peak check-in hour, the surrounding employees greeted him with smiles. President. Good morning, President. Previously, due to the company's failure to launch relevant gaming benefits, numerous employees clamored for resignation, with some even opting to join the Zhou Group directly. Now, those who departed are regretting their decisions immensely. Not only has the Zhou Group collapsed, but the existence of the Monster app is widely known. And the foremost monster tamer in Haiqing is none other than this strikingly handsome and extraordinarily powerful man, the 4-star Monster Tamer King. His record is verifiable. having single-handedly vanquished 2 fourth-tier beasts. The notable point is that he accomplished these feats solo. Furthermore, with Qin Shitong assuming the role of executive president, a series of benefits have been introduced, leaving the remaining employees in the company exhilarated for several days. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity, and the future is promising. The president has become so formidable. No wonder he neglected the company. He must have gained some fortune in the game. The initial stages of game development are crucial. I too would be reluctant to waste time at the company. With the president visiting in person, something significant must be happening. As the esteemed scholar prepares to debate, Shen Yun slightly nods to the crowd, and the elevator doors open ahead, revealing Qin Shitong and several executives hastening towards him. President, why didn't you notify us of your arrival in advance? Boss, is there something major to announce? Qin Shitong gazes at the younger man with a look of surprise. She has a premonition that Tunglong Group is on the brink of soaring. I'll keep it brief. Shen Yun leads the way to the lobby and sits on the sofa, instructing everyone. From now on, the company's main focus will pivot towards monster core crystals and heavenly spiritual materials, while all unnecessary business will be ruthlessly cut. Employees may form expedition teams to venture into the mountains to hunt monsters and harvest spiritual materials. Everyone understands, as they are aware he possesses a white fox that can blink. Boss, Qin Shitong speaks hesitantly. Entering the mountains requires strong leaders, which means we need to recruit. However, it's somewhat late to start hiring now. Capable players have already been recruited by other companies. If we want to hire, it may require substantial resources. Deep down, she wishes to express, it would have been much easier if you had recruited earlier. Indeed, early recruitment is undoubtedly simpler. However, as a reborn individual, Shen Yun possesses information that allows him to disregard this point. He smiles gently, saying, no worries. I received news this morning that many regions have opened dungeons. You just need to spread the word. Those who wish to complete the dungeons should join Tinglong Company. Once this news is released, there will be no shortage of individuals eager to join Tinglong. He merely needs to take the time to lead the strong among them to clear the dungeons, after which these strong players can guide newcomers. In due course, these individuals will assist him in entering the mountains to hunt for monster core crystals and gather spiritual materials. Over time, the company's operations will naturally find their rhythm. Dungeons. Qin Shitong and the others' eyes gleam with excitement, as they now fully grasp these gaming concepts. With this hook, recruiting will be much easier. With the president's strength, leading the team in clearing dungeons will be effortless. Once the news is out, there will surely be a rush of people wanting to join us. The crowd's spirits are high, for the man before them is the first monster tamer king of Haiqing, a powerful advertisement indeed. Alright, Shen Yun rises. As for other related businesses, you may discuss and arrange them among yourselves. I must take my leave. He senses that another breakthrough is imminent. After having broken through last night, he feels the urge to break through once more. What a blissful sense of busyness. Take care, President. The crowd rises, and Qin Shitong sees him out of the company. Whispering, President, someone from the monster taming division visited the company, saying that you killed members of the Tianjiao Club. Is everything alright? Although Captain Jiang Yu has informed her that Shen Yun's strength has been recognized by the headquarters of the monster taming division, and that the Tianjiao Club will not attempt to suppress him, she remains concerned. The club's focus is not merely on reality. The players in the game are all of Tianjiao level. Her boss appears formidable now, but what about in the mid to late stages? Once they receive feedback and grow stronger in reality, they may not even be able to suppress him. Moreover, this organization has garnered national attention due to the many gaming talents within it. How can her boss contend with that? This thought troubles Qin Shitong greatly. Don't worry. Just focus on your responsibilities, Shen Yun replies calmly as he gets into the car. The biting dog doesn't bark. He is aware of the Tianjiao Club's current silence and what intentions lie behind it. They are merely waiting for the game feedback to strengthen. To hope for feedback stronger than him? That is a mere jest in the face of billions in game currency. Just considering the VIP capabilities, they don't even measure up to level 1. In his previous life, Shen Yun only knew that certain Tianjiao cultivators had targeted Luo Hongxi, but he was unaware of who the puppet master was, only familiar with Zhou Hao and Yi Xingchen from Haiqing. For now, he simply needs to wait for Ling Qingxue to emerge from her seclusion, and then he can systematically eliminate those Tianjiao who had oppressed and pursued Luo Hongxi. Very well. Qin Shitong observes his calm demeanor, sensing he must have some assurance. She softly advises, Boss, please proceed with caution, and if anything arises, just call Captain Jiang Yu. Farewell. Shen Yun waves his hand and drives away. Upon returning home, he enters a state of cultivation. Time flies while cultivating. By the time he breaks through to the 5th level of the meridian condensation, it is already afternoon. Checking the monster app, he finds no information on 4th-tier beasts in nearby cities. There are plenty of 3rd-tier ones, but they have all been taken care of by the monster taming division. These individuals may find it challenging to deal with 4th-tier beasts, but 3rd-tier ones are merely a matter of time. As for cities further away, there are suspected sightings of 4th-tier beasts. However, the distance is too great, and it would be awkward if he flew over only to discover they were 3rd-tier. If only he had a flying boat, He could circle around China in less than an hour. Shen Yun feels helpless. Flying boats are indeed wonderful. They can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recharge. However, in his previous life, only the elite possessed them. If he had one, his efficiency in monster hunting would undoubtedly improve. He decides to wait for confirmed 4th-tier information before proceeding. Shen Yun closes the app. I need to quickly increase my VIP spending. Developing VIP capabilities is where the real benefits lie. He still needs over 4 million to reach level 3. Opening the game, he sees Ling Qingxue in the midst of her cultivation, likely solidifying her newly acquired imperial formation. Luo Hongxi, on the other hand, is not at the Tianyin sword sect, but is at a tavern with several fellow disciples. At this moment, her expression is far from pleasant, as she is embroiled in an argument with someone in a room. Zhang Lei. I have already told you that my Luo family has severed ties with the Zhang family. Luo Hongxi glares at the young man before her, her brow furrowed. The Zhang family's audacity is shameless. They act as if the divorce never occurred. Sister-in-law. Zhang Lei chuckles awkwardly. My cousin has his own grievances. Bang. Luo Hongxi's eyes redden as she slams the table, glaring at the smiling Zhang Lei. Who is your sister-in-law? If you say that again, I'll hold your Zhang family accountable. Seeing he has crossed her line, Zhang Lei quickly apologizes, slapping his own face. Ouch. Look at my mouth. But Sister Luo, my brother really has his reasons. Zhang Lei goes on to lament about how his brother is being coerced by the daughter of a powerful sect, shedding tears and complaining about the unfairness of the world. Previously, the Zhang family would have been eager to dissolve the engagement with the Luo family. However now, Luo Hongxi's reputation has soared in the eastern region, as the sword master of the Tianyin sword sect and a disciple of the famed Pill Saint Zhao Xinqing. She has been invited as a distinguished guest to the upcoming alchemy competition. Calling her a phoenix rising from the ashes would be an understatement. Zhang Fenghua truly regrets his past decisions, wishing he could turn back time and marry Luo Hongxi directly. The entire Zhang family is in despair, lamenting their missed opportunity. Today, Zhang Lei happened to encounter disciples from the Tianyin sword sect staying at this location, prompting him to urge Luo Hongxi to reconsider. Yet, the Zhang family remains oblivious to the fact that Luo Hongxi had long learned of Zhang Fenghua's ambitions to attach himself to the noble women of the Wentian sect through Shen Yun. Watching Zhang Lei act, she perceives him as a clown seeking to draw attention. TSK, it seems that the Zhang family remains undeterred, fearing that you, this true phoenix, might take flight. The familiar voice echoing in her mind lifted Luo Hongxi's previously morose spirits. The young master has arrived. Does he not resemble a clown? They will surely regret it. If it were up to me, I would simply slap him away. You are far too idle. Shen Yun observed the awkward expression rising above Luo Hongxi's head, knowing well that this girl lacked the resolve to act decisively. After all, having never experienced the tribulations of a past life, her courage was still rather timid. Ding. Limited time offer. Recharge 324, originally 648. Now at half price. To summon a phantom that will send Zhang Lei flying with a warning. The sudden pop-up notification captured Shen Yun's attention. It seems I must bolster your courage. Limited time offer. Recharge 888, now at half price. To acquire a phantom slap that will cause Zhang Lei to spew blood and be sent reeling. This is the fate of those who disturb Luo Hongxi. Supreme offer. Recharge 888, now at half price. Summon your true form to descend upon the Xiantian continent, temporarily enhance your abilities, immune to all damage, radiating an unparalleled pressure that will instill fear and disperse the resolve of Zhang Lei. Note: only with a favorability rating above 90 can the true form summon recharge prompt be activated. Wow, a true form descent? Shen Yun was immediately intrigued and pointed with his finger. Purchase supreme offer. Chapter 49, The White-Haired Elders Ensemble. Descending into the immortal cultivation realm. Ding. Congratulations, player, on your successful purchase. Due to the current player's attire being too lowly, an additional recharge of 324, originally 648, now at half price, will grant you a set of exquisite embroidered garments. Recharge 888, now at half price obtain a set of splendid long robes. Recharge 888, now at half price, to receive an ethereal long robe ensemble, complete with a hair-binding effect. Wealthy patron offer. Enjoy the white-haired, immortal ensemble. Now only 888, at half price. Once donned, it will showcase the player's distinction. Kind reminder, items purchased will be permanently stored in the player's personal account backpack. Damn, a white-haired elder. The multitude of schemes is impressive. Shen Yun couldn't help but admire the brilliance of this setting. It was almost unbearable not to buy something. He promptly locked in the premium ensemble. This was for himself, so naturally, he opted for the best. He also casually purchased the other two sets, considering it merely a record of expenditure. Ding. Congratulations, player, on your successful purchase. You may descend into the alternate world of Xiantian continent at any time, simply by thinking it. Feeling a surge of excitement, Shen Yun rubbed his hands together and left a message for Bai Xiener to prevent her from worrying about his absence. Having completed these tasks, Shen Yun greeted Luo Hongxi. I had already found Zhang Fenghua displeasing, and now encountering the shameless scion of the Zhang family has stirred my hands. Consider this a means of venting my frustrations on your behalf. Huh, why would it warrant the young masteress' involvement? Luo Hongxi exclaimed, rising in shock. Isn't dealing with such a minor character beneath you? Yet, her anxious demeanor conveyed an entirely different message to Zhang Lei. Why is she so agitated when discussing her cousin's hardships? It appeared that this future sister-in-law still cared for her cousin, only indignant over the Zhang family's breach of contract. This made things simple. The family merely needed to express genuine remorse for their mistakes, and there might still be hope. But just then, Zhang Lei's eyes twitched, as he noticed a figure quietly materializing in the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Hongxi felt her body bristle with an electric charge. She fixed her gaze upon the white-haired man before her, standing with hands clasped behind his back, draped in a snow-white long robe. His waist-length hair was tied with a crimson ribbon. With an ethereal aura and unparalleled beauty, his mere presence dulled the brilliance of everything around him. An immortal from the mundane world. This was the phrase that sprang to Luo Hongxi's mind, and for a moment, she found herself entranced. How extraordinarily handsome he is. She had never encountered a man of such striking allure, nearly transcending the realm of mortals. Yet, she remembered that the young master existed in a perilous world, making his appearance here exceedingly rare. Yet, he had come to her side, spurred by just a few words from Zhang Lei. In that moment, Luo Hongxi understood. The young master seemed to be furious on her behalf. Indeed, when Shen Yun spoke, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Sister-in-law? Shen Yun regarded the astonished Zhang Lei with a calm voice. You dare covet what belongs to me, Zhang family? Boom. His casually uttered words struck Zhang Lei's heart like a thunderclap, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Lei found himself inexplicably retreating a few steps. His expression one of sheer terror as he stared at the man before him. He could not comprehend why he felt such fear. But the oppressive presence emanating from him was suffocating, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. This sensation was perilous. Young master, Luo Hongxi murmured as she approached Shen Yun, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. The mere sight of him filled her with boundless joy. And to receive his protection was an unparalleled blessing. What could be more delightful than this moment? At this instant, she longed to throw herself into the young master's embrace, tightly holding on to the man who bestowed upon her an immense sense of security. Yet, she dared not. In her heart, the young master was akin to the moon in the sky, a distant yet cherished presence. To act too boldly for fear of displeasing him would be disastrous. Young master? Zhang Lei stared in shock at the two of them. What status did Luo Hongxi possess that she would serve as a maid to another? It was as if his cousin Zhang Fenghua were an emperor. It was utterly absurd. Observing Zhang Lei's bewildered expression, Shen Yun privately mused, how the wheel of fate turns. In a past life, you, Zhang Fenghua, hunted Luo Hongxi with no path to escape. Today, let you taste the delightful bitterness of having willingly forsaken your boundless future fiancée. This would serve to vex that little pauper Zhang Fenghua. Shen Yun reached out, encircling Luo Hongxi's slender waist, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Lei. Should you dare to touch my people again, I shall strike down upon you. Luo Hongxi tensed, staring in disbelief at the young master so near. My heavens, how direct and domineering he is. With an outsider present, his declaration of ownership was incredibly audacious. She clutched at the young master's garments, her cheeks flushing a visible scarlet, resembling a ripe apple. She reveled in being treated so possessively. This twist was too much for Zhang Lei, who turned pale with rage. For this meant that the Zhang family had lost a daughter-in-law capable of elevating their clan. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the room. An ethereal hand struck Zhang Lei's face. Get lost. Smack. With a resounding crack, Zhang Lei spewed blood, hurtling through the door like a top. The cacophony stirred the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect within the vicinity. Figures dashed into the corridor, where they beheld Zhang Lei. His face swollen and sprawled on the ground, surrounded by blood and scattered teeth. Isn't this the little junior's friend? Why is he in such a dire state? Shen Yun and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the closed door, only to hear Luo Hongxi call out, Seniors, please drive him away. I do not wish to see anyone from the Zhang family. Shen Yun clasped his hands in greeting. Is the sword master unwell? Do you require our assistance? As the accompanying elder from the sword sect had been invited to observe the alchemy competition, and Luo Hongxi was preoccupied with her own cultivation, she had instructed them to remain here. They could not afford to bear the consequences should anything arise. I am fine, senior brother Zhang. I merely found him infuriating. You all handle this man. I shall return to my cultivation. Damn, how dare he provoke my sword master? A glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the onlookers. Luo Hongxi was the treasured gem of the Tianyin sword sect, so delicate that they feared she might shatter. How could anyone be so foolish as to stir trouble? As the sword master resumed her cultivation, the rest of them would handle the matter. Shen Yun turned, seizing Zhang Lei by the hair, his face dark with fury as he dragged him into a nearby room. You insignificant wretch, trying to deceive us into believing you were a friend of the sword master? If you do not provide the sword sect with an explanation today, You shall not leave here alive. The fifth senior brother, Shen Yun, has always been rather frivolous. However, when he turns serious, the gravity of the situation becomes undeniably severe. Zhang Lei watched a horde of sword sect disciples storm into the room with menacing intent, hastily shutting the door while frantically waving his hands. Oh, I truly did nothing. If I had done anything, would I still be alive? Shen Yun's tone grew increasingly frigid as he brandished his sword against Zhang Lei's neck. I have no time for your nonsense. Speak quickly, or my fellow sword sect masters will personally pay your family a visit to seek retribution. Chapter 50. No one can take away Hongxi. Zhang Lei trembled in fear. While he could afford to be brazen with the easily manipulated Luo Hongxi, he lacked the audacity to provoke this group of formidable sword cultivators who were only too eager to unsheath their swords. Unable to conceal the truth, he recounted the matrimonial arrangements between the two families, albeit embellishing the details regarding his cousin Zhang Fenghua's attempts to ingratiate himself with the noble ladies of the Wenyangang. If he revealed the sordid truth, the Tianyin sword sect would undoubtedly be aware of their nefarious intentions, and that was a prospect he wished to avoid. As for the strikingly ethereal white-haired man, he sensed that he was not to be trifled with, thus he dared not speak further. Does the sword master have a betrothal? Shen Yun exchanged glances with his companions, clearly indicating that Elder Lin Sheng had not communicated this matter to the disciples. Only a select few within the upper echelons of the sword sect were privy to it, since they persisted in their intrusion after the betrothal had been annulled. It was evident they sought to form alliances. Shen Yun immediately assessed the situation and raised a fist the size of a sandbag. We do not. It is not what you think. What a shameless fellow. Kick him a couple of times. The disciples erupted into a cacophony of howls as they subdued Zhang Lei, delivering him a thorough beating. Within the room, the ruckus outside was so overwhelming that it roused Luo Hongxi from her reverie, lost in the warmth of her gentleman's embrace. Upon awakening, she felt somewhat suffocated. The gentleman was simply too domineering, making her feel as though her very heart was being drawn away. Flushed with shyness, Luo Hongxi leaned her head closely against Shen Yun's chest, breathing deeply. Those senior brothers and sisters have embarrassed the gentleman. What of it? That fellow deserves a beating. Shen Yun replied with a smile. Zhang Fenghua remains unrepentant. The Zhang family need not concern themselves with him. You are destined to ascend to greatness with my assistance, and such trifles should not disturb your serenity. They are merely opportunists. Once you rise, the Zhang family will not dare to intrude upon the Luo family. This assertion filled Luo Hongxi with a profound sense of possessiveness, overwhelming her heart with gratitude. She gazed up at Shen Yun, her eyes filled with admiration. Gentleman, Hongxi. Caught in the spell of his breathtakingly handsome visage, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. The words that followed eluded her, and she buried her face once more against his chest. Rest assured, Hongxi will always belong to you. No one can take me away. She murmured this only within her heart, feeling that she was far too ordinary to be worthy of such a celestial being as him. The mere fact that he held a place for her in his thoughts, that he occasionally remembered her and the words he spoke today, was already more than enough. With this thought, Luo Hongxi clung tightly to Shen Yun, her right hand gripping his wrist as though wishing to meld her very being into his heart. Unable to voice her feelings, she could only express them through her actions, due to the thinness of their garments and her extraordinary talent. Shen Yun found himself somewhat stifled by her embrace. Feeling slightly awkward, he took a small step back, clearing his throat. Speak freely. I am not one to take offense. Now it was Luo Hongxi's turn to feel embarrassed, clearly aware of the implications. It's nothing, she quickly said, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. By the way, how long can you stay here, gentlemen? Ding. The task is complete. The player will return to the real world in 10 seconds. What? It's ending so soon after charging over 100,000. What a ripoff. Shen Yun thought to himself. Yet he smiled at the girl before him. I cannot linger for long. I must depart shortly. Luo Hongxi's smile faltered. She had hoped he could spend more time with her. What was I thinking? The crossing between realms must have drained him considerably. How could I be so greedy? She quickly suppressed her selfish thoughts. Historically, ascended beings had never been known to descend to the mortal realm. The difficulty of such a feat was unimaginable. Despite his strength, Shen Yun's world was fraught with peril. His adversaries were undoubtedly formidable beings. How could he disregard his own safety for her sake? Luo Hongxi earnestly cautioned. Please be careful. Gentlemen, if descending here proves too taxing, do not attempt it again. They would have ample opportunities to meet again in the future. It's merely a trivial demon. Do not fret. Shen Yun smiled slightly, and then he vanished from sight. Gentlemen, Luo Hongxi instinctively stepped forward, gazing into the void. In that moment, she conjured an image of him in her heart, as if a transcendent figure from the heavens was silently watching over her. Do not worry, I have returned. Yes, please take good care of yourself, gentlemen. There is nothing for me to worry about. Luo Hongxi beamed with a smile. Her steps light as she settled onto the bed, her long legs playfully kicking at her skirt, radiating sheer delight. The gentleman is truly handsome. The mere thought of Shen Yun's extraordinary countenance sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Moreover, It seemed the gentleman was not the cold, unfeeling immortal everyone spoke of. They say immortals sever all emotions and desires. Yet, the gentleman's earlier reaction had been quite alarming. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Luo Hongxi shyly bit her pink lip, her cheeks flushed. What a pity that time is so short. Otherwise, I would never wish for the gentleman to endure such hardships. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Luo Hongxi felt her heart racing in her throat. With misty eyes, she rolled over and hid beneath the blankets. In her heart, the gentleman had already transformed into her husband. Yet, such thoughts were not befitting for a young lady. To entertain them would be to lose her modesty. In the villa, Shen Yun, sprawled on the sofa and watching her phone, suddenly noticed a flash of light from the device. Seeing Shen Yun materialize, she swiftly settled into a meditative posture, twitching her delicate nose, such a rich aura of yang. Upon closer inspection, she quickly shielded her eyes. Wow, the character bound to the master must be a vixen. She worried that the master might be bewitched by the character's charms. Is it really possible for the master to traverse into the phone? This revelation astonished Shen Yun, as no one online had disclosed such information. Nevertheless, it made sense that the character bound to the master would possess exceptional abilities. And such feedback was only to be expected. What a wondrous journey. Once Shen Yun regained his composure, he found the experience remarkably surreal. What he had yearned for in his previous life was now a reality, and it stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Ah, this is troublesome. My soul has been lured away, Shen Yun lamented as she pawed at the sofa cushions. As a fellow vixen, she felt utterly dwarfed by her counterpart, who might even be human, leaving her with a sense of defeat. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yun waved his hand, summoning her and the phone into his palm. What troubles you, Sienna? You seem rather downcast. It's nothing, master. I'm just feeling a bit sleepy, Sienna replied, revealing her belly and closing her eyes, indicating that she had overindulged and needed to digest. Lying on the bed, Shen Yun cradled her against his abdomen, one hand gently stroking her smooth belly to aid her digestion, while the other glanced at her game character. Luo Hongxi was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a potion-making manual, while Ling Qingxue was in the cave, refining the imperial formation. Seeing that both were occupied, Shen Yun exited the game and opened a short video app. It's already afternoon. News about the secret realm should be circulating online. Chapter 51. The Hatred of a Man for His Wife. Journey to Flower Fruit Mountain. As expected, the short video interface was filled with trending topics. Top trending. The Jiangnan water town discovers 12 secret realms. Experts have decoded the age of the land within, dating back 30,000 years. The history of Chinese civilization may be rewritten. Official hot topic. Numerous suspected realms of the underworld and the Hall of Yama have been discovered in the Yuzhou district. Ghosts abound within, presenting a high level of danger. Those who encounter them should proceed with caution. Images included. Mystical interview. The Legacy Secret Realm. This information is derived from the deciphered texts of the Secret Realm stele. The entire populace is poised to acquire the enigmatic ancient legacy within the mysterious realms. International news reports. A formidable mystical domain has emerged in southern Europe. Will the powers of ancient deities soon resurface in our world? Discussions among netizens in the land of pickled vegetables reveal. The inscriptions within the mysterious realm bear striking resemblance to those of our own nation, indicating that the origin of this realm likely emanates from our country. We implore all nations that gain access to the mysterious realm to surrender the stone tablet inscriptions for our research. Any unauthorized appropriation of research is tantamount to theft. Financial news indicates that, based on statistics, the average daily earnings of global players in game currency hover around 30 cents, excluding special circumstances. To attain VIP Level 1, a player must spend 2 million, meaning it would take approximately 18,000 years for a player to amass sufficient funds to reach VIP Level 1. In an exclusive interview, could it be that the Shen Yun continent is linked to the Blue Star? Are the deities of various nations merely former cultivators, their stories transformed into legends by the humans of old? Indeed, the mysterious realm has manifested at this pivotal moment. Shen Yun swiftly perused every piece of information pertaining to the realm. The most conspicuous of these realms is undoubtedly the underworld realm that has appeared in the Yu district. The legacy of the black and white impermanence originates from this very place. Since the realm has emerged, it is high time to stake out at Flower Fruit Mountain. Shen Yun does not covet the legacy of the black and white impermanence. It rightfully belongs to its destined inheritor. His interest lies in Flower Fruit Mountain. Should the great sage truly exist, he is curious to uncover what legacy awaits. Opening the transportation app, he discovered that the high-speed trains were largely suspended. Only a few areas permitted flights, as the mountains were rife with demonic beasts. The survival rate in the event of an aerial mishap was alarmingly low. Furthermore, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to secure flight tickets. However, for Shen Yun, this posed little challenge, as he possessed certain privileges as a 4-star demon suppressor. Noticing that there were still domestic flights to Flower Fruit Mountain, he promptly submitted his information and successfully purchased a ticket in under a minute. It was likely that the vicinity of Flower Fruit Mountain was already teeming with people, Shen Yun surmised. No one is a fool, with the ancient mysterious realms opening. Such a legendary area might also conceal secrets, inevitably attracting a throng of onlookers. Given the immense popularity of the great sage, both tourists and locals have likely surrounded it to the point of congestion. However, obtaining the legacy from the mysterious realm is not merely a matter of numbers. After securing his ticket, Shen Yun rose to gather his belongings. He was uncertain when the Flower Fruit Mountain realm would commence. For now, he would wait there, as it was convenient for him to reside anywhere alone. Moments later, Shen Yun mounted by Xian'er and made his way to Haicheng Airport. She was actually serving as a maid. Zhang Fenghua glared intently at the battered Zhang Lei before him. Yes, indeed. Zhang Lei dared not meet the murderous gaze that seemed ready to devour him, muttering softly, based on their prior condition. It was evident that Luo Hongxi had long held feelings for that silver-haired man. Boom. Upon hearing this, an infuriated Zhang Fenghua smashed the table with a single slap, shattering the headband atop his head. That wretched woman. He hissed through clenched teeth. No wonder when I sought to annul the engagement, she readily agreed. She must have latched onto a powerful ally. Had it not been for that silver-haired man, given Zhang Fenghua's prospects of joining the Wenting sect, the Luo family would have eagerly anticipated their marriage. Even if he had attempted to break off the engagement, he could have simply fabricated a plausible excuse, and with the familial ties, the Luo family would likely have understood. Yet now, the Luo family completely disregarded the Zhang family's overtures. It now appeared that everything had been orchestrated by that silver-haired man behind the scenes. Despite already being engaged to me, she dallies with another man. Feeling the sting of betrayal, Zhang Fenghua's eyes turned red with fury. And you, how brazenly you steal another's wife. This is the most despicable act. Previously, he might have discussed the allure of others' wives with friends. Now, he found himself in the very predicament he once mocked. The issue was that he had not even touched his fiancée's hand before that silver-haired man whisked her away. Goodness, do not go overboard. Zhang Lei, sensing the murderous intent radiating from him, turned to the composed Zhang family head, Zhang Lai, and clasped his hands in respect. Patriarch, that silver-haired man's cultivation is astonishing. It seems the Tianyan sword sect remains unaware of their relationship. If we do not tread cautiously, he will undoubtedly seek out the Zhang family. Currently, he is the only one aware of the connection between Luo Hongxi and that man. Should the Zhang family make a spectacle of this, the clan's very existence could be at stake. Ultimately, this can only be attributed to Zhang Fenghua and the family's upper echelon being overly presumptuous. If they had not sought to break the engagement, none of these troubles would exist. Otherwise, the Zhang family could have welcomed a daughter-in-law with limitless potential. Now, the sister-in-law has become another's woman, and the family's future is jeopardized. Yet he was merely a family disciple. How could he dare criticize the future patriarch and the higher-ups? This matter would be approached with utmost caution within the family. Zhang Lai waved his hand. You have worked hard. Go and seek the elders for medicinal herbs to treat your injuries. Yes, Zhang Lai took his leave. After his departure, Zhang Lai placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Fenghua's shoulder. Given the circumstances, Luo Hongxi is no longer an option. The strength of that silver-haired man is indeterminate. Do not act foolishly. Let this matter rest for now. Rest assured, Father, I understand. Zhang Fenghua took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. One of the most dangerous figures in the cultivation world is precisely this youthful, yet silver-haired individual. For you can never ascertain how long he has lived. He was not foolish enough to directly provoke the other party. In truth, this may serve to sharpen my focus on conquering the Wenting sect alongside my senior sister, Lu Rian. As for you two, I shall exact revenge in due time. Calming his emotions, Zhang Fenghua bowed to Zhang Lai. If that is the case, I shall return to the sect. Indeed. It is good that you are able to think clearly. Zhang Lai patted his shoulder. Go, and should you require assistance in your cultivation, the family will surely support you. Thank you, Father. I take my leave. Passengers, due to overwhelming numbers, flights to Flower Fruit Mountain will be restricted to cultivators of the fifth heaven from tomorrow onward for safety reasons. Passengers below this level will receive a full refund for their tickets. What? So many people are flying to Flower Fruit Mountain. Outside the airport, a throng of individuals lined up for security checks were engaged in animated discussions. Haha, that is the legendary place where the Monkey King once resided. Who knows? There might just be a mysterious realm there. Naturally, many people want to go. We are truly fortunate to be able to make the journey today. Otherwise, with my current cultivation level of the spirit guiding realm, I would only be left watching. I have already cleared the 5th generation of the Black Myth. And today I managed to board the last flight. I must be a destined individual. Perhaps I might receive the Monkey King's legacy. Hey, you cannot say that. The enthusiasm of the crowd was palpable. They all felt that once the mysterious realm at Flower Fruit Mountain opened, they would undoubtedly be the fated ones. Chapter 52. The pinnacle of beauty in Haicheng. The handsome guy has arrived. Hiss. Look. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd behind. It is that dazzling white fox. Is Boss Shen also heading to Flower Fruit Mountain? My heavens, that fox is stunningly beautiful. Those waiting in line turned to see a magnificent white fox bounding towards the airport entrance. As she stood before the crowd, no one could tear their gaze away. With her ethereal three tails, immaculate fur, celestial features, and radiant eyes, combined with an innate elegance in her stride, how could anyone not feel envious? Each step she took captivated the attention of onlookers. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, perched above, was also the center of attention. Although Shen Yun's fame did not rival that of the White Fox, he held a notable reputation in Haiqing, the pinnacle of beauty in Haiqing, the handsome guy. This elegant moniker was bestowed upon him by local netizens. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome, living up to the title of Haiqing's beauty pinnacle. He appeared more impressive than any star. Many people internally marveled. Comparatively, he seems even more like the destined one. Darn. The great sage does not care about whether I have a mount or my looks. Everyone is a destined individual, and everyone has an opportunity to inherit the legacy. Is he also going to Flower Fruit Mountain? Surely, this grand entrance is intended to sway my resolve. How despicable, a petty trick. The great sage would never bestow his secrets upon you. Mr. Shun. At the entrance, the airport staff who had long been waiting quickly approached with a smile, saying, "Allow me to escort you to the VIP passage." "Thank you," replied Shen Yun with a slight nod as he landed. Baixianer transformed into a small fox, nestled on his shoulder. Throughout the journey, Shen Yun and Baixianer attracted an extraordinary amount of attention, causing quite a stir wherever they went. It was only when Shen Yun boarded the plane and settled into first class that the surrounding commotion finally subsided. Feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, Shen Yun picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. Raising an eyebrow, he answered, "Hello? Good day, Mr. Shun. I am Jiang Yu, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Haiqing. I have heard that you intend to head to Huagua Mountain. Rest assured, the Tianjiao Club has already received directives from higher-ups and will not suppress your company." Upon hearing this, Shen Yun understood her intention to mediate the animosity between both parties, and replied in a nonchalant tone, "The barking dog does not bite. They are currently too afraid to act recklessly, likely waiting to grow stronger in the game before making a move. My foundation will soon allow me to become the Demon Suppression Sect. At that time, even the powerful will have to bow their heads before me. Thus, the advantages of the Tianjiao Club remain only in the roles within the game. Mr. Shun, are you truly prepared to confront the Tianjiao Club head-on? To be frank, both of your factions hold necessity and significance. Any harm to either side would not bode well for Huaxia. Moreover, not all members of the club are malevolent. That will not require your concern, Captain Jiang." The plane is about to take off. Shen Yun interrupted, directly ending the call. The grievances of his past life lingered, and he could not simply set them aside due to mere persuasion. He resolved to deal with those who had wronged him before contemplating anything else. Those so-called geniuses would serve as stepping stones for Qing Shui. Shen Yun coldly smiled as he opened the game. Ling Qingxue was emerging from her cave today, ready to venture out and eliminate some geniuses, ensuring they felt the sting of loss. In the mobile game S projection, she lazily stretched as she strolled out of her abode. "I have already mastered a corner of the imperial array, and my cultivation has reached the third level of soul refinement. It is time for some practical experience." Recently, she had been in the time-space tower, familiarizing herself with the imperial array while absorbing spirit stones to break through her cultivation. However, her ascension had been too rapid. Without consolidating her foundation, it could become unstable. She decided to seek out an appropriate place for training while also helping her master find some favorable items. As Ling Qingxue descended the mountain, she keenly sensed a familiar gaze upon her. "Master, you've come," she exclaimed joyfully as she looked into the void. Perhaps she had spent too long training in the space, as each time she emerged to converse with her master filled her with immense joy. The phrase "a day apart feels like 3 autumns" aptly described her situation. Seeing her radiant smile, Shen Yun pressed the voice button and teased, with such a cheerful demeanor, "Shouldn't you greet me with 'a long time no see'? Indeed, it has been quite a while." Ling Qingxue playfully winked, then lightly bounded down the mountain. "Master, I plan to venture out for some training. Do you have any good suggestions?" "Actually, there's one. Do you remember the person you defeated last time, Chu Feng?" His sleeve bore the character Tian, which is the emblem of the Tianjiao Club. Ling Qingxue pondered for a moment before nodding. "I recall, Master. The corner of that person's sleeve was indeed embroidered with a red character. All members of this organization are of genius caliber, some of whom have wronged me. You should deal with them. One is named Sun Feiyu, and the other Wei Rong. You can look into their backgrounds. These two have previously targeted Luo Hongxi, and their cultivation levels should be comparable to yours at this stage." Speaking of Luo Hongxi, her ability to survive amidst such adversaries indicated her extraordinary fortune. Moreover, the feedback elixirs she crafted had been sold at high prices in reality by Shen Yun, gathering her ample resources for rapid growth in the game. Unfortunately, before she could rise, she found herself overwhelmed and ultimately met an untimely demise. "Those who have wronged my master?" Ling Qingxue's brows furrowed as she murmured. "It seems my master has other followers. It was only natural. How much favor could she garner on her own?" "Rest assured, Master." Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. "I shall use these geniuses as my whetstones. Since they were her master's enemies, they were also hers. To outsiders, it might seem as though she was being used as a pawn, courting unnecessary troubles. Or perhaps it appeared unreasonable to kill someone without cause. However, she was willing. For her master's words were absolute truth in her eyes. If her master deemed them enemies, then they must perish. What further justification was needed? Be cautious, Shen Yun gently advised. If you are outmatched, there will always be another day. Rest easy, master. I understand, Ling Qingxue replied, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Master, your other followers must be quite formidable, correct? Am I the weakest among them? To claim indifference would be a lie. When she learned that Shen Yun had other followers, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Surely, his followers were immensely powerful, while she felt she was merely a minor player. Of course, you could be considered the strongest at present, Shen Yun said, observing the tension in Ling Qingshue's expression with amusement. Is that so? Ling Qingxue paused in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm actually the strongest. Chapter 53, The Charisma of the Great Sage. The atmosphere was electric with excitement. Yet, soon she realized that her master was teasing her, causing her cheeks to flush as she fled, exclaiming, Master, ignore me. I can see through your jest. Haha. Shen Yun laughed heartily, relishing this rare display of girlish charm from Ling Qingxue. As he watched her search for target information, he exited the current interface to check on Luo Hongxi. This young woman was heading to the alchemy competition with her fellow disciples. Seeing she was unoccupied, Shen Yun took out the heart-shaped brush he had previously purchased and began grooming Baixianer. It was indeed a special item designed for demon beast cubs. With just a gentle stroke, Baixianer stretched out in sheer comfort, her little paws splayed. Oh, that feels wonderful, master. Shen Yun was taken by surprise. The sound was rather enchanting. The surrounding passengers glanced over in astonishment at the unusual sounds emanating from nearby Shen Yun. Even those with extensive experience were stirred by that single remark, regardless of gender. This vividly illustrated Baixianer's allure. Truth be told, Shen Yun also felt a rush of warmth, his heart racing. He instinctively recalled Baixianer clad in her purple battle attire and silently mused. No wonder the king of Zhou. Even this utterance is beyond the reach of most women. Who could withstand such charm? Baixianer too sensed that her voice had been somewhat alluring. As she lay on Shen Yun's lap, she suddenly caught a whiff of an overwhelming masculine aura. This made her awkwardly close her mouth, her eyes filled with shyness. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Little did she know her charm was so potent that a mere word could leave her master in such a state of disarray. However, she felt a hint of glee in her heart, for it indicated that her allure was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it's best if we refrain from further grooming, Shen Yun thought, dismissing the image of Baixianer in battle attire. He then took out a demon treasure nail clipper to tidy her claws. Since he had some time to spare, and noticing Baixianer's south eyes squinting into crescent moons, it was clear she enjoyed his company. After all, she was his contracted beast, and Shen Yun had been quite busy lately. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to spend some quality time with her. This thoughtful gesture made Baixianer beam with delight, proudly swaying her 3 fluffy tails. Master is so kind to me. As the plane descended, night had already fallen. Yet, the passengers were in high spirits, each one brimming with excitement as they rushed forth. Great Sage, here I come. The high-speed rail has halted. It will still take 2 hours to reach Huahua Mountain by car. Should we find a hotel to rest for the night and head out tomorrow? Sleep at such a young age. People arriving from all corners of the nation would only increase in number. They needed to find lodging near Huahua Mountain quickly. The inns there were already fully booked. Fortunately, there were still residents nearby. Otherwise, arriving late would have left me without a place to sleep. Goodness. So many people have come. As everyone gathered in the hall, it became apparent that the entire waiting area was packed with throngs of people. Even before the Flower Fruit Mountain secret realm had opened, it was already overflowing with visitors. Such is the allure of the Great Sage. Sighing inwardly, Shen Yun stepped out of the VIP passage and encountered a group of 4 approaching him. Hello, Mr. Shun. We are members of the Demon Suppression Bureau in this city. I am the captain, Wang Gang. Is there something I can assist you with? Shen Yun replied, shaking his hand. Having heard of your journey to Flower Fruit Mountain, we have already arranged accommodations nearby, Wang Gang said, maintaining a courteous demeanor before his tone turned grave. Mr. Shun, with the secret realms opening, numerous demonic beasts and malevolent entities have infiltrated the area. While it remains uncertain if there is a secret realm at Flower Fruit Mountain, those vile creatures have nonetheless entered. Our city is only protected by 3 4-star demon suppressors, so we will require your assistance. This was a desperate measure. If we were to seal off all the major secret realms nationwide, the populace would undoubtedly revolt. Secret realms are places of opportunity, where anyone may gain a legacy. Although military force can suppress a situation temporarily, the times have changed. With the entire populace engaging in cultivation, a single misstep could result in widespread conflict. No one wishes to witness such a scene. As the strength of the populace increases, so too will the nation's fortune. However, the opening of secret realms also invites cunning demonic beasts and malevolent entities to bide their time. This has placed immense pressure on the Demon Suppression Bureau, with many powerful individuals dispatched to guard various secret realms across the nation. Flower Fruit Mountain has yet to reveal a secret realm, but the influx of visitors is overwhelming. Investigations have already indicated that malevolent entities are lurking among the crowd. Even with 3 4-star demon suppressors present, there is palpable anxiety among the people. Those who have achieved the rank of 4-star demon suppressor possess at least the strength of the vast sea realm. Although this realm corresponds to the 4th-tier strength of malevolent entities, an ordinary demon suppressor would struggle to contend with a demon in a one-on-one encounter. This is due to the fact that the foundation of human cultivators remains too weak. Often, it requires 2 to 3 demon suppressors to defeat a single 4th-tier demonic beast or malevolent entity. Wang Gang and his companions were genuinely concerned that 4th-tier malevolent entities might appear around Flower Fruit Mountain. The opening of secret realms nationwide has scattered the Bureau's powerful members, leading to a severe manpower shortage that has become their greatest headache. Although spiritual energy has been reviving for several decades, there are not an insignificant number of strong practitioners. Yet they still pale in comparison to the number of secret realms that have opened across the country. Shen Yun, having a remarkable record of single-handedly slaying 4th-tier demonic beasts, was someone they could not afford to overlook, which is why they arrived early to await his arrival at the airport. I enjoy places brimming with monsters. Shen Yun replied with a faint smile. No problem, but I only handle 4th-tier malevolent entities. Anything below that, you can manage yourselves. This statement, though audacious, carries weight depending on who utters it. Wang Gang and the others felt a surge of invigorating energy, their faces alight with excitement. Haha, with Mr. Shen's assurance, we can rest easy. The 4 surrounded Shen Yun as they exited the crowded airport and proceeded to the underground parking lot. Just as Shen Yun was about to get into the car, he sensed a breakthrough approaching and patted the slumbering Baixianer on his shoulder. No need to escort me. I'll head over myself. Just send me the location. Understood, Wang Gang replied, not probing further. Mr. Shen, please travel safely. I will send you the hotel location right away. All right, I'm off. In a flash, the white fox darted out of the underground parking lot. Mr. Shen's mount looks impressive. A teammate remarked enviously. Although many people online claim to have mounts, none can compare to this white fox. Wang Gang scoffed. They can't hold a candle to Mr. Shen's mount. That white fox has already reached the 3rd tier. In terms of combat power, it would easily crush those online show-offs. What you see online are merely demonic beasts that have matured in size. If they were brought into battle, they would all fall silent in defeat. Captain, with Mr. Shen attracted here, do you think Flower Fruit Mountain will reveal a secret realm? The group discussed as they got into the car. If the Monkey King's legacy truly emerges, the whole world would be astonished. Who knows? Wang Gang replied, gazing out at the throngs of people. Hasn't the Yuzhou district already revealed numerous secret realms related to the underworld? Has anyone truly obtained a supreme legacy? If someone were to acquire the Great Sage's legacy, well, that would be unimaginable. Chapter 54, Life-Saving Item, Half-Saint Golden Cicada Talisman. Upon arriving at the designated hotel, Shen Yun was greeted by a dedicated staff member at the entrance. Mr. Shen, the hotel manager smiled as he approached. The presidential suite has been prepared for you. Stay as long as you wish. Allow me to escort you upstairs. Very well. Shen Yun nodded slightly and followed him to the room. Once the door was closed and he confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras, he sat cross-legged on the bed and entered breakthrough mode using spiritual stones. Baixianer, meanwhile, leapt from his arms to survey the surroundings. After a brief exploration, she made her way to the balcony, gazing down at the congested roads below, her tone filled with surprise. So many people. It seems the Great Sage's charisma is truly formidable. On the way, she had researched this fictional mythological figure online and found it puzzling. Yet, with Flower Fruit Mountain less than 3 kilometers away, teeming with various demonic beasts, any other scenic area would have long been deserted. Instead, the popularity here seemed to be thriving. It appears that the Great Sage indeed possesses something remarkable, Baixianer remarked, wagging her tail before slipping back into the room to keep watch over Shen Yun. In the eastern region, in Dan City, early that morning, the entire city welcomed practitioners from all directions. The alchemy competition, held simultaneously across the 5 major regions, is a grand event for young alchemists, generating immense excitement each time. Among the esteemed guests, Luo Hongxi was conversing with several elders in the backstage area as they awaited the opening ceremony. In the grand hall, she stood as the sole youth, occasionally listening to the old alchemists share their insights and asking a few questions about her alchemical doubts. As the apprentice of the alchemy sage and a closed-door disciple, her seniority compelled the attending alchemists to address her as senior sister. Those she consulted rose to their feet in respect, eager to share their knowledge without reservation. Some even worried she might not understand, elaborating with more care than they would for their own students. After finishing their advice, they would present her with a small gift, adding, "Just my humble opinion. Feel free to take it as reference." It was impossible to blame them. After all, her master was a revered alchemy sage. If such words were later brought to the sage's attention and misinterpreted, it would be quite awkward. Luo Hongxi reveled in this, knowing that learning from the experiences of the elder alchemists was a form of enrichment. The best part was that the gifts from these old masters typically consisted of 7th-tier medicinal materials, free of charge, which delighted her. Regrettably, lacking any sentimental treasures, Luo Hongxi poured herself some tea to soothe her throat. Everyone. The crowd turned their attention to Hong Kong, one of the branch leaders in the eastern region, who stepped out from behind the scenes. The prizes for the top 3 in this competition have been decided by our alchemy hall. Please see if they meet your approval. Approaching the table, he waved his hand, revealing 3 crystal boxes. The first prize is a mid-tier half-saint medicinal cauldron, the second a low-tier half-saint golden cicada talisman, and the third a 9th-tier upper-grade medicinal pill. Truly, the alchemy hall is lavish. The alchemists from various factions present to witness the event all stroked their beards and nodded in approval. Han Danwang's words were merely polite. The items were indeed exceptional, leaving no room for criticism. At this moment, Luo Hongxi gazed at the treasures on the stage with eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, having awakened early, was also fixated on the information displayed on the game interface. Feedback item, low-tier half-saint golden cicada talisman. After dripping blood on the talisman paper and placing it in a safe location, the individual will instantly appear in the storage area of the talisman upon encountering danger, merely by willing it. Wow, this is fantastic, Shen Yun exclaimed, his face alight with delight as he scrutinized the interface. This item is undoubtedly a top-tier life-saving treasure. If obtained, it would essentially grant an additional life in the early stages. Just as Hong Kong was about to continue, a timid voice interrupted him. Excuse me, Han Ho Master. May I have this low-tier half-saint golden cicada talisman? Everyone turned to look at the blushing and bashful Luo Hongxi. Master Han, I am willing to exchange treasures from the sect for it. Luo Hongxi knew that this declaration was quite abrupt. However, this was a semi-saint level favorability item. Even if it was impolite, she had to strive for it on behalf of her master. In the midst of the gathering, Lu Hong, the alchemy elder of the Tianyan sword sect, looked perplexed. The sect had bestowed upon Luo Hongxi a life-saving treasure that was far superior to this. Perhaps the esteemed Dan Sage had also provided her with some protective artifacts. This talisman did not seem worthy of her request at this moment. Unable to fathom the rationale, he chose to dismiss it, assuming that the sword master simply found it appealing. He clasped his hands and smiled at Hong Kong, saying, "Rest assured, Master Han. The sword sect will ensure that the alchemy hall does not suffer losses." Haha. Hong Kong stroked his beard and chuckled. It's merely a talisman. Luo, young friend, take it. But Luo Hongxi, with a tense expression, gazed intently at Hong Kong, who raised his longevity eyebrows and smiled. But Luo, young friend, must participate in the alchemy competition. The eyes of the alchemists brightened, and they clapped in delight. Haha, that's a splendid suggestion. I have long wished to witness the Dan Sage's aerial alchemy technique. Indeed. This is the 19th of the top 100 alchemical techniques. I trust Luo, young friend, has already grasped its profound meanings, and today we are fortunate to witness it. I have been stuck at the 7th grade alchemist level for quite some time. Perhaps after watching today, I might gain some insights. The crowd of alchemists erupted in cheers. As for whether they were eager to see the Dan Sage's alchemical methods, or to discover what made Luo Hongxi worthy of being the Dan Sage's disciple, that was a matter of subjective interpretation. Hong Kong had his own ulterior motives as well. Back when he was a branch master, his colleague Jiang Ming had missed the opportunity with Luo Hongxi, leading to rumors that Dan Sage Zhao Xinqing was extremely displeased with the Eastern Domain branch. Although it was merely gossip, the fact that Jiang Ming had overlooked her was undeniable. Now, he was reclusive, unwilling to even participate in the competition. If Luo Hongxi could take the stage, the rumors would naturally dissipate, and the image of the alchemy hall would improve. However, Luo Hongxi awkwardly addressed the crowd. As a junior, I can only barely refine 4th grade pills. With such limited skills, I wouldn't even make it into the top 20. It seems unnecessary to compete and become a laughingstock. Currently, her cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the pulse condensation stage, and refining 4th grade pills relied heavily on her purple extreme heavy eyes. 5th grade pills were the standard for the competition's elite, requiring substantial spiritual energy and effort, which was simply beyond her capacity. Upon hearing this, Hong Kong sensed an opportunity and promptly stated with seriousness, "The original intention of the Alchemy Hall competition is to foster communication among all. How could there be any discrimination against others' alchemical achievements? If such a person exists, I shall be the first to deal with him." Indeed, the other alchemists chimed in. "Luo, young friend, you need only take the stage without overthinking. Anyone who dares to mock will face my wrath." Encouraged by their enthusiasm, Luo Hongxi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall consider it a trial. If I embarrass myself, so be it, as long as I can help my master acquire this high-quality favorability item." Chapter 55, Wealthy Pretensions. The Ancient Alchemy Emperor's Prideful Alchemical Classics. Seeing her agree, Hong Kong let out a sigh of relief and directly handed her the crystal box containing the golden cicada talisman. Smiling, "Luo, young friend, rest assured, your performance will not be listed in the alchemy competition records. Consider yourself a specially invited alchemist. Simply view this as an opportunity to sharpen your courage and temperament. After all, as a disciple of the Dan Sage, how could you debut with a poor reputation? Furthermore, since Luo Hongxi is just beginning her alchemical journey, it is inherently unfair to compare her to seasoned alchemists. However, with this rule in place, Her participation can be seen as an opportunity to gain competition experience. Should there be any objections? If you have a dance sage as your master, I would grant you the same privilege. Such a splendid arrangement. Elder Lu Hong of the Sword Sect nodded in approval. Previously, he had considered advising Hong Kong, but had not anticipated that this old alchemist had a knack for navigating social intricacies. Thus, even if Luo Hongxi were to falter, it would not be a significant issue. Luo Hongxi, having received the talisman, nodded vigorously in agreement, her heart brimming with excitement as she silently exclaimed, "Master, look, I have found a treasure for you." Compared to the previous third-grade soul-piercing mechanism, this semi-saint golden cicada talisman was indeed worthy of her exhilaration. Excellent, keep it up. Shen Yun promptly clicked to extract it, dropping a drop of his blood onto the talisman. The originally yellow talisman became entirely stained red with his blood, and the semi-saint golden patterns transformed into crimson. Unfortunately, being too far from home, Shen Yun stored the talisman in his spatial pouch. Once he entered the secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain, he could only conceal it in the hotel. If he encountered danger in the secret realm, he could activate it to appear directly in the hotel and evade peril. What a fortuitous start to the day. Shen Yun stretched lazily. After breaking through to the 6th level of the pulse condensation stage last night, he had gone to sleep. With an automatic acceleration for cultivation, he did not need to sit cross-legged like other cultivators. Upon waking up this morning and checking his phone, he was pleasantly surprised to find that a semi-saint life-saving artifact was already in hand. At this moment, the projection displayed that the alchemy competition had commenced. As the head of the alchemy hall and various dignitaries took their seats, the participating alchemists began to take the stage. A total of 100 participants, all under the age of 30, had been selected from various regions. These were the elite alchemists of the younger generation across the Eastern domain. Some of their future achievements might even surpass those of the alchemy elders representing various powers. This was precisely why they had come to observe. Perhaps they could recruit 1 or 2 talents. Upon entering the arena, when the participants saw Luo Hongxi seated in the special invited accompanying alchemist section, they all displayed expressions of surprise and excitement. Luo Hongxi? Is she truly the disciple of the dance sage? Perfect. Let us see what abilities she possesses to have garnered such favor. TSK, if I can best her in alchemy, I can claim to have surpassed the dance sage's disciple. Luo Hongxi was not oblivious. She could naturally discern the implications in their gazes. Master, they all want to see me make a fool of myself. How wicked. Who could blame you for being the dance sage's disciple? Shen Yun chuckled. Everyone aspired to be a disciple of the dance sage, and there were plenty who envied Luo Hongxi. If she were to falter in her alchemical endeavors, it would surely be magnified and spread far and wide. Thinking of this, Shen Yun opened the daily character information to assess the situation. Luo Hongxi information. After the competition began, Luo Hongxi refined a 3rd-grade pill and ceased further alchemy. 4th-grade pills were too challenging for her, and she felt it unnecessary to overexert herself. By showcasing the dance sage's alchemical technique, the aerial alchemy, she garnered silent admiration and managed to navigate through this alchemy competition with ease. Steady is the way to be, Shen Yun approved. After all, Luo Hongxi was merely accompanying the alchemists. It didn't matter how many grades of pills she refined, as long as she did not make a mistake. Trying to feign abilities beyond her means would only lead to embarrassment. However, just then, a series of notifications popped up on the interface. Ding. Alchemy pretension discount. Spend 648 to gain a stroke of good fortune. The quality of the pills refined by Luo Hongxi will reach perfection, free of impurities. Exclusive to the alchemy competition. Alchemy pretension special. Spend 2888 to acquire a pretentious buff, allowing Luo Hongxi's alchemical techniques to momentarily reach the pinnacle, enabling her to refine a 5th-grade pill in a remarkably short time. Astonishing all. Wealthy pretension package. Spend 28,888 to consecutively refine 2 5th-grade pills and forcibly refine 1 6th-grade pill, achieving mastery in technique, leaving observers in awe. 3 alchemy experiences are ingrained in memory. Aiding future alchemy. Godly rich pretension limited time offer. Spend 888 yuan. Acquire the ancient alchemy Emperor Chu Tianga's prideful alchemical classics. This includes all formulas from 1st grade to imperial grade pills. Furthermore, it contains the long-lost alchemical technique, feathering prideful formula. Purchase grants immediate access. Refining 5th-grade pills will be as easy as reaching into a bag. What an astounding opportunity. Upon seeing the final prompt for recharge, Shen Yun felt an exhilarating surge of energy. This person must flaunt their wealth. The ability to effortlessly concoct 5th-grade elixirs significantly elevated the quality of the elixirs returned to Luo Hongxi. With the Pride of Alchemy manual in her possession, Hongxi would navigate the art of alchemy with remarkable ease. Without hesitation, he purchased everything as part of his consumption record. Even the minutiae are worth something. Shen Yun clicked to buy repeatedly. Ding. Pride of Alchemy successfully purchased, benefiting from a discount card, costing only 444 for 144. Luxury show-off package successfully purchased, benefiting from a discount card, costing merely 14 for 144. His cumulative expenditure had surpassed 6 million, still 4 million shy of reaching VIP level 3. For the first time, while reviewing the recharge records, Shen Yun felt that not having a discount card was not an insurmountable issue. Pulling his thoughts back, he cleared his throat and pressed the voice button. In that case, I bestow upon you a set of alchemical manuals, allowing those who wish to see a spectacle to open their eyes wide. Simultaneously, a deluge of information surged into Luo Hongshi's mind. The legacy of the Alchemy Emperor. After familiarizing herself with the manual, she felt a tingle run down her spine, goosebumps rising all over her body. It is known that her master, Zhao Xinqing, possessed a tattered imperial-grade recipe, a treasure of the alchemy hall. Yet, the Pride of Alchemy records no fewer than 30 imperial-grade formulas, including those of the emperor level. These are complete formulas. If released, it would cause a sensation throughout the Xiantian continent. More importantly, there is a comprehensive set of imperial alchemy techniques. The Feathered Ascendancy Technique. My heavens, young master, you are exceedingly affluent. Luo Hongxi sparkled with joy. Such a manual, existing only in ancient times, shows that the young master possesses a complete inheritance, revealing the ancient lineage of his family. Upon reflection, the young master's ability to traverse 2 realms is indeed otherworldly, and having these treasures is only to be expected. However, knowing it is one thing. Possessing the Pride of Alchemy would excite any alchemist. Thank you, young master. Luo Hongxi blinked her eyes, fully aware that this was the young master's affection for her, her heart brimming with sweetness. She would perform well. It was her turn to let them witness their folly. A smile played on the lips of Shen Yun, who lay in bed. Flaunting wealth is secondary. With the Pride of Alchemy, Luo Hongxi's mastery in the alchemical path would advance by leaps and bounds. This would enable him to receive high-quality elixirs in advance. What a delightful prospect. Their expressions at that time would surely be spectacular. Luo Hongxi cast a glance at the alchemists who were subtly watching her, secretly amused as she ignited the furnace before her. Next, she aimed to astonish those who hoped to see her falter. Chapter 56. Alchemy as simple as cooking. Shock and awe. The Alchemy Emperor's presence. Surrounding each alchemist were materials ranging from 3rd to 5th grade. This was merely the preliminary selection. Those capable of crafting 4th grade superior elixirs would advance to the next round. Luo Hongxi pondered for a moment and decisively chose a set of 5th grade materials, just to startle them. With the enhancement of the Feathered Ascendancy Technique, crafting 5th grade elixirs would be a breeze. 5th grade superior Jiaoyu fruit. Elder Lu Hong of the Sword Sect, witnessing her grasp a red fruit, felt his eyelids twitch. Is Hongxi truly attempting to concoct a 5th grade superior elixir? That seems impossible. This material is exclusively for the 5th grade superior Jiao blood elixir. Of course, there is a possibility that she learned a rare 4th grade formula from the alchemy saint, requiring this particular material. But then, upon seeing Luo Hongxi perform the hand seals and toss all 13 ingredients for the Jiao blood elixir into the furnace, the over 20-old alchemists on the podium, including Home Master Hong Kong, displayed expressions of astonishment and skepticism. The thousands of cultivators observing the competition were equally taken aback. She actually put all those ingredients in. Were it not for her being the disciple of the alchemy saint, the audience would have begun to unleash their disdain. Are you cooking a one-pot stew? The participating alchemists were equally stunned by her actions. Could it be that she learned some remarkable techniques from the alchemy saint? The abrupt turn of events gradually silenced the arena. Everyone was eager to see what this disciple of the alchemy saint intended to accomplish. Those seated, including Hong Kong and others, were equally transfixed by Luo Hongxi's alchemical method. Yet, mere moments later, Hong Kong shook his head gravely. This is not the flying alchemy technique of the old alchemy saint. He had had the fortune to observe the old alchemy saint's crafting. The principles of the flying alchemy technique were indelibly etched in his memory. It exuded an aura of grandeur, with energy fluctuations that were exceptionally startling. However, Luo Hongxi's technique felt remarkably casual, or rather, haphazard. Indeed, it was casual. The variations in her hand seals bore no traces of principle. They appeared exceedingly simple, giving the impression of a mere casual effort in alchemy. As the crowd remained in a state of disbelief, a faint scent of blood from the elixirs began to waft through the air, causing Hong Kong and the others to narrow their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Luo Hongxi's furnace. How could this be? So soon, and she has already formed the elixir? Even if they were to craft a 5th grade superior elixir, it would be impossible to succeed at such speed. The once tranquil audience erupted into a chorus of fierce skepticism. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's a dark scheme at play. She must have cheated. Numerous cultivators shouted from their seats, especially those supporting their own alchemists, their faces flushed with indignation. Do you think we are fools? This is utterly insulting. She must have pre-prepared the elixirs. You know nothing. Some seasoned cultivators, usually composed, were now equally agitated, in broad daylight. Would the alchemy hall dare to engage in underhanded schemes? Do they have no regard for their reputation? Use your brains, will you? An elderly cultivator pointed out. Who are you referring to? Some hot-headed cultivators retorted. Don't think your age intimidates me. If this isn't a dark scheme, I'll eat excrement upside down. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. The old loose cultivator shook his head, recognizing that the other party had a sect as backing. But every fool has their fool to deal with. Who wants to eat excrement? A loud shout startled Minnie. I want to take a dump right now. Who wants to eat? The crowd turned to see a dashing young man from the Tianyin sword sect rushing over, disdainfully declaring, How dare you say our sword master cheated? Whoever doesn't eat is my grandson. My goodness, how could senior brother Chen be so outrageous? The surrounding male and female disciples gazed with wide eyes, their faces turning crimson, nearly burying their heads in their laps. Senior brother Chen was indeed imposing, but his approach was exceedingly embarrassing. However, the impact was undeniable. As he spoke, the clamor diminished considerably. This fellow was notorious for his irreverence, and if provoked, he might just retaliate in a most explosive manner. Regardless of how both sides hurled insults, everyone remained fixated on Luo Hongxi, eager to see how she would explain herself. Meanwhile, the participating alchemists glanced toward Hong Kong, Lu Hong, and others seated nearby. Observing the expressions of astonishment on these seasoned alchemists, a sense of trepidation gripped them. Could it be that there is no cheating? Yet, such an alchemical technique was too absurd. With time still on their side, many alchemists slowed their crafting. The aroma emanating from Luo Hongxi's furnace grew increasingly potent. All contestants focused their attention on Luo Hongxi. Just then, with her eyes closed in concentration over the furnace, Luo Hongxi suddenly opened her eyes, her delicate hands swiftly forming a seal that astonished Hong Kong and the others. What a peculiar method of forming an elixir. Moreover, I sense an ancient resonance. This technique astonishingly purified the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exponentially, harnessing the forces of nature. As Luo Hongxi's seal took shape, she exclaimed, Congeal. In the next instant, boom. Her hand seal erupted with waves of principles, surging into the furnace before her. Strangely, ethereal wisps, reminiscent of mist or smoke, enveloped her entire being. The ethereal smoke exuded an aura of mystical profundity, captivating the hearts and minds of all the cultivators present. The numerous competitors gazed in disbelief at the enigmatic energy radiating from her. As their eyes shifted towards the podium, they beheld Hong Kong, Lu Hong, and others, who had inexplicably risen to their feet, their expressions awash with astonishment as they fixated on the young girl in the arena. Some venerable alchemists trembled with excitement. It was not until Luo Hongxi gracefully waved her hand to unveil the alchemical furnace, releasing a blood-red pill, that an exhilarating roar erupted. Akin to thunderclaps in a serene landscape, the path of alchemy, the essence of heaven and earth, that is the quintessence of alchemical Tao. Upon hearing these words, the assembly of cultivators collectively inhaled sharply. Hiss. Soon after, a resounding uproar erupted, reverberating through the air, the quintessence of alchemical Tao. The pinnacle of alchemical mastery. It seems only those on the verge of becoming a Dan Emperor 7 decades prior could attain such Tao essence while refining pills. Yet, she possesses it at such a tender age. Goodness, does this imply she bears the potential of a Dan Emperor? The crowd was left in a state of shock. Ancient texts recorded that those capable of embodying the essence of alchemical Tao during pill refinement had reached an extraordinary level of comprehension regarding alchemy. Alchemists of such caliber were, at the very least, semi-Dan emperors. And what Elder Zhao Xinqing sought was precisely this essence of alchemical Tao. For the very foundation of concocting a semi-emperor pill is the possession of this Tao essence. Thus, the emergence of this Tao essence within the youthful Luo Hongxi left an indelible impression upon all present. Chapter 57. A Pot for the Master to Carry. Scouting Flower Fruit Mountain. The potential of a Dan Emperor was not to be underestimated. In the audience, an elderly cultivator gazed in awe at the girl in the arena. Perhaps she has inherited the legacy of a Dan Emperor, allowing her to possess Tao essence while refining pills. The legacy of a Dan Emperor. This notion sent ripples of astonishment among the surrounding cultivators. The Xiantian continent had not seen a Dan Emperor in hundreds of thousands of years. The so-called legacy of a Dan Emperor had likely vanished into the annals of history. However, aside from this plausible explanation, they found it exceedingly difficult to believe that a young alchemist could embody the essence of alchemical Tao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hong Kong and the others on the podium transformed into streaks of light, swiftly approaching Luo Hongxi. With remarkable agility, Hong Kong jovially seized the pill from her hand. Huh? What a fine pill. All impurities eradicated, its quality is impeccable. Observing him directly place the pill into a jade vial, the onlookers couldn't help but mutter, this old fellow is remarkably swift. A pill imbued with Tao essence, even if one cannot comprehend its profound meanings, is a treasure to be cherished. After all, only a semi-Dan Emperor could concoct such a marvel. Now that Luo Hongxi could also refine it, her worth is evident. Fortunately, they still had the opportunity to request her to concoct pills. The thought was almost comical. A group of elderly alchemists contemplating asking a young alchemist for pills. Among them, the most unperturbed was Lu Hong, the alchemist from the sword sect. After all, Seeking a pill from his own disciple was merely a matter of moments. The Tian sword sect was truly fortunate. Little did they know that Luo Hongxi possessed the dual talents of both pill and sword mastery. As the elder reflected, his eyes grew misty with emotion. What could be more gratifying and exhilarating than having a disciple of such extraordinary caliber within the sect? Young friend Luo, Hong Kong inquired, voicing the curiosity of all present. Who taught you this pill refinement technique? Without hesitation, Luo Hongxi replied, it was taught to me by Master Zhao. The existence of the young master was indeed her grand secret, allowing her to deflect the credit onto Master Zhao. However, others would also question Master Zhao, prompting Luo Hongxi to ponder. Master, may I present the pill mastery to Master Zhao? Of course. It is for you, and you shall decide. Thank you, Master. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled. You are so kind to me. Once Master Zhao returned, she would present him with the pill mastery, thus perfecting her ruse. The origins of the pill mastery were simple, pure serendipity, unfathomable in its intricacies, as the Sword Saint had mentioned her immense fortune. Oh, why am I daydreaming about the master again? Luo Hongxi hastily suppressed the bashful fantasies swirling in her mind. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shen Yun observed the dejected expressions of the participating alchemists and found it amusing. They had hoped to witness the antics of the fortunate ones, only to become mere background figures. As Luo Hongxi departed, surrounded by a throng of alchemists, he switched to the scene of Ling Qingxue. The young lady's chibi avatar was seated aboard a flying vessel, presumably on her way to meet someone from the Talented Youth Club. Shen Yun accessed her character information. Ling Qingxue Daily Report. The Dacian royal family is hosting a debate for young cultivators in Jinan City. Ling Qingxue has learned that Wei Rong from the first layer of the soul refinement realm has been invited and is determined to eliminate her. The Dacian royal family. Shen Yun murmured, it won't be convenient to commit murder there. The Dacian Empire was a superpower, on par with the Tian sword sect, with formidable forces abounding. Nevertheless, given Qingxue's vigilant nature, she likely had her own means of dealing with it, so there was no need for him to worry. Shen Yun closed the game projection. He had confidence in the girl, especially since the Yao Pool would undoubtedly have protectors watching over her in secret. Time to scout Flower Fruit Mountain. In his previous life, Shen Yun had seen images of the Flower Fruit Mountain secret realm online, and now was the perfect occasion to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Are you going out, Master? Bai Xian'er, who had been cultivating in the beast space, appeared on the bed. Yes, you can continue your cultivation here. Shen Yun donned his attire and affectionately patted her head. This short journey, I can manage on my own. It's fine, I can take you there. Bai Xian'er, with her eyes narrowed in delight, savored the warmth of his hand. Rest assured. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and produced a golden cicada talisman. By the way, Xian'er, can you leave a mark on this? I intend to temporarily place the talisman in my room. The sooner it's left, the better the protection. However, it's not my home, and it would be awkward if someone stole it. Of course. Bai Xian'er swished her foxtail, and a luminous white fur fell onto the talisman, vanishing without a trace. Done, Master. Now it carries my essence, and you can find it wherever. Haha. It's all thanks to you. Shen Yun embraced her, showering her with playful affection, causing Bai Xian'er to feel a bit bashful. Oh, it's nothing. Just a little trick. She had grown accustomed to her master's affection, unlike before when she would shyly retreat into the space. After their playful antics, Shen Yun placed the talisman beneath the sheets and stepped out to inform the hotel manager to prevent anyone from entering his room. As more people gathered at the hotel entrance, Shen Yun surveyed the streets teeming with bustling pedestrians. Vehicles had been prohibited from entering due to the overwhelming influx of visitors. He followed the crowd towards Flower Fruit Mountain, 3 kilometers away. I heard that Taoists are performing rituals at Flower Fruit Mountain, claiming the spiritual energy fluctuations are minimal, and the secret realm cannot be opened, sending everyone back. Who knows if it's true? It might just be a ploy by the officials to secure an advantage. I'll wait until they disperse before deciding. Perhaps we should leave. Many from Jiangnan and Yuzhou have obtained legacies, and it's rumored that a secret realm resembling the Black Wuchang has emerged. Even a common legacy could bolster one's strength. There's only Flower Fruit Mountain. Even if a secret realm opens, we might not be able to obtain anything. The crowd buzzed about Flower Fruit Mountain. Shen Yun meandered leisurely, absorbing the information while browsing current hot topics online. The advantage of reincarnation was knowing that a secret realm would open, allowing him to remain unperturbed and simply wait. Latest hot topic. The Eastern Region Alchemy Competition, Luo Hongxi's imperial level alchemy skills set the arena ablaze. Netizens from the Kimchi Nation claim she is their player S-bound character, pending verification. Secret Realm Special Report. The Nine Suns Mountain Secret Realm has revealed a Buddha-like phenomenon. Someone has obtained a Buddhist legacy from the secret realm. Numerous Buddhist followers are flocking to witness. Explosive hot topic. A player from ancient Huaxia, the deity governing the game, has received a random character binding card. Now under government protection. This marks the 3rd character card globally, and perhaps even more. Netizens speculate that this item may be a hidden quest reward for characters. In his previous life, there were also reports of him acquiring a random card, and Shen Yun whispered to himself, "As long as my butterfly effect is not significant, it will be fine." Such news always creates a sensation upon its release, and he has a vivid recollection of it. After all, each additional character signifies an increased probability of feedback and revenue, which is enviable to all who witness it. For Shen Yun, as long as the trajectory of significant events remains unchanged, his advantages from reincarnation can persist indefinitely. Chapter 58, Golden-Haired Monkey Baby? A Walking $500,000. When mentioning the character binding card, Shen Yun recalled another character he had bound in his previous life, Lu Chun. This character was bound after Luo Hongshi's demise. A pure white-eyed wolf. Shen Yun had saved him multiple times through intelligence, preserving his life, yet this fellow was evasive when it came to the matter of feedback items. He accused Shen Yun of plotting to seize control over his body. Such suspicions were quite normal, and Shen Yun could comprehend them. However, this character initially referred to him as master or senior, only to later confront him directly, calling him old dang. By the time Shen Yun met his end, Lu Chun had yet to provide a single item of feedback, and his favorability remained in the low double digits, devoid of even a shred of gratitude. The mere thought of him caused Shen Yun considerable irritation. Thus, he had little desire to think of this white-eyed wolf, let alone binding him again. After more than half an hour, the crowd had arrived at the outskirts of Huahua Mountain. This area was heavily guarded by armed soldiers due to the presence of various descending demonic beasts within the mountain. Passers-by could enter and assist in slaying the demons, but they would bear the consequences should anything go awry. Following the images stored in his memory, Shen Yun strolled along the perimeter, surveying the mountainous terrain ahead. After a 10-minute walk, he fixed his gaze upon a steep cliff in the distance. It resembled the photographs online, and it must be the right place. To confirm, Shen Yun leaped over the security line and dashed into the dense forest. Along the way, he noticed some groups engaged in slaying demons. However, as he ventured deeper, the second-tier demonic beasts became more numerous, and the hunting parties dwindled significantly. These beasts posed no challenge for Shen Yun. Summoning his flying sword, he dispatched them with ease, barely even bothering to excavate their cores. Demonic beasts that have never harmed humans do not drop feedback cards, and materials must be sourced independently. This was also one of the reasons behind the rise of the Demonic Beast Trading Association, as these creatures were treasures in their own right. Upon emerging from the thicket, Shen Yun found himself in a vast clearing. The path was strewn with gravel, and a small stream meandered toward the distant cliff, the scene mirroring the photographs in his memory. Now, he merely needed to wait patiently. While Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings, a series of faint roars echoed from afar. Eek! Eek! Having visited a May, Shen Yun instinctively thought of monkeys. Monkeys? Suddenly, his expression shifted. He recalled that in his previous life, a photograph had surfaced online depicting the decaying corpse of a golden-haired monkey baby from within Huahua Mountain. Its vertical eye, marked by a tuft of red hair, had become well known among netizens. Many speculated that this was likely the reason the hidden realm of Huahua Mountain did not yield the great sage's legacy. Could it truly be that? With a flick of his mind, Shen Yun enlarged his flying sword. Regardless of the truth, he had to investigate. Whoosh! Standing firm on his flying sword, Shen Yun sped toward the source of the sound. How dare this little beast bite me? In the dense forest, a short-haired woman with bloodied arms lashed her iron whip at a monkey ensnared in a special net. Crack! The force of her strike, imbued with the power of the eightfold celestial rotation, left the monkey battered and bloodied. Roar! Despite its injuries and being restrained by the net, the enraged demonic monkey continued to roar at the short-haired woman. Yet, it received another vicious strike across its cheek, causing the golden-haired monkey to howl in agony. Clutching its face and eyes, this monkey baby displayed remarkable resistance to the tranquilizers. Even 10 doses could not render it unconscious. A camouflaged man, smoking a cigarette, fired his weapon at the monkey. A team of 15 had exerted considerable effort to capture this golden-haired monkey baby, with 5 teammates losing their lives in the process, underscoring the beast's ferocity. Observing the monkey's volatile temperament, the camouflaged man furrowed his brow and spoke quietly. "Miss, this monkey's temperament is too foul. It may prove exceedingly difficult to tame. Humph. If it refuses to submit, we'll have specialists train it rigorously." As she spoke, the short-haired woman winced at the pain in her wounded arm, her delicate features contorting in frustration. In her fury, she raised her whip and lashed it at the monkey. I refuse to believe it. A mere monkey cannot turn the tables on me. Yet, the previously ferocious monkey cowered and shielded its head, offering no resistance as it endured the strike. Huh, so you know how to submit. The woman smirked coldly, instructing an assistant to bandage her wound. This monkey had been purchased by her family at a steep price from the demon hunting group, with reports claiming that its golden light during its descent had been captured by patrolling security. Those born with such anomalies must possess extraordinary traits. She had traveled far, and if she could tame it, it would serve as a formidable ally. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, the golden-haired monkey, clutching its head, harbored a burning desire for revenge against the woman. Hiss, be gentle. Almost done, miss. The sharp pain from her wound only fueled the short-haired woman's fury, prompting her to strike the monkey again in a fit of rage. It's all your fault. I'll deal with you when we get back. Crack. The relentless sound of strikes echoed, the monkey's back now drenched in blood. Yet, its tough hide remained resilient, refusing to succumb to the tranquilizers. Just as she prepared to strike again, whoosh. A pale blue streak of light sliced through her whip, severing it in two. Who? The onlookers. Their hearts racing, hastily armed themselves, wary of their surroundings. The speed of the previous attack had been astonishing. Had it targeted them, they would have surely collapsed in an instant. In Haicheng, Shen Yun. Emerging from the thicket was a tall, handsome young man. Shen Yun surveyed the astonished crowd, his tone imbued with an unparalleled authority. I will protect this monkey. How had she encountered this man? The overwhelming pressure sent the short-haired woman's heart racing. Her back drenched in cold sweat. Put down your weapons. This was a formidable figure capable of single-handedly slaying fourth-tier demonic beasts. How could she not be alarmed? The crowd quickly stowed their weapons, fearing they might provoke this powerful man. Shen Yun took measured steps toward the center of the scene, scanning the area before fixing his gaze on the short-haired woman, Jiangxi, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, renowned in his past life for her formidable right eye and ruthless methods. It became evident to Shen Yun that her right eye was the very vertical eye of the golden-haired monkey baby. No wonder there had been signs of excavation at the monkey's brow in his previous life. He understood now. Yet, as he looked at Jiangxi, aside from the surprise of encountering a former powerhouse, there was an undercurrent of mockery, a walking $500,000, due to the Jiang family's business dealings with the islands. After the hidden realm opened, the formidable Jiangxi had colluded with powerful figures from the islands, clandestinely plundering resources from the hidden realms in China. As the terrestrial landscape expanded, and with the islands lacking their own hidden realms, they not only coveted China's but also sought to seize the demonic beast territories within China's mountains, beginning their assault on land and resources. Given the extent of the land expansion at that time, the Demon Suppression Division was overwhelmed, allowing these small-time rogues to reap considerable benefits. The Jiang family had openly allied with the islands, drawing scorn from the public and exposing their heritage as descendants of the islands. Unfortunately, during that period, the Jiang family had grown powerful, making them a force few could afford to offend. Little did Shen Yun expect to encounter her here. Ah, it is Mr. Shen. Jiangxi, regaining her composure, smiled and clasped her hands in greeting. Since you desire this monkey, I shall graciously offer it to you, as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 59, The Spy Team Annihilated. The Sorrowful Little Monkey. Oh, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, his enigmatic smile fading after retrieving the flying sword, Jinghong. He cast a glance at the game projection before him. Xiener, wait for them to depart before you follow. This motley crew was hardly worth his intervention. Tending to the golden-haired monkey cub was of greater importance. Jiangxi, sensing the situation, dared not linger. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he quickly led his companions away from the scene. Roars echoed through the forest as Jiangxi retreated, and he couldn't help but smirk to himself. Humph. That beast would be difficult for even you to tame. He felt a pang of frustration at being thwarted, yet the perpetrator was none other than Shen Yun. In this world, the laws had shifted to favor strength above all else. Those who failed to recognize this might as well be erased without a trace. As the group departed from Huagua Mountain, they made their way to the official express route, boarding an all-terrain vehicle to leave the area. This was a quick access route established by the Demon Suppression Bureau, allowing demon hunting teams to utilize it in exchange for materials from demon beasts. The camouflage-clad driver glanced at the mountains in the rearview mirror and murmured, "Miss, that monkey is surely extraordinary. Are we really just going to let it go?" During their days in the mountains, they had been tracking this monkey and had fortuitously witnessed it frolicking with a second-tier spotted deer. After they dispatched the deer, the monkey had unleashed a remarkable display of power, swiftly dispatching 3 of their members before vanishing. It was worth noting that most of them were practitioners at the Gathering Spin realm. The fact that so many could not contain a mere second-tier demon beast spoke volumes about the monkey's astonishing potential, especially when it had cast a resentful glance back at them as it fled. The man felt a shiver run down his spine. That golden-haired monkey is undoubtedly seeking revenge for the deer. I fear that once it rises, it will retaliate against us. His concerns cast a somber atmosphere over both vehicles. This was not an unfounded fear. Currently, most demon beasts operated solely on primal instincts of predation and slaughter, causing chaos upon encountering humans, unlike the more intelligent demon beasts and spirit beasts that knew to evade humanity for survival. This golden-haired monkey clearly belonged to the latter category. What else could they do? Jiangxi inhaled deeply, his voice cold. At present, we cannot contend with Shen Yun. We must bide our time. We can address it upon our return. After all, he has already killed members of the Talented Club, which is conveniently recruiting me. There will be ample means to deal with him then. The Talented Club was an elite youth organization for practitioners in China, perfectly positioning them for a mutual conflict. Moreover, the Jiang family maintained close ties with the islands. With a nation backing them, Shen Yun was merely an individual. Should he dare to steal from her, he must be prepared to pay a heavy price. That's an excellent plan. The camouflage-clad man grinned coldly. It will effectively weaken the youthful strength of China. Heaven is aiding our great son. Suddenly, A calm yet chilling voice infiltrated the ears of those present. Your wishes may not come to fruition, miss. It's Shen Yun's white fox. The driver warned loudly through the intercom. It's on top of your vehicle. What? The faces of the group paled in shock as the camouflage-clad man swiftly slammed on the brakes. However, he noticed a series of ripples manifesting in the void ahead. As the vehicle collided with these ripples, the armored front was disintegrated into dust. No, the speeding all-terrain vehicle crashed into the void's strangling net, obliterating both vehicle and occupants in an instant, leaving only metallic shavings and a mist of blood suspended in the air. The vehicle in the rear met a similar fate, vanishing from the road in a heartbeat. Huh. Standing by the roadside, Shen spat disdainfully. Despicable scoundrels are the most loathsome. My master warned me before coming. This group is indeed up to no good, a veritable cancer. As a native demon beast raised in the Tianshan Mountains, she held a deep disdain for such treacherous, usurping individuals. With a graceful twist of her waist, Shen appeared beside Shen Yun, eager to subtly claim some credit. However, upon witnessing the golden-haired monkey ensnared in a net, still roaring at Shen Yun, her temper flared. I even helped you eliminate those people. Had it not been for my master, you would have been devoured by them. Her words momentarily stunned the golden-haired monkey. Yet, as a member of the demon clan, this fox had allied with humans. Regaining its composure, the monkey retaliated with furious roars. Roar. How dare you insult me? You're ungrateful. Shen's expression darkened as she reached to unfasten the specialized steel net, attempting to extract the creature. However, the battered monkey still possessed the strength to flee, transforming into a flash of golden light and darting away. In terms of speed, I could outpace you easily. Shen reappeared before the bewildered golden-haired monkey, grasping its ear with her delicate paw and performing a whirlwind maneuver midair. After spinning it around, she tossed the monkey into the sky, then swiftly caught it again to continue their dizzying dance. Eek! Roar! The golden-haired monkey shrieked amidst the whirlwind, overwhelmed by the rapid rotation. Nevertheless, Shen refrained from harming it, remembering that it had already endured considerable suffering. After more than 10 minutes, Shen noticed the golden-haired monkey had ceased its howling and landed, unceremoniously dropping it onto the ground. Observing the little creature's submissive demeanor, Shen Yun approached slowly, intending to offer some comforting words to convey his benign intentions, only to see crystalline tears cascading down the monkey's face. It was crying? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Shen to communicate with it. Aren't you a proud creature? I haven't harmed you. Shen frowned and said, I know you understand human language. Speak your mind. We mean you no harm. Those who tormented you have been dealt with. Just look. As she spoke, she extended her delicate paw, revealing blood-stained metallic shavings. Smell this. Is it not their scent? Shen brought her paw close to the golden-haired monkey's nose, but the little creature trembled even more violently. Then, suddenly, wah! The golden-haired monkey threw its head back and wailed, tears flowing freely. They killed Sister Deer. They killed Sister Deer. Recalling how Sister Deer had valiantly pushed him away, the golden-haired monkey's sobs grew more fervent. From its forehead, once adorned with golden fur, a blood-red glow emanated, suggesting the awakening of extraordinary eyes, which shed delicate crimson tears. Even Shen Yun, a human, was deeply moved by the overwhelming sorrow radiating from the little creature. He shook his head, quietly taking a seat on a nearby stone. It was not his place to lecture others on suffering. Shen, her furrowed brow now relaxed, observed, this little monkey still possesses a conscience. She silently leapt onto Shen Yun's lap, patiently waiting for the golden-haired monkey to finish its crying. After a long while, when the monkey began to wipe its tears, Shen gently spoke. Your enemies are all dead, yet your resentment lingers. Do you harbor hatred for humanity? Of course. The golden-haired monkey lifted its head, meeting her gaze fearlessly. Don't think that just because you are close to humans, I will be like you. Humans are all wicked. Such audacity. Shen scoffed, her tone growing cold. Without my master, you would have already perished. Do you truly treat your savior in such a manner? The golden-haired monkey realized it had misspoken, glancing at Shen Yun with a calculating gaze, rubbing the grass leaves in its hands against its back to staunch the bleeding. I never said he was a bad person. Besides him, humans are not virtuous. Sister Deer was so kind, yet she was killed, and she died to save me. How can I not hate? Chapter 60. A seemingly fatal strike, yet actually a trap. The genuine technique has arrived. I know you wish to speak well of humanity. However, you are a traitor to your kind and have no right to lecture me. At this, the golden-haired monkey's emotions flared once more, glaring at Shen. You may ignore the slaughter of demon beasts by humans, but I am not like you. If you do not slay me, I will certainly exact revenge on humanity. The statement was quite forthright, causing Shen Yun to raise an eyebrow. If Shen were to falter in her response, she might face a verbal annihilation. From an observer's perspective, the little monkey's words held some merit. The contract beast, following its master, could indeed be regarded as part of humanity's faction. Labeling Shen as a traitor of the demon clan seemed reasonable when viewed from the perspective of the demon race. What astonished Shen Yun was that he had anticipated Shen struggling to counter this argument. relying on himself to debate with the monkey. To his surprise, she did not hesitate for a moment and spoke directly. I admire your sense of justice and fervor. Though she complimented him, her tone was laced with disdain. Then tell me, when demon beasts invade the human realm, bursting forth from the mountains to slaughter humans, resulting in the entire demon race being viewed with hostility by humanity, should humanity not retaliate? Observing the dazed golden-haired monkey, Shen delivered her words with precision. Are we only allowed to kill, while humans are forbidden from slaying demons? There is no such logic in the world. And as an invader, how dare you believe that all of humanity deserves death? If your sister the deer knew, she would be the first to slap you awake. Her words struck the golden-haired monkey like a thunderclap, for he knew that his sister was kind-hearted. Thus, he found himself devoid of a counterargument. Becoming increasingly agitated, you are part of humanity. You are speaking on their behalf. Your lineage is too base. Shen, unimpressed, shook her head. Engaging in conversation with you is simply a waste of my breath. You should be aware of the secret realm of Huagua Mountain. If it opens, you should enter and ask the great sage, is humanity filled with villains? Such simplistic thoughts of demon beasts are overly rigid and lack flexibility. The depth of their bloodline heritage is insufficient, lacking even the foundational equality to debate with her. Although the monkey's heartfelt words were sincere, they were also the key to his inevitable defeat. To sway her resolve, he fell woefully short. Goodness, after all that, are you attempting to dig a pit? Shen Yun realized he had been pulled into by Shen's ploy. Once he regained his senses, he discovered that this girl was actually helping him to ensnare the golden-haired monkey. Hadn't he come here precisely to lead the golden-haired monkey into the secret realm? Shen may be innocent, yet her wisdom was remarkable. As Shen Yun observed her proud demeanor with her head held high, hair flowing in the wind, he felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her fur. Shen immediately lost her composure. Especially when certain areas were inadvertently touched by Shen Yun, she shyly rolled over, pushing his hand away. However, her effort lacked force, resembling a playful kitten. At that moment, the golden-haired monkey's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. On one hand, he acknowledged that Shen was correct. The invasion of demon beasts was indeed that of outsiders. And being viewed with hostility for killing was quite normal. There was logic to it all. Yet on the other hand, humanity's slaughter of demons made them the enemies. Should he and his sister the deer be condemned to death by humans? But his sister was innocent. The golden-haired monkey could only accept this reasoning. Glaring at Shen, you're right on all counts. So we are the ones who deserve to die, huh? You're also a demon beast. How can you utter such words without a shred of conscience? She had taken the bait. Shen, her eyes shifting, turned to face the golden-haired monkey. Who says demon beasts deserve to die? Whoever seeks to kill me, I shall retaliate. I sympathize with your plight. But the law of the jungle is ruthlessly unforgiving. You must have felt this among your kin as well. The golden-haired monkey fell silent, for even among his own kind, they would wish to devour him and his sister the deer. Observing this, Shen gently coaxed him, rephrasing this. If a demon beast were to kill your sister the deer, would you not harbor animosity towards the entire demon race, yearning for its obliteration? The other demons have not wronged you. The golden-haired monkey halted mid-sentence, his expression despondent as he slumped to the ground. But not all humans have wronged you. Shen softly remarked. As a fellow monkey, you must recognize the might of the great sage. Why has he garnered such admiration from humanity? And why has he not, like you, sought to annihilate them? This question left the golden-haired monkey utterly speechless. Shen was not engaging in sophistry. She was presenting him with observable truths that illuminated the fallacy of his beliefs. This realization left the golden-haired monkey feeling defeated. After a prolonged silence, he looked up at Shen with defiance. You must be plotting something. I refuse to believe everything you say is correct. If you possess the ability, enter the secret realm and summon the great sage to judge. My plot is simply to lead you and your kind into the secret realm, Shen thought to herself, suppressing a smile as she nodded. Very well. If we cannot locate the great sage, we shall seek out another great demon's secret realm until you are satisfied. Her confident tone only deepened the golden-haired monkey's frustration, causing him to sit in silence, as if pondering where the previous conversation had gone awry. Shen exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Yun. We've got this secured. Shen Yun rose, gesturing to the golden-haired monkey. It's unsafe to remain here. It would be better to return with us. The secret realm had yet to open, and if something were to happen to the little monkey here, it would all have been for naught. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Shen, having grown larger, teased the somewhat reluctant golden-haired monkey. You're not afraid of death, yet you fear leaving the mountain? You're not pretending, are you? Who said I was afraid? The diminutive golden-haired monkey, though merely the size of an infant, could hardly withstand her provocation, puffing up his chest to assert his bravado. Shen reached out, grasping him by the scruff of his neck, and vanished from sight. After placing the golden-haired monkey in the adjacent room, Shen Yun smiled as he playfully ruffled Shen's fur. Shen, you truly are remarkable. Now that everything was in place, they merely had to await the opening of the secret realm. It's nothing, Shen replied, her tone modest. If the master takes action, success is assured. At this, she quietly added, I was provoked by the little monkey today. Otherwise, I wouldn't usually speak so sternly. She feared that her performance today might alter Shen Yun's perception of her. Haha, what does it matter? I like you just the way you are. Shen Yun nuzzled against her soft fur. Being intelligent is a blessing. It saves one from being deceived. Master, you're tickling me. Shen giggled, particularly delighted by Shen Yun's affirmation of her worth. Yet her laughter was enchanting, causing Shen Yun's face to flush, clearing his throat awkwardly. He retracted his hand and pretended to be serious as he examined the golden cicada talisman, finding no signs of tampering. All right, Shen, you should go cultivate. I'll play a game for a while. Having reached the peak of the third stage, she merely needed to focus on refining the medicinal materials within her body to break through swiftly. Okay, master, just call me if you need anything, Shen replied softly. Feeling her previous tone had been too fervent. But as a demon fox, her inherent allure was simply her gift. What could she do? With a faint blush on her cheeks, she vanished into the beast control space. Time to log in. Shen Yun opened the Shen mobile game and noticed 2 red dots had appeared in Luo Hongshi's Q-version backpack. More treasures had arrived. With anticipation, he clicked to view. Feedback item. 5th tier mid-grade soul nourishing pill. Consuming it nourishes the cultivator's spirit, activating their spiritual talents. For those without spiritual talent, consuming it activates a spirit golden lotus, enhancing spiritual strength. Feedback item. 9th tier upper grade pill thunder palm. When a pill master refines a pill, they can use this palm to create a pseudo-Dan tribulation environment, greatly refining impurities within the pill, with a chance to enhance its quality. When a royal grade pill master reaches perfection, this can forcibly enhance the pill's quality, yielding extraordinary effects. When attacking enemies, it carries thunder energy. With immense power, these items are quite practical, especially the 9th tier upper grade pill thunder palm. Not only is its quality high, but thunder-based attacks are notoriously formidable, far surpassing his 5th tier blood refining claw. The key point is that they appear much more legitimate now. Upon detecting that the player has acquired the 9th grade superior pill, the system inquired whether to activate the VIP level 2 ability, automatic acceleration of cultivation. Learning. Ding. Setting successful. The pill of thunder is now undergoing accelerated cultivation. This feature is indeed exceedingly convenient. As the information regarding the pill of thunder surged through his mind, Shen Yun felt a rush of delight. He then retrieved the jade box containing the soul-nourishing pill. In his previous life, Shen Yun had also obtained a similar elixir capable of unlocking spiritual talents. Albeit with only 3 golden lotus of the soul, his spiritual talent was the golden lotus of the soul, totaling 12 petals, with each petal representing a grade, higher grades signifying stronger spiritual talents. Possessing merely 1 or 2 petals of the golden lotus would render the talent mediocre at best. There was no need to rush. The path ahead was still long. Shen Yun consumed the soul-nourishing pill and, while refining it in a meditative posture, cast a glance at the chibi representation of Ling Qingxue. At this moment, the young lady was in an auction house. In room 19, a bidder offered 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer's enthusiastic cries heightened the tension within the room, causing Wei Rong's expression to darken further. How dare this practitioner from room 19 show such blatant disrespect? As the esteemed senior sister of the Forgetting Worries Valley, she had already drawn back the curtains of her private room during the bidding to reveal her true identity, preventing anyone from deliberately competing with her. Yet, this 5th grade mid-quality magical artifact had already surpassed the market value of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. While the artifact was not extraordinary, it was merely one of the appetizers at the opening of the Dakian auction house. The unrelenting pursuit from her opponent led her to suspect that they were targeting her specifically. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed such an artifact. But this was the highest quality item she had encountered recently, and if it could be delivered to the mysterious old gentleman behind the scenes, it would greatly benefit her future cultivation. Moreover, she had been invited to attend the discussion forum hosted by the Dakian prince. Numerous guests were present to support the Dakian auction, yet her bidding faced obstacles, and losing face in front of so many onlookers was infuriating. Wei Rong could even imagine the mocking expressions of her peers in the other rooms. This sensation was akin to ants crawling on her skin, causing her immense discomfort and fury. 900,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After calling out her bid, she smiled and gestured towards the closed curtains of room 19, saying, "If this esteemed friend raises the bid again, I, Wei, shall no longer have the means to support this auction." Her clever words elicited knowing smiles from the attendees, and the auctioneer quickly responded with laughter, "Haha, I would certainly love for Wei Daoist to be my supporter. 1 million. A soft voice silenced the laughter of the crowd. Wei Rong restrained her smile and cupped her hands respectfully before pressing the switch beside her seat, lowering the curtains of her room. Once the exterior practitioners could no longer see the scene within, Wei Rong's face turned ashen. She regretted her earlier decision to open the curtains, as it had resulted in significant embarrassment. The 2 disciples accompanying her, who had come merely to broaden their horizons, dared not make a sound. They felt awkward, wishing they had not joined in the commotion. Witnessing their senior sister's humiliation might lead to them becoming scapegoats upon their return. At that moment, A faint voice echoed in Wei Rong's mind. Little girl, the opponent's origins are unknown. Do not act impulsively. Wait until you ascertain their background before taking further action. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I understand. Wei Rong nodded slightly, aware that she would not act recklessly without knowing her enemy. Suddenly, a formidable player in the living room glanced at the screen with a furrowed brow. Let us first examine Rong's character information. I had intended to save it for later, perhaps to impress during the discussion forum, but safety must come first. Although a character could be rebound upon death, their aptitude would suffer a significant decline. In his mind, Wei Rong was the embodiment of his perfect gaming character, and he could not afford to be careless and allow her to suffer any detriment. Character Wei Rong daily information. After the auction, she will attend the discussion forum hosted by the Dacian Prince and will meet many like-minded individuals. No issues, then. The man breathed a sigh of relief. However, I must remain vigilant. The character Chu Feng from the club is a prime example. When Chu Feng from the Lianyan Mountain Manor perished, the daily information had not indicated any danger. Unfortunately, he had encountered a character bound by a player. The club had conducted a thorough investigation into the newly recruited female disciple, Ling Qingxue, based on a screenshot provided by a girl. Her exceptional aptitude. This phrase encapsulated the information amassed by numerous prodigies, although further details were still unclear. Returning his focus, he continued to observe the game projection. The bidding contest was merely a minor distraction, and soon, items were presented one after another. By the time the auction concluded, Wei Rong finally witnessed the practitioner exiting room 19. It was a woman, her face marred by a long centipede-like scar, giving her a rather fearsome appearance. Wei Rong cast a cursory glance and prepared to leave. Questioning her now would seem confrontational. She merely needed to remember the woman's features and inquire with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion upon her return regarding any relevant information. However, as the two brushed past each other, the woman uttered a raspy whisper. Do you harbor enmity towards me? You are indeed seeking trouble. Wei Rong's tone grew colder. Fortunately, this was the Dacian royal auction. If the woman dared to act violently, she would be swiftly subdued by the palace's guardians. Any rational person would understand that this was not an appropriate venue for conflict. Yet, it appeared she had encountered a lunatic. Seeking trouble? The scarred woman's lips curled into a sinister smile. I have come to kill you. Whoosh! A pale fist, accompanied by a piercing wind, surged towards Wei Rong's face. The speed of this punch was astonishing, reaching Wei Rong in an instant. Yet, she remained utterly unperturbed. This auction house was the face of the Dacian royal family, protected by formidable guardians of the emperor's realm. Should anything happen to her here, Dacian would not only fail to account to the Forgetting Worries Valley, but their reputation would also be tarnished in the eastern domain, making them unapproachable in the future. Arrogant. Boom. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, targeting the scarred woman. However, her skin emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly capable of withstanding the pressure of the emperor's realm unscathed, allowing her punch to remain unaffected. Whoosh! An elderly woman with a composed demeanor materialized before Wei Rong, effortlessly intercepting the trajectory of the scarred woman's punch. Upon witnessing the cessation of her force, the Dacian guardian furrowed her brow and addressed the woman, young friend. Any matters you have can be resolved outside. After all, this is the territory of Dacian. To be honest, the elder was astonished by the woman's ability to disregard the pressure of the emperor's realm. Observing the hidden divine light on her skin, it was likely indicative of a special constitution of considerable merit. Such an individual would undoubtedly have an extraordinary background, which is why the elder's tone remained measured. Clearly, she wished to avoid provoking someone beyond their means. Wei Rong was taken aback. She had no recollection of ever offending such a formidable individual. Do not fret, little girl. I have already sent someone to notify your sect. They will undoubtedly dispatch a powerful individual shortly. The player behind Wei Rong was frantically dismissing the recharge prompts on the screen. This bothersome feature not only obstructed his view, but also infuriated him. Damn it. Just go away. I can't even afford the initial recharge. With the recharge channels now closed, he could not even muster the 6 yuan needed for the first recharge. And the voice responses were all automated, making the barrage of notifications utterly irritating. If only the channels were still open, with the help of the club, he could easily recharge hundreds of billions. How did he end up in such a passive predicament? He was clueless as to when Wei Rong had incurred the ire of a player-bound practitioner. For the time being, all he could do was remain steadfast in his approach. Thank you, esteemed elder. That was all he could say, as the voice of the elder behind him provided a modicum of reassurance. However, the scarred woman's words made the onlooking practitioner's lips twitch. Indeed, you are too slow. Wait, you, a mere practitioner of the soul-refining realm, truly believe you can commit murder under the watchful eyes of emperor-level experts? Is it truly believed that reaching the sovereign realm is merely a matter of consuming plain rice? Suddenly, buzz! A faint golden sigil materialized on the bodies of the scarred woman and Wei Rong, only to vanish instantly from sight. A semi-holy teleportation talisman. The expression of the Dacian patron shifted dramatically. The adversary had audaciously locked onto Wei Rong's aura, and summoned a semi-holy talisman. What enmity must exist for them to resort to such a formidable artifact to eliminate Wei Rong? You must hasten to report this to the Worry-Free Valley. The Daqian patron, noticing the two Worry-Free Valley disciples still in a daze, commanded in a low voice, "Prepare for the worst." The scarred woman was exceedingly resolute. She could not see any hope for Wei Rong's survival. Chapter 62 Wrath. She must be toying with me. Oh no. The Worry-Free Valley cultivators, regaining their senses, hurriedly dashed out of the corridor. Alas, the Daqian patron contemplated briefly, then swiftly departed with the two. After all, this was a matter initiated by Daqian. Her inaction might invite criticism. In a secluded forest, as Wei Rong materialized, she summoned her protective artifact, her demeanor tense as she swiftly retreated. She fixed her gaze on the advancing scarred woman, her voice trembling with fear. "Who are you?" In that moment, Wei Rong was utterly panicked. "What should we do now, senior?" Yet, her unseen player was even more anxious, beads of sweat dotting his brow, for he lacked the funds to procure items to alter her fate. Steady yourself. Within the room, the other two members of the Celestial Club swiftly devised strategies. Killing is merely a matter of animosity or treasure. Stall for time and think of a way. Perhaps daily sign-ins will yield useful items. Have Wei Rong communicate our connections. It might just be a misunderstanding. Wang Hai did not require their reminders. His electronic partner was facing dire peril, and his reaction was swifter than theirs. He had long since activated daily item rewards. Ding! Daily item lottery. Congratulations, player. Fortune smiles upon you. Character receives a high-grade manual of the 3rd tier. 3rd tier, splendid. What use is that? Wang Hai hastily closed the notification, fearing it would obstruct his vision. Yet, at that moment, a flurry of alerts popped up on his screen. Ding! Character encountering a life and death crisis. Special offer to recharge 8888 for a life-saving teleportation talisman. Instant escape. Ding! Special offer to recharge 2888, temporarily gaining the eye of mental hypnosis, allowing control over the opponent for interrogation. Curse. Recharge you. How could I possess such wealth? Wang Hao, in desperation, frantically clicked to close the interface. Having reached this point, he possessed a mere 228, unable even to afford the initial recharge of 6 yuan. Thousands appearing out of nowhere was merely a mockery to him. But upon closing the notifications, a dialog box reappeared. System response. Do not panic, girl. First seek to evade her and plead for mercy. See if there is a chance. I shall scrutinize this matter later. Damn it. At such a time, you send an automated response. Wang Hai's voice trembled with urgency, wishing he could smash this wretched phone. In a fit of rage, he swiftly closed the system's reply, only to see the gaming screen dim. Warm reminder. Your bound character has been slain by a cultivator. On the screen, Wei Rong's chest was shattered, blood spurting forth as she gazed despairingly into the void. Senior, save me, save me. Rong. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hai let out a heart-wrenching cry, his eyes brimming with tears. Observing the despair in Wei Rong's gaze, his heart ached as if cut by a knife, stumbling back to collapse onto the sofa. To enhance Wei Rong's favorability, he had invested wholeheartedly, and their rapport had reached a remarkable 40. Their cooperation was seamless, and Wei Rong regarded him as a reliable senior, even planning to purchase feedback items at a premium for him. It was akin to nurturing a tender sapling, which bore fruit one day, only to think of him first. In those moments, he felt immense satisfaction and gratitude. Yet, all his hopes were shattered by the appearance of this scarred woman. It's all your fault. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Hai glared intently at the scarred woman in the game. He vowed to commit her visage to memory, no matter the cost. He would seek vengeance from the Celestial Club, ensuring her obliteration. But then, Wang Hai noticed the scarred woman lifting her head, tugging at her own human skin. A mask? Wang Hai, eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the projection. Tear it off. Let me see your true face and avenge Rong. He had not expected this woman to be wearing a mask. Yet fortunately, after successfully killing, she had let down her guard. Otherwise, he would have been left in the dark regarding who had slain Wei Rong, undoubtedly driving him to despair. But then, the woman actually reattached a piece of human skin she had ripped off, her voice hoarse as she muttered, "TSK, next time use a better one." The skin is all ruined. The screen flickered, and the projection before Wang Hai transformed into the interface from the initial server launch. Ding. Current player may randomly bind one character, with lower aptitude than Wei Rong. What the hell? Bang. Wang Hai's rage surged, veins bulging as he violently smashed his phone against the ground. He had a premonition. This woman was undoubtedly mocking him. Absolutely. Killing and looting. Ling Qingxue completed her tasks and vanished. Humph. I'll make you seethe with rage. Her earlier demeanor had been purely an act. Initially, she intended to taunt him. But reconsidering, she opted for subtlety. Though unsure if her adversary could perceive her, since the young master had indicated that Wei Rong had backing, she assumed he could similarly sense the commotion of this battle. Primarily, her physique allowed her to detect the young master and the consciousness of cultivators from this realm. But she could not sense those from beyond this world, like individuals from the young master's domain. Those who dared to provoke the young master. I shall dismantle your celestial club. Ling Qingshua's expression turned cold. Now that she was aware of her status as the young master's foremost maid, a sense of responsibility naturally fell upon her shoulders. Her task was to meticulously address the list the young master had provided, ensuring a smooth path for others in their cultivation journey. As for whether the Saintess Su Yi following her would question her, she was indifferent, for she would not relent. Uncertain of when she might encounter the young master's other followers, this prospect intrigued Ling Qingxue. There remained Sun Feiyu. She would first embark on a journey to consolidate her cultivation. Moments later, Su Yi materialized beside Wei Rong's lifeless body, murmuring to herself, "It appears Qingxue harbors unknown grudges." Ling Qingxue was not a bloodthirsty individual. Her actions must serve a purpose. Such matters were beyond her jurisdiction, and if it could temper this girl's decisiveness, then it was a good thing. Yet, the cost of murder was somewhat steep, leading to a bit of impatience. The elder chuckled softly, vanishing from the scene. Surely, once this girl found herself in dire straits, she would learn to manage her resources wisely. She even knows how to irritate others. This girl is doing splendidly. Observing the unfolding scene, Shen Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This is truly delightful. When Luo Hongxi perished, the character bound to Zhou Qiaoqiao had directly taunted him with a throat-slitting gesture. The wheel of heaven has its cycles. Now, he was finally able to vent his frustrations. With Qingxue away, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with the Zhou siblings' game characters as well. A cold glint flashed in Shen Yun's eyes. Though the mastermind was dead, none of those who deserved punishment would escape. Chapter 63, Slicing Through Like Melon and Vegetable. In an instant, he traversed through 3 realms. After sending a message to Ling Qingxue, informing her of the 2, Shen Yun's 5th-tier soul nourishing pill had also been completely refined. Without a doubt, within his sea of consciousness, a golden lotus flower blossomed. To describe the sensation, his mental state had significantly improved compared to before, with the awakening of his soul talent. The 3rd-tier soul pursuit technique bestowed upon him by Hongxi in his previous life could now be cultivated automatically, as soon as it began to operate. A prompt illuminated before Shen Yun. Warm reminder. Player has activated soul talent. Would you like to accelerate the cultivation of the 3rd-tier soul pursuit technique automatically? Learn. This soul cultivation manual grants practitioners a wider array of tactics for both offensive and defensive maneuvers against spiritual attacks, along with subtle techniques such as telepathic communication. Although its quality is modest, it is certainly superior to having no means at all. Buzzing incessantly, his phone vibrated, revealing a message. Wang Gang from the Demon Suppression Division at Huagua Mountain. Mr. Shun, coordinates indicate that a 4th-tier demon beast has been spotted outside Huagua Mountain, and 2 members of the Demon Suppression Division have been slain. A Demon King is already en route. If you are unavailable, we shall notify another Demon King. Understood. I will investigate. Shen Yun replied, summoning by Siener. Siener, guard the golden-haired monkey. I am going out to slay a demon. Master, why don't we go together? By Siener protested, unwilling to let him venture alone, nuzzling Shen Yun's hand gently. I'll inform the little monkey. He certainly won't leave. Be obedient. If anything arises, I'll notify you. Given the significance of the Qi Tian Desheng's legacy, he was determined to ensure the golden-haired monkey remained unharmed. Besides, he possessed the contract beast long-distance voice transmission function purchased last time, allowing him to contact her should any issues arise. Very well, Master, take care. With her pleas falling on deaf ears, Siener could only watch as he departed the room. Instead of descending, Shen Yun ascended directly to the hotel rooftop, where a military helicopter awaited him. This had been specially arranged by Wang Gang for emergencies, allowing for immediate aerial transport. While flying with his sword was swift, it was only feasible for short distances. Longer flights would be excessively draining and thus reserved for critical situations. Before long, the helicopter took off, heading towards Wang Gang's coordinates. Kuing-gu, it appears to be a knife wound, having drained the blood from within. Wang Gang offered a cigarette to the man beside him, gesturing towards 2 dark cloths laid out in the alley. Both were 3-star demon suppressors, elite members dispatched for this mission. They must have discovered traces of the demon and were killed. Wang Gang's face contorted with both regret and fury. Despite the prolonged resurgence of spiritual energy, the practitioners of the Demon Suppression Division had advanced to the forefront of society, their overall strength ranking within the top tier. However, as the general populace continued to elevate their cultivation levels, the need for the Demon Suppression Division to regulate these practitioners remained critical. Each fallen elite diminished their strength, and he could not help but mourn their loss. Tang Kuan stepped forward to inspect the bodies, his expression serene, as though oblivious to the manner of their demise. This indicated that their adversary was formidable, capable of eliminating even 3-star elites without detection. It was likely a late-stage 4th-tier demon. This is rather troublesome, Tang Kuan frowned, inquiring. Have any other demon kings arrived? Handling this case alone would prove challenging. Mr. Shun is currently in the helicopter. He will arrive shortly. Oh, it's him? Tang Kuan's eyes brightened. As a fellow 4-star demon king, this rising star had garnered considerable attention, sparking fervent discussions within the official Demon Suppression Division forums. Many speculated that Shen Yun had acquired an exceptionally powerful artifact. After all, he had previously been an ordinary individual, despite spending lavishly on cultivation resources. His lack of aptitude had prevented him from achieving significant progress. Only the power of an artifact could enable him to slay fourth-tier demon beasts with such ease. With him here, our task will be significantly easier. Tang Kuan nodded slightly, gazing into the distance. He approaches. Amidst the dim sky, a helicopter drew near, and a figure leaped from it, landing gracefully on the ground. His cultivation aura indeed fell short of the Hanhai realm. Tang Kuan scrutinized Shen Yun closely. From the aura he emitted, it was evident he was a condensation realm practitioner, confirming the speculations of the others. However, the acquisition of a powerful artifact also required luck and opportunity, which constituted a part of one's strength. He would not underestimate Shen Yun. Mr. Shun, I am Tang Kuan. It is an honor to finally meet you. Tang Kuan advanced with a smile, performing a respectful bow. Likewise, Shen Yun nodded slightly. Have you found any leads on the perpetrator? We have made some progress with the surveillance, Wang Gang replied, producing his phone. Currently, the fourth-tier demon locking compass dispatched from headquarters is with another demon king. Once he concludes his affairs, we can utilize the compass to track the fourth-tier demon beast's aura. Unfortunately, due to the recent surge in secret realms nationwide, we are severely lacking in fourth-tier demon locking compasses. Having even one in our city is quite fortunate, as some cities are still awaiting allocation. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laugh echoed above the alley. No need to wait, we come uninvited. We, Tang Kuan, Wang Gang, and the 4 demon suppression division members securing the scene in the alley all looked up abruptly. A man clad in a trench coat, with crimson skin resembling a gecko, clung ominously to the wall above them. Opposite him, on a balcony, stood 2 others, 1 man and 1 woman, also dressed in trench coats. Their cold eyes fixed upon them as if gazing upon corpses. Stay vigilant, Wang Gang bellowed. It was evident that their visitors bore ill intentions. They were likely 3 fourth-tier demons. Their only hope now was to protect themselves and rely on Tang Kuan and Shen Yun to perform wonders, especially with Shen Yun's artifact. If they could not fend them off, they would have to rely on luck to endure until reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Division arrived. Let us resolve this swiftly. The man on the balcony spoke with lethal intent. Kill them and depart post-haste. Be wary of the bearers of trouble. Swish, swish, swish. 3 malevolent entities plummeted from above, striking with lightning speed. Bears. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. It seemed that beyond these 3, there were likely other formidable demons lurking within the city. Perhaps it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once, to prevent any future disturbances once the Huagua Mountain secret realm opened. Mr. Shen, I will do my utmost to hold off 2 of them. Tang Kuan drew a large blade from his back and charged forward. His intentions were simple. He hoped Shen Yun could swiftly neutralize the opponents to assist him. Otherwise, facing 3 fourth-tier demon beasts would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed skyward. Whoosh! With a sound of rushing wind, a pale blue beam of light pierced through the heads of the black-clad man and woman, leaving a trail of red and white in its wake. Hiss! The sight horrified the gecko demon clinging to the wall, its heart racing, as it turned to flee with all its might. Today, it had truly encountered a ghost. In a mere moment, 2 fourth-tier demon beasts lay dead. Yet the chilling glimmer behind it was too piercing. The gecko demon sensed the danger and wailed in desperation. Spare me. I am willing to surrender. Thud! The blue beam directly pierced through its body, nailing it to the ground. As they watched the gecko demon writhe in agony, Wang Gang and the others glanced at the fallen bodies on the ground, their eyes filled with shock. What the hell? Did that just happen? 1 strike took down 3. This is utterly absurd. What they had anticipated to be a grueling battle left Tang Kuan utterly astounded, realizing just how extraordinarily powerful the radiant sword on the ground truly was. It had effortlessly dispatched 3 fourth-tier demon beasts in an instant. Chapter 64, Minor Healing Skill. All demonic layers cleared. Spare me. I will do anything you ask. The gecko demon's pitiful cries drew everyone's attention. At this moment, it was pinned to the ground by the long sword, yet it dared not touch the blade, as the aura it emitted had severed 4 of its fingers. Approaching, Shen Yun grasped the flying sword. Jinghong. Who is Gang Xiao? Coughing up blood, the gecko demon begged in agony. If I tell you, will you let me go? I've heard that the Demon Suppression Division recruits those who surrender. I am a mid-stage 4th-tier beast, and I am willing to yield. Mr. Shen, Tang Kuan interjected. Demons possess a keen sense of smell for identifying one another. Given the urgent need for a 4th-tier demon locking compass, we are indeed persuading some 4th-tier demon beasts to surrender. This gecko demon holds significant value. Utilizing demons to locate other demons is one of the reasons for subduing 4th-tier beasts. Secondly, the monstrous beasts possess the ability to explore the mountains and forests. When they encounter rare treasures of heaven and earth, they can bring them back with minimal casualties. Both parties utilized a game contract formation to establish an agreement. The Demon Suppression Division would not slay these subdued monstrous beasts, and in return, they would serve the division. Within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division, the number of subdued mid-stage 4th-tier beasts is exceedingly rare. Such malevolent creatures require the suppression of a formidable force to submit. Otherwise, it is impossible for an ordinary Demon Suppression King to conquer them. If this lizard beast could be captured, it would indeed hold greater value than slaying it. Remain silent, merely twisting his grip on the longsword slightly. A piercing pain drove the lizard beast to scream incessantly. Ah, I confess. The Great Bear is a formidable beast. He has secretly gathered over 10 beasts, waiting for the secret realm to open. If it does not open, he will slaughter the cultivators here before departing. We were driven out due to our inferior strength. It turns out that after these 3 monsters were expelled, they harbored resentment and sought to slay the local Demon Suppression King, thus drawing the attention of the division, prompting them to send strong individuals to thwart the Great Bear's plans. Little did they expect that a terrifying presence like Shen Yun would be here, swiftly dealing with all 3 of them in a single encounter. If given the choice, the lizard beast would prefer to flee rather than provoke the young human powerhouse before him. Over 10, Shen Yun's interest was piqued. What tiers are they? And where are they currently located? 11 4th-tier beasts. In the prosperous bathing city. The owner there has already submitted to the Great Bear. The lizard beast pleaded with desperation. I've said enough. I beg you to spare me. I am willing to submit. Thud. A flash of blue light passed by as the longsword sliced through the lizard beast's abdomen, cleaving its upper half in 2. What a pity, muttered Tang Kuan. His tone grave. We cannot accept a beast that betrays its kin. It may turn against us in the future. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Although the contract would prevent betrayal, it was Shun Daolao who had struck. Wang Gang collected the cards from the ground and handed them to Shen Yun. Mr. Shun. 3 crystal core cards, 2 mid-tier 4th-tier item feedback cards, and 1 card for the lizard beast's regeneration ability. Regeneration? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow as he took a look. Lizard beast race skill. Regenerate after severed limb. Consumes internal spirit energy to form new organs. Increases consumption when severely injured. Wow, this ability is impressive. Several members of the Demon Suppression Division expressed with envy. For combatants, possessing such a capability would be akin to gaining wings. Very well. Since Siener possesses healing powers, he might as well acquire a healing skill. Observing Shen Yun casually learning the ability, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. To him, such an extraordinary skill seemed merely adequate. However, seeing the splendid blue glowing sword in his grasp, it was not unreasonable for him to say so. Shen Yun sheathed the flying sword, Jinghong, and turned to Tang Kuan. Let us head directly to the prosperous bathing city. To capture 11 4th-tier monstrosities will be far easier than accepting an assignment. Very well. We shall rely on you, Mr. Shun. Tang Kuan and the others awaited this affirmation eagerly. With such a fierce powerhouse present, the sooner they dealt with the den of monstrosities, the more at ease everyone would be. After tidying up, they informed the logistics team and swiftly departed. In the prosperous bathing city, a man with cat-like eyes observed the throngs of humanity below through a large window, his tone laced with concern. Brother Bear, there are too many humans coming to Flower Fruit Mountain. If the secret realm does not open soon, the Demon Suppression Division will undoubtedly dispatch powerful forces to guard this place. Recently, one of our 4th-tier companions has already been exposed and is being pursued by a 4-star Demon Suppression King. Although he left the team and departed this city, he has undoubtedly informed the division about the presence of 4th-tier beasts here. If more 4th-tier beasts arrive from the outside and kill the Demon Suppression Division's personnel, revealing the existence of numerous high-tier monstrosities here, the division's experts will surely gather in this locale. Then we will be in great trouble. They came here solely because of the immense strength attributed to the great sage equal to heaven, hoping to test their luck. After all, places with open secret realms are often under the watch of demon suppression experts. Venturing there would be far too easy to detect. In contrast, locations without an open secret realm are relatively safer. But who could have anticipated that even before the realm opened, the great sage's charisma would attract so many people? As the crowd continued to swell, the likelihood of the Demon Suppression Division dispatching powerful forces for public safety became increasingly probable. Within the room, a brawny man with a face covered in fur spoke in a deep voice. We have at most 2 days. If the secret realm does not open, we shall hunt down the cultivators here and refine a meal, after which we will part ways. After speaking, he surveyed the 12 monstrous beings present. Today, we shall work together. In the future, let us exchange contact information. When trouble arises, those capable should lend a hand. It is difficult to achieve greatness alone. The others exchanged glances and quickly clasped their fists. We shall obey Brother Bear's orders. Among them, aside from 2 late-stage 3rd-tier beasts, all were 4th-tier entities. However, as he pointed out, the strength of one alone was too feeble. If they could establish a mutually beneficial alliance under the leadership of the powerful 4th-tier pinnacle beast, the Great Bear, the advantages would be plentiful. Ding dong. At that moment, a familiar voice rang from outside. Big Brother Bear, it's me. I have received the latest news from the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts racing. Could it be that the worst news has arrived? This conference room forbids any disturbances. The owner of the bathing city, Yongkai, arriving now must certainly have significant matters to report. The Great Bear's expression shifted as he glanced toward the back of the crowd at a subordinate. Go open the door and let him in. The subordinate hurried to unlock the door, only to find Yongkai bowing respectfully. Yet behind him stood a young and handsome stranger. This caused the doorman to furrow his brow. Who are you? Only Yongkai can contact us beasts. Outsiders are forbidden. His inquiry caused the Great Bear's expression to change drastically. Yongkai would never dare defy my command. Something is amiss. He leaped back, retreating behind his companions, and directly smashed through the window, jumping out of the building. Chapter 65. This sword is too cool. The Flower Fruit Mountain secret realm opens. As the Great Bear leapt out the window, he glanced back at the entrance. Boom! A fiery dragon erupted through the door, engulfing the doorman in flames as it passed, disintegrating his upper half instantly. Such formidable power sent the monstrous beings within the room scattering in panic. Yet, the flames expanded too rapidly, quickly engulfing the entire room and consuming them completely. No. In the blink of an eye, the astonishing flames reduced all the monstrosities inside to ashes. What a terrifying technique. The Great Bear felt his heart race in fear. Even he could not eliminate all the beasts within such a short time. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of the newcomer. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly to evade disaster. The Great Bear, his scalp tingling, gazed in horror at the young man enveloped in flames by the window. The calm gaze directed down at him was filled with an overwhelming pressure, causing his breath to hitch. We must leave quickly. This person is far too formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, the Great Bear unleashed his full speed, leaping towards the glass of the opposite building, hoping to blend into the crowd and escape. Swish! With a rush of wind, a faint blue comet descended. Just as the Great Bear was about to crash through the opposite glass window, thud! The long sword pierced through his skull, sending him plummeting like a meteor to the ground below. Boom! The earth trembled, cracking in a series of fissures, with debris flying in every direction. Fortunately, this area had been preemptively sealed off by the Demon Suppression Division, sparing anyone from being crushed. What in the world is happening? The tremendous commotion drew the attention of passers-by, who gathered to witness. It appeared to be a blue meteor. No wonder it was sealed off. I was just about to take that route. My life is spared. I must be destined for greatness. The surrounding pedestrians were gripped with trepidation. As the dust settled, they were astounded to discover a colossal brown bear, measuring several dozen meters, impaled through its skull by a pale blue sword, firmly embedded in the ground. Goodness, how immense! The larger the entity, the mightier its prowess. This bear's spirit was indeed extraordinary. Those with sharp eyes had already spotted 2 cards ascending from the bear's lifeless body. Holy moly! It's a 4th-tier superior feedback card. A 4th-tier superior demon core crystal? TSK, the Demon Suppression Bureau, is impressively formidable. They had just witnessed the slaying of a late-stage 4th-tier beast. Clearly, a powerful figure was present. Not to mention, that sword was incredibly cool. A young man excitedly broke through the security line. Quick, take a picture and post it online. Let the foreign bumpkins see this Chinese artifact. To be able to slay a 4th-tier demon, this sword is indeed remarkable. Hurry, snap a photo and flaunt it in our circles. The crowd, filled with envy and jealousy, busily captured images of the sword ahead. Its pale blue glow radiated, adorned with swirling inscriptions, especially under the sunset's glow, appearing as though encased in a halo of golden light, exuding divinity. Its aesthetic was simply stunning. If only I could possess such a sword, how splendid that would be. Everyone, please don't crowd. Wang Gang and others, standing tall like victorious roosters, obstructed the approaching throng. Those who cross the security line will face the consequences. Observing the crowd raising their phones to capture the moment, Wang Gang declared with righteous fervor, "This is the fate of the evil spirits descending upon Flower Fruit Mountain. We have now slain over 30 4th-tier beasts. Dare to come, and you shall perish." With such an excellent opportunity for publicity, he could not afford to miss it. Were it not for the fear of exaggerating the numbers, he would have wished to boast of 100 beasts. With the capability of Master Shun's fiery onslaught to annihilate all creatures in the vicinity, even 100 monsters would be reduced to ashes. Mr. Shun, we are immensely grateful to you. In the room, Tang Kuan clasped his hands in appreciation towards Shen Yun. Otherwise, if so many evil spirits had mounted an assault, we would have been at a loss on how to handle the situation. Reflecting upon it afterward, he broke into a cold sweat. A room full of 4th-tier beasts. Had anything gone awry, how many lives would have been lost in the entire city? He had already reported this incident to headquarters. If Kunlun, Tai, and other renowned mountains also harbored numerous beasts, it would be prudent to take early precautions. As for whether there were sufficient personnel, that was not his concern. It's a minor issue, Shen Yun replied, accepting the 2 bear cards from Wang Gang, waving his hand dismissively. Next time such an event arises, just notify me. Provided I am not far away. This time, The demon hunt had yielded 14 4th-tier demon cores, along with 14 4th-tier item feedback cards and 3 skill cards, marking a modest windfall. Haha. Tang Koen's eyes sparkled as he chuckled. I fear I shall be troubling Mr. Shen more often in the future. All right, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Mr. Shen. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Shen Yun ascended to the rooftop and leapt onto a helicopter, returning to his 5-star hotel. Master, you're back. As Shen Yun opened the door, Bai Xian darted over, exuberantly shaking her 3 large tails. Haha. Shen Yun affectionately patted her back, glancing at the golden monkey perched on the sofa, intently focused on a tablet. The little monkey had calmed down and stood upon seeing him, displaying a semblance of politeness, albeit without words. Shen Yun glanced at the content on the tablet, all related to the Monkey King, evidently taught by Bai Xian on how to navigate the internet. Just observing the monkey's frustrated expression revealed that the Monkey King was not the type to indiscriminately slay innocents. Otherwise, he would surely be flaunting his prowess by now. Shen Yun retrieved the 2 skill cards obtained from the demon hunt and placed them on the table. Xian see if you find anything useful. Take them to learn. I have enough for myself. Although Bai Xian possessed innate divine abilities, she felt somewhat limited in skills at her current stage. To put it in gaming terms, she needed to enhance her repertoire. 4th-tier Flame Claw, Sonic Wave Impact? Bai Xian pursed her lips. In truth, her abilities were sufficient. But had it not been for her master's offering, she would not have regarded such rudimentary skills. However, it was indeed her master's goodwill, and she felt compelled to express her appreciation. Bai Xian's eyes brightened as she turned to Shen Yun, her face glowing with delight. Thank you, master. I was just thinking of adding some new techniques. That is fortuitous. Quickly learn. Shen Yun smiled, knowing that his cherished companion deserved to be well-equipped. Although her skills were few, each was extraordinarily potent, a singular strike capable of conquering vast challenges. Meanwhile, the golden monkey, due to his angle, perceived Bai Xian's feigned gratitude and muttered under his breath, Hypocrite. Whoosh. A golden windmill spun through the air. What else with the hissing? You dare to mock my master? Bai Xian blushed with indignation, seizing his ear and spinning him around. This time, her grip was firmer than before, causing the golden monkey to squeal in discomfort. Sister White Fox, I was wrong. Only when the golden monkey begged for mercy did Bai Xian unceremoniously drop him onto the sofa. Watching the dazed monkey, she clapped her hands and leaped into Shen Yun's embrace, huffing. If you dare to speak out of turn again, see how I deal with you. The little monkey simply did not understand. To imply she was hypocritical was one matter, but the sentiment behind the skills was entirely different. There is still much you need to learn. Bai Xian relished the gentle strokes from Shen Yun. Why waste time being upset with a child? Quickly learn. Bai Xian obediently studied the 2 skills and showcased them before Shen Yun. Seeing his radiant smile, Bai Xian beamed with joy, her skills appearing even more delightful. No wonder the internet claimed that fox spirits were the most enchanting. The golden monkey on the sofa observed Shen Yun's cheerful demeanor and secretly thought, the netizens do not deceive me. He resolved to avoid provoking this fox spirit in the future to evade further torment. Suddenly, buzz! A powerful energy ripple surged from the distance, sweeping through the entire city like a wave. Could it be that the secret realm had opened? Shen Yun swiftly made his way to the balcony, gazing toward the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain. There, a golden beam of light shot skyward like a sword slicing through the dark night. Chapter 66. Tumultuous. Ingeniously delving. The secret realm bulldozer. The great sage's secret realm is open. Charge. The crowd on the street erupted into chaos, racing towards the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain. From a bird's eye view, the city's streets were ablaze with lights as cultivators swarmed toward Flower Fruit Mountain like ants. Those with slightly greater strength transformed into fleeting shadows, dashing through the masses, fearful that a single moment's delay might cause them to miss the Monkey King's legacy. Oh, the secret realm is open. On the balcony, the golden monkey leapt with excitement, finally having awaited this moment. If he could gain the legacy within, he would surely avenge Sister Deer. Shen Yun had informed him that those who had captured him belonged to the formidable Jiang family of Qingqing. This family, unscrupulous in their pursuit of profit, was utterly wicked. Once he grew powerful, he would undoubtedly seek their destruction. Of course, he also wished to inquire whether Bai Xian's prior words about the Monkey King were true or false. Let us go. Mounting Bai Xian, Shen Yun seized the golden monkey, vanishing from the balcony. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, the announcement blared. Beasts reside within the mountain. Those who enter do so at their own risk. Beasts reside within the mountain. Those who enter do so at their own risk. The soldiers guarding the vicinity shouted tirelessly, but the frenzied crowd paid no heed. What is a beast to us? With sheer numbers, we can overwhelm them. Charge, brothers. I am destined for greatness. I will surely attain the power of the 72 transformations. Haha, I want the clone technique. A mere puff of hair will summon helpers. It's simply a monster-slaying artifact. I want the ability to traverse heaven and earth. Stepping into a horde of beasts for an exhilarating hunt is where it's at. The crowd surged with enthusiasm, clamoring as they plunged into the forest. At the forefront of the throng, a group raced towards the secret realm, already able to perceive the spatial ripple emanating from the mountain cliff ahead. Within the ripples, one could faintly discern the dim, enigmatic scenery of the secret realm. Surely, rushing in like this wouldn't pose any danger, would it? I have heard online that the secret realm is fraught with peril, and there are even humanoid malevolent entities of formidable strength. Those who approached hesitated. For the first to take the plunge would require considerable courage. Yet, just as they lingered, everyone noticed a white streak of light dart into the secret realm. Vanishing from sight, this scene left the crowd in a flurry, akin to ants on a hot pan, hastily surging forward. Darn it. Someone has gotten ahead of us. I said we should hurry in. Now it's too late. The secret realm's legacy will surely be snatched away. It's all your fault. Shut up, you winner. Always complaining. Let us move. Inside the secret realm, upon his arrival, Shen Yun surveyed the desolate surroundings. The sky loomed gray, and the ground was littered with the remnants of crumbled giant peaks, weathered by time. The environment mirrored the images seen online. As he whispered to himself while scanning the area, once we delve deeper, we will encounter the onslaught of the corpse horde. The ancient corpses are likely monsters formed under the influence of the secret realm's laws, remnants of those who perished here. They resemble zombies, attacking any living being that trespasses. The crucial point is that their strength is affected by the realm's laws, matching the level of the invaders, making them exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, the Manhwa Mountain secret realm had been immensely popular in his previous life, with numerous cultivation videos shared online. Among them was a relatively safe passage leading deeper into the realm. He recalled that the entrance to the passage was characterized by a mountain formation shaped like the letter C. Shen Yun scanned the surroundings, searching for the described mountain. Master, what should we do now? Siener's voice bore a hint of unease, sensing the atmosphere was rife with decay and oppression. It should be over there. He feigned a calculation, pointing toward a distant mountain shape. Siener, head northeast. Master, can you really deduce that? Siener inquired, her steps unceasing. A look of confusion on her face. Of course. How else do you think I found you, anime? Shen Yun lied without a hint of shame, attentively observing the environment to avoid misstepping. The golden-haired monkey he carried remained unfazed, albeit somewhat disappointed. I thought there would be many monkeys inside. He had expected the place to resemble the Manhwa Mountain water curtain cave from films, only to find nothing at all. Little monkey, less talking, more observing. If you encounter the great sage and he doesn't impart his secret methods to you, you'll be in tears. Siener frowned, concerned that the monkey's loose tongue might jeopardize her master's chance at obtaining the legacy. Thankfully, her words proved effective, and the golden-haired monkey promptly covered his mouth. After traversing for more than 10 minutes, they could vaguely see the ground around them littered with tattered corpses, half buried beneath weathered sand. The unsettling aura thickened, causing Siener to bristle with anxiety. She moved cautiously, either stepping silently or leaping without sound, fearful of disturbing the ancient corpses. Fear not, I am here. Shen Yun gently reassured her, stroking her back in comfort. Were it not for his reincarnation advantage, he might be in a similarly precarious state. The golden-haired monkey took a more direct approach, tightly clutching Siener's forelimbs with his eyes shut, seemingly sensing the danger posed by the ancient corpses as well. Fortunately, the path they tread was indeed safe, yet as pioneers, they were bound to encounter a few ancient corpses obstructing their way. It must be said that Siener's talent for teleportation proved immensely beneficial at this juncture, enabling her to silently leap over the pile of corpses. As they ventured deeper, the presence of ancient corpses gradually diminished. In the distance, a colossal gray stone mountain came into view, and Shen Yun's expression grew serious. This creature would be quite formidable, the stone giant. This monster boasted terrifying combat prowess, earning it the moniker, the Manhwa Mountain Brawling Bulldozer. Anyone who dared approach would be subjected to its ruthless might. Despite its size rendering it somewhat cumbersome, once its stone exterior was shattered, its power would escalate dramatically. Some speculated it was the manifestation of the great sage Sun Wukong. Defeating it could yield the legacy of Sun Wukong. Others suggested it was the guardian of the secret realm, and if one could diminish its stone form to a certain threshold, they might earn the great sage's acknowledgement and be granted the legacy. Alas, no one had ever succeeded. What left a profound impression on Shen Yun was the warnings from players. Before provoking the stone giant, if you lack confidence in defeating it, flee immediately. Otherwise, you may find yourself dead. Once angered, the stone giant's gray-white form would crystallize rapidly, and its power would surge to terrifying heights. Siener. Shen Yun leaned down to whisper in Siener's ear. I will attempt to see if I can finish it off with my flying sword. Be prepared to teleport away at a moment's notice. Remember to conserve your energy for escaping the secret realm. The warmth of his breath made Siener shyly retract her neck, yet she needed to focus entirely on the task at hand. She collected her thoughts and nodded slightly. Rest assured, Master, I will follow your lead. Noticing the golden-haired monkey inching closer with a nervous expression, Shen Yun cautioned in a hushed tone, during the battle. We may not be able to look after you, so don't cause any trouble. Understood. I want tea. The golden-haired monkey nodded vigorously. Aware that the chance to acquire the legacy rested on the shoulders of Shen Yun and Baixianer, he dared not disrupt them at this critical moment. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yun tightened his grip around Baixianer's waist, his brow shimmering with light as the flying sword, Jinghong, materialized, ready to strike. He focused intently, channeling all his energy into the sword. Buzz! The long sword quivered, its surface radiating a pale blue glow as if a grand sun had risen, illuminating the dim sky to an azure brilliance. As Jinghong reached its zenith, golden inscriptions flickered along the blade. The aura of a sacred-level artifact surged forth, tearing the secret realm sky asunder, creating massive black fissures. Swoosh! As Jinghong sliced through the void, a gaping black rift opened, piercing the heavens and the earth, and the long sword had already arrived at the stone giant's head. Chapter 67. Incinerate the Stone Giant. The great sage appears. Boom! The resounding roar shook the earth, sending tremors through the mountains. Dust billowed from the stone giant, surging outward like a colossal wave. Even if the sacred flying sword couldn't slay it, incapacitating it should be feasible. Shen Yun's complexion paled as he swiftly retrieved 2 mid-grade spirit stones to replenish his dwindling energy. Thankfully, his foundation was robust. Had it been another cultivator, they would have been drained of spiritual energy midway through, losing their combat capability. Although he couldn't fully unleash the sacred artifact's might, he estimated that this strike would undoubtedly deal significant damage to the stone giant. However, just then, as blindingly radiant colors pierced through the gray mist, Shen Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he tightened his grip around Baixianer's waist. The more brilliant the glow of the crystal stone giant, the stronger its power became. Swoosh! Baixianer quickly employed her spatial teleportation ability, vanishing from her previous position. Ripping sounds echoed as a human-sized crystal stone giant materialized at the spot where she had stood moments before, its hands tearing through the fabric of the secret realm, revealing a vast, gaping black hole. Holy smokes! This spectacle caused Shen Yun's pupils to contract in shock. So powerful! The might of this sword was indeed formidable, reducing the stone giant's stature to such a degree. Yet, it had simultaneously elevated its strength to a terrifying extent. Master, I sense its power is immense. Baixianer's thoughts raced, causing her to tuck her 3 tails tightly, instinctively preparing to teleport once more. The crystal stone giant had vanished. Tearing. The sound of the void being rent asunder resounded once again. Steady yourself, Baixianer. Let me see if I can shatter it. Shen Yun felt a resurgence of energy, swiftly directing Jinghong to assault the crystal stone giant. However, the stone giant moved with remarkable speed, making it difficult to land a hit. Fortunately, it pursued Baixianer, allowing him to wait patiently at her previous position for the right moment to strike. The moment the stone man materialized, Jinghong unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks. This devious strategy proved remarkably effective. Clang, clang, clang. The resonant sounds of metal striking metal echoed through the vast expanse of the secret realm. As chunks of stone fell away from the crystalline figure, its size gradually diminished. This invigorated Shen Yun, who swiftly immersed himself in the throes of battle. The shadows of the sword, the fox, and the stone intertwined like a tapestry of abstract art. However, as time advanced, the ever-shrinking stone man became increasingly agile. Even the nearby flying sword proved ineffective. Realizing the minimal impact of the flying sword, Shen Yun summoned the blazing flames of destruction, encircling the area with a fiery boundary. Just as the trap was laid, Baixianer vanished, and the incoming crystalline stone man was immediately engulfed by the inferno. Yet, in that instant, a resounding hum erupted. The stone man emitted radiant threads of law, illuminating the entire secret realm as powerful waves of energy surged within its form. The next moment, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm, startling the explorers who gazed into the depths with astonishment. What on earth was that commotion? Good heavens! So bright! Whoosh! A blinding white light swept in from afar, causing everyone to shield their eyes. Is that a nuclear explosion? It's over. We're all done for. Fortunately, after a moment, as the light dissipated, the crowd realized they were still alive, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Roar! But immediately after, a horde of tattered, pallid corpses surged forth. Haha! It seems we've stumbled into a zombie world. An enthusiastic young man exclaimed. Don't panic, just smash their heads. I know this well. They have crystal cores in their skulls. Cultivators versus zombies? This will be a piece of cake. The battle was about to commence. Yet, soon enough, the laughter faded. The strength of these ancient corpses was surprisingly on par with theirs. Meanwhile, in the depths of the battlefield with the stone man, Shen Yun discovered that the stone man was self-destructing, stripping the burning stones from its surface. This revelation unveiled an unknown facet of the stone man. The child-sized stone man's body glowed crimson, its eyes a blood-red hue, emanating a sinister, dark aura. Roar! A more ferocious roar than that of the ancient corpses echoed through the heavens. This made Shen Yun's heart race. Has it entered a rage state? In his past life, he had never witnessed this form of the stone man nor heard it make a sound. Clearly, he had pushed it to its limits. As expected, the stone man's speed reached unprecedented heights, forcing Shen to continuously blink, leaving no opportunity for him to unleash flames. Even when he attempted to lay down flames in the air, the time lag allowed the fiery stone man to easily evade his inferno. Merely a few breaths later, a heavily drained Shen quickly transmitted a message. Master, it's too powerful. We must leave this place. At that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. A physiological response triggered by extreme danger. Damn it, it feels so close. Shen Yun furrowed his brow in frustration. He believed that delivering just one strike of the blazing flames of destruction could incinerate this childlike stone man. Unfortunately, Shen was already on the verge of collapse. In the midst of his desperate thoughts, Shen Yun attempted to activate the Golden Cicada Talisman. Ding! Would you like to use the half-saint lower-grade talisman, Golden Cicada? Taking a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Seeing that the talisman was still intact and not stolen, Shen Yun steeled his resolve. Shen, take the golden-haired monkey and leave. I'll try again. Boom. The blazing flames of destruction enveloped Shen Yun entirely. The stone man was extraordinarily swift. But when it approached him for a close attack, it had to first contend with the inferno. Connected to the flames, he could sense the moment of contact, allowing him to activate the golden cicada to escape. This was his escape plan. Of course, if the stone man was incinerated in that instant, he wouldn't need to flee. However, the talisman was for single-target teleportation. Shen had to hurry and leave. Otherwise, if he failed in his attack and had to escape, the stone man's aggro would directly shift to Shen, who was nearest. No, master. It's far too dangerous here. Shen's heart raced. Let us retreat and think of another approach. Don't act impulsively, master. She knew Shen Yun possessed the golden cicada talisman, but one misstep could lead to death. In such a situation, how could she possibly abandon her master? If they didn't leave soon, his source of divine power would be lost. Don't worry. I have flying swords and treasures to protect me. Shen Yun, aware she couldn't hold on much longer, exerted his legs and leaped into the void. Master! Shen exclaimed in alarm, her voice trembling. Shen Yun dared not divert his focus, holding his breath, for in the past life's Flower Fruit Mountain video, the stone man only pursued the target with the highest aggro. It's coming. Sensing a menacing aura approaching from the side amidst the flames, his eyes sparkled with determination. The opponent's attack was imminent. In an instant, the blazing flames of destruction latched onto the stone man's arm, igniting its entire form. Yet, to Shen Yun's dismay, from the corner of his eye, a white phantom appeared, directly blocking his side. The golden-haired monkey leaped out, spreading its limbs as if to shield Shen Yun from the stone man's line of sight. His flames wouldn't harm his allies. But if the flames failed to obliterate the stone man, the consequences would be dire. Shen Yun shouted in a fury. Fortunately, the blazing flames of destruction proved formidable, incinerating the stone man into ash. Seeing Shen Yun glare at her with reddened eyes, Shen lowered her head sheepishly. Mumbling, I have healing abilities. I can help the master withstand one blow. It'll increase the success rate a bit. Success rate my foot. What happens if something goes wrong? Shen Yun, infuriated, reached out as if to knock her on the head. However, seeing her cowering and covering her head, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Understanding that Shen was merely eager to protect him, he knew that even if her healing abilities were miraculous, he would still feel heartache if she were truly injured. We'll have a proper talk about this later. At that moment, the golden-haired monkey, having lost its foothold, fell to the ground and anxiously gazed at the ashes of the stone man. A golden phantom slowly materialized. Upon seeing the phantom adorned in golden fur, the little monkey felt as if it had found a relative, its eyes brimming with tears. Great Sage. It's the Great Sage. Chapter 68. The Demon Emperor Bestows Fate. The ultimate skill, the Breaking Heaven combat technique. Master, don't be angry. Shen won't dare next time, Shen said weakly. Noticing Shen Yun's gaze fixed on the phantom in the void, she knew Shen Yun feared for her safety, but she was equally concerned for his well-being. Regardless, I can recover quickly if I'm injured. You mustn't be harmed, master. Gathering her thoughts, she gazed upon this revered figure, the mysterious character worshipped by the local populace, the Great Sage equal to heaven. Amidst the golden light, the Great Sage's phantom stood upon clouds, clad in resplendent golden armor, his visage resembling that of a thunder god, marked by the ravages of time. Though he appeared extremely aged, like a waning old monkey, an overpowering aura radiated from him, commanding respect and awe, regardless of his frail appearance. Especially his eyes, which seemed to penetrate the very souls of those they gazed upon, emanating a golden light that instilled a sense of dread. When he looked upon Shen Yun, it felt as though he could directly peer into one's soul, unveiling the deepest secrets, evoking profound reverence. After observing Shen Yun and the two monsters, the old monkey retracted the golden glow from his eyes and smiled warmly at Shen Yun. You have a good heart. This was clearly a reference to Shen Yun saving the golden-haired monkey. The fact that the Great Sage acknowledged this indicated that the little golden-haired monkey held significant importance to him. Thankfully, I remembered and did not overlook this little monkey. Shen Yun thought with relief. Otherwise, even if he had defeated the stone man, he might not have summoned the great sage. Shen Yun, with a serious demeanor, clasped his fists together and remarked, "It is but a trifling matter. There is no need for gratitude, esteemed elder." The old monkey cast a deep gaze at him before shifting his attention to Baisener, his expression contemplative. The curse of the soul-seeking emperor. A troop of jesters still covets the fortune of the ancient 7 great emperor beasts. The curse of the soul-seeking emperor? Shen Yun and Baisener exchanged glances. The name of this curse sounded ominous. Pertaining to her own fate, Baisener inquired with curiosity, "Great sage, what is the curse of the soul-seeking emperor? Will it bring me harm, great sage?" The old monkey raised his brow, realizing that he was not Sun Wukong. Shen Yun proceeded to recount the general tale of journey to the west. The golden-haired monkey beside them became animated, fervently narrating the glorious exploits of the great sage equal to heaven, his enthusiasm palpable, as if he longed to embody the legendary figure himself, vanquishing demons and evil. Haha. The old monkey spoke nonchalantly. It seems those hypocritical Buddhas are terrified after being slain, and in the end, they have bestowed upon me a commendable reputation. This statement carried significant weight, causing Shen Yun to feel a surge of astonishment. The old monkey before him undoubtedly possessed a remarkable history. "I am not Sun Wukong. Yet I do bear the title of equal to heaven," the old monkey declared, a tremor of power evident in his aura. "I am known as the Heavenly Demon Emperor. In my prime, I was the foremost among the 7 great ancient emperor beasts, capable of overpowering even an emperor with a single blow. Uttering his true name would surely instill fear in any cultivator who heard it." "Ah, the past is a bitter reminiscence," the old monkey sighed, shaking his head. However, upon seeing the bewildered expressions of the 3 young ones, he felt a wave of disinterest. He then raised his hand and shot a strand of golden monkey fur into Baisener's forehead. "The curse of the soul-seeking emperor is an ancient curse designed to prevent the ascension of the ancient emperor beasts. It will subject you to tribulations throughout your cultivation journey, hindering your progress. Since fate has brought us together, I shall bestow upon you a protective spell to quell the curse within you. Once you reach the emperor realm, the curse of the soul-seeking emperor can be lifted." "Esteemed demon emperor, what if I cannot reach the emperor realm?" Baisener asked, her voice tinged with concern. The emperor realm is not something just anyone can attain. From the elder's tone, it seemed that failing to break through could pose a grave danger to her. After a moment of contemplation, the heavenly demon emperor replied softly, "If you cannot ascend to the emperor realm, the curse I have quelled will bring you ominous signs in your later years." "What?" Baisener trembled, her expression tightening as she drew closer to Shen Yun. "Do not fear, Siener. That is a matter for the future," Shen Yun reassured her, gently stroking her head. Even if he could not attain enlightenment himself, he could always find a way once Ling Qingxue achieved it. "My master," Baisener transformed into a small creature, clinging pitifully to Shen Yun's neck. "I am afraid. Ominous signs in my later years. Does this not imply that I must separate from you in order to prevent misfortune from befalling you?" The thought of facing such ominousness alone filled her with dread. "Fear not. Fear not," Shen Yun comforted her repeatedly, just as he witnessed the heavenly demon emperor tapping the golden-haired monkey's forehead. The hidden eye within the monkey's brow opened of its own accord, emanating a mysterious red glow. Seeing the excitement on his face, it was clear that he had received a powerful inheritance, a long-awaited reward for his struggles. "My young friend." The heavenly demon emperor turned his gaze upon Shen Yun. "Today, you have aided me in seeking my legacy. Do you have any desires?" "I have one wish," Shen Yun replied with a smile, clasping his fists earnestly. "However, since you have already bestowed a protective spell upon Siener, I cannot ask for anything further." The demon emperor had stated that this spell would allow Baisener to cultivate without interference from the blood curse, enabling her to progress steadily. Without it, calamity might strike unexpectedly. This opportunity was already a significant blessing, and considering that he had saved the golden-haired monkey's life, it was likely that the little fellow would regard him as a benefactor in the future. "My master, it is all my fault." Baisener tightened her grip around Shen Yun's neck. She was aware of the extensive preparations he had made for this journey to Flower Fruit Mountain, only to end up with nothing after all his efforts, leaving her feeling deeply remorseful. "There is no need for such thoughts. We are one. What is yours is mine." Shen Yun gently consoled her. Since encountering Baisener, her teleportation abilities had granted him much convenience. Now that she could suppress the blood curse within her, allowing her cultivation to proceed unimpeded was already a remarkable outcome. After all, she bore the bloodline of the celestial demon emperor, and once unleashed, her cultivation speed would surely surpass her current pace. This opportunity was more than enough. "Haha, very well." The heavenly demon emperor observed Baisener and discerned Shen Yun's sincere regard for this descendant of the imperial clan, thus earning her approval. With a smile, the old monkey pointed at Shen Yun's forehead, stating, "This technique is my ultimate secret. It is not a gift for naught. Should this little monkey show the potential for greatness in the future, you may impart it to him. For now, it is not the right time." Ding. Congratulations, player, for learning the heavenly demon emperor's signature technique, the breakthrough combat technique. Breakthrough combat technique quality. Emperor-level technique. Effect, when used in combat. It can perfectly replicate the opponent's techniques. Caution, excessive strength from the opponent may lead to significant energy consumption. Technique proficiency, 10 levels. Each level increase doubles the replication strength of the opponent's technique, up to a maximum of 10 times. Current breakthrough combat technique level, 1. When used against an opponent, it replicates their technique, exceeding the original by 1-fold. Ding. Gain VIP effect. Breakthrough combat technique is automatically accelerating in cultivation. What? Shen Yun's pupils constricted in astonishment. I can perform the techniques you can? And my execution is even more powerful. Chapter 69, The Pact. I shall become the Demon Emperor. Parting. This is simply too extraordinary. Shen Yun stared incredulously at the ancient Demon Emperor before him, astonished that the elder would impart such supreme secrets to him. My young friend, remember our pact. The heavenly Demon Emperor spoke in a congenial tone. I shall keep it in mind. Shen Yun quickly clasped his fists and bowed. Such a matter was effortlessly beneficial to him, as he would undoubtedly reap rewards. The elder nodded slightly, then gazed at the dim expanse of the secret realm sky. Now that I have awakened, it is time for me to depart from here. He had sealed himself in this place to nurture his spirit, and now that he had emerged, he had many matters to attend to. Merely addressing the curse of the soul-seeking emperor afflicting the 7 great emperor beasts would keep him quite busy. Noticing the elder's intent to leave, Shen Yun inquired with confusion. Esteemed elder, will you not personally guide him? The heavenly demon emperor glanced at the golden-haired monkey, who was looking up with a pitiful expression, and shook his head. Let him grow on his own. With that, the elder transformed into a beam of golden light, breaking through the secret realm and hovering above Flower Fruit Mountain. Surveying the crowd below, destined ones. It is not so easily attained. Heavens! It is the great sage. Within and around Flower Fruit Mountain. The crowd erupted in excitement as they saw the radiant figure of the old monkey in the night sky, waving their hands and shouting, Monkey brother! Monkey brother! I have seen the great sage equal to heaven. I can hear the great sage of flower and fruit. I have not gone to Ling Mountain after all. Unfortunately, their cheers did not compel the heavenly demon emperor to linger, as he transformed into golden light and vanished into the void. Wait, why did the great sage leave? The crowd stared blankly at the golden streak left behind in the void. Those quick to react slapped their thighs in frustration. The appearance of anomalies in the secret realm signifies that someone has obtained the inheritance within. Could it be? Did we come all this way for nothing? Many wore expressions of regret, yet some remained undeterred. Do you really think you are the destined one? Seeing the great sage makes this trip worthwhile. Curse it. Those guys claimed the great sage was theirs. This time, I will transform into a land-bound sword immortal and leave them with nowhere to go. While some were invigorated, they were few in number. After all, everyone had come in hopes of obtaining the inheritance to grow stronger. Suddenly, in the sky, a scattering of golden remnants descended like raindrops upon the hidden realm below. At that very moment, a unique notification appeared on the game interfaces of all present. Blessing of the Celestial Demon Emperor. Players entering the secret realm who slay the ancient corpses therein have a substantial chance of obtaining exquisite legacies from the lives they lived. Haha, it's all thanks to the great sage. The previously somber atmosphere was instantly shattered, replaced by waves of jubilant cheers. Amazing. No other secret realms possess such a feature. There is only one great sage legacy. Who would dare to covet it? These minor legacies are quite practical. Our journey was not in vain. The great sage is here to aid us in strengthening our powers. Let us hurry and charge in, lest the officials seal it off. Yet, those ancient corpses are formidable. Previously, a group had been repelled, with many casualties. The great sage should just hand it to us directly. Damn it. Having it is already a blessing. How can you expect to reap without effort? Do you think cultivating immortality is akin to haggling at a market? Who dares to insult me? Step forward for a duel. At this moment, Shen Yun, by Shen Yun, and the golden-haired monkey had already passed through the array and exited the secret realm. Standing atop the mountain, the golden-haired monkey gazed at the golden light cascading from the void, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. This little boon has them all elated. If they knew of my legacy, they would be envious to death. Don't be so smug. By Sienna rolled her eyes at him. Haven't you learned from being captured before? Humph, I've changed. You don't understand, the golden-haired monkey retorted, though he dared not speak further. When the celestial demon emperor imparted wisdom to him, he could see through the doubts in his heart. However, the elder did not provide a precise answer, instead encouraging him to experience and comprehend on his own. The emperor also left him with a remark, indicating that by Sienna's thoughts would allow him to pass through challenges. Since the White Fox's insights were valid, he naturally had not succeeded. Therefore, he felt it prudent to heed by Sienna's words. By the way, the golden-haired monkey tugged at Shen Yun's pant leg. What legacy did you receive? You seemed quite surprised earlier. Shen Yun smiled mysteriously. You will find out in due time. Hey, I just risked my life to save you, the golden-haired monkey exclaimed, bouncing around anxiously. At that moment, he had acted impulsively, feeling that the person should not die so easily. Now, he couldn't even fulfill a small request from his savior, which was driving him mad. Enough, enough. Baixianer waved her tail, exasperated. Don't flatter yourself. You only jumped in after the battle was over. Haha. Shen Yun squatted down and patted the dejected golden-haired monkey on the shoulder. What are your plans now? If you're afraid to be alone out there, why not settle down with me for a while? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired monkey perked up, puffing out his chest and proclaiming, no way. I want to carve out my own path, to become someone like the celestial demon emperor. His current ambition was to achieve greatness akin to the celestial demon emperor. If he were to be fearful, how could he ever succeed? I'm off. I can't wait to explore the world. The golden-haired monkey was impulsive and acted on his thoughts. With a leap, he soared into the air, standing upon the clouds that appeared beneath him, and with a grand gesture, he cupped his fists in salute to Shen Yun and Baixianer. Farewell, esteemed ones. When we meet again, may your cultivation not fall behind mine. Do your best. Shen Yun waved with a smile on his lips. Be careful, Baixianer warned him. Her sharp tongue softened by her concern. The monkey was quite mischievous, but his brave leap had earned her recognition, and she waved her delicate paws in farewell. You'll see how formidable my legacy is. The golden-haired monkey felt a loss of face, and with a flash of golden light, he transformed into an eagle, soaring toward the distant crowd. With Baixianer, he had no chance to show off, but now there was a throng of humans. Wow, why does that eagle's head look like a golden-haired monkey? The crowd pointed into the void. What the hell? He's sticking his tongue out at us. This is outright mockery. This demon beast is courting death. Many were eager to take down this monkey. But at that moment, a white cloud appeared beneath the monkey, carrying him away. Wait, someone realized and shouted. Isn't that the nimbus cloud beneath him? No way. Could he have obtained the great sage's legacy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of light shot up, attempting to intercept the golden-haired monkey. However, the monkey was incredibly swift, quickly vanishing into the night. That got. Baixianer watched him escape safely, letting out a sigh of relief. Let us leave as well. Shen Yun sat upon her back, and they vanished from the place. Chapter 70. A stern lesson for Baixianer. In a 5-star hotel, after Shen Yun returned to his room, he retrieved the concealed golden cicada talisman. With the matter at Flower Fruit Mountain settled, it was time to return to Haicheng. This journey had yielded immense rewards. The demon emperor stood shoulder to shoulder with the ancient emperors, and his legacies were deemed unparalleled, with one technique even more precious than myriad laws, such as those resembling the black and white impermanence and the Xuanwu legacy, which were inferior even to the Yamada no Orochi, clearly lacking in strength, and evidently unrelated to the mythological records, just like how Flower Fruit Mountain did not possess Sun Wukong. Yet, the legacy he had obtained was immensely powerful. When the time came to showcase it, any serpent would be cut down. Shen Yun anticipated a visit to the company to pack his belongings. During this time, the company had recruited numerous cultivators, and some had already ventured into the mountains to hunt demons and gather demon cores and medicinal herbs. Qin Shitong had also compiled a group of elite cultivators, awaiting his return for validation. Before leaving, Shen Yun placed Baixianer on the bed, adopting a stern expression. Didn't I tell you to follow orders? Today was just good luck? What if something had happened to you? Baixianer thought this matter was over, but she lowered her head and rubbed against Shen Yun's hand, speaking softly. Master, Sienna is scared that you might get hurt. I won't dare do it again. Please don't be angry, Master. Sienna is afraid. As she lifted her head, her little mouth pouted, her big eyes misty as if she were on the verge of tears. Who could withstand this? No. Shen Yun forcibly suppressed his feelings of pity. I need to ensure you learn your lesson. He didn't want to regret it later when something happened. Just as he was about to educate her, he sensed an upsurge of spiritual energy within him, indicating a breakthrough was imminent. Reluctantly, he could only take out a spirit stone to cultivate. We'll talk after I'm done. Baixianer, who had narrowly escaped the calamity, let out a sigh of relief as she quietly sat nearby, refining the energy within her. At that moment, she realized that her refining speed had significantly increased. It must be the protective spell from the demon emperor. I wonder which scoundrel is so wicked. When Shen Yun awoke, the sky outside was dim, and it was already past midnight. Phew, he exhaled deeply. Having reached the 7th level of the pulse refinement stage, I'm almost at the Hanhai realm. But I still need a consumption amount of 4 million to reach VIP level 3. As a VIP member, he had accumulated some insights. Each level corresponded to a realm, and the effects of cultivation acceleration were notably pronounced. Once the VIP level dropped, the efficiency of cultivation would also decline. Yet despite this, his breakthrough efficiency remained monstrous compared to outsiders. Thankfully, the recharge discount event was expected to conclude soon. Once it returned to regular pricing, he could quickly elevate his consumption levels. It's time for a good lecture. Shen Yun noticed that Sienna was not on the bed, and when he checked the Beastmaster space, she was also absent. Upon opening the map of the demon beast babies, he discovered she was actually in the bathroom. What are you doing, Sienna? You can't escape this time. Shen Yun rose to his feet, but as he approached, the bathroom door swung open. He saw Baixianer wrapped in a bath towel, her cheeks flushed as she stepped out shyly. Master, Sienna knows she was wrong. Please don't be angry. Before her words could finish, Shen Yun saw her bathrobe slip down. Oh no. Days had passed without the sight of the violet battle robe. and a surge of emotion washed over Shen Yun's heart. Sienna possessed a truly porcelain complexion. Perhaps the style did not fit her well, as the cold white of her skin bore the marks of the ropes that had constricted her. Coughing lightly, Shen Yun quickly turned away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Did I not tell you that this is only permissible with someone you love?" "Indeed," came the soft reply, as a pair of delicate hands tightened around Shen Yun's waist. "That is why Sienna wishes to bring joy to her master. You have no idea how frightened Sienna was before." The gentle murmurs trailed off, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Shen Yun turned to face Sienna, her tear-stained cheeks revealing a pitiful gaze directed at him, his tone gradually growing hoarse. "Do you realize you are playing with fire?" As he spoke, one hand encircled her delicate, silky waist while the other pressed against her heart, feeling its frantic rhythm. Observing the slight furrow of her brows and the pain etched on her features, Shen Yun's grip tightened, akin to a blood-clawed talon, warning her. "Are you truly oblivious to the consequences of your actions? If an ordinary woman were faced with such a domineering and unyielding individual, she would likely push him away and flee." Yet Sienna perceived the flames of intensity burning in his eyes, masked by a facade of calm. Biting her soft lip, she encircled Shen Yun's neck and slowly leaned in, her fluttering eyelashes closing gently. "Do not think to frighten me, master. Kiss me." Her whispers, laced with a bewitching fragrance, flowed like a serene spring in a tranquil valley, enveloped in waves of floral scent, compelling one to venture into the mountains for exploration. Moments later, the heavy curtains were drawn, shrouding the outside world in darkness. By the time Shen Yun, with one hand resting on his waist, ascended to the hotel rooftop, the sky had turned pitch black. The lengthy duration of over 10 hours was primarily due to Sienna's stubbornness. When questioned about her awareness of her wrongdoing, she admitted to it, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixated on him, devoid of any signs of remorse, clearly lost in thought. Shen Yun, already irked by her disobedience, found his anger flaring to a boiling point. Even if she begged for mercy upon regaining consciousness after fainting, he would remain indifferent, determined to instill a lesson in her. With her mind blank, Sienna, feeling utterly powerless, eventually sought refuge in the Beastmaster space, aware that Shen Yun's fury was beginning to wane. The image of her tear-filled, pleading gaze lingered in Shen Yun's mind, filling him with a sense of pride. Did she truly believe his previous efforts were in vain? Evidently, her innocence had allowed him to gain a slight advantage without relying on his cultivation. Surely, after this severe lesson, Sienna would understand her mistakes. Returning to his thoughts, Shen Yun boarded the helicopter stationed on the rooftop and made his way to the nearest airport. Despite the late hour, his arrival prompted the airport to swiftly arrange a private jet for him. The reason for such promptness was simple. His recent exploits at the Fengxing Foot Massage City had catapulted him into the spotlight. He had single-handedly vanquished over 10 fourth-tier demon beasts, and the image of him slaying a late-stage fourth-tier giant bear had gone viral online. His formidable prowess commanded respect wherever he went, and the airline naturally sought to curry favor. Not to mention, Shen Yun's profile on the Demon app had been elevated to the 5-star Demon Suppression Sect level. Indeed, the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division had made an exceptional promotion. Under normal circumstances, only those who had slain 3 fifth-tier demon beasts could achieve the 5-star rank. However, given the recent resurgence of spiritual energy, 5th-tier demon beasts were scarce. In earlier years, merely meeting personal cultivation standards sufficed, but now the requirement to eliminate 5th-tier beasts had been added. This rank was held by fewer than 30 individuals within the entire Demon Suppression Division. The subsequent 6-star demon suppressors would likely not exceed 5 individuals. As for the 7-star demon sovereigns, 8-star demon gods, and 9-star demon emperors, it was unlikely that anyone had reached such heights at this time. Achieving such a level at a young age, Shen Yun's future prospects promised to astonish the world, ensuring that many would seek to ingratiate themselves with him. By the time Shen Yun returned home, it was already late at night. After inspecting the villa to confirm that no one had tampered with it, he promptly affixed the golden cicada talisman beneath the mattress. It was truly comforting to have it at home. Keeping it outside felt like carrying a weight on his shoulders. Residing at home was far more reassuring. He then lay down on his bed and retrieved his phone. Sienna is too shy to come out. It had been quite a while without any sign from Sienna, indicating that the previous day's fierce battle had made her aware of her misstep. On the game interface, the chibi white fox in the Beastmaster space sported 3 pink stripes on its cheeks, appearing incredibly adorable. Haha, still feeling bashful, are we? Shen Yun chuckled softly. It was worth noting that after reaching the 4th tier, this girl had automatically awakened a racial divine ability, spatial binding. This power was extraordinarily formidable, as it could immobilize enemies. In high-stakes confrontations, where every moment counted, who could withstand being frozen in place? Undoubtedly, this significantly enhanced both of their combat capabilities. Next, he opened Ling Qingshue's interface. TSK, she's already at the 8th level of soul forging. This cultivation tower paired with her innate talent is truly impressive. Shen Yun mused silently. Given her training efficiency, she would likely rank among the very best in the entire Xintian continent's history. Noticing several system notifications, he clicked to view them. Yesterday's slain individuals, cultivators Chen Chong, Feng Yanyan. These two were the bound characters of the Zhou siblings. Shen Yun glanced over and then opened Ling Qingshue's character information to understand her condition. Ling Qingxue Daily Report. Yesterday, while pursuing Feng Yanyan, the two fell into an underground river and unexpectedly discovered a damaged ancient stele inscribed with texts related to the celestial realm. Importantly, Ling Qingxue found fragments of the Nine Heavens' sacred body, Tao, inscribed upon it. She senses a profound connection to her own origins. Currently, she aims to break through to the pinnacle of the soul-forging realm and journey to the eastern region's forbidden zone, the soul-crossing sea, in search of relevant clues. From this perspective, it was evident that Qingshue's parents were likely of royal caliber, Shen Yun thought, his gaze sharpening. Chapter 71. With a noble son, heaven itself follows. Each day, one could engage with the character. The sacred body Tao appeared to be a fusion of two distinct physiques. Whether one was born with it remained uncertain. However, judging by the information, Ling Qingxue was very likely the former. Thus, her parents must have an extraordinary background. They might even be prominent figures within the celestial realm. Observing the frown of the chibi character Ling Qingxue, it was apparent that her urgency to break through was causing her distress, with distractions clouding her mind. How could she possibly cultivate? He frowned and clicked on the screen, gently pressing the microphone to say, "Cultivation must not be rushed. I understand your eagerness to uncover your origins, but such matters cannot be resolved instantaneously." Inside the time-dilating space tower, Ling Qingxue shivered and emerged by the banks of the underground river. Slowly, she raised her head to gaze at the void, her eyes brimming with tears. Why did they abandon me? Her voice was hoarse, filled with anguish and suppressed fury. Raised by her grandmother since childhood, she had relied solely on her for support and endured great suffering. She vividly remembered the spring of that year, her birthday, when her grandmother, as usual, presented her with saved coins to buy her favorite treats. Upon returning, she found her beloved grandmother had passed away, with the sole family member who cared for her gone. She became an orphan once more. Though she had stumbled and grown up, no one could comprehend the hardships she faced along the way. Now, upon discovering that she might have parents, an indescribable rage surged within her heart. To be born yet abandoned was utterly absurd. Ling Qingxue would rather believe she was inherently a sacred body Tao than entertain the notion of having parents. She had considered the possibility that her parents had their reasons. But what of her suffering? It was not merely a matter of imagination or conjecture that could alleviate her feelings of abandonment. Her desire to explore the forbidden zone of the soul-crossing sea stemmed from two motivations. One was to compensate for her identity's regrets, and the other, to prove to the parents who had forsaken her that she was not inferior to anyone. Seeing her current state, Shen Yun contemplated the consequences. Realizing that he might not be able to dissuade her, there was a risk of her developing a heart demon. After a moment of thought, he smiled gently and spoke softly. What a fortunate turn of events. Otherwise, how could this young master have encountered such a charming maiden? Goodness. The seasoned driver truly possesses a unique talent for comforting others, as a single remark left Ling Qingxue blushing profusely. Young master, Qingxue is speaking to you seriously. I am indeed speaking earnestly. While they may not cherish you, I regard you as a treasure. Now, let's not dwell on such matters. Take a lighter view. The young master is once again trying to cheer me up, Ling Qingxue muttered, yet her gloomy disposition evaporated in that instant. The young master truly cherishes her, providing her with imperial weapons and assisting her in unlocking her potential. This time-space tower holds a significance akin to that of a celestial artifact in her heart. With the young master by her side, she felt as though she possessed the entire world. What did it matter if she had been abandoned? When her true identity was revealed in the future, she would regard it as merely a fleeting thought, unworthy of excessive concern. Realizing this, Ling Qingxue felt a surge of clarity and bowed respectfully towards the void. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. Qingxue understands. Good, young master. I have decided to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains to further hone my skills. With her heart unburdened, Ling Qingxue soared out of the underground river. Wei Rong is deceased, leaving only son Feiyu. When the opportunity arises, I shall surely claim his head. This was the task entrusted to her by the young master, one she had never forgotten. However, the prodigy son Feiyu was currently in seclusion at his sect, making her hesitant to act. No matter, your cultivation is of utmost importance. Sooner or later, he shall meet his demise. There is no need for urgency, Shen Yun remarked. Noticing her idle state, he switched the interface to the chibi character of Luo Hongxi. A striking crimson hue appeared on the bag at her waist. Feedback, grade 5 lower tier spirit recovery pill. Consuming one swiftly restores the spiritual energy within. Excellent for combat and breakthroughs, with remarkable effects. Not bad. The harvest has begun. Shen Yun smiled with delight. Who knows, perhaps Luo Hongxi might even concoct imperial pills for him in the future. Clicking on the chibi screen, he found her in an alchemy chamber. At that moment, she had just finished refining her pills and was resting in a wooden vat filled with green medicinal liquid, with floating herbs and medicinal insects bobbing within. Yet amidst the rippling green waves, delicate pink hues occasionally emerged, hinting at something more. Shen Yun was amused by this carefree girl, relieved that the alchemy chamber was sealed, allowing only him to appreciate the sight. Just then, a dazed, colorful scorpion drifted past Luo Hongshi's chest, sparking Shen Yun's interest in witnessing a humorous scene as he zoomed in on the projection. What a position for that scorpion! He reached his fingers into the vat within the screen. Friendly reminder, player and character affinity has reached 100, hidden benefits activated, allowing for one intimate touch of your digital character daily. Shen Yun swiftly withdrew his hand. This slight disturbance caused Luo Hongxi to retreat into the medicinal pool. With wide eyes, she scanned her surroundings and, upon a moment's reflection, glanced towards the void, her tone tinged with shyness. Is that you, young master? In the sword sect, where powerhouses were numerous, who would dare to harm her? It was only the young master who could appear so inconspicuously. After a brief silence, the young master's voice resonated in her mind. I noticed a scorpion approaching you. I feared it might harm you. Indeed, it was the young master. Luo Hongxi slightly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, Thank you for your concern, young master. She was well aware that this was merely his excuse. Their previous meeting had been too brief, and today's gesture was likely a manifestation of his uncontainable feelings. Previously, she had regarded herself as a burden, but now, being able to stir the young master's emotions felt like a significant achievement. Luo Hongxi cast her gaze downward, her expression shy as she bit her pink lips. I just wonder when the young master will lower his hands. What a predicament. Shen Yun awkwardly rubbed his face. He had merely wished to see Luo Hongxi's humorous side, but inadvertently activated the game's hidden benefits. The timing of this benefit was far from ideal, making him appear as if he were attempting a sneak attack. Now, Luo Hongxi would surely think he had acted intentionally. Blaming the lack of experiences in his previous life that could have raised affinity to 100 points, Shen Yun felt the atmosphere grow awkward and shifted the topic. Hongxi, are you currently in training? The young master felt a hint of embarrassment. Luo Hongxi, however, felt a slight disappointment, as she had prepared to amuse him. Recollecting her thoughts, she softly explained, Yes, young master. This is the medicinal concoction prepared by Master Zhao. He said it would enhance my physique and assist in alchemy in the future. Ever since Master Zhao Xinqing acquired the Pill of Supreme Authority, he had immersed himself in it. An imperial-level alchemy text is an unparalleled treasure for alchemists, especially for a prodigy like Zhao Xinqing. However, he had not forgotten about Luo Hongxi's cultivation progress and ensured that everything she needed was prepared by the Tianyin Sword sect. Leaving professional matters to professionals, Shen Yun refrained from commenting. As time passed, it was nearly time for the appearance of the celestial fallen mountain. He pondered for a moment before addressing Luo Hongxi. Hongxi, I observe that your cultivation progress seems somewhat slow. Perhaps you should visit the celestial fallen mountain soon. There, you may encounter fortuitous opportunities. Chapter 72, The Considerate Young Woman. Hypnosis, the troublesome worker. Luo Hongxi's cultivation was merely at the third level of pulse condensation, lower than his own. This was understandable, considering she possessed both the dual imperial classics of alchemy and swordsmanship. Moreover, this girl had devoted more of her attention to alchemy, hoping to help him acquire favorable potions, so her slower cultivation was to be expected. However, for Shen Yun, this posed no major issue. He suggested she visit the celestial fallen mountain because, in his previous life, a demon emperor's tomb had appeared there. Numerous exquisite treasures had emerged, among which was a vial containing the potent blood of the demon emperor, ideally suited for Luo Hongxi. Such treasures are a boon for cultivators, and once consumed, they would yield astonishing cultivation advancements. Furthermore, it would not be digested all at once, but would remain within the body, continuously providing energy until completely refined. This was just one of the effects of the demon emperor's blood, which also held marvelous properties such as embodying the principles of the great Tao and purifying one's aptitude. The celestial fallen mountain? Luo Hongxi blinked her eyes and nodded. All right, young master, I shall go tomorrow. The name of the mountain sounded ominous, but with the young master by her side, she feared nothing. The key was that he had mentioned it, indicating there would undoubtedly be treasures within. It felt as though he were gifting her precious items. There was no need for concern. Very well, then focus on your training. Just as Shen Yun was about to exit the game, he noticed Luo Hongxi. Her cheeks slightly flushed, whispering, Young master, during this time of alchemy, I have accumulated quite a bit of pill toxins, and my dual pupil's essence has been depleted. Could you assist me with acupuncture? She added, it would be prudent to go to the celestial fallen mountain in a good condition. With that, she stood up from the vat. The green medicinal liquid cascaded from her delicate form like flowing sand, her skin appearing exquisitely smooth and radiant under the light of the alchemy chamber. Young master, this is all I can do for you. With her heart fluttering like a startled deer, Luo Hongxi gradually approached the stone bed. She could hardly bear to see the young master in such distress, secretly desiring to be close to him. Yet, as a mere junior cultivator, she felt unable to enter his world and was too shy to express such sentiments directly. Thus, she could only use the pretext of replenishing her dual pupil's essence and eliminating toxins to allow the young master to indulge in his desires. After all, he was her own young master, and she had unveiled her grand red koi. In this life, she belonged only to him, and thus she wished to be considerate. Of course, since the last treatment, she had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Each time she dreamed of the young master's beautiful hands gliding over her body like silk. She would wake up blushing, needing to change her undergarments. Once seated, Luo Hongxi softly murmured, "If I have disturbed you, it can wait until next time." What was there to worry about? The young lady was so forthright. Shen Yun found no reason to feel embarrassed. "Just lie down. I shall help you replenish a bit." Opening his inventory, he retrieved the source replenishing needle, and Luo Hongxi's body automatically revealed the acupuncture points. Having gone through this experience once, Shen Yun now appeared exceedingly adept. In contrast, Luo Hongxi's trembling affected the application of his source replenishing needle, and she remarked that it felt even more painful than the last time. Recently, the consumption of her essence had indeed become quite excessive. Shen Yun observed the urgent state of her internal essence and cautiously administered acupuncture while admonishing her. "I have previously warned you that alchemy requires a balance of labor and leisure. You truly are a source of concern." With his large hand firmly gripping her chest, the dual sensations of pain from the acupuncture needle piercing her skin and the anxiety from her dwindling essence made Luo Hongxi break into a cold sweat. Her delicate fingers clutching the edge of the bed tightly, she pressed her lips together, fearful of revealing her distress with a sound. "I understand. I will certainly remember next time." At Tunglong Corporation, whispers circulated among the employees clocking in for work. "I heard the president will be coming today." The higher-ups have already announced that the president will bring along the newly recruited cultivators into the secret realm. Just thinking about it makes one envious. Do you think the president has obtained the legacy of Waguashan? After all, he has slain so many demon beasts there. Acquiring the legacy shouldn't be too difficult for him, right? You must not have seen the news. A black-clad beauty adjusted her glasses and replied, "The legacy of the great sage equal to heaven has been acquired by a golden-haired monkey." That makes sense. After all, they're both monkeys, a lineage connection. The crowd was in high spirits, for the 5-star demon-subduing sect was their employer. This was an individual who stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid in Huaxia, and working under him was a matter of pride. The key point was the rumors suggesting that Shen Yun had killed members of the Tianjiao Club, leading some to speculate that the company might face repercussions. The Tianjiao Club could easily dismantle Tunglong Corporation. However, the demon-subduing division had directly named them for protection, ensuring the company's stability. Who would dare to cause trouble? "Look, the president has arrived." The crowd at the door turned their gaze towards the sound, spotting Shen Yun's Maybach parked in the company plaza. Moments later, the elevator doors opened, and a group of excited individuals, led by Qin Shitong, approached Shen Yun. "Boss, 5 men and 5 women, their strengths ranging from the 5th to the 8th level of the Gathering Rotation Realm, are the elite among this batch. Here are their names and personal information." Gathering Rotation Realm. It seems that the stronger individuals are still observing, Shen Yun mused, unconcerned. As he considered this merely a means to build his reputation in the early stages, he was not worried about a lack of capable workers arriving later. He glanced at the forms Qin Shitong handed him and addressed the 10 individuals. "I have but one requirement here. Obey the company's arrangements." The arrangement for this group was singular: to lead them into the mountains to hunt demon beasts and collect their cores and medicinal materials. Submitting materials would earn them contribution points, and those with high contributions would have the opportunity to join him in the secret realm for training. "Understood, boss." The 10 responded earnestly. It was important to note that this was the 5-star demon-subduing sect, a formidable presence capable of contending with 5th-tier demon beasts. Though Huaxia was not devoid of 5-star demon-subduing sects, these were all official. They would only bring the elite from among their own ranks. It was unheard of for them to bring in outsiders. Upon hearing the news that Tunglong Corporation was recruiting under Shen Yun's leadership, it quickly ignited a frenzy online, with cultivators from various locales itching to join. The rapid dissemination of news regarding Shen Yun's demon-slaying exploits at Waguashan, coupled with his status in the 5-star demon-subduing sect, made the company's recruitment efforts explode. Unfortunately, most inquiries came from lower-tier cultivators. The stronger ones inquired if the company was hiring consultants or offering positions as elders. Clearly, the powerful held their pride. They would not deign to be mere workers. However, the company explicitly stated it would only hire workers. With the most they could aspire to being a small team leader, those wishing for a more exalted status were advised to take a left turn. Very well. Shen Yun retrieved his phone and placed it on the hood of the Maybach. Since a decision has been made, let's proceed to sign the faction contract. Players could not only form contracts with demon beasts, but also enter into faction contracts. Akin to the initiation rituals in the cultivation world, violating such a contract would result in the complete loss of one's cultivation. At that moment, 11 individuals, including Qin Shitong, found a game prompt appearing before them. Friendly reminder: player Shen Yun has initiated a faction contract with you. Once signed, betrayal of the faction will result in severed meridians and the total loss of cultivation. To exit the faction, one must obtain approval from the faction's higher-ups. Exiting will not incur any loss of cultivation. A faction contract? The group exchanged glances, surprised by the existence of such a thing. Some gazed at Shen Yun with envy. Being strong has its privileges. To be able to uncover game mechanics unknown to others in advance. Following him might save them from taking unnecessary detours. Undoubtedly, Shen Yun was far ahead of them. His early exposure to game mechanics that others were unaware of provided him with a significant advantage. As they observed Qin Shitong placing her hand upon the contract formation, they all followed suit. Caution was not unwarranted. They understood the implications of such contracts. After all, they were here to ride the coattails of a powerful individual and explore the secret realm. Even if they found other paths later, they could still apply to exit. However, within the crowd, one girl did not make a move. When she caught Shen Yun's gaze, she revealed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, boss. I thought just leading the team into the mountains would suffice. As for the contract, I'm not particularly fond of such bindings. It makes me feel constrained and uneasy." "I apologize, boss, and you too, Qinjia." The girl was strikingly beautiful, adorned with numerous tattoos and sporting vibrant purple hair, her appearance exuding a carefree and rebellious spirit. It was understandable that she preferred not to be restricted. "You're missing an opportunity to ride the coattails of a powerful figure." Qin Shitong sighed inwardly but did not impede her. "Very well, Xiaoxia, I'll arrange for a special vehicle to take you back." "No need, Qinjia. I can walk by myself. You all continue with your business." Xiaoxia waved her hands repeatedly and once more expressed her apologies before departing. However, Qin Shitong and the others noticed Shen Yun's eyes gradually turning an ominous gray. At the same time, Xiaoxia, who had only taken a few steps, began to tremble violently, her face paling. An overwhelming fear enveloped her mind and body, as if a great terror from the world was about to consume her. Fortunately, in her moment of despair, a gentle voice echoed in her ears. "Speak. Who sent you? Speak, and the terror will dissipate." This was a technique from Shen Yun's soul pursuit art, fear hypnosis, capable of magnifying one's deepest fears indefinitely. For a minor cultivator like Xiaoxia, it was more than sufficient. Shen Yun found it hard to believe that, even in such an environment, someone would willingly forego the opportunity to grow stronger in favor of maintaining their own path. There may be such individuals, but encountering one piqued his curiosity, prompting him to employ a slight tactic to test her. His guess proved correct. Indeed, this woman had ulterior motives. "I demand to know." Chapter 73, The Hall of Evil Souls. The promotional offer for recharge has ended. The price returns to normal. When Xiaoxia turned, her eyes were pitch black, creating a rather eerie sight. "I do not know who he is. He sent me here to investigate the true reasons for your growth." This revelation left Qin Shitong and the others breathless, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Hypnosis was frequently used in films, and they were not unfamiliar with it. What was alarming were the implications of her words. Someone was plotting against Shen Yun. Who would dare take such a risk? It should be noted that Shen Yun had been exceptionally promoted to the demon-subduing sect. Although he had not officially joined and lacked access to relevant privileges, it was evident that the demon-subduing division held him in high regard. The Tianjiao Club had already backed down. They wouldn't be foolish enough to act recklessly. So who else would possess the audacity to instigate trouble? "Investigate me?" Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, speaking in a low, measured tone. "Who is he? What does he look like? Describe your encounter." "I do not know what he looks like," Xiaoxia mechanically replied. "He wore a black cloak, and his face was shrouded in black mist, his voice cold and hoarse. He instructed me to come here to uncover the reasons behind your strength. However, when you requested a contract, I feared that such an action would result in a backlash, severing my meridians." A black cloak and a face obscured by black mist. An ominous light flickered in Shen Yun's eyes. A cultivator from the Hall of Evil Souls? The Hall of Evil Souls. A group of cultivators with ancient legacies had gradually gained power since the resurgence of spiritual energy. They had obtained the legacy of evil cultivation within the secret realms, either bringing suitable hosts into the secret realms or utilizing dark arts to allow ancient remnants of souls to inhabit these bodies, thus returning to the world. Merely the ability to preserve these remnants of souls through the laws of the secret realm and achieve rebirth was undeniably powerful. Though it could not compare to the great sage equal to heaven, who had transcended, such capabilities were already formidable in the current world. Shen Yun was acutely aware that with the impending expansion of the mainland, it would herald the rise of the Evil Soul Hall, unleashing malevolent practitioners to wreak havoc in all directions. The malevolent elder who had earlier ensnared him within the Emperor's banner was indeed a cultivator recruited by this very organization. To his astonishment, before the malevolent elder could descend upon Blue Star, he had already been singled out by the disciples of the Evil Soul Hall. Were they coveting the secrets that resided within him? Shen Yun narrowed his gaze slightly. "Do you not fear the breaking of your teeth?" Since the Evil Soul Hall had set its sights upon him, it was time to expedite the creation of the Emperor's banner. What could be more fitting to temper the Emperor's banner than the sinister aura emanating from these wicked practitioners? The thought alone was a perfect match. "Boss, this is a recipe for disaster," Qin Shitong remarked, observing Shen Yun's silence and motioning for the individual beside her, who had just completed the contract. "To take Xiaoxia away." She had anticipated such a day and had previously cautioned her boss to tread with utmost care. However, Shen Yun was still young, easily lost in the adulation and cheers, forgetting her warnings. His actions had become too conspicuous. He ought to have been discreetly developing instead. Alas, her boss had lost his parents at a tender age, and the relatives from both families were unscrupulous, seeking to claim his inheritance in the wake of his parents' demise. Fortunately, the Tunglong legal department was resourceful, and Shen Yun had severed ties with those relatives, ensuring a complete estrangement. Ultimately, someone needed to be concerned for his growth and mental well-being, Qin Shitong mused quietly. As the secretary to her boss, she bore the weighty expectations of managing the entire Tunglong company. Now, witnessing her boss's rise being undermined, how could she remain at ease? With Shen Yun shouldering the entire company, what hope was there for Tunglong Company in the event of a crisis? With this thought, Qin Shitong resolved to find a time to converse with her boss at his residence. He absolutely could not afford to encounter any calamity. During the day, she was preoccupied with managing the company, leaving her only the evenings to remind her boss. Being 5 or 6 years older than Shen Yun, she felt confident in her role as a caring older sister. At that moment, Xiao Xia had regained her composure, her earlier confession, compelled from her by control, leaving her visibly shaken. Had it not been for the support of those around her, she would have nearly collapsed. Mr. Shun, she stammered, her voice trembling. I had no choice. If I hadn't come, he would have killed my entire family. No. Xiao Xia's state was deteriorating into madness, her terrified gaze darting around at the crowd nearby. He must know about this place. He surely has made his move. Shen Yun, with an impassive expression, waved his hand dismissively. Contact the Demon Suppression Division and have them handle this woman. Instead of reporting to them, she has come to spy on me? If her family is killed, it is merely the consequence she deserves. I'll reach out immediately. Qin Shitong, retrieving her phone, gestured for the others to escort Xiao Xia away. Xiao Xia panicked, fearing for her family's safety. Should the Demon Suppression Division learn of her treachery against a figure of their stature, she would likely spend the rest of her life imprisoned. Mr. Shun, I did nothing wrong. Mr. Shun, please, enough with the wailing. Silence yourself. One of the men interjected, stuffing a sock into her mouth. Were it not for the boss's pity, you would have been dead on the spot. You have no idea how the higher-ups of the Zhou family met their demise, do you? One should never doubt Shen Yun's ruthlessness. The man believed that if Shen Yun were not disinterested or concerned for this woman's potential to cause a familial catastrophe, her head would have already rolled. Ugh. Enough. Shen Yun turned his attention to the 8 individuals who had regained their focus. From now on, you shall be known as the Invincible God of War Squad. Proceed to Hang City at once. There are ample secret realms awaiting exploration. A helicopter will arrive shortly, so prepare yourselves. Upon hearing they were to head directly to a secret realm, the group's spirits soared. The title of the Invincible God of War Squad made them feel a mix of shame and embarrassment, though the name sounded grand. Their meager cultivation made them feel unworthy of such a title, lest they become a source of ridicule. Yet, they dared not voice their dissent to Shen Yun. Instead, they utilized their free time to send 2 of the girls to seek an audience with Qin Shitong. Do they truly think of me as the president? Now they want me to play the mediator, Qin Shitong replied, feigning compliance. Once at Shen Yun's side, she expressed her true sentiments. Boss, didn't I advise you to proceed with caution? Look, now you have attracted all manner of malevolent beings. Sai, how about I move in with you and serve as your strategic advisor? Strategic advisor? Shen Yun glanced at Qin Shitong, who was volunteering herself. Just focus on your duties. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. The closer she drew to him, the higher the risk of her mortality. This was no jest. Qin Shitong was too weak to be in close proximity to him. Should anything go awry, he would have to intervene, only complicating matters further. And her own life could be at stake. As for the squad's name, if they felt ashamed, they should strive to better themselves. As Shen Yun saw the helicopter descending, he leaped aboard. The name was merely a means to prevent this group from slacking off. After all, the embarrassment would not fall upon him. As he settled into his seat, a cascade of game notifications suddenly materialized before his eyes. Ding. Character Luo Hongshi's squad has entered the immortal Fallen Mountain to search for the ancient tomb of the Demon Emperor, inadvertently falling into the star array and plunging into the ancient corpse coffin. As long as there was no threat to life, Shen Yun continued to observe the game notifications. Opportunity within the coffin's inscriptions. Recharge 2, 688, 888 to purchase the Sitting Forgetting Enlightenment effect, allowing comprehension of the Demon Emperor's inscriptions on the coffin and mastery of the terrifying Demon Emperor's ultimate technique, the Celestial Sealing Divine Slash. Opportunity for the Emperor's Blood. Recharge 666 to break the coffin's defensive formation, earning a drop of the Demon Emperor's essence. Shen Yun's eyes brightened at the exorbitant expenses. The recharge discount ends today. This signifies that my VIP level will soon be upgraded. Chapter 74, Reality Feedback, Divine Technique, Celestial Sealing Divine Slash. Opportunity for the Emperor's Mark to protect the body. Spend 1, 298, 888 to obtain a trace of the Demon Emperor's Tao Mark. possessing the defensive capability to withstand a blow from a great emperor. Bye. The VIP upgrade was within reach, and Shen Yun clicked eagerly. The first 2 VIP level buffs were already outrageously powerful, and he was eager to discover what the third would entail. Ding! Thanks to the discount card. Congratulations to the player for spending 344 for 144. Character Luo Hongxi has obtained the sitting forgetting enlightenment effect, enabling her to comprehend the inscriptions of the celestial sealing divine / within the coffin at any time. Ding! Thanks to the discount card. Congratulations to the player for spending 333. Character Luo Hongxi, upon touching the defensive formation, has automatically obtained a drop of the Demon Emperor's essence. Ding! Congratulations to the player for spending 649 for 144. The sound of coins clinking filled the air. In the span of a few moments, 320,000 had evaporated. Shen Yun felt no remorse, for his VIP spending had surged significantly. He was just 650,000 away from reaching VIP level 3. He was too lazy to calculate the remaining change, instead appreciating how much the discount card had saved him. Thankfully, Qing Shui's side had not offered discounts, so perhaps he would soon reach VIP level 4 as well. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together, opening Luo Hongxi's game screen. On the screen, Luo Hongxi was seated within an ancient coffin alongside a man and a woman. Senior Sister Zheng, Chen Haoyan exclaimed, gazing at the ancient coffin's wall illuminated by spiritual stone light, his tone brimming with excitement. This could very well be the coffin of the great emperor. The inscriptions must contain the ultimate techniques of the Demon Emperor. Once comprehended, the path to enlightenment is within reach. The ancient Demon Emperor was the first to ascend to the title of emperor in the history of the demon race, and he was the sole being to do so. It was said that after the emergence of the 7 great imperial beasts of antiquity, the fortune of the demon race was divided, making it increasingly difficult for them to produce another emperor of enlightenment. This was also the reason why the Demon Emperor bore no other title, simply being referred to as the Demon Emperor. In the words of the demon race, he was a wondrous bamboo nurtured by heaven and earth, born in the bamboo grove named Bamboo Grove, who had endured numerous trials and tribulations before achieving the status of an enlightened emperor. His legacy was of unparalleled value. Mind your tongue. Senior Sister Zheng Feifeng, observing Luo Hongxi clutching her arm in fright, swatted the back of Chuan Haoyan's head. Be serious, and let us find a way to escape. She was the senior sister of the Tianyin Sword Sect, a pinnacle cultivator at the 9th level of soul forging. Intending to break through to the Transcendence realm, she had been invited by the sect leader to escort Luo Hongxi on this journey to the immortal Fallen Mountain for training. As Chuan Haoyan rubbed the back of his head, he meticulously scrutinized the modeled inscriptions before him. Although the two appeared calm, their hearts were in turmoil. If anything were to go awry with the sword master of the dual dance swords, they would truly feel as if they were staring death in the face. Who had instigated the rumor that the celestial Fallen Mountain was about to awaken, promising some grand imperial legacy? It was utterly disheartening. Starting off in a coffin, what an exceptionally ill omen. Master, are you there? Luo Hongxi, already timid by nature, felt a chill creep over her as the dark coffin walls were illuminated by the spirit stones, casting an eerie green glow that sent shivers down her spine. All she longed for was the comforting presence of her master to talk with her. I am here, a gentle whisper wafted through Luo Hongxi's mind, akin to a spring breeze dispelling the fog of her fears, causing her brows to arch in delight. Master is here. Indeed, with her master's arrival, all her trepidations dissipated. The young girl, in her innocence, had completely forgotten about the events of the previous day. Shen Yun smiled faintly and cleared his throat. Do not panic. Allow me to examine the celestial severing divine technique, a rather remarkable imperial inheritance, huh? The smile on Luo Hongxi's face froze, leaving her momentarily dazed. Wait, how could you discern that so quickly? Perhaps this was the essence of celestial talent, an instant comprehension. Luo Hongxi mused inwardly, her admiration for her master soaring to unprecedented heights. Sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in deciphering the inscriptions upon the wall. Oh, thank you, master. The sudden wave of happiness almost overwhelmed her. Had there not been others around, she might have burst into cheers. Gathering her focus, she hastily settled into a cross-legged position, fixating on the incomprehensible characters on the wall. This spectacle astonished Zheng Feifeng, who regarded her with a mixture of suspicion and awe. Swordmaster. You. Before she could finish her sentence, an astonishing scene unfolded before both her and Chen Haoyan. The inscriptions within the ancient coffin seemed to come alive, swirling around Luo Hongxi like playful fish. Hundreds of inscriptions radiated a rich purple aura, cocooning the girl in a protective embrace. At that moment, Luo Hongxi's face bore a solemn expression, enhanced by the ethereal glow of the purple essence, shrouding her in an air of mystique. My heavens! Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haoyan felt their scalps tingle in shock. The inscriptions on this ancient coffin were indeed a genuine imperial legacy. Just moments ago, Luo Hongxi had been trembling in fear, and now she was beginning to grasp imperial arts. They had encountered prodigies before, but this was utterly extraordinary. Her comprehension was simply mind-boggling. Likely, the sword master was destined to acquire yet another imperial art. Exchanging glances, they both recognized the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. It must be said, the sword master's fortune is truly extraordinary. Arriving at the celestial fallen mountain and immediately receiving such an opportunity. Speak less. We must not disturb the sword master. Right. They dared not even communicate through thought, positioning themselves further away. Earlier, they had contemplated seeking out the individual who had spread rumors about the sword master, especially since upon their arrival at the celestial fallen mountain. They had encountered formidable figures from various sects, including divine sons and daughters, creating a rather grand spectacle. Although Zheng Feifeng was no slouch, most individuals of divine son caliber had already entered the realm of law manifestations. They had approached this place with utmost caution, fearing for the sword master's safety. However, it now appeared that their concerns were unwarranted. Should Luo Hongxi comprehend the legacy of the demon emperor, her foundation would deepen significantly, and upon returning to their sect, the higher-ups would likely be overjoyed. A true embodiment of imperial potential. As time passed, the inscriptions surrounding Luo Hongxi gradually dimmed. One by one, they imprinted themselves upon the coffin's wall, forming a delicate, translucent ancient scroll that glided down to rest upon her lap. Phew! Luo Hongxi exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she eagerly grasped the ancient scroll. Master, this is a good affinity item. Indeed, the scroll emanated waves of affinity. While her master surely had no need for this imperial technique, the affinity it provided would undoubtedly be of use to him. What a stroke of luck. Shen Yun also felt exhilarated, keenly observing the item information projected before them. Affirmative item. Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor's Supreme Art. Celestial Severing Divine Technique. Quality, Imperial level. Effect, a total of 8 forms. Mastering them all grants terrifying power, and the combination yields the fearsome might of celestial severing. Incredible. Another formidable means at their disposal. Feeling a surge of excitement, Shen Yun steadied his breath and pressed the voice key. A commendable item now. Dispel the illusionary barriers on the coffin wall before you. Within lies a drop of imperial blood. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a treasure of great significance. Gazing at the area of the coffin wall where the scroll had detached, she quickly reached out to wipe it clean. Indeed, the mottled wall before her rippled like waves, revealing a square storage area. Within, a drop of azure blood hovered in midair, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire ancient coffin. Could it be the blood of the demon emperor? Zheng Feifeng stared at the drop of blood with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Seeing Luo Hongxi nod enthusiastically, Shen Yun exclaimed in wonder. Today has truly opened my eyes. Were it not for your status as sword master, I would have thought you were a descendant of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor. Just moments ago, he had been taken aback. How could a mere human comprehend the supreme art of a demon emperor so swiftly? As if the treasure possessed a spirit, the imperial blood automatically permeated Luo Hongxi's body as she reached for it, giving the impression of a fateful connection. With the three of them having stumbled into this place upon entering the mountain, their sword master's fortune was profoundly deep. I am a respectable person. Luo Hongxi proudly lifted her chin. Unknown to them, in addition to acquiring the imperial blood, she had also gained an imperial protective mark. It would automatically activate defense whenever danger approached. Even against powerful foes, she need not fear, as the mark would summon the phantom of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor to aid her in battle. The treasures were splendid, but how much better it would be if the phantom of her master could protect her. Remembering how her master had treated her the previous day, Luo Hongxi felt warmth spread across her cheeks. Her master's hands seemed to possess a magical quality. Even when the silver needles pierced the most delicate areas, she experienced far less discomfort than before. More than anything, it was the thrill and slight stimulation she felt. Afterward, when she used a large red koi to wipe her master's hands, she felt somewhat bashful. Her master had even teased her about the koi leaping over the dragon gate. Without the river, how could it leap? Fortunately, she had unwavering faith in her master. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. Oh dear, enough of that. One must not be too greedy. Luo Hongxi hastily dispelled the whimsical thoughts from her mind. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she murmured softly, "By the way, Master, the Demon Emperor wishes for me to visit his family. What do you think?" Just moments ago, while comprehending the celestial severing divine technique, she had received a message meant for the one who understood it. Visit the Demon Emperor's home? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow as a prompt appeared on the game interface. Character Luo Hongxi triggers a special hidden mission. Visit the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor's homeland to see his descendants. The opportunity is unknown. Upon completion of the mission, the player will randomly receive a reward. A reward? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. A visit sounds agreeable. It would serve as an opportunity to broaden one's horizons and refine one's character. With me around, there is no need for concern with him by her side. Luo Hongxi was assured of her safety and would also receive a reward for the mission. Indeed, Luo Hongxi beamed with joy. She held the Demon Emperor in high regard. Having obtained his legacy, Visiting his homeland to meet his descendants would fulfill the emperor's wishes. Their exchange took mere moments. Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haoyan, witnessing her joyful expression, couldn't he help but smile along. Haha, thus it is said, Sword Master, your talents are truly remarkable. Congratulations on acquiring the Demon Emperor's fortune. Their happiness for her was genuine. Luo Hongshi's innate talents were beyond dispute. Her sincere and kind nature had won the affection of everyone in the sect. Upon her return from the alchemy competition, she had even dragged Zhao Danxing to impart teachings to the disciples of the alchemy peak, crafting a dan for them free of charge. The scene was so moving that it nearly brought tears to the eyes of the disciples from Danfeng. It was akin to the profound teachings of the reincarnation sword scripture that the two had studied. Were it not for Luo Hongshi's unwavering dedication, they would never have had the opportunity to learn such an arcane art. The imperial techniques were reserved for the most elite young disciples within the sacred grounds and the ancient families. For the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect to even have the chance to learn was already an extraordinary fortune. However, once they truly began to practice, they realized just how exceedingly difficult it was. Thus, the two held no envy towards her for acquiring yet another imperial technique. Alas, their innate potential had its limits. Not everyone could be like Luo Hongxi. It was merely luck. After a shy smile, Luo Hongxi spoke, Sister Zheng, Brother Chun. I have received a legacy and must visit the homeland of the Demon Emperor to seek out his descendants. Will you accompany me? The homeland of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor? The two frowned, aware of the perilous uncertainties that lay ahead, yet the Sword Master's tone left no room for debate. Luo Hongshi's journey was pivotal for the prosperity of the Tianyin sword sect. Nothing could jeopardize her safety. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Feifeng proposed, Sword Master, perhaps we should return to the sect first and let the ancestor escort you? Luo Hongxi shook her head resolutely. That is not feasible. Once we leave this ancient coffin, the teleportation array will be destroyed. The Demon Emperor took such precautions to deter those with ulterior motives from reaching his homeland. Sword Master, do you intend for just the three of us to go? Chen Haoyan inquired tentatively. Yes. Luo Hongxi nodded affirmatively. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I possess ample treasures to ensure our safety. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyan's eyes twitched with anxiety. Sister, should we consider knocking the Sword Master unconscious and bringing her back? He genuinely feared that this journey might lead to unforeseen calamities, leaving him with no face to return. It was better to be straightforward. If they resorted to underhanded tactics, she might resent them for life. Zheng Feifeng was apprehensive about ruining such a promising venture. Regrettably, after their attempts at persuasion yielded little effect, Luo Hongxi, feeling somewhat helpless as they were unaware of the young master's existence, resorted to playful threats and temper tantrums, insisting they either accompany her or let her go alone. Zheng Feifeng was adamant that she would not allow her to venture forth alone, promptly dismissing the idea. Chen Haoyan, usually lighthearted, displayed an unusually serious demeanor. With both sides holding their ground, Luo Hongxi ultimately produced the Demon Emperor's protective divine inscription, intending to cast the two out of the ancient coffin while she proceeded alone, which finally persuaded her fellow disciples. At least with the Demon Emperor's protection, coupled with Hongshi's magical artifacts, escaping would not be overly difficult. The two could only comfort themselves with this thought. Come, let us divide the treasures for our escape. Luo Hongxi elegantly waved her hand. To the astonishment of Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haoyan, dozens of exquisite artifacts and talismans for fleeing hung suspended in the air, each more magnificent than the last. Ranging from 9th tier to semi-holy and holy-grade treasures. Choose your favorites without hesitation. I shall retrieve more from Master Zhao after you have used them. She was unconcerned, for with the young master, her fears were alleviated, yet her fellow disciples needed fine treasures to safeguard their lives. How affluent are these alchemists? Chen Haoyan exclaimed. What is there to fear? After regaining their composure, the two began devising an escape plan using these artifacts. Contemplating an escape in advance was, in fact, a rather humiliating matter for sword cultivators, especially for the Tianyin sword sect, which prided itself on being the foremost in the eastern domain, renowned for its ruthless killings. However, the sect leader had issued a stern command. In uncertain situations, prioritize fleeing with Hongxi. They could reclaim their dignity later, once the sword master had matured. Observing her companions busily preparing, Luo Hongxi, seated cross-legged, swayed gently as she whispered, Young master, could you notify the sect and inform them that I have gone to the Demon Emperor's homeland? She knew that her departure would undoubtedly cause concern within the sect, and it was prudent to send word early. Recharge prompt for communication artifact. Costs 648 game coins. Allows the purchase of a paper dove to send a letter from Luo Hongxi to the Tianyin sword sect. Special sound transmission talisman. Cost 888. Character can leave a voice message for the sect. Special memory stone. Recharge 2288. Records the current scene to send to the sect. Warm reminder. Current item comes with automatic navigation. Cannot be intercepted from the outside. Players can purchase with confidence. It's a trivial matter. As soon as the young master's voice fell, a pink paper dove materialized before Luo Hongxi. Clutched in its feet were a stone and a talisman. Chapter 76, Extraterritorial Teleportation Array. Lin Sheng felt as though the sky had fallen. How adorable. Thank you, young master. Luo Hongxi, seeing this paper flying dove for the first time, cradled it delicately in her hands. It couldn't be that the young master folded it, could it? If so, I would be reluctant to use it, preferring to keep it and gaze upon it to remember you. Why would I fold such a thing? Use it. Luo Hongxi felt a twinge of regret. Upon realizing that this was a top-tier communication artifact, Zheng Feifeng and Chun Haoyan were overjoyed. They had been worried the sect would become frantic with uncertainty, but with these communication artifacts, they could find solace. Once the three of them had collaboratively pinned their message and recorded it, Luo Hongxi held the folded paper dove high. The dove fluttered its wings, grasping the stone and talisman, and vanished into the void. Sister, brother, everything is in place. Let us depart. Luo Hongxi elegantly tapped the starry inscription on the wall, directly activating the ancient coffin. Thunderous roars reverberated as the ancient coffin's formation activated, trembling slightly. The lid illuminated like a starry galaxy, with countless brilliant stars shining forth. The beauty of it illuminated the dim interior of the coffin. May our journey be smooth. Chen Haoyan gazed at the coffin's lid, clasping his hands in prayer to the ancestors of the sect. Ancestors, please manifest your presence. If you do not wish to rise from the depths in anger, remember to bless the three of us, especially the sword master. May all calamities be avoided and malevolent forces repelled. His earnestness was palpable as he produced a series of ritualistic offerings and lit 3 incense sticks, bowing fervently. Zheng Feifeng, though skeptical, found herself subdued by his fervor and adopted a solemn demeanor, kneeling and joining her hands in prayer. Yet, while praying, her gaze drifted to the starry patterns on the coffin's lid, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Where is this leading us? Why do I feel as though this design seems somewhat familiar? Seeing her two companions in such earnest supplication, Luo Hongxi stifled a laugh, forcing a serious expression as she mimicked their gestures. After all, Zheng and Chun were concerned for her, and such a solemn occasion was not the time for levity. Outside the Shen Yun mountain, thunderous roars echoed. The myriad cultivators awaiting outside simultaneously looked up to witness a colossal, illusory cosmic star map unfurling in the sky. The fog of the Shen Yun mountain, which naturally suppressed cultivation levels, erupted from within in a dazzling display, expanding like a great star ascending. This extraordinary spectacle left the onlookers in awe. What is this phenomenon? Could it be a treasure is about to emerge? In a nearby inn, the esteemed elders from various powerful factions changed countenance in unison. It is the Other Shore star map. The imperial tomb of the demon emperor must be about to manifest. The Other Shore star map is traditionally an array set by emperors traversing the cosmos. The reason for such a setup by the emperor was singular: to seek immortality. The elders present, hailing from the sacred grounds or ancient families, or serving as venerable elders of superpowers, possessed greater knowledge. Attaining the Tao might not be the ultimate limit for cultivators. Otherwise, many ancient emperors would not have ventured beyond their homeland into the extraterritorial realms. Now that the Shen Yun mountain revealed the Other Shore star map, it indicated that an emperor had once graced this place. Coupled with prior reports of tomb raiders uncovering suspected imperial tombs, the evidence suggested the existence of an imperial tomb here. It was possible that some cultivator had activated the formation within the mountain. This could lead to extraterritorial travel. The powerful figures gazed apprehensively at the increasingly resplendent star map, uneasy at the thought of their disciples activating the array, uncertain of when they might return. After all, those entering were often prodigies of the saint and divine tiers. The legacy of an emperor was unknown, and they could only wait for those inside to emerge to glean further understanding. The crowd could only suppress their growing anxiety and patiently await the outcome. The elder of the sword sect, Lin Sheng, furrowed her brow as she stood by the window, gazing into the extraordinary sights ahead. The phoenix, known for its steadiness, was accompanied by the meticulous yet somewhat eccentric Haoyan. With them safeguarding Hongxi, there was little chance she would act impulsively. However, regarding Luo Hongxi's playful insistence to visit Shen Yun mountain, neither she nor the sect could devise any means to dissuade her. Though fierce, they were reluctant to scold her, leaving them no choice but to allow the two to accompany her. As long as the trio remained vigilant, they could maintain a cautious distance, thereby delaying both opportunities and dangers. It was likely that the three would enter the mountain without triggering any traps. Yet at that moment, a cheeky transmission surged into Lin Sheng's mind, causing her vision to darken and her legs to weaken. Master, you needn't wait for us. We're off to the homeland of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor. Senior sister mentioned that the Emperor's homeland might be in the Demon God Mountain of the eastern region, or perhaps in some place on the Shantian continent. In any case, don't worry. We'll take a look and return once we arrive. I can't disclose the location, as the Emperor likely wishes to avoid disturbing his descendants. I'll share my experiences with you upon my return. Master, take care of yourself while I'm away. Remember to practice the body tempering technique given by Master Zhao and address your concealed injuries in due time. Also, please inform Master Zhao not to rush the creation of the Quasi-Emperor pill. He has too many hidden injuries. Once my power increases, I will assist him in healing. Then, we can refine the quasi-emperor pill together, one for each of us, to astonish the realm. Hee, and please don't tell my father, or he will worry. Foolish disciple. This is an interdimensional teleportation array. Lin Sheng's spirit was shaken, feeling as though the sky was collapsing. The trio was still unaware that they were venturing beyond dimensions, believing instead they were heading to a location within the Xiantian continent. However, the unknown beyond could harbor dire omens. The affectionate words of Luo Hongxi, reminiscent of a caring daughter, shattered her heart further, fearing that this might be their final exchange. Lin Daoist, Elder Yaoqi, witnessing her unsteady form, quickly reached out to support her. Observing Lin Sheng's pallid complexion and constricted pupils, a clear sign of mental distress. She was alarmed and swiftly channeled a gentle surge of spiritual energy to alleviate her chaotic spirit. Do not panic, Lin Daoist. Surrounding cultivators hurriedly gathered, their expressions grave. Could it be that Luo Hongxi has activated the ancient coffin? This girl was a treasure in the alchemical realm, having meticulously planned her journey, intending to visit the sects of all present cultivators. Now that this incident had occurred, everyone felt a sense of unease and regret. The unknown beyond could lead them into the lair of celestial demons, a place where survival would be unlikely. Once she regained her composure, Lin Sheng settled into a meditative posture, breathing heavily and speaking rapidly. Please inform my sect. Summon the alchemy sage to visit the demon god mountain. Given her current mental state, she could not swiftly return to the sect to discover the whereabouts of the bamboo forest demon emperor's homeland. Only a visit to the eastern region's demon god mountain could yield answers. The demon god mountain was one of the most formidable forces within the Xiantian demon clan. Even when facing a holy land or an ancient family, they stood their ground. For humans to enter their territory and inquire about the emperor was no small feat. Having the alchemy sage involved would surely yield results. An elder from a faction closely allied with the sword sect promptly declared, "Rest assured, Lin Daoist, we shall depart swiftly." Chapter 77, Unveiling the Secret Realm. Who in the world does not recognize you? I shall go. From a distance, a robust man, who had been dozing in a chair, slowly rose. Langia, a powerful figure of the Mangu clan, had accompanied the young master, Man Xiaoshan, to this location. This clan had maintained amicable relations with the demon tribes for generations, and with him and the alchemy sage together, it was a double assurance. He had been invited to this room by Elder Yaoqi, but due to his proud nature, it was unexpected that he would be willing to intervene at this moment. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Langia. Lin Sheng expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. Langia waved his hand, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Character teleportation in progress. Seeing that Luo Hongxi was unharmed, Shen Yun turned off the projection. In the cartoonish image, Luo Hongxi and her two companions were perched atop a coffin, swinging their little legs as they gazed at the starry sky, the scene crafted with undeniable cuteness. Yet, the most striking aspect was the feedback item within her bag, the Fanfictionaudiobook Shinju. However, with others still aboard the helicopter, retrieving it would be somewhat inconvenient. Ding. The money makes everything work. Sensing the player's high desire to retrieve the item, we hereby activate the green channel recharge effect. Recharge 99.99 to allow the player to extract items without being detected by outsiders. What a remarkable scheme. Truly the most frustrating pay-to-win game in history. Shen Yun smirked. While others may find it vexing, he found great amusement in it. Purchase green channel. Ding. Congratulations, player. For your successful purchase, future extractions of feedback items will go unnoticed by others. Eagerly, Shen Yun retrieved the ancient scroll, and the VIP automatic cultivation effect was immediately activated. Ding. Detected that the player has obtained the Demon Emperor's ultimate skill, Fanfictionaudiobook Shinju. VIP Level 2 Automatic Cultivation Acceleration activated. Detected a total of 8 ultimate skills, the first being Sealing Spirit, Cultivation Acceleration in progress. Before him, the ancient scripture transformed into a stream of golden light, flowing into Shen Yun's brow. This allowed him to grasp the effects of Sealing Spirit. With a single strike, the opponent's spiritual energy could be sealed. For a cultivator, losing their spiritual energy was akin to rendering them half powerless. The effectiveness was nothing short of miraculous. It was likely that future techniques would be even more formidable. In the later stages, he would surely achieve sealing immortals and slaying gods. Shen Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. Fortunately, such a powerful emperor's scripture could cultivate automatically. Otherwise, like the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect, he might possess it without the ability to comprehend it, left only to watch the emperor's techniques with frustration. Speaking of which, Sienna was still in cultivation. Noticing Sienna lying motionless in her nest, Shen Yun felt a strong urge to pet her, as it had been quite a while. Yet, he knew it was due to his excessive enthusiasm that she felt too shy to emerge. Primarily, Shen Yun wanted to teach Sienna a lesson, but unexpectedly, she seemed more interested in enticing him with her growing allure, creating a situation that was hard to resist. Never mind. It would be good to let her digest the previous demon beast crystal core. Shen Yun suppressed his desire to pet the fox and turned his attention to Ling Qingxue. At this moment, she was still honing her skills in the 10,000 Great Mountains, stabilizing her cultivation. Seeing that she was fine, Shen Yun exited the game. Gazing out at the urban scenery beyond the window, the helicopter had now reached the skies above Hangzhou, and with his keen eyesight, he could see 7 suspended entrances to secret realms nestled among the distant mountains. The secret realms in Hangzhou could yield 3rd and 4th tier spell inheritances, sufficient for the 9 cultivators of the Gathering Rotation realm. However, among the 4th tier inheritances, the Zombie King's corpse descend golden body he possessed could be upgraded. Secret realm inheritances, unless of exceptional or rare quality, had minimal growth potential, far inferior to the skills cards dropped by outside malevolent entities. In fact, some demon beast skill cards were even stronger than ordinary secret realm inheritances. Yet, for the general populace, this still represented a commendable area for reinforcement, as the mindless monsters within ordinary secret realms were significantly safer than the intelligent malevolent beings outside. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed in an area specifically designated by the Demon Suppression Division. Ahead, groups of people were entering the 7 suspended secret realms in batches. After disembarking, Qin Shitong swiftly approached Shen Yun. Boss, the Demon Suppression Division has already detained Tan Xiaoxia. As for her family of 4, they are still alive and under the protection of the Demon Suppression Division. Oh, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. It seems this person possesses some cunning. They didn't resort to mindless killing. If the cultivator from the Evil Soul Palace were to slay Tan Xiaoxia and her entire family, the Demon Suppression Division would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, risking exposure. The losses would outweigh the gains, for now. The members of the Evil Soul Palace should focus on surviving and developing in the shadows. Mr. Shun. At this moment, a female police officer approached, offering a salute as she led the group into a special access passage. Ahead lies the newly discovered secret realm, 7 Tiger Mountain, where it is believed that some ancient disaster occurred, leading to suspected members of the Tiger clan retreating into the secret realm, their minds deteriorating into malevolent tiger-like entities. Eliminating them offers a chance to obtain the 3rd or 4th tier of the Tiger clan's secret techniques. However, due to the influences of the inherent laws within, the tiger-shaped malevolent entities will resurrect 3 hours after death. Thus, it is advisable to exit promptly. Each entrance to the secret realm allows only 1 acquisition of the inheritance. Re-entering results in a significant decline in the quality of the inheritance, and at times, it may yield nothing at all, rendering further attempts futile. As for the special inheritances, the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Bureau currently assess it as first come, first served. The laws of the secret realm are exceedingly arcane, and the resurrection of slain creatures is not uncommon. According to the remarks of online users from the past, this setup encourages exploration across multiple secret realms. However, if the deceased's bodies are not taken away, they will be assimilated by the secret realm and transformed into malevolent beings. There are conspiracy theorists who claim that there are shadowy figures collecting the blood and souls of living beings, and with the countless deaths throughout history, the powerful entities behind the establishment of these secret realm laws must be extraordinarily formidable. The highest tier is 4th. The members of the unyielding War God Squad exchanged glances, a faint glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. As practitioners of the Gathering Rotation realm, their cultivation techniques are merely 2nd or 3rd tier, which were released by the authorities decades ago during the resurgence of spiritual energy to enhance the nation's strength. To acquire higher-level cultivation manuals, one must either join a cultivating family or contribute to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Now, however, there is an additional means of acquisition, character feedback. Yet, it is evident that they have yet to obtain any 4th tier manuals. With each new method comes an increase in strength, and naturally, they are eager for more. Once everyone entered the secret realm, they discovered a space strewn with gray sand. Around the crumbling ruins, numerous individuals were engaged in hunting tiger-headed, human-bodied monsters emanating dark energy. Boss, Qin Shitong whispered, surveying the nearby tiger demon. The probability of obtaining the inheritance is not a certainty. Should we all join forces to slay the demons? No need. If we eliminate them all swiftly, the chances will increase, Shen Yun replied, his gaze sharpening as he summoned the flying sword, Jinghong, from his brow. Whoosh. The sword erupted in a radiant blue light, soaring into the heavens. Immediately, a reverberating hum akin to a dragon's roar resonated throughout the area. Boom. The tiger demons within the secret realm were no match for the pressure exerted by the holy weapon and exploded on the spot. Wow, how fierce. Not only were Qin Shitong and the others astonished, but those engaged in monster hunting were left dumbfounded as well. It is known that these tiger demons are of the 2nd and 3rd tiers, requiring a team effort to defeat even one. Yet, within mere seconds of a single strike, all the tiger demons in the secret realm had been vanquished. It's Shen Yun from Haiqing. Upon seeing the distinctive light blue sword in the air, people immediately linked it to the newcomer. This sword had already been heralded online as the premier divine weapon of the age. Who in the world does not recognize you? Turning around, the crowd indeed saw the sword resting in the hands of a remarkably handsome young man. Chapter 78. Calling you good brother? That's not allowed. Following this, 11 streams of crimson light soared from the corpses of the tiger demons and surged towards Shen Yun and the others. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the 3rd tier. Mid-grade inheritance tiger roar from the reality tiger clan's secret realm. Do you wish to accept the inheritance? Cancel. Shen Yun deemed such a low-grade inheritance unnecessary, finding it far less beneficial than the 3rd or 4th tier manuals from the Xintian continent. He sheathed the sword Jinghong and addressed the astonished crowd. Everyone, follow me. With 7 secret realms, each of you should be able to attain a 4th tier inheritance. Whoa, did I hear that right? We can farm to 4th tier. The faces of those who had yet to receive their 4th tier inheritances lit up with excitement. They had believed they would only farm once, not expecting such generous assistance from the boss. The boss is already on his way. Let's hurry and follow. I declare, I will follow the boss to the ends of the earth. The 9 individuals rushed out of the secret realm, realizing why their boss was so confident. His strength is truly formidable. Among the crowd, Qin Shitong was radiant with enthusiasm. Previously, she could only gauge the boss's strength through online information, lacking a clear perspective. Now, witnessing it firsthand, she comprehended the extent of the shock. It was as if possessing a divine weapon meant claiming the world. A few minutes later, after clearing just 3 secret realms, all 10 members had obtained 4th tier inheritances. Alright, that will be all for today. Upon exiting the secret realm, Shen Yun looked at the exhilarated 10 after returning. Each of you will lead a team into the mountains to hunt demon beasts and collect rare materials. As for team numbering, the highest cultivator will be designated as number 1. Those of the same level will be arranged by age, and so forth. At this point, Shen Yun focused intently on the group. Currently, I will only remember your numbers. Only the strong can gain the recognition of others. Yes, boss. The 9 responded in unison, their voices ringing out. Let us go? Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding crowd, the 9 members of the unyielding squad strutted behind him like proud roosters. Today they had truly opened their eyes, witnessing the boss clearing 3 secret realms in mere minutes. They felt that even if other 5-star demon suppression sects arrived, they would not possess such capability. It is said that Shen Yun's treasures are powerful, but those who have played games know that insufficient strength renders even high-tier treasures ineffective, let alone consecutively activating them thrice to clear the realm. Shitong, Shen Yun communicated via thought. Aside from managing the company, you should also enhance your personal cultivation. I will take you to clear some high-intensity secret realms when time allows. The company needs a resident powerhouse, and how far Qin Shitong can progress depends on her own fortune. Okay, boss, I will work hard. Qin Shitong smiled brightly, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Leaning in to whisper, boss, are you really alright? Shen Yun suspected she was referring to matters concerning his ex-girlfriend. He raised an eyebrow. What could possibly be wrong with me? I might as well play games to grow stronger. Then why are you so good to me? Qin Shitong bit her lip, her cheeks flushing. If you like me, just say it. I've hinted at going to your place before. She could not fathom why the boss was treating her so well. Perhaps he was seeking a new companion after parting ways with his girlfriend? Yet, the boss was exceedingly shy. With his current strength, what woman could he not attract? Qin Shitong thought it was a stroke of luck if he chose to pursue her, leading her to test the waters. Shen Yun shook his head. You are too weak. In my eyes, you are like a mere decorative vase. Do not overthink it. I am merely nurturing a trusted aide. Qin Shitong's face flushed deeply from his words, and she hurriedly moved to another helicopter. She realized her misunderstanding. After all, there was indeed a significant disparity in their strengths. As expected, powerful individuals must have matching partners. Although the boss did not regard her, she felt no discouragement. She understood that effort was what truly mattered. The helicopter ride back was uneventful. By the time Shen Yun returned home, it was already afternoon. He closed the door and took out his phone as he ascended the stairs. I should take some time to visit the underground black market and procure a personal royal banner. It is prudent to prepare this in advance. When encountering practitioners from the Evil Soul Palace, killing them will not waste their soul energy. Such items as evil practitioners or dubious goods are only circulated in the underground black market and cannot be found elsewhere. As Shen Yun reached the stairs, a flash of white light erupted from his phone, and a familiar, delightful fragrance wafted towards him. Sienna? He turned to see Sienna perched on his shoulder, her big, adorable eyes blinking at him. Haha, you finally decided to come out. Master, Sienna shyly nibbled her lip, her 4 large tails swaying bashfully. She had wanted to come out on the plane, but was too shy, fearing that others might misconstrue their relationship. After all, they were defying the natural order. She and her master were engaged in a forbidden act. Noticing her lingering shyness, Shen Yun embraced her with a smile. From now on, don't call me master. It feels distant. Sienna's eyes widened, and upon meeting Shen Yun's steady gaze, her heart raced as her head bumped against his chest. Covering her face with her paws, too bashful to speak. Oh dear, then what should I call you in the future? Perhaps husband? How embarrassing. At that moment, she felt both joy and gratitude, for it signified that her master acknowledged her. With emotions surging within her, Sienna could not help but murmur softly. Then what should Sienna call you? The mere utterance of a single word from her seemed to drain all her strength, leaving her utterly powerless. Normally, such moments would pass without notice, but now, the atmosphere was palpably different. Come on, call me Brother Yun, he urged with a playful grin. Leaning in closer to her lips, feeling bashful, she thought that with a little encouragement, she would surely manage it. The prospect of using such an endearing term made by Syenner's heart race, her eyes shimmering with a playful glimmer. Yet, witnessing Shen Yun's eager anticipation, she bit her lip, clasped her delicate little hands tightly, and cautiously leaned towards his ear. Yun Yun, brother. What a delightful sound. The softness of her voice sent waves of excitement coursing through Shen Yun. This was far more thrilling than when his ex-girlfriend called him daddy, prompting an exaggerated exclamation from him. Ah, come on, say it again for me. Seeing how much he enjoyed it, Syenner shyly covered her mouth with her tiny hands and ventured another timid call, Brother Yun. Ha ha, that is simply enchanting. Shen Yun felt invigorated by those two utterances. In that moment, he truly comprehended the sentiments of King Zhou. Alas, since Syenner had yet to take on her true form, Shen Yun suppressed the surging energy within him and shifted his tone. Come on, Syenner, call me good brother and let me hear it. Before she could finish her plea, Syenner caught sight of the fiery glint in Shen Yun's eyes, which jolted her back to reality. She quickly pushed his face away with her soft little paws, exclaiming, No, Brother Yun, not now. With a flustered face, Syenner dove into the Beastmaster space, leaving Shen Yun in a state of bewilderment. Huh? Moments later, he came to a realization and hastily spoke into his phone. It's not like that, Syenner. I was just thinking about when you take on your form. Please don't misunderstand. He couldn't let Syenner think of him as a pervert. It would be too embarrassing. Chapter 79, Entering the Life Forbidden Zone. After saying this, Shen Yun cleared his throat, realizing that his earlier comments may have been a tad too direct. Ahem, Syenner, you must believe me. I am not that kind of person. Master Yun, I want to cultivate now. Adorably. As long as there was no misunderstanding, he felt a profound sense of relief. Shen Yun gazed at Syenner, who had curled herself into a ball using her tail, rolling around in the space. He longed to give her a good rub. She was simply too adorable. Only 3 monster crystal cores? Noticing that there were merely 3 4th-tier crystal cores in the space, Shen Yun opened her cultivation details. Current realm, 2nd heaven of the vast sea realm, initial stage of 4th tier. With the protective spell from the Qi Tian Demon Emperor, Syenner thrived in her cultivation journey. Furthermore, she had yet to consume her 8th tier heaven and earth spirit vine. Once ingested, her cultivation would likely see a significant boost. Checking the demon information, Shen Yun prepared some crystal cores for her and opened the demon app to view the 4th tier demon information. Discovering that they had all been captured by the Demon Suppression Division, it appeared that the opening of the secret realms had significantly enhanced their strength. On the way, he had heard the powerful members of the Demon Suppression Division discussing how they had been clearing the secret realms to bolster their team's capabilities. As the secret realms opened across various regions, the collective strength of the populace would experience a qualitative leap. Regrettably, there were only 5 suspected 5th-tier malevolent entities nationwide, and all had already been captured. The distance was too great for Shen Yun to be interested in pursuing them. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the next wave of game updates began. At that time, 4th to 5th tier demons would descend upon the mountains, and the system for supplementary professions for cultivators, such as alchemy, weapon forging, talisman making, and formations, would also be updated. This period would mark the discovery of spirit stone mines, heralding the onset of a global surge in cultivators. Of course, it was possible that someone had already realized the existence of spiritual veins underground and had begun to investigate early on, especially with recent exposures. Closing the app, Shen Yun switched to the game to check on things. Luo Hongxi was still in transit. He wondered if there was an issue with the teleportation array, as it had taken such a long time for her to arrive. Fortunately, the coffin was sturdy and posed no danger. Ling Qingxue had already left the 10,000 Mountains and was heading towards the eastern region's life forbidden zone to seek information related to her origins. In the Q-version scene, the young girl aboard the flying vessel appeared pensive, as if contemplating the unknown path ahead. The soul-crossing sea was hardly a benign place, and Qingxue's journey there might very well trigger a series of recharge notifications. Lying on his bed, Shen Yun secretly anticipated this. He needed just over 1.6 million to reach VIP level 3. Perhaps today would be the day he achieved it. At the soul-crossing sea, as an untouched forbidden zone on the eastern region's border. Today, however, many sect cultivators had gathered here. When Ling Qingxue's flying vessel approached, it was immediately intercepted by 2 cultivators clad in purple robes. Upon seeing her dressed in the attire of a core disciple from Yaoqi, the leading man's eyes flickered, and he smiled, cupping his hands. Esteemed friend from Yaoqi, what brings you here? Though Yaoqi was a neutral faction, it boasted immense depth and was one of the pinnacle powers in the eastern region. Had it been anyone else, they would have been driven away without question. Entering the forbidden zone, Ling Qingxue observed their attire and realized they were disciples of the heavenly abyss sacred land of the eastern region. No prophet, no early risers. Their presence here suggested they had uncovered something. Entering the forbidden zone, Did she perhaps acquire more detailed information? As the man hesitated about whether to report back, he suddenly heard the voice of an elder in his mind. Let her through. Yaoqi might have discovered some treasures here. Simply hint to her that we are open to collaboration. Understood, elder. The man smiled at Ling Qingxue, cupping his hands. Friend, to be frank, there have been strange occurrences here recently. Not long ago, I heard that someone retrieved longevity incense from the sea. That is why we have been on alert here. And we did not mean to impede your passage. I hope you won't take offense. Is that so? I shall observe for myself, Ling Qingxue replied. Uninterested in the so-called longevity incense, her true destination was the Eye of the Dead Sea marked on the stone tablet. After landing, she surveyed her surroundings. Besides the people from the Heavenly Abyss sacred land, there were over a dozen individuals from various top-tier powers. At that moment, an elder from the Heavenly Abyss approached. Young friend, you are aware of the dangers of the soul-crossing sea. Remaining submerged for too long can regress your soul's wisdom to that of a child, and in severe cases, one may revert to the state of a mere toddler. It is exceedingly perilous. Perhaps we should collaborate? This was the Forbidden Zone's effect of the soul-crossing sea. Intellect degradation. Ling Qingxue clasped her fists and replied, I shall heed the elder's advice. With the young master by her side, she felt invincible. Although the old sage in plain robes did not support her adventuring, she was determined and stood hidden in the shadows, unafraid of external plots. Very well. We will send someone in shortly. We can watch over one another and collaborate. The elder from the Heavenly Abyss nodded. All according to your arrangements, elder. Ling Qingxue's gaze shifted to the 13 men and women being herded towards the sea by the cultivators. Their anxious and terrified expressions made it clear that they were all forcibly chosen. Such occurrences were common in the immortal cultivation world. She had once experienced a similar fate as a sacrificial array participant, fortunate enough to survive due to her robust constitution. As for collaboration, she had no time to waste with this group. Retracting her gaze, Ling Qingxue looked ahead at the ashen waters of the soul-crossing sea. That ancient stone tablet in the underground river has likely existed for countless ages. At merely 20 years of age, the time discrepancy is too great. Could it be that she was nurtured in the womb for hundreds of thousands of years before being born? After such a long period of nurturing, how could she possibly be abandoned at birth? My grandmother said she found me when I was not even a month old. The timeline simply does not align. Unless she was birthed by the world itself, awakening without parents. Thus, Ling Qingxue was determined to investigate the truth. Half an incense stick later, as Ling Qingxue observed, they began mobilizing, and she leaped into the soul-crossing sea first. What are you all waiting for? The Yaoqi disciples have already jumped in. Are your lives more precious than hers? Voices rang out. In the face of intellect degradation, hurry back as soon as possible. Everyone jump in. Reluctantly, the 12 men and women followed suit, diving into the sea. Su Elder, do you think this Yaoqi disciple knows some insider information? Indeed. Moreover, she came alone, which is quite suspicious. The elders of various factions gathered around Elder Su at the Celestial Abyss Holy Land. They had only recently received the news and rushed over at the first opportunity, eager to procure the extraordinary longevity incense, a treasure capable of extending even the life of their ancestors. The solitary act of this Yaoqi disciple, daring to venture alone, seemed rather suspicious. Elder Su shook his head, pondering, who knows? Are you all planning to stop her and demand an explanation? If only one faction were present, who would know if they were to act maliciously? But with so many witnesses here, should anyone dare to harm the Yaoqi disciple, it would be certain that someone from the 6th faction would report her to Yaoqi. In the depths of the sea, Ling Qingxue had reached the pinnacle of her speed, the radiance of the 9 heavens sacred body, Tao embryo shimmering faintly across her surface. The intelligence-depleting effects of the soul-crossing sea held no sway over her. Such was the might of the 9 heavens sacred body Tao embryo, rendering her impervious to all malevolence and arcane arts. The Eye of the Dead Sea, located at the heart of the soul-crossing sea, was said to devour all things. Creatures rendered directionless by the intelligence-depleting effects would enter it, never to return. After a considerable time, Ling Qingxue noticed the currents around her intensifying. The Eye of the Dead Sea was just ahead, with a decisive step forward into the unknown. Her expression grew increasingly grave and tense. Young master, are you there? The moment her voice faded, the barriers that obstructed soul probing could not hinder the young master's gaze. The familiar watchful presence enveloped her, dispelling the unease within her heart. Fear not, I am here. His gentle voice infused her with boundless strength. Yes, Ling Qingxue smiled knowingly, darting forward into the Eye of the Dead Sea, vanishing from sight. Chapter 80, Abandoned Infant, Celestial Bastard. Inside the Eye of the Dead Sea, an eerie silence prevailed, resembling a sea within a sea. However, as far as the eye could see, countless corpses floated around, with no fewer than 10,000 surrounding them. A sea of corpses. This was the first thought that surged through Ling Qingxue's mind upon entering the Eye of the Dead Sea. Strangely, each corpse was remarkably preserved, no bloating, no decay, merely pale faces that seemed to be in a deep slumber. Thank goodness the young master is here with me, Ling Qingxue murmured, rubbing her arms. If not for his watchful presence, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with anxiety at this moment. Suddenly, an unfamiliar gaze fixed upon her from behind. Instinctively, Ling Qingxue jolted and turned around, only to find a young woman clad in black, with a delicate appearance, cupping her fists in greeting. Tao Si, greetings to the Yaoqi friend. Ling Qingxue recognized this woman as one of the 12 cultivators by the shore. To her astonishment, the other party had managed to withstand the intelligence-depleting laws of the Forbidden Zone and arrived here, showcasing extraordinary capabilities. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly and began to explore the depths of the eye. The fractured stone tablet contained scant detailed information, merely stating that clues regarding the immortal realm and the nine heavens sacred body Tao embryo could be found within the eye. Navigating through the vast sea of corpses tested one's resolve, and Tao Si, following closely, curiously inquired, "Did you come here for the longevity incense?" Upon seeing Ling Qingxue shake her head, Tao Si's eyes brightened as she tentatively asked, "Could it be that you have also learned of the immortal palace?" She had been caught by the external forces and reluctantly joined the group of 12. Her curiosity about this Yaoqi female disciple's direct venture into the Eye of the Dead Sea prompted her to follow. The mention of the immortal palace sent a tremor through Ling Qingxue's heart. If she had parents, their origins must be mysterious. And perhaps this immortal palace was their dwelling. She feigned surprise and glanced at Tao Si. "You know about it too?" "Indeed, I discovered it from an ancient manuscript," Tao Si replied, sensing the probing nature of their exchange. Ling Qingxue realized that Tao Si sought to exchange information, yet how could she divulge anything concerning her own background? "I shall delay her for a while. She cannot withstand the laws of this forbidden zone for long." After a moment of silence, the two continued their exploration. The Dead Sea stretched endlessly, with nothing remarkable in sight apart from the floating corpses and the sea water. Within half a stick of incense's time, Tao Si could no longer contain her impatience. Lacking Ling Qingxue's extraordinary physique, she could only momentarily resist the laws of the forbidden zone with her secret treasure. Prolonged exposure would surely damage her spirit. "What kind of physique do you possess that allows you to endure for so long?" Tao Si, her breath growing heavier, gazed at Ling Qingxue's serene demeanor. Hesitating for a moment, she produced a yellowed piece of paper. "Ling Daoist, this is my manuscript. Please take a look and see if there are any points of interest. If we continue to delay, we may suffer dire consequences." With a sense of triumph, Ling Qingxue accepted the paper and examined it closely. It indeed contained records concerning the immortal palace, along with a crucial piece of information. Stone tablet trail. Before entering the Eye of the Dead Sea, one must find an ancient stone tablet. Replicate the mysterious symbols at the top of the stone tablet, and activate the connection to the immortal palace within the Dead Sea to obtain guidance on the route to the immortal palace. Ling Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the mysterious symbols at the top of the stone tablet. She possessed the upper half of the stone tablet and indeed had a mysterious symbol. Returning the paper to Tao Si, Ling Qingxue raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to inscribe a profound inscription in front of her. She could only mimic what she saw, but it was sufficient. As the final stroke was made, a mysterious inscription hovering in the air trembled violently, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. The inscription then vanished into the depths of the eye, leaving behind a long, undulating ripple. This was the guidance to the immortal palace. Whoosh! Ling Qingxue chased after the ripple, disappearing in a flash. "She certainly knows something," Tao Si exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she matched Ling Qingxue's pace, her movements exceptionally elusive. What astonishing speed! Ling Qingxue marveled at her agility. "Tao Daoist, your lineage must be extraordinary. Why have I never heard of you in the Eastern Domain?" This girl was also at the Soul Forging realm, yet her speed was remarkable. Tao Si's expression turned slightly bashful, aware that the other was inquiring about her background. She felt compelled to introduce herself to demonstrate her sincerity for the exploration ahead. "I am a disciple of the thief sage Wu Kongshou. His reputation is so great that it has its drawbacks." "So you are a grave robber. That explains it." Ling Qingxue ceased her inquiries, and the two rushed forward. As they ventured deeper, the floating corpses gradually diminished. When they broke free from the sea of corpses, a landmass surrounded by a water avoidance array came into view, floating amidst the sea. Upon it stood a towering bronze ancient palace, soaring thousands of feet high. Before it, the two appeared as insignificant as ants, the visual impact overwhelming. As they approached, the intelligence-depleting laws grew increasingly potent, and Tao Si evidently struggled to endure. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue reached out and grasped her, enveloping her in the divine radiance of her physique to shield her from the encroaching laws. "Thank you, Ling Daoist." Tao Si exhaled in relief. "Rest assured, I merely wish to broaden my horizons. I seek nothing of value." One must know their place when venturing into the world, a lesson imparted by her senior brother, Zhang San. Without Ling Qingxue's assistance, she feared that even returning would pose a challenge. Not at all. Ling Qingxue guided her as they descended to the ground before the massive bronze palace. The ancient palace bore the scars of time, its entrance ajar, from which a dense aura of forbidden laws surged forth. "If it weren't for you, I might have become a fool, truly formidable," Tao Si exclaimed as she felt the passing laws brush against her body, tightly clutching Ling Qingshua's arm. She sensed that even her master, the thief sage, would struggle against these forbidden laws. Perhaps my true origins will be revealed once we enter, Ling Qingxue said. Stepping directly into the bronze palace. The narrow opening spanned several thousand meters, and her pace quickened from slow to fast. Ultimately, her curiosity got the better of her, and she dashed inside. However, just as she was about to exit the narrow opening, a transparent barrier materialized before her, making entry impossible. Within the confines of the barrier sat a spectral figure of an elderly man, his expression inscrutable, as if sensing their presence. He slowly opened his aged eyes and scrutinized the two. The elderly man's indifferent voice nearly caused Ling Qingxue to lose her composure. Your constitution is unrecognized by the heavenly path, destined to be a calamity unto yourself. And you shall inevitably perish. This is also the reason your mother abandoned you. Return, and seek solace in the mountains to enjoy your twilight years. Should you dare to pursue cultivation and seek immortality, your fortune will dwindle, misfortunes will ensue, and you will bring ruin to your loved ones, ultimately leading to your demise. Becoming an immortal is not a luxury you can afford. Gazing at the projection, Shen Yun furrowed his brows. The heavenly path does not acknowledge her? Fortune is exhausted? If that is the case, it is likely that Ling Qingxue did not achieve greatness in her past life and met with a tragic end. No wonder this life is so wretched. Ling Qingxue's complexion paled, her body swaying slightly. She was indeed an ill-fated individual, causing her abandonment. Could it be that she had also brought death to her grandmother? Would she doom the young master as well? Ding. Character Ling Qingxue has been affected by words of temptation, her emotions greatly fluctuating, her Tao heart destabilized. Recharge 888 to solidify her Tao heart. Friendly reminder. Since the player's affinity with Ling Qingxue has reached 100, she holds immense significance in her heart. A mere verbal reminder will suffice to stabilize her Tao heart, requiring no expenditure. What a farce. How dare Lao Bai play such tricks? Shen Yun's expression darkened as he quickly pressed the voice button. My Qingxue is my lucky star. How can she be ill-fated? That old dog speaks foully. Qingxue, do not heed him. Even as an immortal, this young master can slay millions with a wave of my hand. Who cannot act ostentatiously? After speaking, Shen Yun directly purchased Tao heart stabilization. There was no choice. With abundant funds, fortifying her heart was the true path to solidity. His gentle words awakened the bewildered Ling Qingxue. The phrase my Qingxue bestowed upon her boundless courage. Especially that last assertive declaration gradually cleared the haze from her eyes. What if I have no family? What if the heavenly path does not acknowledge me? I have the young master. He is my heaven. Boom. A fierce aura erupted from her, and she threw a punch toward the dark-faced elderly man's phantom. Old dog, do not think to destroy my Tao heart. Chapter 81. A dog's eyes look down on others? Charge. A resounding slap across the space. Bang. Ling Qingxue's punch struck the barrier, failing to reach the old man. Struggling does not always yield favorable outcomes. The old man was surprised that she could stabilize her Tao heart so swiftly. And as he rose, his form began to dissipate. I have already warned you, it is time to leave. As for the barrier here, it requires the soul power of 10 divine soul golden lotuses to open. You will likely find it unattainable in this lifetime. Ling Qingxue was an outsider, not recognized by the heavenly path of this realm. Furthermore, her fate had been altered, bearing the destiny of a calamity, which would only diminish her fortune as she cultivated, ultimately leading to her demise. Seeing her frown, the old man spoke calmly. Do not harbor hopes of finding your parents. You are merely an accident. The Ling family has no need for you. It is a pity that this bronze immortal artifact was meant for the young master, a pearl lost to the dust. The young master? So, I have stumbled upon great fortune? Ling Qingxue coldly regarded the indifferent elderly man, having prepared herself for the abandonment by her parents. She did not exhibit much anger. As for this bronze hall, one must seize an opportunity if it arises. With the young master by her side, she firmly believed she could achieve the level of 10 divine soul golden lotuses. Although the mystery of her lineage remained unsolved, she had gleaned enough understanding. From now on, she would focus on her cultivation and ascend to the heavens. At the very least, she would ensure this old dog's head was removed. How dare he destroy her Tao heart and sever her path to cultivation? She would undoubtedly make the Ling family members pay dearly. The old man, perceiving her anger, scoffed and shook his head. Good words cannot persuade the damned. Go ahead and try. As the old man began to fade, Shen Yun felt an overwhelming annoyance. That lofty countenance, truly believing himself to be a celestial being looking down upon ants, made him wish to tear him apart. Fortunately, at that moment, a series of recharge prompts illuminated the screen. Ding. Ignore the barrier's aura. Recharge 666. Character Ling Qingxue can ignore the barrier and step into the bronze immortal hall. Ding. A celestial hand's great slap. Recharge 888. Ling Qingxue receives a celestial slap, striking the face of the Ling family steward, crossing space to hit the celestial domain. allowing the steward to savor the taste of the young lady's slap and lose a few teeth. Ding. Ascend to 10 Divine Soul Golden Lotuses. Recharge 555, 555. Character Ling Qingshue's soul talent rises to the 10th rank, achieving 10 Divine Soul Golden Lotuses, shocking the old dog for 10,000 years. Charge it all. Shen Yun clicked rapidly. With the sound of coins clinking, 140,000 flowed away from his account like a torrent. Qingxue, this old dog is making me very uncomfortable. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Qingxue felt the ocean of spiritual power within her mind boiling over like a tempest. One by one, Divine Soul Golden Lotuses rose from her sea of consciousness, illuminating her chaotic mind with a golden radiance. As the Golden Lotuses ascended, her spiritual power expanded geometrically. In that moment, her soul felt as though it had been purified and elevated, making her want to moan with pleasure. A full 10 Divine Soul Golden Lotuses hovered above her consciousness. It is known that the ancient emperors possessed Divine Soul Golden Lotuses numbering 12, a testament to their immense talent. At this moment, Ling Qingxue felt that with a mere thought, she could sweep across the world. This overwhelming sense of empowerment was a side effect of her soul's enhancement. Oh my heavens! Her soul talent is so terrifying. Beside her, Tao Xi's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the 10 golden lotuses appearing above Ling Qingshue's head. Those with extraordinary soul talent are typically born with 4 or 5 lotuses. Yet this young woman, so youthful, possessed 10 divine soul golden lotuses. Such astonishing potential had never been heard of in the eastern region. The Yaoqi must be hiding a great weapon. Amazed, Tao Xi attempted to remain inconspicuous, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. Since the old man had communicated through thought, she was unaware of their exchange. However, judging by Ling Qingshue's expression, it was evident that the old man was not a benevolent visitor. At this moment, although Ling Qingxue was immersed in the euphoria of her immense soul enhancement, she had not forgotten the young master's command to provoke the young master's wrath. This old dog was courting death. With a murderous glint in her eyes, Ling Qingxue stepped boldly into the barrier. This caught the dissipating steward of the Ling family off guard, eliciting a soft gasp. Your soul talent is unexpectedly high. What can your dog eyes discern? Ling Qingxue shot an angry glare at the steward, and with a swift motion, she delivered a phantom slap. A mere dog servant dares to point fingers at this young lady? Arrogant. The steward of the Ling family stared in disbelief at the approaching slap, his furious old eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. You dare? Smack. This slap directly dispersed the steward's phantom. In the celestial domain, Ling family ancestral residence. Smack. The sound of the slap echoed like thunder, startling tens of thousands within the Ling family estate. Even the secluded ancestors were roused, believing that some powerful force was attacking. The entire clan went on high alert. Arrogance. Who dares to cause trouble at the Ling family ancestral residence? Rumbling. Within the clan's forbidden area, a celestial king's manifestation descended, surveying the vast Ling family grounds. After glancing around, everyone's gaze settled on a particular courtyard where the current steward, Ling Hong, was kneeling on the ground, his face swollen and bloodied, with a few teeth scattered amidst the crimson. I have disturbed the ancestors. I have just acquired a technique and encountered a mishap. Ling Hong knew that alarming the ancestors was a grave offense, and he fervently bowed, not daring to disclose a hint of the fury within him. Just after that divine soul dissipated from the bronze hall, he had been soundly slapped by that little Miss Ling Qingxue. Such methods are certainly not within the capability of an individual from a lower dimensional realm. They may very well be a legacy technique embedded within one's bloodline. Were it not for the fact that no one could intervene inside or outside the bronze immortal hall, I would have long since reduced you to ashes. This bitter pill he must swallow in silence. Stripped of his position as steward, he must begin anew as a mere servant. Thank you for your mercy, ancestor. Ling Hong expressed his gratitude, yet within his heart, he harbored a deep-seated desire to flay Ling Qingxue alive. It's all your fault. After toiling for nearly half a lifetime to ascend to such a position of power, to lose it all in an instant is nothing short of heartbreaking. What is the matter with you? The family head, Ling Feng, approached with a countenance as dark as water. You are a disgrace. Ling Hong had been quite adept, but he had not anticipated such a blunder today. However, upon receiving a subtle glance from Ling Hong, Ling Feng sensed the gravity of the situation. After departing with Ling Hong, he learned that his younger brother's daughter, Ling Qingxue, was still alive. Years prior, his younger brother had forsaken the position of family head for love, secretly binding his life to a woman, and during their time in hiding, Ling Qingxue was born. To protect their daughter from harm, the couple entrusted her to the Bronze Immortal Hall, relying on their confidant Ling Hong to place her within a temporal passage to send her to the lower realms. Ling Hong, seeing his brother's hopelessness in securing the family head role while being unable to grasp power himself, chose to ally with him, asserting that Ling Qingxue possessed remarkable potential and, upon her return, might be accepted by the Ling family, thus jeopardizing his own son's standing within the clan. Ultimately, the two conspired to dispose of all the belongings left to Ling Qingxue, by her parents within the bronze immortal hall, casting them into the temporal passage for destruction. Unfortunately, the hall, with its mysterious origins and indestructible material, could not be obliterated and was bound to Ling Qingxue, rendering it impossible to kill her. Thus, Ling Feng established a wisdom-depleting law within, preventing Ling Qingxue from approaching the bronze immortal hall to retrieve this treasured artifact. Moreover, he devised a solitary calamity fate formation around Ling Qingxue's cradle, subtly altering her fate while she slumbered, destined to become a solitary star of misfortune. As a final safeguard, he instructed Ling Hong to leave behind a fragment of divine thought to influence Ling Qingxue's resolve and the misunderstandings with her parents. They then cast the bronze hall into the temporal passage. Little did they know that after all these years, Ling Hong would return today with news concerning Ling Qingxue, revealing that this niece of his possessed a physique capable of disregarding the laws he had set. What does your lofty talent matter? Your fate has already become that of a solitary star of misfortune. Should you dare to continue your cultivation, calamity shall surely befall you. Ling Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, yet he remained oblivious. The so-called solitary star fate would undergo a transformation when Ling Qingxue encountered Shen Yun, whose abilities were akin to those of a divine being. Her fate had long diverged from her past life. Chapter 82, VIP Level 3. Physique activated. How infuriating. Ling Qingxue shook her tingling hands, her cheeks flushed. She rarely exhibited such brazen arrogance, especially not in the presence of what seemed to be a divine being's consciousness. Yet, after bestowing a resounding slap empowered by her master's might, she had indeed struck the old man's face. It was simply astonishing. It was evident that the old man had spoken with great bravado mere moments ago, yet he could not evade even her slap. Clearly, her master's strength surpassed all. How delightful. Shen Yun also reveled in the moment. The old man was left dumbfounded by the slap, and his VIP status had finally ascended to level 3. He hastily clicked on the VIP consumption icon in the upper left corner. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your spending record has reached 10 million, elevating your VIP level to 3. Unlocking abilities. VIP basic ability. Automatic cultivation acceleration effect has been enhanced. VIP level 3 special ability. Activation of special physique. Ancient Annihilation Battle Physique. Annihilation Battle Physique possesses terrifying physical strength, combat capabilities that defy measures. Self-generating the source of annihilation. With a perfected physique, a mere drop of blood can obliterate the cosmos. And with a single strike, can push through the ages. Capable of slaying deities, vanquishing demons, and exterminating immortals. Special introduction to the source of annihilation, the origin of all laws crumbling. It can shatter all worldly principles. Ignoring the enemy's clones, life-preserving techniques, rebirth through nirvana, puppetry, and external manifestations. Once invoked, it can traverse time and space, annihilating the essence of the original being, boasting terrifying lethality. VIP automatic cultivation. Current physique automatically activated. Commencing accelerated cultivation of the first layer. First layer physique effect. Overall physical attributes surge tenfold. Note, the physique realm is divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers signify minor completion. The middle 3 layers signify major completion. The last 3 layers signify peak completion. The 10th layer represents a perfected physique. Boom. In an instant, Shen Yun's fair skin flushed crimson, feeling as though every drop of blood within him was boiling. The exhilaration brought about by the comprehensive enhancement of his physique crashed over him like surging waves, leaving him in a state of euphoric numbness. The most evident change was the augmentation of his strength. With a 20-fold increase in combat power, he now felt as though his mindset had transcended. The ambition to crush a cow was no longer his goal. Instead, he now aspired to unleash a single punch capable of shattering the earth. This physique is extraordinary. Shen Yun's face lit up with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. The enhancement of his physical attributes by tenfold was merely secondary. The source of annihilation within the annihilation battle physique was his true ace in the hole. A single punch can obliterate all laws, especially the ability to destroy an enemy's clone and annihilate the original. This cross-dimensional assault technique is the epitome of true terror. After suppressing the boiling energy within him, Shen Yun glanced at his recharge balance. 15. 8 million. Level 4 requires 20 million, leaving him needing to recharge an additional 2 million to reach it. Without discounts, the efficiency of recharging had significantly increased. Shen Yun mused to himself. The promotional event had concluded, and the consumption progress bar would surely exhibit a surging trend, greatly facilitating his rapid ascension in VIP status. Seizing the opportunity to recharge as much as possible before the promotional offers ended, with his spirits lifted, Shen Yun continued to observe the projection. At that moment, Ling Qingxue, seeing Tao Si cheering for her from outside the barrier, stepped out to reinforce her sacred body's protective brilliance. Tao friend, wait here a moment. I'm going to take a look inside. All right, Ling friend, you go ahead. Tao Si nodded eagerly, clearly enamored. In her eyes, Ling Qingxue was genuinely formidable, daring to strike even the divine consciousness of the long-standing forbidden zone. The key was the overwhelming talent of her opponent, which left her in awe. If only I could befriend such an extraordinary prodigy, my senior brother would surely be envious. Tao Si felt this journey to the soul-crossing sea was truly worthwhile. As Ling Qingxue entered the bronze hall, she raised an eyebrow and chuckled. If my master knew we had reached this place and even entered, she would be utterly envious. The paper she possessed, which recorded information about this location, was one of the closely guarded secrets of the thief Saint Wu Kongshou, stolen from the Tomb of the Sages in the Tiangong Tower. The Tiangong Tower is an organization capable of predicting 90% of the world's events. However, her master was the one who had escaped. She was indeed quite formidable. Then I must be one among the escaped. Tao Si thought proudly as she surveyed the exterior of the bronze hall, planning to return and boast to her master. Inside the hall, Ling Qingxue surveyed her surroundings and found it utterly empty. However, she had not anticipated any treasures would be present. Now that my identity and origins are clear, bearing the fate of a solitary star of misfortune, abandoned by those from the upper realm, Ling Qingxue murmured, her previous unease having dissipated. After this incident, her inner turmoil had unraveled, leaving her mind and spirit remarkably light. If they do not want her, so be it. As long as my master desires her. As for the news of the celestial realm, it was likely that someone had seen this ancient bronze hall, leading to the dissemination of ancient legends. At the very least, she had not encountered any celestial opportunities upon arriving. The entire ancient hall felt desolate. Hearing the old man claim it was an immortal artifact, Ling Qingxue lightly traced her fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall to the ground in an attempt to subdue it. After all, it was an immortal artifact, and she naturally wished to claim this treasure. As her blood touched the ground, radiant celestial light erupted beneath her feet. Boom! The entire ancient bronze palace reverberated with a tremendous roar, as the mottled marks on the walls shed away, revealing the resplendent golden radiance of yore, reminiscent of a grandiose imperial palace. Clad in fluttering garments, with long hair billowing, Ling Qingxue undoubtedly embodied the mistress of this magnificent abode. With a mere thought, the vast bronze palace shrank to the size of an ordinary dwelling, and the entrance's prohibitions were sealed with her will. Congratulations, Taoist Ling, Tao Si exclaimed as he rushed inside. The sight of corpses strewn across the exterior was too unsettling to bear. What a pity there are no other treasures. Otherwise, your visit would not have been in vain. Ling Qingxue's demeanor remained remarkably composed after acquiring the treasure. She regarded this bronze palace as compensation for the abandonment by her parents, a clean slate, hence it was inherently hers, evoking no excessive excitement. What of it? Surviving the depths of the forbidden zone is already an extraordinary feat, Tao Si remarked, maintaining an optimistic outlook. Were it not for your assistance, I would never have reached this place. Noticing the sincerity in his smile, Ling Qingxue returned the gesture with a gentle smile. Very well. Let us depart. She swiftly closed the grand hall's doors, realizing that the laws of intellect suppression within were dissipating rapidly. This law was indeed peculiar, and she pondered the opportunity to comprehend it further. Imagining the formidable ability to render an opponent a fool with a single blow was tantalizing. Steady, Taoist Tao. Understood. After a slight tremor, the bronze palace ascended into the air, breaking free from the water-warding array, heading towards the eye of the Dead Sea from whence they came. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted. The entire hall rocked as if under siege. What is happening? Ling Qingxue and Tao Si exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with astonishment. Could it be the corpses? Chapter 83, Continuous Breakthrough. Game update. With a thought, Ling Qingxue made the bronze walls before them gradually translucent. Outside, the corpses floating in the sea, I revived one by one, their eyes wide with malice as they surged towards the bronze palace. Fortunately, the palace was exceptionally sturdy, and the pressure it emanated reduced the ancient corpses they encountered to mere blood mist. They seemed to be attempting to seize the palace. Tao Si clung tightly to the railing, swallowing a dry gulp. I have heard from my master that the Eye of the Dead Sea is likely a man-made forbidden zone. The adversaries have set up a formation here, using the intellect suppression law to siphon the essence and souls of living beings to augment their own power. Now that the palace is fleeing, they must have sensed it. The thief sage had learned from the ancient tomb of the heavenly machine tower that the soul-crossing sea's precious item, the longevity fragrance, was actually birthed from the deaths of beings under the influence of a formation. This item was merely one of the lures to attract outside cultivators into the sea. Once someone succumbed to the intellect suppression law, they would be drawn into the eye, causing their essence and souls to vanish, leading to their demise. The palace's departure signified the dissolution of the intellect suppression law, and the sudden attack of the ancient corpses undeniably confirmed the thief sage's conjecture. This place was likely a man-made zone of life prohibition. Remain calm. Ling Qingxue navigated the bronze palace onward. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly immensely powerful. Given the enduring existence of the soul-crossing sea, the energy they had consumed was unfathomable. Yet, before her master, they would be as insignificant as ants, easily crushed. Without mentioning her master, it was likely that the adversaries could not seize the Bronze Palace at all. Ling Qingxue understood that no cultivator could resist the allure of such a celestial artifact. However, the fact that they could only resort to the intellect suppression law without being able to claim the palace spoke volumes. Thus, she felt no fear. Indeed, even amidst the upheaval of the sea of corpses, they could not obstruct the departure of the Bronze Palace. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the palace soared out of the eye of the Dead Sea. Aware that elders were lurking near the heavenly abyss sanctuary outside, Ling Qingxue maneuvered the ancient palace to breach the surface of a distant coastline. Once on solid ground, Taosi exhaled in relief. Thank goodness the Supreme did not act. Otherwise, our escape would have been in jeopardy. It is a long-standing belief that the Forbidden Zone is guarded by a Supreme. At present, however, there were no formidable adversaries emerging from the soul-crossing sea. Otherwise, their exit would not have been so effortless. Ling Qingxue retracted the Bronze Palace and stated, Taoist Tao, we part ways here. This journey was greatly aided by your presence. Taosi offered a respectful bow and blinked. Should the opportunity arise, I shall return to the Yao Pool to discuss further with you. Indeed, until we meet again. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly before soaring into the distance. Master, with this matter concluded, I shall seek the opportunity to eliminate Sun Feiyu. With personal matters settled, it was the perfect time to address her master's objective while simultaneously familiarizing herself with the recently acquired Bronze Palace. Shen Yun opened the map and noticed that Ling Qingxue was not far from the winning sect. He instructed, on your way, deal with Zhang Fenghua of the winning sect. Initially, he had intended to assign this task to Luo Hongxi, given their shared animosity in the past life. However, the girl had vanished atop the ancient emperor's coffin, and it was uncertain when she would return. To prevent Zhang Fenghua from causing trouble, he decided it prudent to have Ling Qingxue handle the matter en route. Understood, master. Ling Qingxue silently noted the name before vanishing. At that moment, Shen Yun felt the spiritual energy within him begin to boil. Clearly, upon reaching VIP level 3, his cultivation speed had surged once more. Now at the 8th layer of meridian condensation, he pondered how much further he could ascend this time. Shen Yun swiftly retrieved all the spirit stones within the space and placed them in the room. Each VIP upgrade significantly boosted his cultivation speed, allowing for rapid advancement. If he could break through to the vast sea realm this time, even with others enjoying a 50-year advantage in spiritual energy recovery, he would swiftly close the gap. Of course, this merely referred to realms. In terms of strength, he surpassed cultivators of the vast sea realm by a considerable margin, making it as easy as drinking water to cross realms. With determination, Shen Yun settled into a meditative state. Soon, he felt the stirrings of a breakthrough. Compared to the previous time when he required an entire night to advance a single layer, he now found that with a slight adjustment, the rapidly circulating spiritual energy within him began to assault his cultivation bottleneck. Hopefully, I can break through several layers, he murmured to himself, gradually closing his eyes. After learning of Ling Qingxue's origins and the existence of a celestial empress, he felt that his current level and strength were somewhat lacking and that his progress was too slow, naturally wishing for greater power. With his rate of breakthroughs, he would reach the vast sea realm in just a few days, yet he still felt it was slow. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. As the secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain opened, coupled with the news of the golden-haired monkey attaining the title of Great Sage equal to heaven spreading, the populace developed immense yearning for places steeped in legend. Many flocked to these mythological sites. However, regrettably, official projections suggested that ancient myths were largely fabrications, likely exaggerated accounts based on ancient beings witnessed within these secret realms. The likes of the black and white impermanence and the divine beast Xuanwu were not as formidable as depicted in novels. Yet, some exceptional yet lesser-known inheritances had emerged. Regardless, the number of those seeking secret realm inheritances continued to rise, with the prospect of leveling up by defeating monsters presenting an irresistible allure. However, 2 days later, a game update notification appeared, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing the enthusiasm of players worldwide. Game update content. At noon, the density of spiritual energy in the world has once again increased. Additionally, in the mountain ranges inhabited by demon beasts, there is a probability of encountering 4th and 5th tier demon beasts. Update content 2. The cultivator's secondary profession system has been updated. Players with talents in secondary professions such as alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and array formation will have an increased chance of obtaining relevant skill books for their game characters. Update content 3. After logging into the game, players can open the player area chat box, allowing all players to communicate freely within it at any time. Oh no, I was planning to explore the secret realm in the mountains today. The players, upon reading the update notification, erupted in uproar online. There's even a chance of encountering 5th tier monsters. There are hardly any cultivators in all of Huaxia who could stand against a 5th tier beast. This update is rolling out too quickly. It's not giving us any time to develop. Surely, you cannot be under the illusion that this is merely a game. In the realm of cultivation, No one grants you the luxury of a tranquil development period. Without a powerful background, one must rely solely on their own endeavors. This latest update does have its merits. At the very least, it has introduced sub-professions for cultivators, which will undoubtedly accelerate the atmosphere of cultivation within Blue Star. With the introduction of these sub-professions, the treasures possessed by the beasts will undoubtedly increase in value, and major trading firms are sure to profit immensely. However, the mountains may harbor fifth-tier beasts. Shen Yun meticulously perused the information available online, noting that the majority were expressing pessimism regarding this update. After all, even with the addition of sub-professions, the actual talent of the players would determine their efficacy. Nevertheless, for Shen Yun, this update bore an additional advantage. Shortly after the update, news emerged about the discovery of spirit stone veins on Blue Star. Shen Yun waved his hand to collect the debris scattered across the floor of his room. After 2 days of cultivation, he had directly broken through from the 8th level of the pulsing veins to the 4th level of the vast sea. However, as one's cultivation level rises, the consumption of spirit stones during breakthroughs accelerates. Presently, within his beast mastery space, only 2 superior spirit stones and 13 mid-grade spirit stones remained. Enough for perhaps one more breakthrough. Fortunately, upon completing his breakthrough and logging into the game, he discovered that the 3rd wave of updates had arrived. He mused that if he kept an eye on the news regarding the spirit stone veins, he might be able to amass a substantial collection. Turning his attention to where Luo Hongxi was, Shen Yun closed the update content and focused on the chibi depiction of Luo Hongxi. Chapter 84. Bewildered after the deception. Where are we being sent? Be cautious, Zheng Feifeng warned, her expression alert as she scanned the surroundings in the dense forest. I sense danger here. Possessing innate sword bones, her perception of peril was exceedingly acute. The moment the 3 emerged from the ancient coffin, her skin instinctively reacted. Clearly, this lush forest was no sanctuary. They needed to vacate the area post-haste. Luo Hongxi followed closely behind her, ready to unleash her magical artifact at a moment's notice. Trailing behind was Chen Haoyan, struggling under the weight of a coffin the size of a human head. It could only be minimized to this extent by Luo Hongxi and could not be stored in the spatial realm. To be honest, this object was immensely heavy, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Were it not for his training as a sword cultivator, coupled with his cultivation at the 3rd tier of soul forging, he might have found it unbearable. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a peculiar group of humanoid creatures burst forth. Upon seeing the vibrant crystals sprouting from their foreheads, the 3 exchanged solemn glances. Members of the demon race. They had indeed arrived in the territory of the demon race. Unlike the human race, members of the demon race exhibit crystal cores on their foreheads, which they can typically conceal to avoid prying eyes. Yet, in their own domain, they had no need for such discretion. Humans, the leading minotaur frowned and called out, "Are you from the Zhu family? What brings you here?" The Zhu family? Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxi's eyes lit up. It seemed they were not far from the homeland of the Demon Emperor. Judging by his tone, it appeared there were likely many humans within the Zhu family's imperial clan. Chen Haoyan, his thoughts racing, clasped his fists and smiled. Dear friends, we have been entrusted by the powerful of the Zhu family to seek someone here. We hope for your understanding. Their claim of being sent by the Demon Emperor was indeed credible. Chen Haoyan, despite being a bit offbeat, was quite astute. Handling such situations was well within his capabilities. Seeing his demeanor appear genuine, the Minotaur nodded and waved his hand. Follow me. Entry for humans is now prohibited. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been another faction witnessing humans, it would not have mattered if you were from the Zhu family. What a kind-hearted demon. Chen Haoyan, Zheng Feifeng, and Luo Hongxi exchanged glances and quickly advanced to the Minotaur's side, bowing in gratitude. We are immensely grateful. May I ask for your name? Upon returning, we shall certainly report to our family, and I shall bring a generous gift to pay my respects. A person who knows how to navigate social pleasantries. No wonder the Zhu family sent you. The Minotaur chuckled, appreciating the prospect of receiving benefits without effort. It's a mere trifle. I am Niushan, the small leader of the Tianqing tribe in the Great Wilderness Mountain. The Great Wilderness Mountain Tianqing tribe? Chen Haoyan's heart skipped a beat, although well-traveled. He had never heard of this place. Could it be that the Demon Emperor had created a miniature world here using grand sorcery? He could only speculate. After a moment's thought, Chen Haoyan tentatively inquired, Friend Nyo, why is this area sealed off? Has something valuable emerged? Indeed, Niushan replied in a hushed tone. It is because a heavenly pool has appeared in the Great Wilderness Mountain, drawing various factions to this locale. Gasp! Chen Haoyan's expression drastically changed. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Niushan. Though he understood little, it did not hinder his astonishment. This individual even knew of the heavenly pool of the demon race. He must hold some standing within the Zhu family. Seeing his reaction, Niushan grew inclined to befriend him, gravely nodding. It was only a couple of days ago. The phenomenon alarmed various factions, and they immediately sealed off this area to prevent the other 7 demon domains from discovering it. After all, the heavenly pool is where the demon emperor once resided. It is said he attained enlightenment and became an emperor there, gaining immense benefits. Countless powerful figures have come, including several demon saints. Even your Zhu family has sent a senior demon saint. I shall escort you there, to spare you any trouble along the way. Thank you, friend Nyo. Shen Yun said earnestly, though his heart raced with apprehension. Could it be that we have ventured beyond the realm? It is worth noting that within the Xiantian continent, there were not many factions with demon saints presiding over them, such as the Eastern Domain's Demon God Mountain and the Northern Sea Dragon Palace, which accounted for merely 5 major factions. However, according to Niu Shan, there were numerous factions with demon saints in this area. Sister, Luo Hongxi turned to the frowning Zheng Feifeng. Has Qin Shixiang been here before? Does he know anything about this heavenly pool? What does he know? He is merely trying to impress, Zheng Feifeng replied, her tone heavy. Huh, I thought it was genuine. Luo Hongxi bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. This Qin Shixiang was truly something. He had even managed to deceive her. Zheng Feifeng, however, did not share her optimistic outlook. In a serious tone, she transmitted her thoughts. Hongxi, I was contemplating what the star map within the ancient coffin was. It now appears we may have activated an interdimensional teleportation array. This place is no longer the Xiantian continent. What? Luo Hongxi's heart raced. Interdimensional? What is happening? Have we suddenly been transported away from the Xiantian continent? Young master, are you there? Luo Hongxi's tone grew frantic, fearing she might never see her young master again. Do not worry, I am here. Shen Yun smiled gently. If only her father, Luo Qinghe, knew that his daughter was already thinking of someone else before even being married off, how heartbroken he would be. That familiar, soothing voice allowed Luo Hongxi to exhale in relief, her tense expression softening. As long as you are here. Her young master was truly formidable, able to keep watch over her even across 2 realms. This alone indicated that the realm he inhabited was far superior to theirs. Sister, do not fret. With our substantial treasures and the legacy of the Demon Emperor, I believe we shall encounter no issues upon reaching the Zhu family. We will proceed cautiously, step by step. If anything arises, my young master will certainly intervene. There is nothing to fear. Moreover, arriving in the interdimensional realm might even allow us to discover unique items to curry favor with my young master. With this thought in mind, Luo Hongxi found herself increasingly looking forward to this interdimensional journey. Let us hope so. Zheng Feifeng inhaled deeply. If anything were to transpire, she and her junior brother would have to ensure Luo Hongxi's safe departure from this place, even at the cost of their lives. With the opening of the heavenly pool, many factions had been allocated a spot to enter, and the Zhu family was among them. Niu Shan chattered incessantly along the way. It's great being part of a major faction. The benefits are plentiful. Us small fry wouldn't even dare to dream of such things. Indeed, Shen Yun nodded in agreement, occasionally engaging in conversation, seeking to extract more useful information. After more than an hour, Niu Shan finally led them out of the dense forest. Ahead loomed a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds, surrounded by areas where various factions had set up camp. 3. This is the Wilderness Mountains. I shall lead you to the territory of the Zhu family, just ahead in the mountain range. Niu Shan gestured toward the towering peaks and proceeded onward. Swordmaster, what were the instructions given to you by the Demon Emperor? As they drew nearer, Shen Yun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His bravado had merely been a fade. Now that they were on the verge of encountering the true entity, he found himself at a loss. Chapter 85. My master is your ancestor. Luo Hongxi raised an eyebrow. The Demon Emperor instructed me to ascertain whether any of the Zhu family possessed the awakened bloodline of the Demon Emperor. If so, I am to provide them with a portion of the Demon Emperor's blood to aid in activating their innate abilities. It is said that the energy contained within the blood of the Demon Emperor is truly astonishing. Over the past few days, she had been assimilating it within the ancient coffin, and her cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Meridian Condensation realm. A breakthrough into the Hanhai realm was merely a matter of time. Did the Demon Emperor not leave any for the family? Shen Yun inquired, intrigued. Like the imperial weapons of ancient noble families, which are indeed legacies left by the emperors, it seems that preserving the blood of the Demon Emperor shouldn't pose much difficulty. None. Luo Hongxi shook her head. The Demon Emperor claimed to have foreseen the trajectory of the family. If he were to leave behind his imperial blood, the cursed ancient 7 imperial beasts and other demon clans would inevitably invade the Zhu family, igniting a war to seize the imperial blood and cleanse their own curses. I don't quite understand. It seemed the Demon Emperor had his own strategies, and Shen Yun wisely refrained from further questioning, recognizing that such matters were beyond the grasp of a mere lowly cultivator. Swordmaster, when we meet the Zhu family, how should we conduct ourselves? Do not fret. Just observe me. Soon, Niu Shan guided the trio to the base of the mountain where the Zhu family was stationed. Celestial Qingtian clan, 2 disciples of the Zhu family, clad in azure garments, glanced at Niu Shan before their gazes settled upon Luo Hongxi and her companions. Who goes there? Upon noticing their approach, Shen Yun and Zheng Feifeng turned their attention to Luo Hongxi. Their swordmaster was fixated on a group descending the mountain path. Leading the group was a strikingly handsome young man, wielding a feather fan, with a golden demon core gleaming brilliantly at his brow. It was the Zhu family's demon saint, the Golden Crow King. Beside him stood a woman dressed in pristine white, her countenance cold and ethereal. Though her demon core was of a lower grade, she appeared youthful, flanked by numerous venerable demon clan elders, indicating her significance among the Zhu family's younger generation. We pay our respects to the Golden Crow King and Miss Qingqing. Niu Shan and the Zhu disciples bowed in unison. Chen Yun and Zheng Feifeng followed suit, cupping their fists in greeting. The Golden Crow King regarded the trio with surprise, his gaze keenly discerning their extraterrestrial origins. However, surrounded by various powerful factions, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely smiling and nodding as he turned his attention to Luo Hongxi, who had yet to bow. What brings you three here? The Zhu family cultivators also noted that this human girl dared not pay her respects to the Golden Crow King, a display of audacity that was indeed remarkable. It should be understood that this was the great demon star domain, divided into 8 major demon regions, where countless demon clans thrived. The human race was a marginalized group, often viewed with suspicion, as many demons believed that the bloodline curse was inflicted by humans to undermine their threat. Had it not been for the decree left by the demon emperor forbidding the slaughter of humans, the human race would have long been extinguished in this star domain. Although the Zhu family adhered to ancestral teachings and treated humans kindly, having taken in numerous humans, no one had ever dared to confront the demon saint without showing respect. Not even the younger members of the Zhu family would fail to bow in the presence of humans. Now, this young girl's failure to do so could lead to dire consequences unless she had a valid reason. Nonetheless, those present were perceptive enough not to regard her with mockery. Instead, they were intrigued by what audacity and foundation she possessed. After all, in the realm of cultivation, fools were few and far between. Indeed, when she finally spoke, both the Golden Crow King and the others were taken aback, their pupils contracting in astonishment. I am here following my master's decree to seek out the Zhu family's promising individuals with ancestral bloodlines. Luo Hongxi lifted her chin, standing with a composed demeanor. The master she referred to, of course, was the demon emperor, Zhu Lin, having inherited the legacy of the demon emperor. It was not an exaggeration to claim to be his disciple. Moreover, she already had 2 masters, one more would pose no issue. The key was that by framing it this way, she could gain entry into the Zhu family without complications. With this thought in mind, she had drawn inspiration from her brother Chen Yun, who was adept at manipulation. Young friend, the Golden Crow King waved his hand to seal off the surrounding area, casting a benevolent smile toward Luo Hongxi. Might I inquire about the name of your master? The promising individuals with ancestral bloodlines, he continued, is a closely guarded secret of the Zhu family that outsiders could never possibly know. My master is your ancestor, Luo Hongxi declared, raising her right hand. As her palm glimmered with radiant light, a jade-green bamboo flute slowly rose within it. Is that not the soul-returning flute? The Golden Crow King and Zhu Qingqing exchanged incredulous glances. For this was the second technique of the Demon Emperor's supreme art, the soul-returning flute. Those capable of mastering imperial techniques were the core of the Zhu family, each bound by a restriction within their souls, preventing any transmission of such knowledge. Yet, before them stood a human girl who had evidently mastered it, solidifying her potential as the Demon Emperor's disciple. Even the Demon Saint, the Golden Crow King, was astonished. But he was more intrigued by Luo Hongxi's previous statement. Young friend, you mentioned you are here in search of the Zhu family's descendants with ancestral bloodlines. What is your intent? A well-posed question indeed. Once I elucidate this, my status as a disciple of the Demon Emperor will be firmly established. Luo Hongxi, having reigned in her divine powers, spoke softly. I have come to infuse a strand of the Demon Emperor's essence into the descendants of my master to assist in activating their ancestral bloodlines. Gasp! Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The blood of an emperor. Ha! Our ancestor indeed retained imperial blood. He must have foreseen this day. Several Zhu family members flushed with excitement. Although Zhu Qingqing exhibited signs of an ancestral bloodline, she was hindered by a bottleneck limiting her potential. Only through refining the Demon Emperor's essence could her imperial bloodline be fully awakened. Yet, the family had no access to the Demon Emperor's blood, having scoured the entire Great Demon Star domain in vain. Never did they anticipate that someone would arrive at the Zhu family bearing the very essence they sought. In that moment, Zhu Qingqing's excitement was palpable as she gazed at Luo Hongxi, her eyes brimming with gratitude. The essence of the Demon Emperor was a coveted treasure among cultivators. The fact that this human girl did not covet the treasure for herself, but rather traversed the star domain to deliver it personally, was a monumental act of kindness. Thus, it was evident that she must be a disciple of their ancestor. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to take such risks. Ha ha ha. The Golden Crow King's tone was filled with profound emotion. Surely, our ancestor wished for us to treat humans kindly, foreseeing the blessings of this day. The mere glimpse of the Demon Emperor's capabilities left one in awe. He straightened his attire and bowed deeply to Luo Hongxi, his tone solemn. I, the path protector of the Zhu family, the Golden Crow, pay my respects to our ancestor. This bow solidified Luo Hongxi's identity. Zhu Qingqing and the others did not dare to be remiss, promptly bowing in unison and declaring, "I am Zhu Qingcheng of the Zhu family. I pay my respects to my senior sister. Elder Zhu Ting of the Zhu family. I pay my respects to our ancestor." A series of greetings left Luo Hongxi secretly delighted. Successfully deceived them. Chapter 86. Rare Item. The Behind-the-Scenes Information Device. The status of a disciple of the Demon Emperor was exceedingly high, and coupled with her actions, even if her cultivation was lacking, the crowd could not help but be filled with admiration. At this moment, Zheng Feifeng and Chun Haoyan also felt relieved. The sword master is truly astute. With the support of the Zhu family, their safety here would surely be greatly enhanced. As the greetings subsided, Luo Hongxi gently suggested, "Why not proceed to activate the bloodlines now, so that everyone may feel at ease?" Her considerate words warmed the hearts of those present. After pondering for a moment, the Golden Crow King turned to Zhu Qingcheng and smiled. "Fair Qingcheng, would it not be more prudent to bestow this opportunity to enter the heavenly pool upon Elder Luo? You may rest assured and activate your bloodline accordingly." With such a grand gesture from Luo Hongxi, the Zhu family must certainly express their gratitude. Conveniently exchanging the heavenly pool quota, as a descendant of the Demon Emperor, Zhu Qingcheng was eager to activate her bloodline at the earliest opportunity, and she nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the heavenly pool can enhance one's aptitude, nothing can compare to the strength of one's own bloodline. After their discussion concluded, the King of the Golden Crows dispelled the soundproof barrier and turned his gaze towards the visibly anxious Niu Shan. "Young friend, let us converse within the mountains. Fear not, the Zhu family harbors no ill intentions towards you." Aware of the ancestral bloodline's return, while lethal measures were unwarranted, it was necessary to impose a restriction to prevent any leakage of information. Niu Shan, though apprehensive, could not refuse in the presence of a sage, and thus, with a heart full of trepidation, he ascended the mountain alongside the others. Uncertain of what rewards might await Luo Hongxi for her hidden task, Shen Yun observed the group making their ascent with a hint of anticipation. Character tasks could yield numerous rewards, including magical treasures, elixirs, secret techniques, and innate abilities, all of which would undoubtedly possess considerable quality. Within the image, after entering a secluded chamber in the mountains with Luo Hongxi and Zhu Qingcheng, the King of the Golden Crows personally safeguarded them. The method to activate the bloodline was straightforward. Luo Hongxi merely needed to guide a trace of imperial blood into Zhu Qingcheng's body. Once the latter began to meditate and refine it, the King of the Golden Crows escorted her out of the chamber. "Elder, the heavenly pool will open tomorrow. Entering, it will allow for the purification of one's innate qualities. A rare opportunity indeed. I shall accompany you there." "Senior, you may simply address me by my name," Luo Hongxi replied bashfully, feeling somewhat awkward being called elder by a demon sage. Moreover, she had told a little white lie, as she was not truly a disciple of the Demon Emperor. Such courtesy cannot be overlooked. The King of the Golden Crows chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Were it not for your arrival, the Zhu family would undoubtedly face peril amidst the shifting tides of fate." "The tides of fate?" Noticing her curiosity, he elaborated. It transpired that not long ago, the priest of the great demon star domain had foreseen a monumental shift in the balance of heaven and earth. In this era of turbulence, surely someone would ascend to the throne of the emperor. Although the Zhu family was of imperial lineage, they were gradually fading. The 7 ancient imperial beast families and various demon factions held little goodwill towards humanity, and by extension, towards the Zhu family, each harboring their own thoughts. Should the Zhu family's influence wane, the family would inevitably face calamity. Fortunately, with Luo Hongxi's assistance, Zhu Qingcheng could now activate the imperial blood of her ancestors. Even if she could not ascend to the throne, safeguarding the Zhu family would not pose a challenge. Such a favor warranted the utmost respect from the entire Zhu family. This was one reason. The second was that this human girl had gained the recognition of the Demon Emperor, indicating her extraordinary nature. Their future growth would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Zhu family, making it imperative to cultivate a close relationship with Luo Hongxi. Viewed from this perspective, Zhu Qingcheng also had a chance to ascend, Luo Hongxi mused privately. Moreover, Zhao Shizuan had mentioned a prodigious talent named Ling Qingxue in the Jade Pool, suggesting that there were indeed many who might ascend in this lifetime. Fortunately, she was not lacking either. With the young masteress' support, she would surely ascend. In the past, Luo Hongxi had not entertained such thoughts. However, her heart belonged to the young master, and if she could not ascend, she would be unable to venture into broader realms, and thus would never meet him. Whether it be Ling Qingxue or Zhu Qingcheng, she must strive to surpass them. Luo Hongxi bolstered her resolve, deciding that even if she encountered the two on the path to ascension, she would have to best them. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Luo Hongxi reunited with Zheng Feifeng and Chun Haoyan before being escorted to the resting area by the King of the Golden Crows, awaiting their journey to the heavenly pool the following day. Meanwhile, within Shen Yun's gaming realm, a notification appeared. Ding. Congratulations to the player's character, Luo Hongxi, for completing a hidden task. Reward, rare grade feedback item, behind-the-scenes information device. Rare grade behind-the-scenes information device. Upon activation, it reveals the players behind the game characters. Good heavens. Such a thing exists. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The identities of the players behind the characters were confidential. However, with this device, he could easily uncover the players targeting his character whenever the need arose. He decided to test it out. After clicking to use it, the behind-the-scenes information device transformed into an icon residing in the bottom right corner of the game screen. He opened it and entered the information of Wei Rong and Sun Feiyu, revealing the players behind them: Wang Hai from Jiangqing's Heavenly Prodigy Club and Li Dong, a member of the Yin City Heavenly Prodigy Club. The results were satisfactory. Shen Yun silently noted the names in his notebook. Closing the device, he gazed at the chibi representation of Ling Qingxue. After 2 days apart, the girl had already broken through to the first level of transcendence. Furthermore, her information list now indicated that she had slain Sun Feiyu. Ling Qingxue's efficiency is truly commendable. Shen Yun smiled as he opened the screen. At that moment, Ling Qingxue was in a paid training chamber within the city, practicing the soul techniques of the Jade Pool. With 10 golden lotuses of divine soul, her soul talent had seen a significant enhancement. She planned to augment her soul techniques before seeking out the Tianzong to address Zhang Fenghua. However, she felt troubled by her rapid cultivation breakthroughs. Victories in battle had come too easily, leaving her without a sense of genuine experience. Ling Qingxue feared that if this continued, her battle prowess would falter when faced with a formidable opponent. At that moment, she sensed a familiar gaze upon her and brightened. The young master has arrived? Indeed. I noticed you lost in thought. Do you have something on your mind? Actually, it's nothing. Ling Qingxue hesitated for a moment before voicing her concerns. Shen Yun felt somewhat speechless upon learning of her predicament. Her overwhelming strength had ironically led to her feeling somewhat hollow. Yet, where could he find her a worthy opponent for practice? Ding. Xiantian Prodigy List. Recharge 128, 888, and obtain the hidden list from the Tianji Pavilion, the Xiantian Prodigy List, allowing characters to defeat opponents to accumulate fortune. Ding. Character Cultivation Space. Recharge 1, 288, 888, and the player will receive a cultivation space. The player's soul will enter this space to aid the character with techniques, ensuring that their overall strength surpasses that of the character, showcasing the prestige of the behind-the-scenes benefactor. Friendly reminder: the character's cultivation space utilizes a soul cultivation method with special effects of soul merging, enabling long-term practice to enhance Ling Qingxue's soul. Does this mean I can enter and assist Qingxue with techniques? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, clicking twice to purchase both items. Chapter 87. The Young Master is Peerless. Soul Dual Cultivation. Accumulating fortune through the Xiantian Prodigy List is feasible. In due time, let Ling Qingxue seek out opponents for practice. The character cultivation space is excellent. It will provide her with a consistent training partner to bolster her combat strength while also enhancing her soul, an abundance of benefits. After completing the purchases, Shen Yun learned how to utilize the cultivation space. Clearing his throat, he pressed the voice key. Since I cannot find an opponent, I shall serve as your training partner. Ling Qingxue's face lit up with excitement as she gazed into the void. The young master will train with me? Did this mean she would soon see the young master? The long-cherished desire was suddenly within reach, and Ling Qingxue felt overwhelming exhilaration. Momentarily at a loss for how to react, nervously scrutinizing her attire. Fortunately, I always tidy myself up after each training session. Fearing the young master might see me at my worst, she wondered what the young master looked like, but was certain he was the most handsome man in the world. What if she blushed upon seeing him? No, I am not yet worthy to stand by the young master's side. I mustn't think such thoughts. It would be terrible if the young master found out. Ling Qingxue, already somewhat self-conscious, felt a flutter of anxiety, although her activated physique was beginning to reveal its potential. She did not exhibit such feelings before others. Yet the one she was about to face was the young master, who had granted her everything, appearing like an immortal. The young master was on an entirely different level compared to the cultivators outside, unaware of her myriad thoughts in that fleeting moment. Shen Yun gazed at the description of the cultivation space and softly said, I will now explain how to enter the cultivation space. After being informed of the method, he opened the player account's backpack and activated the exclusive white hair and exclusive flying immortal set. Naturally, he aimed to maximize his setup. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the considerable funds he had invested? At this moment, Ling Qingxue suppressed the excitement and exhilaration within her, sitting cross-legged on the stone bed in the secret chamber with her eyes closed, attempting to employ the technique bestowed upon her by the young master. She soon found her spirit entering a space of utter void surrounding her. Is this the realm of cultivation? The young master had mentioned that this space possessed a formidable capability beyond mere training, the simulation of opponents. Regardless of who she faced, she could replicate them within the training space for sparring, martial arts deduction, and more. This ability could be described as extraordinarily potent. After engaging with an opponent, their image would materialize in the training space. The longer the engagement lasted, the more techniques the replica would adopt from the opponent. Thus, when she next confronted them in reality, she would already be familiar with their strategies, granting her a significant advantage. After surveying her surroundings, Ling Qingxue calmed her mind and stood in silence, awaiting the young master's manifestation. Steady, steady. When the young master arrives, I must not display excessive excitement, lest I appear unworthy of his stature. Just as her once tranquil heartstrings began to resonate, a figure with white hair emerged before her, disrupting the calm like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating ripples of awe. The man resembled an immortal stepping out of a painting, his flowing white hair and elegant robe captivating her entirely at first glance. The smile gracing his lips seemed to illuminate the dim space with infinite radiance. Enraptured, Ling Qingxue had envisioned the young master's appearance, but he paled in comparison to the one before her. The young master was truly unparalleled. She felt that this sentiment was tailor-made for him. Perhaps it was an exaggeration, yet the effect of heightened affection was indeed extraordinary. Is there something amiss with me? Shen Yun, noticing her fixed gaze, glanced down at his attire, seemingly unblemished. His soft murmur finally drew Ling Qingxue back to reality. Her heart fluttered as she hurriedly bowed in apology. And no, it is I, Qingxue, who has been remiss. I hope the young master will not take offense. My heavens! The young master is far too handsome. At that moment, her face flushed, warmth radiating to the tips of her ears. How could I be so rude as to stare at the young master? It must be his striking appearance that has enchanted me. Shen Yun's heart soared with delight. To possess a visage that could astonish even a sovereign was indeed a minor achievement in his life. Though pleased, he maintained an air of composure, casually waving his sleeve with a gentle smile. It is but a mere facade. Do not let it sway your mind. This statement exuded the demeanor of a sage, prompting Ling Qingxue to silently admire him, while her excitement gradually subsided. Shen Yun approached, sitting cross-legged, and with a smile, addressed the still-standing Ling Qingxue. Come here. There are no opposing manifestations present yet. I shall first connect our spirits and leave my ethereal form here. You may practice sparring a bit to hone your combat prowess. Though unable to directly spar with Ling Qingxue and Blue Star, he could leave behind his ethereal shadow to provide her with techniques. In the future, when he acquired more methods and scriptures, he could further enhance this ethereal form. Ding. Would the player like to endow the ethereal form with the following abilities? 3rd tier Soul Pursuit Technique, 4th tier Demon Art of Arm Rebirth, 5th tier Superior Blood Refining Claws, 6th tier Corpse Descend Golden Body of the Zombie Clan, 9th tier Superior Pill Thunder Palm, Qilin Divine Art of Burning Heaven's Fiery Flame, Demon Emperor's Art of Breaking Heaven's Battle Method, and Ancient Annihilation Battle Body. The Corpse Descend Golden Body has reached the 6th tier? Quite impressive. Shen Yun was quite pleased with this ability that could evolve. Ling Qingxue possessed the 9 Heavens Sacred Body. She should be able to withstand the burning heaven's fiery flame without being obliterated. As for the source of annihilation, he decided to adjust it as a last resort before being defeated and clicked confirm. Seeing Ling Qingxue seated before him, Shen Yun opened his arms, signaling her to place her hands within his. In a moment, I will imprint my ethereal form into your spirit. Thereafter, you may spar with me whenever you enter. Thank you, young master. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly, carefully placing her hands into his long, elegant ones. They felt warm and smooth, akin to jade. This was her first impression. However, her cheeks flushed rapidly, her soul trembling as if it were about to soar into the heavens. This intense sensation was familiar. The last time the young master had helped her unlock the ancient text of the Yao Pool, she had experienced something similar, and he had mentioned her unstable heart. But now, as they were in their spiritual forms, this sensation prompted her to recall the records of spiritual techniques in the Yao Pool's scripture pavilion. Could this be the method of spiritual fusion? This feeling was characteristic of a dual cultivation method for souls. Had she truly engaged in dual cultivation with the young master? The overwhelming sensation caused her soul's power to dissipate like smoke, making her feel as though she might float away. Daring not to gaze upon Shen Yun any longer, Ling Qingxue quickly closed her eyes, biting her rosy lip to suppress any sounds. Steady, steady. It must be a side effect of this cultivation space. She did not believe the young master would tease her in such a manner if her willpower wavered. It might affect the young master's effort to leave behind his ethereal form. Across from her, Shen Yun also felt his blood surge, suddenly recalling the prompt from the training space. Damn, this ridiculous effect. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue had her eyes shut, oblivious to his flushed face. He needed to devise a solution. Otherwise, he risked being misunderstood as lacking composure. Shen Yun, though not a novice, maintained a resolute will and took a deep breath, attempting to feign calmness. Qingxue, do not let your desires govern you. It will soon pass. This statement was ill-timed, for at that moment, Ling Qingxue was lost in delightful fantasies. Upon hearing the young master's words, she thought he had discerned her thoughts, her heart jolting in embarrassment, her face reddening as if it might bleed. I am sorry, young master. Qingxue did not mean to. Ling Qingxue's attempts to control the peculiar sensation that her soul was about to take flight proved futile, and with a sudden burst, her spiritual form scattered like smoke, vanishing entirely. Chapter 88, The Monster App Update. Imperial Profession Buffs. Phew. Thankfully, I managed to leave behind the ethereal form. Exiting the training space, Shen Yun let out a long breath. Had he lingered any longer, He feared he might not withstand the profound sensation that had seeped into his very bones. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxue had regained her composure, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, pretending to enter the training space. Once she sensed the young master's gaze had faded, her delicate body softened, and she hastily covered her flushed cheeks, embarrassment lacing her tone. Oh no, I've embarrassed myself before the young master again. Previously, the young master had remarked that appearance was merely a superficial facade. He likely did not care much for soul cultivation matters either. Rather, it was her unstable heart that had led her to the brink with merely a touch of their spirits. What was even more mortifying was the possibility that her secret thoughts had been discovered by the young master. How could I act this way? I must never again entertain such impure thoughts about the young master. Collecting her thoughts, Ling Qingxue felt a slight chill at the hem of her skirt. Quickly biting her lip, she changed into a fresh, dry long gown before closing her eyes and re-entering the training space. Fortunately, during her subsequent spar with the young master's ethereal form, the peculiar sensations from before did not return. Otherwise, she feared her wavering heart would waste the young master's meticulously crafted training space. After Shen Yun exited Ling Qingxue's interface, he noticed a new notification from the Monster app pop up on his phone. Upon opening it, he read, "Official information from Jinyao, 5-star Jinyao sect can view app update. Upon promotion to 6-star Jinyao monarch, you will gain access to state-level confidential information, including details on secret realms and imperial position buffs." This should be the information that appeared during the third game update, Shen Yun mused, stroking his chin. In a previous life, there were revelations regarding the imperial position buffs, which could only be acquired by those who attained the rank of 6-star demon suppressor and completed specific tasks, akin to a gaming buff. Such benefits were present in every nation, with tasks randomly designed by the game, and the rewards in the form of buffs that could enhance a player's strength and accelerate their cultivation speed. The channels and locales for task releases were determined by the heads of each nation. It was evident that in Huaxia, the task acquisition point was located at the Monster app. This arrangement resembled the task halls of sects in the realm of cultivation, where disciples could receive rewards upon completing their assignments. The higher the rank of the demon suppressor title, the more advanced the position tasks they could undertake, and the stronger the buffs they could obtain. Consequently, nations began to rename themselves, appending dynasty to their titles, similar to the dynasties in the cultivation world, with an opportunity to pursue the imperial buffs. Shen Yun closed the information and opened the Monster app to check for any nearby reports of 5th-tier demon beasts preying on humans. Compared to his last search, this time, following the game update, an abundance of 5th-tier demon beast information flooded in from all corners of the nation. After a brief search, he focused on the report from Jiang City, 5th-tier bloodwolf sighting, having slaughtered 100 villagers overnight. The entire city is currently under lockdown, awaiting a team from the 6th-tier demon suppressor sect to take over the task. He recalled that Jiang City had an underground black market, and he thought it prudent to see if there were any treasures like the soul-devouring banner available. Upon accepting the task, he found that individual submissions could not pass the review process, raising an eyebrow. I might as well head directly there. However, shortly after, a message popped up. "Hello, Mr. Shun. We are delighted that you have taken on this task. Our company will set up a special solo passage for you, allowing you to lock onto any task directly without manual review, thereby enhancing your efficiency." It seemed they were aware of his formidable strength. Shen Yun chuckled as he closed the message and stretched lazily. "Ah, what a pity that Sienna is ignoring me. Otherwise, venturing out would be much easier." Suddenly, a waft of fragrant wind enveloped him, and he felt a weight on his shoulder. "Where is it? My master only speaks nonsense." Bai Sienna's voice was soft and tinged with a hint of grievance. Turning his head, Shen Yun saw her perched on his shoulder, her 4 fluffy tails swaying playfully. When their eyes met, despite her shyness, she couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight. It had been days since they last met, and naturally, she was overjoyed. "Why are you calling me master again?" Observing her proximity, Bai Sienna bashfully leaned her head against his cheek, whispering, "Brother Yun, are you feeling better? You only know how to bully me. Haha, when have I ever bullied you?" Her adorable demeanor made Shen Yun's hands itch, and he hastily began to stroke her. Her well-groomed fur fluffed up under his touch, but Bai Sienna didn't mind, giggling incessantly. After their playful antics, Shen Yun affectionately patted her fur. "Let us go, Sienna. To Jiang City." Hom. Once Bai Sienna landed, her form expanded, and she leaped into the air, carrying Shen Yun away from the villa. Wow, such speed. In just a few strides, Bai Sienna had left Haiqing, racing down the highway. Brother Yun had been preoccupied with gaming and hadn't he realized that Bai Sienna was unaware of the name of the character he had bound. But she knew it was a female. Moreover, since she could ignite his inner fire, she must be exceptionally beautiful. It was as if his very soul was captivated. At the moment, she felt a twinge of sadness for not receiving his attention despite having reached the late 4th tier. Did the strong winds fail to disperse her feelings of jealousy? With a chuckle, Shen Yun leaned closer to her ear. "You have always been by my side. Others do not possess that privilege." The seasoned veteraness words were distinct, containing a hint of ambiguity that made Bai Sienna feel both delighted and bashful. With a faint smile gracing her lips, she chose to remain silent, focusing solely on their swift journey. In Jiang City, within a high-rise building. "This is absurd," one member of the Demon Suppression Squad remarked, witnessing a pale blue sword instantaneously dispatch a fifth-tier blood wolf, leaving the squad in utter shock. "I truly wish to know the limits of Mr. Shen's strength." Fifth-tier demon beasts were an entirely different concept compared to fourth-tier ones. Even with Shen Yun wielding an exceptional sword, the energy consumption was not on the same level. Yet, his movements exuded an unparalleled fluidity, dispatching the blood wolves before they even had a chance to retaliate. This clearly indicated that, even without possessing the cultivation of the soul-forging realm, his foundation was remarkably solid. A player capable of acquiring such a remarkable weapon might also gain treasures that enhance their cultivation aptitude. It was no wonder that the old master was so supportive of him. Slaying fifth-tier demon beasts was akin to butchering dogs. One team member remarked in awe, "Thank goodness for Mr. Shen's artifact. I heard that the neighboring sect obtained the eight-headed serpent's legacy, each head possessing extraordinary powers. I wonder if it can withstand Mr. Shen's sword strike." Another teammate scoffed, puffed. "Weapons capable of shining in the cultivation world are at least 8th tier. We can only imagine how fierce their full-force explosion would be. Moreover, Mr. Shen has a white fox by his side. Look, it has 4 tails, who knows? Each tail might represent a supernatural ability. What's an 8-headed serpent compared to that?" As they gazed, they saw Shen Yun astride the white fox. "Let us go? We must hurry to clean up." The captain waved farewell to Shen Yun before leaping off the balcony. Fifth-tier demon beasts are laden with treasures, only Mr. Shen is wealthy enough to handle it. Haha, we are poised for a significant profit today. Previously, a team of 4th-tier demon suppressors killed a demon but wouldn't allow us to handle the demon beast carcasses, fearing we would pilfer, so stingy. Less chatter. In this environment, where cultivation resources are not easily obtained, do you think everyone is like Mr. Shen? Hurry up and get to work. Yes, Captain. Chapter 89, What Young Master? Just crush it. After dispatching the blood wolf, Shen Yun proceeded directly to the Hongda Auto Repair City in the heart of the city. The underground black market for evil cultivators was situated beneath this auto repair establishment. Such places were exceedingly discreet, and without guidance from an evil cultivator, one would find it nearly impossible to locate. Shen Yun was aware of this place because, during his escape, he had encountered a practitioner of poison crafting. He had nearly met his demise back then, but fortuitously stumbled upon this individual in their courtyard, engaged in their craft. He had assisted them in dealing with the pursuing cultivator. At that time, he had contemplated apprenticing under them to learn the art of poison crafting, an enigmatic method of killing that would serve well for self-defense. Unfortunately, the individual deemed his aptitude lacking and merely gifted him a dying blood poison bug, instructing him to procure materials from the black market to nurture it. Regrettably, at this point in time, Li Yuran's family had long been slaughtered by evil cultivators. Shen Yun mused inwardly. Li Yuran was that practitioner of poison crafting. Had she not been studying at the academy 3 years ago, she too would have met a fate akin to her family's, becoming a sacrificial offering to the evil cultivators. This individual had entered the realm of poison crafting with the intent to rapidly enhance her strength to avenge her family. Inherently not malevolent, yet forced by circumstances to press onward. Shaking off his thoughts, Shen Yun retrieved a prepared black robe and mask from his beast-taming space and donned them. The black market permitted entry only to evil cultivators, and given his notoriety, his presence might be mistaken for a raid. Moments later, Shen Yun arrived outside the Hongda Auto Repair City. Baixianer had already transformed into a small form and nestled into his sleeve. Upon entering an auto repair shop, the staff member outside, smoking, eyed his attire but showed no signs of suspicion, merely raising an eyebrow. "We're closed on Thursdays." Shen Yun produced 50 from his pocket and handed it to him. "I'm here for an event." The man accepted the money and slightly tilted his head, gesturing, "Go ahead, but don't cause any trouble." Evidently, their earlier exchange was a coded signal for the black market. Passing through the auto repair area, Shen Yun followed him to a hidden restroom compartment. Descending the stairs into the basement, the dimly lit corridor stretched for over 10 meters, echoing only the sounds of their footsteps. Yet, upon reaching the end, a vast and bustling underground trading market unfolded before his eyes. At the entrance stood 8 women dressed as bunnies, adorned with 2 heart-shaped smiley stickers. As Shen Yun walked in, one of the girls approached with a smile. "Sir, what would you like to purchase? I can act as your shopping guide." The mention of the soul-devouring banner sent a shiver down the spine, as the husky whispers accompanied the name of the artifact. This particular treasure is notorious for its ability to consume souls, refining them into artifacts through the essence of the living. Its means of ensnaring victims into the cycle of reincarnation are utterly ruthless. "Ah, the soul-devouring banner." The bunny girl chuckled nervously, quickly retracting her hand that had reached out to link arms with Shen Yun, and led the way forward. "This way, please. The old witch shop should have it in stock." The black market's central district buzzed with life, bustling with countless stalls and throngs of people. Surrounding the entryway were various underworld sects that had established their shops here. Who would have imagined that beneath the surface, The sinister forces had already begun to take shape. Soon, Shen Yun was brought before a dimly lit shop. Bloodthirsty sect. Old Witch Shop. Shopkeeper, we have a customer interested in purchasing a soul-devouring banner. The proprietor, an old one-eyed crone, glanced at Shen Yun before ambling over to a counter. The soul-devouring banners are all growth-type artifacts. While I do have some, I'm unsure if the customer can afford them. The old woman retrieved a brocade box and opened it, revealing a long banner exuding a purple-black hue. A mid-grade soul-devouring banner of the first rank. According to the prices in the Shantian continent, it would cost 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. She patted the box and looked at Shen Yun with a grin. Of course, we don't have that many spirit stones here. You could exchange it for 10 second-rank low-grade spiritual materials or 100 first-rank materials. The better the quality of the materials, the fewer you need. What do you say? Is it really that expensive? The bunny girl gasped in astonishment. Currently, cultivators were using spiritual materials from the mountains or cores and materials from demonic beasts as currency. Such a quantity of spiritual materials could already be exchanged for a top-tier second-rank artifact. 20,000. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. He had 2 high-grade spirit stones, but those were reserved for his breakthrough. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned reaching into his bosom and retrieved a plant root from a corner of his beast-taming space. I only have this root of a mid-grade 4th-rank dragon blood flower. Is it sufficient? This root had been gnawed down to its old remnants by Shen Yun, who had lost interest in it, so he thought he might as well present it to see if he could trade for an artifact. A mid-grade 4th-rank dragon blood flower? The old woman's eyes sparkled with interest as she quickly peered into his open palm. However, all she saw was a root, 2 fingers wide and palm length, riddled with bite marks, devoid of any dragon blood flower petals. Oh, what a pity it has been wasted. The crone sighed with regret. This root was evidently too tough for the beasts to consume, fortuitously picked up by this rogue cultivator. Yet, upon reflection, even if a complete 4th-rank dragon blood flower existed, it could not possibly be exchanged for her first-rank soul-devouring banner. After all, it was merely a scrap of 4th-rank spiritual material, more potent than ordinary 2nd-rank materials, albeit with inferior appearance. The old woman, donning white gloves, examined the root with a professional demeanor before nodding. I intended to ask you for an additional 10 first-rank materials, but let us call it even this time. Do come back to patronize this old lady's business in the future. The old woman certainly knew how to attract customers, and Shen Yun nodded slightly. Of course. Just as the crone reached for the brocade box, a voice rang out from the entrance. Hold on. Everyone turned to see a man in a purple suit removing his sunglasses with a smile. Shopkeeper, I'll take that soul-devouring banner. Seeing Shen Yun gaze intently at the man, the bunny girl leaned closer to whisper, Sir, this is Xiao Tian, the heir of the soul-refining sect. No one dares to provoke him. It is said they are backed by the ancient sect, the Evil Soul Palace, and are immensely powerful. Perhaps you should seek another shop for the soul-devouring banner? The bunny girl, motivated by her commission, was keen to alert customers to avoid conflicts. The heir of the soul-refining sect was known for his cunning and ruthlessness. It would be unwise to confront him over a mere artifact. Ah, little sister. You have quite the discerning eye. Approaching, Xiao Tian gave Shen Yun a sidelong glance before seizing the bunny girl's smiling face with a firm grip. As he exerted pressure, the bunny girl turned pale, trembling silently, too terrified to utter a sound. Noticing her beauty, Xiao Tian smirked alluringly. Come to my private room tonight. I have a few billion projects to discuss with you. The bunny girl, trembling, dared not refuse, whispering a shaky, Thank you, young Master Xiao. Ha ha. Xiao Tian laughed heartily, disregarding whether Shen Yun would place a bid, as he picked up the brocade box containing the soul-devouring banner. Suddenly, a large hand swiftly gripped the side of Xiao Tian's face, a chilling whisper escaping. Business is conducted in order. Do you not understand this rule? You. The expression of Xiao Tian's old servant darkened. Friend, let us discuss this calmly. Who could have anticipated that a lowly cultivator seeking a low-tier artifact would suddenly erupt into violence? Moreover, he appeared no weaker than the first layer of the condensing veins. He must be a high-tier condensing veins cultivator. While it was true that business should follow a sequence, it also depended on one's identity and background. Xiao Tian remained relatively composed. This person was likely a rogue cultivator hiding their identity, perhaps a mere chance encounter at the condensing veins stage. His sect had numerous powerful individuals of this caliber, not to mention the formidable backing of the Evil Soul Palace. Once you leave this place, I shall have my revenge and take the soul-devouring banner without delay. Concealing his murderous intent, Xiao Tian smiled as he placed the brocade box on the table. Since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. There is no need for hostility. However, his attempt to alleviate the tension failed to have any effect. Hostility? Shen Yun replied coolly, his fingers suddenly tightening. With scum like you, there is no need for civility. With a resounding crack, Xiao Tian's head exploded like a watermelon crushed beneath a truck.